Legacy makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill.
That's it. That's the dagger.
Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Young and again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
And that is what all 16 teams are fighting for, but only the top 6 will rightfully earn their place in Portugal's playoffs. We welcome you back to the Blast Open Lisbon 2025, where today it's all going to be about Group B. By we, I mean myself, Freya Spears, Pimp, and MVK once again joining us up here on the desk. What was your first experience like on the desk yesterday, having to stand next to the...
Be honest. It was a bit the fear of the unknown, but you know, once you get started and just talking and just talking about Counter-Strike and then talking about you guys, it makes it very, very easy. So it was very good and looking forward for the extra day.
What about Freya? You like working with her? I find it quite difficult at times, but...
Yeah, but that's maybe a you problem because she is among the best in the business and, you know, that's
unlike me.
So the debutantes are always on my side, Jacob. I think that says more about you than it does about me. Sincerely, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you joining us, MBK. For you, Jacob, what did you get up to last night? I guess you were watching some of the games. One of them was quicker than the other, right?
Yeah, I was in quite a shock, you know, after watching what happened with FaZe in that game against VP, and then went for a little bike ride as well. So watching some Counter-Strike, eating some food, and watching some more Counter-Strike. Pretty cool night.
We had a lot of Counter-Strike going down yesterday. Let's begin with our first 2 games, which we were indeed covering. Spirit versus the Huns, MBK. The result that we all thought would happen. We got a nice clip from 9, though.
Yeah, no, good signs overall from the Huns. I think they played the game style they wanted to play. Some individuals showed up as well, and Spirit didn't have it that easy on the first map, but in the end, yes, it just went the way it was expected.
MongolZ versus Falcons up next is our second game of the day. More competitive series, still only 2 maps though where MongolZ got the edge.
Yeah, there was a hyper-competitive series. I think Falcons did a good job at applying pressure, as you can see on the scoreboard as well. Both the maps, you could make the case, you could make the argument that Falcons could have won it. At the end of the day, MongolZ continued to win, and honestly speaking, the way they've started 2025, it's been very, very strong.
Third game of the day, that was indeed Astralis versus Vitality. Now, we all know that Vitality have been on an absolute tear of form, Nathan. Yesterday, no exception.
There was a question mark on whether they could get the exhaustion out after the last tournaments. The V2 doesn't make sense, so he played it to the favor of Vitality big time, and yeah, they just showed that they're the best team in the world with no contest.
Final game of the day, the only series to go the full 3 maps, but that third map, that was quite a weird one, Pimp.
I was watching half the game, you know, and I was watching the first 2 maps thinking this is going to be a long series. And as you said, you know, overtime on the first 2 maps, you then head into the third map, you think this is going to be a barn burner of a game. And then I was going into HGTV because I was like, I'm not going to watch the first 10 rounds because is anyone going to go overtime? And then I looked at the scoreboard and it's 12-2. I'm like, okay, I missed the entire sequence. So yeah, I don't know what happened to FaZe, but they didn't look great on that third map.
Yeah, a bit of a colossal F up there from FaZe on that third map. That does indeed set our upper bracket and lower bracket games, though. Spirit going to be taking on MongolZ in that upper bracket game. One of the 2 will indeed be qualifying to Lisbon, as will Vitality versus Virtus.pro. Also, lower bracket games include the Huns versus the Falcons and Astralis versus FaZe. But Group B is what we're going to be talking about today. That's what the 4 best of 3s are going to be going down. Anything particularly piquing your interest from the later stages of this bracket?
I'm curious to see NaVi versus FURIA. I think NaVi is a team right now who, I wouldn't say they're struggling, but obviously there's been a lot of talking around them. They haven't really hit their stride so far this year. And FURIA, I think they need desperately a good tournament. They need a good result. So that game could be very telling for the rest of the tournament.
I don't know whether you wanted to air this on broadcast, Nathan, but Fallen said something to you.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
something big.
Yeah, he just I think said in an interview that there was he felt very confident in his team that he could do something special with a group of players, and especially I think against a NaVi that is struggling right now and really searching for themselves and trying to find their moment of glory again. Having a team that is very confident against a team that is struggling could make it a very good point for Furia.
I think Furia is one tournament from disbanding, so good luck with that.
Yeah, fingers crossed. That will be going down later on today. But first, it is time for G2 versus Imperial. Now, it's been a minute since we've seen Imperial play an official, and they've got quite the challenge on their hands here at the Blast Open Lisbon 2025, because they've got a face-off versus the best AWPer to come out of 2024 in MongolZ and the side of G2. Now, obviously, G2 in a little bit of a flux state at the moment. Losing Nico, that's no joke in terms of your arsenal, in terms of your brain, in terms of your calls. How well so far do you think they've been plugging the massive holes he's left?
I mean, it's been a mixed bag of results, and I think it's a team that is sending out mixed signals as well. Obviously, we had the whole conversation about Malps coming into Nico's positions, and maybe we got to see the best of Malps. I'd argue he was better on the team when Nico was still there. He hasn't really hit his stride, hasn't really found his form. MongolZ as well. It's not that MongolZ haven't been playing well so far in 25, but he hasn't been hitting all the strides yet. He hasn't been hitting that top echelon of Counter-Strike that we know he can play. So for my money, G2 is off to a decent start, but I haven't seen them click just yet, and to me that's a little bit worrisome.
Yeah, they have the pieces, right? Like, they have very, very good individual players, and especially the addition of HeavyGod, that is individually a monster that everybody knows. But yeah, I think the main point is losing Nico, especially on the city side. You lose maybe the biggest voice you had when you have like Snacks that is playing more anchor positions, and Nico was very vocal in like the central positions. It made also a lot of space for MongolZ to do whatever he wanted, and then it was very easy when you had the rifler that takes all the pressure off of you. You can just shoot and go around the map and kill people. And now that's replaced by Malps that is excellent, but way more static. And so when they say that Hunter and MongolZ are talking a lot on the city side, then the strength and the resources that you put are all over the place and not central over a guy that is going to take all that pressure off.
Well, you mentioned HeavyGod. Let's check in with him, because he had some thoughts about MongolZ ahead of the series. First of all, MongolZ getting to play alongside the second best player of last year. What were the expectations like, in your opinion, of playing with him versus the reality of actually getting to play alongside him?
I mean, I think expectations versus reality are the same for me, because he's wonderful, you know. He's an insane kid, and he's putting good performances, and he's talkative, and he's talking a lot. Like, he can help us with reactions and just help us in game overall. About like how he plays, you know, everyone knows like he's the best AWPer in the world, and there is a reason for it. Yeah, I mean, he's really good. I don't have much to say. No, he's like, there's a reason why he was AWPer of the year, and why he's number 2, and I think he can be number 1 as well. I think he just like, yeah, we just need to play better as a team, and yeah, that's it.
I feel like he's showing a little bit more personality now as well, which is really lovely to see. And obviously, touching upon the team aspect, how would you describe the identity of G2 at the moment?
Wow, that's a tough question. I don't even know, to be honest, myself. Like, I don't know. It's really tough for me to answer, I think. And I don't know, we just like, as a team, like, we want to be as a unit. We want to be strong as a unit. And like, respect each other, as I mentioned before, in the game and outside the game. And like, we do it. We're all really friendly. We just need to step up in game, you know, obviously. And this is the most important thing. And yeah.
I like to hear that from HeavyGod, the fact that the expectations of playing alongside MongolZ, they match the reality. He's a lovely guy to be working alongside with, and he's also incredibly skilled inside the server.
He is, you know, there's a lot of words that could be said about MongolZ, but I think we've seen his character the past couple of years. It is a young guy who stepped up, and especially last year, just the fact that he was able to challenge Dunk in the conversation for being the best player in the world, Saiwu for that matter as well. He had a monstrous year, and I think he's only gonna get better with time as well. He also do strike me as a player that doesn't cause issues within the server. He's not a rager, it's not a player that affects the players around him, and we give that credit to Saiwu a lot, you know, saying that he's the perfect teammate. I think if you were to pick the second perfect teammate in the world as of right now, at least from what I sense from the outside, it'd be MongolZ.
It does give that vibe, and also he is an insanely hard worker. He always comes up with a lot of special tricks, and like, especially in CS2 when you play with the up, if you want to get efficiency, you need to know your positions perfectly. Every single piece of utility, every single little bit of trick you can bring in the game, that's what's going to make you good. And then, well, the obvious that we don't really need to state is that how good he is individually just at shooting people, it also helps making everything work.
I love that we get to see the behind camera shot for this series of MongolZ as well. It's just so quick. There's a reason why we've colloquially termed him the Flash. Speaking of the absence of Nico, though, and the holes that might have left, have you seen MongolZ having to fill in anywhere else, or has that mantle been taken up by other players on the server?
I mean, we only hear from the players themselves, and I think MongolZ is a bigger voice now within the team. And I think as an AWP player, you know that, Nathan, as well. You want your AWP to dictate on the CT side. If m0NESY wants to go for a peak at a certain spot, he just needs to say it out loud. Everyone will then accommodate for him. And maybe he's been forced to do that a little bit more now, be a little bit of a bigger voice. But we've also heard that it's more Hunter, you know, now being the in-game leader, so to speak, on the CT side. He's chiming in a lot. So I don't think too much have changed for m0NESY. I do think he misses Nico. You know, I think those two were working well together in clutches, and I think Nico were great at guiding him, or maybe giving m0NESY inspiration as to where he found loopholes in the defense, or where he could go as a T-upper, etc., etc. So in that essence, it's more so m0NESY learning to stand on his own on his own feet completely by himself, and I think he's slowly but surely getting there. You know, individually speaking, he had a great showing at EPL, but he's not hitting his strides just yet, and I guess that's the expectations we can allow to have for m0NESY, that being one of the best players in the world, you also got to perform like one, and he's slowly but surely getting there.
Obviously, again, they're going to be taking on Imperial on the other side of things. I believe it's been since mid-February that they've actually officially played an official game of CS. I think Vinny's probably the most known quantity, Nathan, when we're talking about this Imperial squad, right?
Yeah, I mean, he has been there for a long time, so everybody knows him. He worked with, I think, a lot of the great Brazilian IGLs before him.
Yeah.
And he's just trying to emulate that and to bring a team together that has a little bit of a different playstyle than what we'd see, especially when we're talking about Art and like those players that were doing the craziest plays on the server and creating a whole meta around it. And he seems a bit more, let's say, central on the server and everything, and making the pieces work around him and then making it work like that. And he seems very trusted as well. That is a very important factor. And now he's just leading Imperial. They have been doing very well locally for the past 3 months. They have a 85% win rate, something close to those lines. So it's been up and down throughout the last year, but it seems like this year, with the new addition of Shay and Troy on top of that was last year, it seems like their team is very well rounded.
It's like he's going the cold zero route, you know, trying to foster the next talents within Brazil, you know, educating yourself to become an in-game leader. Vinny back in the day were not in-game leading. He was more like an aggressive rifler that was being put as a soldier for his team, especially when playing with Fallen. Now he's in the second phase of his career where he's trying to become an in-game leader, trying to learn some of the new talents coming up from Brazil, just like Cold Zero have done it for the past couple of years. So it's interesting to see how far they are in that process.
Well, speaking of the devil, let's get some words from him ahead of the series versus G2. Great to get to catch up with you once again, Vinny. We were just talking about it. Obviously, you have a new player added to your team, pronounced Shy Jesus. Can you tell me a bit about him and what he brings to the team?
He's a super active guy. Love to talk, like really love to talk. So it's always like in our years, you know. He's super happy, chill, and he'll bring a lot of energy for us.
What is his biggest attribute inside the server? What's his biggest strength?
I would say he's sacrificing like his performance, getting the shield roles, you know. He's our anchor now, doing some entries. But he's really active and proactive at doing outside workouts, like bringing new stuff to the team, setting up the players. So he's just the new energy boost that we needed.
Some words from Vinny there upon the new addition, Shy Jesus, saying he's an anchor player for the team, right?
Yeah, and it's a trend that is happening with several teams where they're starting to focus a bit more on anchors and trying to get good anchors so that they can give less resources. And so bringing Shy goes into that direction, and he has been very good. Like, his stats have been very good so far with Imperial. And again, really looking forward to what they can do with that addition, because it changes the playstyle. And saying that he's very vocal, then it means that the resources that are limited in that area will be used very, very well, and that opens up for the rest of the team.
It's a fun conversation from a historical point of view as well, because back in the days, and you know that as well, being an anchor was seen as, you know, being a defender in football, or being a right back in football. That's not the position you want to play, but that's where you get put if you want to be a pro player. Supnix were kind of the only player to make that his own role and get the credit for it. Today we have the conversations around Bit, Jimfat, Perfecto, Shoes back in the day as well. Like, some of these star players from the different teams are now playing anchor roles. m0NESY as well, you know, when he was in G2 before he moved into Nico's position, was an anchor. So some of the better players out there in the world are making that role sexy again in a way, and it is a very important role, and it's nice to see that, you know, develop over time.
Well, before we do dive into the series, it's time to find out the map picks and bouts. I feel like we obviously have a better understanding of how G2 might be approaching this one as opposed to Imperial, but anything you're hoping to see come out of this, Jake?
I hope to see some open maps, you know, where these players get to express themselves. Ancient, not going to be part of it. Train, not going to be part of it. That makes an awful lot of sense. Now I'm looking towards open maps as Dust 2, Mirage, etc., etc. That will be a way to go for it. Mirage is being picked straight away by Imperial. Has always been a staple in the Brazilian scene, so I'm glad to see that we at least get to see Imperial, you know, have the chance of dictating the pace on the T side if they want to.
Yes, and that will definitely bring into the point of their playstyle. What is the playstyle of Brazilian teams?
Yeah.
What is the playstyle of Imperial? And after watching them a little bit last night, there's still a signature of being explosive. And so being explosive, what it means, especially on those maps like Mirage, like Inferno, like those are perfect maps for that game style. The pace doesn't really matter. They will start slow, they will start fast, doesn't really matter. But once they're in the mid round, they will group up and then boom, in a second, they will just throw 3 flashes and they will just rush in together as 4 and that's it. There's no other plan, it's just get into that position and go fast together on a bomb site. And that can bring something very special against a team that is still a bit searching themselves with like new players in different positions. And so I think Imperial has a really good shot on their T side, and then the City side, they have to be prepared just for the raw skill coming at them.
Tell me how that playstyle might make life tricky then for G2, because I feel like that's one card that, you know, Imperial are going to have to pull out to maybe catch them off guard a little
I
bit.
would even argue it doesn't make it difficult for G2. I think that's exactly what they want. A player like MongolZ is thriving in that kind of chaos. I think a player like Heavy Guard is always good for 2 on the CT side. So in general, you say that explosive Counter-Strike, it tests the individual skill of the CT player. And one thing we always highlight when it comes to G2 is that every single player, or at least almost every single player, had that high level in terms of raw firepower. So I think if you were to put these teams up against each other, I think if you were Imperial, you'd hope that you were more strategical. You'd hope that you were a little bit more, I guess, better at causing rotations and making G2 sweat a little bit, where they often struggle. Whereas if it becomes an FPL game, I think G2 is better suited for it.
Yeah, there's especially an element of preparation. And G2 and every other team has a lot of staff and a lot of people ready to prepare every game and to know what the teams are going to be doing. And they're pretty aware of what Imperial is going to do. So like the mid rounds are going to be pretty much figured out. And so maybe Imperial needs to let the individuals go a bit more, because if they can get that one pick, then it can throw off the whole game plan and then they can be explosive to then go back into the game style. And so let's see how much preparation goes into it, but it should be a fun game no matter what.
Let's see indeed, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we come back, it's G2 versus Imperial, Mirage, Inferno, and Anubis as a third and final decider if we do so require. It's going down with Alex and Chad after this short break.
Today we're gonna do Counter-Strike, guys. I'm excited.
Okay.
Okay, so I should guess the mystery CS player. Okay.
Type a CS player name, so I will decide for me, for example.
So I think I would go Russian player. We need to go with. Yes, we go with Donkey Donk. Okay.
Okay, that's kind of hard for me, to be honest, because I don't know much players about their majors and their ages and other stuff.
Olaf Meister. He's older than me.
Okay, so I think everybody plays above 1 major, so it should be 17, above 17, and he's not a rifler, so yeah, it has to be Shiro. Yeah, well, great success, guys.
Let's go Magisk. Country is close. He's older. A rifler is correct.
Okay. That was not hard.
It's hard. It's hard game. I'll go with Alexi. Yes, you got it in 4-4. Perfect. I got it. I like it. Let's try another one.
So we're gonna do one once again, and we're gonna go with the same tactic. We go with a Russian player, and we're gonna go with Donk again. Okay, so it is a rifler. Not even close to Russia.
That was kind of easy, by the way. So I will try again. Oh, rifler, not Russian.
Okay, again, I will start with my own. Let's see. Upper correct, measure and attended correct.
I think I'm gonna go with a Brazilian player just to check the area, so I'm gonna go with fair. Okay, so rifler, 13 majors attended.
Here with Nikodos.
Okay, he's older than 27. Some kind of experienced guy, but less than 30 majors.
Maybe Glaive actually, I want to try Glaive. Okay, so he has 40 majors, I was so close.
Okay, he's from Liquid. Absent 25, Rifler. So, who's playing Liquid right now?
I will go with the shot, the Brookie. I know it's not the same countries, but okay. I got it in the third one. It's Brookie.
So I'm just gonna try a Lige. Oh, perfect. So I got a Lige. I think actually this one was a tough one. I'm just lucky that it kept going far away from Brazil, Europe, and Russia. So yeah, it's a great success.
So I got this for 5.
It was a bit lucky. I was going with the uppers, but I didn't think about Brookie first. But yeah, in the end I got it.
Thank you for watching. I love you guys. Magnejas with you.
This should be good. Imperial. Some people think there is no way. I think they're pretty decent when they try. We've got Chad Birchall in the building. My name's Machine, and we are hoping that you're having a lovely afternoon. Are you?
You didn't get Vinny or Shy in there.
Yeah, well, I'm a bit shy, and...
Something about Jesus?
Something about Jesus. Actually, yeah, we're going to try...
A team who needs Jesus.
Oh, nice.
Team 2.
Yes.
The Dream Meme team or the Meme Dream team.
Bit of both.
You can have it either way, but they definitely deliver entertainment. There's no doubt about that. A firepower stacked roster. Some struggles in number advantage situations. I think we've seen that one before.
Also, I can't believe I'm doing this, but I might disagree with Jacob. I might. Just because I think MongolZ did look like he looked like his old self in his recent games over at EPL, even taking to the interview saying, I decided to not do anything else and just be a complete no-life back on CS, which has led to his form on the upswing.
That's how most of us get here.
Yeah.
Right now, it's going to be the T-side start for Imperial on their map choice. Try on board with him, the AWPer with the P250 on the pistol. This is a B split into Snacks and Hunter.
Hunter's got to hit one of these. Throws out the incendiary and swings on through. Spots out at least one. The HE's not going to do too much, but softens him up and Try comfortable. He'll dispatch of the first. Into the B site now, flooding in the bomb on the back of No Way. Just Snacks here, needs help. The supportive flash was there, but he doesn't profit from it. Tucks in, isolated, light on ammo, and decent. Bring him down, looks good for the B plant, and likely should be there around. I spoke too soon. MongolZ comes in, but that's Shy Jesus with 3 quick kills. Jobs are good, and it looks like Zach's going to be bringing the energy for Imperial today. It's been a while since we saw Imperial on our screen.
Yeah, that's because the Valkyries were taking some of their spots.
Oh, that's right.
They were higher in the VRS, so they were getting the invites. That meant that Imperial further down the chain. You can't have 2 teams from the same organization in 2025 and onwards.
Because of that whole conflict of interest there.
Yeah, that little one. But this for Shy is massive on the pistol round, and you can hear the roar that they're going to let out. You take a look at this guy's history. Obviously, he's the newest addition replacing Phelps on the T side. He'll be part of that mid-control pack. So you need an active player. But the reason that I say, hey, a big start for him, this is an international opponent. The only top 30 teams he's played before are Pain and MIBR.
Right.
So his experience at this level is right here, right now. So everybody, set your sights on him. See what he has to offer, alongside of Decent and No Way, other names who came onto our screens in the last couple of years as the second string. Vinny we've known, and Try as well, the Argentinian. Up against, well, the studs of G2. This is going to be a full eco with a flash from Heavy God. You can see on the X-ray, he's got that primed over towards CT spawn for players to flood out of the vent room.
Birchall, you watch a lot of Counter-Strike. What percentage of full ecos with one flash do you think have been won in professional level CS? Like if you were putting a percentage on it.
If we were to do it out of 10, I reckon you might win 1 out of 10.
1 out of 10?
1 out of 10.
10%?
That feels pretty high.
It does feel high.
So maybe I'd go 1 out of 15. So they're very unlikely, but they can happen in.
It has happened.
You have big underdogs.
Yes.
Who are a little bit nervy, can fumble, but that's not going to be the case for Imperial. Brazilians looking good in the hood. It's just Heavy God that they have to find, and they're going to run him down. Decent will mop that up, and we will get into the rifles ASAP.
He prefers just Rocky now.
Ah, sorry.
It's okay.
There's an Australian player called ASAP. He's from Perth, like me.
Perth.
They're over in Brisbane at the moment, playing a LAN called Defrag. I think the VRS is bringing back local LANs. It's nice to see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really exciting. I was talking to NBK about attending potential Frankadelphia.
Yeah, that's wild, isn't it? There's a lot of international.
Like back in the day,
over there.
Sure, but there was a period where those local LANs just kind of disappeared and out into irrelevancy. It's cool to see. Oh, Valves is dead. That is a very, very strong start for the first Gunny.
Yeah, you want to talk through what happened there. He's going to extinguish the expected Molotov towards Connector, but has actually landed behind him for underpass. So he's pulled out the smoke to extinguish, gets caught in no man's land, and Vidi finds the easiest opener of the round. So first rifle round not starting very strong for G2. They need to scrap this one together. m80 tasked with window and connector for now. Heavy God trying to deal with A. There needs to be a decision made. They need to group up, try and take some territory, but this is looking like another B split. So early game plan for Imperial, punish Hunter and Snacks on B.
Yeah, right. Okay, exploiting perhaps the weaker defensive duo. I mean, what do you mean? What do I mean perhaps? It's Heavy God and m80 on A right now.
Right, so you're going to have Malbs as your connector player, m80 here, there, and everywhere. And they've actually cheated over towards A with Hunter. So it is just Snacks. Now, the last two losses for G2 on this very map have been against some of the best Barrage teams in the world, Mongols and NaVi. You would have them the favorites in this one. However, that is G2. Anything is possible. Seeing is believing. And Imperial have hit the brakes. They're actually rerouting, bombing through the underpass.
The only thing that makes me a little uncomfortable other than the time is that this looks like an A finish where, as we discussed, Heavy God and m80 reside. No way investigating B. Still two players planted there for G2, so it does fall to this duo. Doubling up on Tetris. See if this is informed. It's going to basically be a bait. Heavy God takes the first contact, ideally gets one, then they overlook him as he swings. He only gets the one. A chance.
As a player CT, this is tough still.
Yeah, I suppose it's not as tough as it could have been had Snacks beaten out. No way on that lurk. Hunter unable to disrupt the plant. Decent. Should finish it, but he hasn't. Hunter does well to find the headshot on the wall bang, but on the cross, he gets a heavy lick. It's no way already on short side. Try playing the bomb, as any good player should. And his options completely nullified. Hunter's just going to look to preserve his M4 and sneak away.
Yeah, too low on HP, no defuse kit to work with. And it was dicey than it seemed, because they were taking the site there with 10 seconds left on the clock, and if he had decided to plant default or reverse side of default, he would have been open to Hunter towards CT spawn.
Yeah.
So finds it over towards triple.
I mean, I
find him with the spam, and that's it.
I think that's a whole lot more competitive if m80 does get both. I don't think that's an unrealistic expectation to have of him, given that neither of the players were expecting a second after Heavy God's death. But I mean, you could also frame it as if Heavy God got one and then went down, it would also be functional. This is that Malbs death. You highlighted it perfectly. Yeah, right.
Up. There's no molly there.
Ugh.
You saw it bounce off the wall right next to him, I thought. But either way, a little bit of a boo-boo there for Malbs out the gates. And this is just an annoying lurk from No Way, isn't it? The fact that there's so little time on the clock and he's still lurking B apartments, that's cheeky. But Shy enjoying himself early. 3 rounds to the good so far as...
He looks like a younger gentleman. How old is he?
Doesn't he?
23 years old. Okay, well, he is aging beautifully. Hunter's already called the tech.
He's got admin support. That's what we all need in life. I hope everybody on this Thursday...
I definitely need support with my admin. I'll tell you that much.
Yep.
Yeah.
The emails are not my friend.
No, just
replying to them in time.
Oh, mate. Printing things out and signing them? No way.
Imagine faxing things in 2025.
That's crazy.
Do you still have a fax machine?
I don't think half of the viewers even know what a fax machine is.
No, they have to.
How?
What do you mean? It's
what cultural references have they picked up? Yeah, it is.
I don't know if they know what a typewriter is.
Have you sent a fax?
Yeah.
No, you haven't.
I'm also 35 years of age, so yeah, I've sent a fax.
A fact, like legitimately, no, not for fun, not for
100%.
show, like for business reasons, whatever.
100%.
You're not joking.
I swear to you.
What?
My parents both run small businesses.
So you've been
fax machine in the office.
Thing.
I don't know if they still have it, but I can guarantee, and I even remember the phone number, but I won't say that one.
No, probably best they don't.
Okay. What would it be for Australian extension?
Okay, if you know what a fax machine is and have used one, please throw a glorp in the chat.
100% they have.
They haven't. There's no way.
I think we need to be done with Glorp.
Yeah, fine.
We need a Glorp successor.
I still enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy it. You can hate it, but I'm going to enjoy Glorp for a couple more days.
Well, can at least we try and crowdsource some replacements?
Yes, absolutely, we should.
Glorp can live on in our memory, but it would be nice to have something that one
But
day...
I'm not cool. Like, I don't know all of the...
Yeah, but they do.
They do.
They definitely do.
That's true. No one knows.
No, they know fax machines.
Where?
Because of the thing that the Zoom they were doing, fax no printer.
Yeah, but they probably didn't realize what that meant.
Nah, they must have.
Yeah? Yeah, maybe. Because, I mean, like, they probably just send Google Docs to each other via their telephone devices or whatever.
Sure.
You know?
They have to.
Or like any other document.
In movies.
Oh, there is a lot of them. Okay.
Right?
Okay, but also Counter-Strike, you know, we're an aging demographic.
I don't know. Oh, I think...
Like, we're older boys
ways.
now.
We're going both ways.
You think there's some the youth
we
of
don't
today?
move from in your country depending on the age restrictions of your game. That would be your baseline.
Right.
And then going up until older and older. There are definitely 40-plus-year-olds who do enjoy watching Counter-Strike. There's no doubt about that. And that's always growing. That's extending.
Yeah. I mean, I've told you, but I want to tell everyone that I really love that we're starting to get to the age now of the Counter-Strike fan base where you start seeing dads bring in their kids.
Yes.
And it's not because the kid wanted to come, it's because the dad wanted to introduce their kid to Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh, we've gone full, like, it's been long enough now that the people that grew up playing Counter-Strike are reproducing and not playing so much, but introducing their spawn to their passion.
There's been a few events where we've been wandering around the halls and you see a dad with their son and they're, having a bit of a chat about it, which is...
sweet.
See, look,
So sweet.
we're not 8 years old, see?
8?
See, someone said they're not 8 years old.
I didn't think they were, but I still thought fax, like, I haven't sent a fax. I'll tell you that much right now. Never in my life.
It doesn't surprise me that you've never sent a fax.
Yeah, all right. We have to get personal about it, but...
I used to have I used to work, right? There's been a few things that have gotten out of control.
Don't say you worked at like a fax machine repair shop or something.
No, but I did work as a IKEA furniture assembly man for a company called Think. That's in Perth, Western Australia. People can find it. It probably still exists.
Okay.
So what you'd do is you'd go around to people's houses and they didn't want to put the IKEA furniture together, so you would do it. So I had to do my own invoices and all that type of stuff.
It's a pretty good gig.
Yeah, you get $50 an hour. Now, look, I wouldn't get the whole 50. Part of that would go
Does
to
that
the
not
company.
incentivize you to build it slowly?
No, because you'd do the quote, right? So they'd say, we've got a couple of expedites, we've got this, that, and the other, and you get the quote of how long. So if you're well over...
And doesn't it have an estimate on the IKEA Ghibli? Was that always like a challenge to you? Like,
Well,
I
this
can
is
do
the
it quicker.
thing. So here's a fun fact for everybody playing at home. So you know how you get the Allen keys? So what we would do is we would cut the Allen key, right, so that it doesn't have the bend in it anymore.
It would just be the tip.
So you would use that as a drill bit. You'd put that into your drill. So instead of having to worry about using the Allen key, bzz, done.
Oh, that's actually kind of... that's a free life hack right there.
It is. I'll give that one away for free. But so I had
maybe they could fax you an invoice or something.
Exactly. That's it. But that's it. I had to send faxes of invoices.
Oh,
right?
You actually were sending faxes for business.
See, and there was another one that got a little bit out of control. I was talking to you about the time I used to work in theaters selling merchandise.
You were the popcorn salesman.
But people conflate it. No. Like, so let's say that I was doing Mary Poppins was on at the Burswood Casino in the theater.
Yeah.
We'd have umbrellas with, the Mary Poppins umbrellas.
Yeah, like Jim Chimney.
Yeah, all of that type of stuff.
Yeah.
People conflated it and thought I was a theater kid. Not the case.
No, that's me. That's me.
But I would sell items at theaters or concerts or all that type of stuff. No fax machine required there.
No. I think that may be my theatre background put me further away from the faxes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Had a couple of Shakespearean monologues in my time. What else did I do? Thisbe. That was a character I played.
Yeah.
The donkey, the ass from The Tempest.
The Tempest?
Yeah, there's a guy that has a donkey's head on the whole time.
Oh, you had to wear the head?
Yeah, actually thinking about it now, that was
you had some interesting roles.
I did get typecast a little bit, I suppose. That was just the ass.
As an ass,
yeah. It's a pretty keyboard. I think those are the fancy perfect world keycaps, or maybe I'm making that up.
Are they?
I don't know.
Maybe
I said maybe. I didn't speak with conviction.
Maybe I'm making it up.
Maybe I'm making it up. It's a great feeling spreading misinformation on the internet.
I'm pretty sure MongolZ has his HLTV top 20 key.
Dude, yeah, Donk too. Yeah, and wonderful. I did a keyboard inspection a little earlier.
There's the kid.
There it is.
Oh, look at that. It's like they heard her.
That.
Number 4 in the world.
Number 4?
Well, he was number 2 last year. That's 2023, right?
Why has he not put the new one on?
Maybe he has. We're only looking at the escape key. What other key would you use?
Probably the escape key.
Imagine if you lost it.
No thanks.
That'd be sad. That's why you always travel with your carry-on, everybody. If you're ever going to a LAN and you need to get on an aeroplane, or even a train, actually, no, you don't check luggage on trains.
Why would you do that?
On a bus, though, you could check luggage.
Trace. I'm going to tell you a Trace story.
done us around.
Did you hear his recent luggage story?
What did he do with his luggage?
Well, he was on a train.
Choo-choo.
And he decided he was going to go and use his electronic cigarette outside of the train.
Okay.
So he stepped off the train.
And the train took off.
And the doors immediately closed behind him. And his luggage continued moving across Europe.
Oh, dear.
He called up Dinko and had Dinko drive to the next station, pick up his...
Didn't he do that with Cologne last year as well? He left his bag at the train station?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure, because I had to be on the phone to try and get someone to pick it up for him.
Yeah, but that is actually my worst nightmare. Can you imagine running after the train with all your belongings, your passport, everything just running away from you at 100 miles an hour?
Don't be losing the passport.
That ain't the play.
All right, everybody. It looks like we are ready to get things back underway.
I'm seeing ours in the chat.
Joined us. This is G2 taking on Imperial. This is Imperial's map choice. This is Shy, not Che. Jesus, who is
Shay.
playing against the highest rated team he's ever played against in G2. He's only ever played against other top 30 teams, being Brazilian teams.
Okay, that's cool.
And he started with a triple kill on the pistol round. So yeah, everything's sorted for Hunter there. Let's get into round number 4. This should just be a partial investment with the Hunter saved M4. The way this one started was a bit of a goof, a bit of a gaff over towards middle from Mr. Malbs. And here we go. So a scout for m80, a deagle for Malbs, 5-7 for Snacks, and MP9 for Heavy God. So a menagerie of weapons into round number 4 that they can work with. They can still be threatening. These are the type of rounds that would trip up a team like Imperial.
Okay, actually, as far as crafts go, Vinny's got a beautiful little AK color scheme going on here. The Imperial green.
Even the dongles doesn't bother me.
I don't hate the dongle.
No, the dongle seems to go with the theme.
Yeah. Lovely work, like it's got Imperial grip tape.
It's a little sausage, man.
Just hot dog men for some reason. Could have been a banana.
Could have been a banana.
That would have been cool. It's a Counter-Strike word.
Or a chicken.
Yeah.
We've got those.
Yep. We do.
Never know. Maybe we're giving them.
I think we've. I know. I just think with the chickens are overdone, aren't they? Overblown. Just the one non-explosive weapon-related thing we have in Counter-Strike.
Some people love it. Some people hate it.
Like Marmite. Oh! I love that. And m80 hates it. Bloody hell. Instant deletion. The Deagle of Malbs.
Baby.
Hang on, wait. He could get the AK off of Shy if he bangs him out. He's missed his first, and now just a body shot. Teammates kind of run him down. Nice from No Way, though, into the A site. Takes down Heavy God. A 3 versus 3 with CT under their control. It is not going to be an easy retake. Don't forget that saved M4 on Hunter. He's going to be spamming away towards the Ninja box. It's No Way that's up first, and he's done a nice, pretty good job. Decent. Finding Malbs on that rotation, that will probably stop and thwart any attempt at the retake. Snacks to preserve the AK-47.
Nice
Hunter.
from Decent, right? He kind of creates a buffer zone because if they just stay ticket inside, then they can get pushed upon. He's actually bought them a way out. That kill denies any chance for the retake, and as you were mentioning, they are going to save. So holding on to these 2 AKs, that's not too shabby. We will see a m80 AWP. So we can be happy with that. That's going to be the 4-0 start. Bomb goes off. Residual cash being built up now on this T-side campaign. Everybody with, wow, about 4K plus. Shy is going to require himself to get a bit of a drop from one of his teammates, but that shouldn't be too many issues. Here's that shot from No Way. Bang! Okay, G2, let's get started now, shall we?
It's about time. It is about time now.
We've got a couple of these top dogs at the moment who seem like they're in free fall. FaZe, after getting 13-0'd last night, apparently one of those teams.
That was shocking.
We had the 9 crazy Deagle round and FaZe getting 13-0'd. I'm not sure which one was crazier. Actually, it has to be FaZe getting 13.
Yeah.
And like even though the 9 round
like for the first time in like, what was it, like 6 years?
Since the Astralis.
Beijing Haidan.
Okay.
He's done them very good here into the A side, but there's a response from G2. Hunter and Malbs get theirs and try piecing out after his pick on Palace. So the bomb's on the back of the AWPer, and it's a 2v3 that seems like they could rectify this. All eyes on Shy.
Yeah, a lot's happened, right? Look, B have completely rotated over because of this. So a fight mid, a fight A, and the AWP's going to be searching close towards ramp. Do they just tuck in and wait for the fight to come their way? Because you can hit the brakes if you're Imperial. You're in no rush, but m80's searching.
Yeah, m80's going to bring the fight to try, but he's kind of ready for this. He'll pull down. Yeah, very quick. Okay, but now if Snacks tucks, perhaps he's good for one. It's going to be up to the, oh my God, the patience. The patience, an easy free frag. This 2v3's been given to them.
He heard Try's steps jumping away and assumed it was just one player rotating.
Fair enough.
So now the two of them can pair up and finish this round, knowing that Hunter is the short player, but Snacks is the B player with close ramp. Hunter could literally be anywhere. It's a fast reroute, assuming that Hunter will have bit down hard, and he has. Hunter to be the last man standing again. Now, does he go for this one, or does he just pick up m80's AWP and save? That's the question, because we can see open runway, empty site, bomb to be planted. He's held the sound cue on the other side of the map. You want to grab that. You definitely want to grab that. Time is going to be a problem right now, Hunter. Bomb planted, 40 seconds begins.
Okay, well, he's backed himself, and should he hit that first bullet, he could maybe give it a go, but with a smoke down, yeah, okay. So he puts his rod in the water. I hate saying that because you don't put the rod in the water. You put the little jibbly floaty bit in it.
The bait?
The little
or the lure?
The lure.
The lure.
Put the lure in the water.
I don't know what the bobber's for. I think the bobber might be to tell you, be a bit of a visual as opposed to a tactile.
Yeah, I don't think it's not really about the fishes. It's about the fisherman. And then the bait steps away. Yeah, m80 looking a little frustrated. Maybe Jacob was right after all.
Hold up, it's early. It's early. He was one of the highest rated players from EPL.
Nah, Jacob was right.
But Jacob was right. We've been saying it all year.
Guess what? I can't stop saying it. Oh, I feel like I'm in like a Rio de Janeiro LAN hall right now.
It's too easy for Imperial so far. 5-0 spotless start. Doesn't even feel like there's been too many moments of friction. 3 consecutive rounds where has been one with the bomb going off. So save after save after save. Hunter being a part of all 3 of those. Taz getting on the microphone right now with tactical timeout numero uno. So because of the loss bonus situation, you will be able to drop the AWP to MongolZ. Has been done. Hunter can buy himself. Snacks can buy himself. It's all going to be good in the hood for another purchase.
Chad.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Jesus has got a P90.
And the fact that you ever thought you could beat Jesus at anything, let alone a game of Counter-Strike, I hope he rushes B.
And on the 4th day, he bought a P90.
What's going on here? Is he... What's going on here?
Miragians 12-13.
Come on now.
When in doubt, rush it out.
You're versing G2. Come on.
50 bullets of pain.
Shun the non-believers.
Oh, I believe right now. He's running and gunning. Go on. Oh, Hunter's better. Actually, way better. No problem.
It was an idea.
Yeah.
Not one of his better ones.
No. Sometimes a swing and a miss from Jesus. Probably shouldn't say that. Missed shots from the P90 and Hunter.
Must be a Shoxy fan.
Yeah, right. How do you recover this one?
I don't think you do. I don't think you do. So a buffer smoke has been dropped to give them something to work with. They're waiting for any of the CTs to waltz into the crosshairs. AWP of MongolZ has been noted now over towards Market. Vinny is recovering this. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Oh, he's lurked in.
Well, now they're hearing that, so now they know that they know that they know.
They're walking on water.
In a way.
From water to wine. And that's what G2 will be doing if they lose this round.
Oh, they will be whining. Yeah, I see you. Bomb through underpass. Vinny already here. Heavy God being held. Vinny's he's played this so well. He's completely nullified Heavy God's like info on the cross. Hang on, wait. The fight's coming. Oh, he's playing it so restrained. 30-second pivot into A. Don't let this one go.
No utility, though.
You just fumbled a 2v4.
No utility, though. So you're going to plant triple because tries covering cat. So as long as... Oh, you're allowed to get the bomb down.
Monash. And Desanche. It's the bomb down. It's a good plant. 4 tries. AWP on con. MongolZ starts to crawl in, progressing forward. Snacks very hesitant about this peak. Knows there's an AWP in play. Oh, MongolZ! He's overlooked the potential. An important trade from Heavy God. An advantage. There's that.
Oh, no,
Snacks!
No.
Oh, it's less than a snack. He's made a meal of that. And now up to try with 4 HP. It still should be Heavy God, but he's jumped into it and Try just knocks his head off. Another fail, a fumble. There's no time for Hunter. Try gets the info off the bomb, and has he got it? I don't think he's got it. Has he got it? He's got it?
Yeah.
Hunter saves them just about bloody hell.
This is why they're the dream meme team.
That was, yeah, they turned their memes into dreams right there.
You were memeing, and the team got across the line with their first. Just barely. Just barely. The P90B rush stalled immediately, and then they're almost able to pull that one off. Imperial moments away from sticking the landing.
Bloody hell, guys. I mean, all because of Vinny, right? He opened up the corridor into making that interesting.
And Snacks.
Oh, and Snacks. Yeah, you're right. That's 2 nasty deaths for him so far. We'll keep a tally.
We know what he said. We know what he said.
Yeah.
You've all got a teammate in a pug realm who said that before.
Good job I didn't say it.
Okay, well, they still have money, but on the T side, it's already getting pretty skimp. The CT's able to force something together off the win, only having 1 player stay alive, at least the AWP retained once more. So this one doesn't have the same pace about it. Honestly, out of himself a kill towards the top mid boxes. Vinny's out on that island. It'll be tough for him to be able to get away from this position with MongolZ trained. The wiggle. Try doesn't want to push the issue, so we'll be blocked over towards B for now. MongolZ, does he get boosted up? Now he's going to send Snacks up to potentially play behind this smoke, and a lot more moving pieces on the CT side. Hunter and Malbs were investigating window. 45 seconds left on the clock. Imperial will have to make a call. Is it up cat to B? Is it through connector to A? Well, as the bomb starts to head down the ramp, I think we know which side it's going to be.
Nice find from Hunter. Will be smoked off. Heavy God has vision, as will Malp, swinging off the contact, looking to just rack him up, knock him down. Decent and try left.
Save.
To save. He's still moving forward. I mean, you don't have time to win the round. What is your objective?
Stats? Because really, you're right. What else are you getting up to here? No time, no chance, no hope. Let's try looking at save the AWP over towards Delpan. Decent's gone down. And now that Try's given up his position, do they want to run at him? This is a big one to take after time. Oh! They will, so...
Bother.
Imperial showing some of their shortcomings. That's going to fill you with a little bit of hype on the CT side of things, knowing that you've just denied 2 saves. So, poor retention there. And overall, a poor finish. The fact that there was that smoke to come in, Vinny ahead of it, they have been running the clock down, so it felt strange that they were stressed. So, Imperial giving G2 a way back into this first half of play, 5-2, about to become 5-3, as it is going to be 5 blocks and a smoke. The utility around.
What was that?
They're going to milk the utility out of the CTs.
Right. Kind of like a milkmaid round. Actually, that's what they do. Milkmaids milk cows. So a milkmaid round is milking the util. It's better than a milkman.
That's true.
Because he delivers the milk.
Unless what in the olden days, before we had machines doing the work. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about people.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a person.
What were they called?
Milkmaids.
No, but they wasn't just done by. I'm sure it was done
the milk people, right?
Exactly.
I see.
On either side of the spectrum.
I'll see what you. I'll do some research.
Little smoke to try and jump in and plant. Let's see if they can stick the landing on this. The bomb needs to make it in and will. So Try should be able to get them the extra $600 he does, and he does. Now they've got a kill on the Glock. It's USPs in hand. Gentlemen, you've got the armor, you've got all the advantages, and you're also getting all the kills. So, you're sticking out of the smoke as Try's grabbed a second. So the bomb planted and 2 kills. That's not too shabby for a full eco.
Okay, well, I've looked at the 13 types of jobs on a dairy farm.
And here we go.
And the only one that seems unfortunately relevant is...
Milker.
It's called Milker.
Milker.
That's their shit.
And you can make $34,396 per year.
Yeah. Yeah. But if you wanted to make the most money on the dairy farm, you would have to be a sales representative.
Of course. Taking that commission.
Yeah. Easy sales, I imagine. Because you have got milk to sell.
As opposed to mail.
3-5 the score lines as we get back into the guns.
This one's more direct out of Imperial.
It is, isn't it? Very direct. Just going to show a bit of all presence mid with a Molotov.
Okay.
Oh, a different routing.
It's a lot of bodies through the underpass.
Oh, it's geeking it though. Flash push, take mid.
A lot of bodies in the underpass.
Now he's going to have to kind of tuck in. He's just been flashed.
What is going on in the underpass right now?
I mean, you are dead if you go there.
You are, but this is the call? How long do we sit here for?
Well, you know Malps likes to go and get answers mid. But
backing off. They've got their answers.
Yeah, true.
Right now, they think it's going to be a site execute. So, Vinny, maybe calling up a storm like this.
I see you. So you go and investigate ramp. You think, okay, well, maybe it's A. And during that absence in middle.
Nobody home. Not even the milkman.
Now suddenly window and con smoke. Suddenly it becomes clear. It was late through mid, but what's the pivot? What's the finish? A little boost. Did he get away with that? I don't think Hunter caught it.
Not at all.
Oh, dear. They double boosted.
What a strategy this is turning out to be.
Now he goes B, very audibly. That's a big kill from Snacks. Is he ready for this, though? Honestly, he is. Okay, acknowledges that potential of a window boost.
Guys, there's 30 seconds left. What are we doing?
We're taking the bomb B.
But if you're splitting B, there's 2 players on the side. Decent gave away his life for nothing. These Windows players have to activate. 20 seconds.
Okay, then you boost up short.
Yeah,
Geeky.
18, 17. We're doing some type of a rocket launch
Nade and
right
go,
now.
nade and go. 14 seconds. Vinny dies with the bomb, and that's the round. Snax single-handedly handles business.
They need a sales representative right now, Imperial. Because I'm not sold on that one by any stretch of the imagination. I like the fact that they sat, they waited, they got the space, but I feel like the Windows players have to initiate first.
Yeah.
Right? Because a decent pusher through a smoke gives away his life for free.
There was a window of opportunity as well in that like transition period where Hunter audibly left window and then m80 came back. I think they were in the smoke at the time.
But it's 20 seconds and you haven't done anything.
Yeah, crazy.
Right, I understand running the clock down. It seems to be the theme so far.
Yeah. I mean, their body language implies that it didn't go to plan. Something was mishandled, misexecuted.
I think they might have to just take a bit of a save right now. I don't know if you want to go for the full investment. You've still got 3 rounds left within this half. Max loss bonus going into the next. So make sure that you keep yourself around that 2K mark. They are going to slightly grab a few purchases right now. I can see some Tech 9s being bought up, a little bit of util to work with as well. Hopefully that does indicate a slight pace change to things. Hunter, tippy top of the scoreboard right now, 14 kills in total for him. Head and shoulders above the rest in the server. Heading over towards A is Try with the AWP, so he's going to post up for an aggressive maneuver. Nothing's going to come his way out the gates. Heavy God's quite committed towards the site. You can see here, perching himself up on the balcony, will be in combination with Malbs from Connector.
Oof. I mean, yeah, I can definitely see a world where Try gets that pick. Lovely. I
Even
mean,
in the flame.
Players see an incendiary and immediately will run into it. It's almost like it achieves the opposite effect.
But they know Heavy God has to be here somewhere. He's the A defender.
Yeah, and in dark, Vinny lingers in the smoke. We got the Galil up Tetris as well. Reblocked smoke on Palace, but okay. Snax has saved him, cost him his life. No way trades, and that's the kill from Decent. Removes the A anchor.
They could reset if they'd like. Oh, they're just going to chase down Hunter. Have to deal with him. Dink done. No way low. And m80 was towards Ticket, Hunter window.
Yeah, they group up.
Planning safe. Keep that in mind if we do get the retake.
Hunter's playing loud, hoping that they assume m80 is, yeah, they are looking at CT. They're worried about it, but they're partnered up, and Hunter just runs down 2 of them. Puts it all onto Decent. This is winnable for him in this position with this weapon. Squip tries AWP. The nade chunks him down to 16. That's Hunter with more damage and impact this round. m80 puts the cherry on top, and we have a 5-5 scoreline after all.
Very winnable. Very winnable round indeed for Imperial there. I think they were just so worried about m80's presence towards CT spawn that they were trying to give themselves some post-plant to work with. It's a great opener from Try. This really initiates the fight, but Hunter continues to take care of business, was just highlighting his impact so far. Well, 14 becomes 16.
5 multi-kill rounds from Hunter. In fact, that might be his 6th. 6 of those. He's fracking up a storm.
Okay, well, you would hate for the momentum to completely shift if you're the Brazilians. The fact that you come out pistol conversions, 5 out the gate, you want something going into the halftime break. Now, don't get me wrong, 5 rounds T-side Mirage, that's more than serviceable. It's more about the shift of the flow of the game. So can they grab something? As Try goes for another AWP pick, he'll sound off. Snax knows that he's under a bit of pressure. Good flash, m80 doesn't move. And we'll exchange some utility. Harassing top mid, not allowing Vinny to have a safe haven. Hunter actually not playing short. He's starting over towards A. He might be an unknown element.
Yeah, had they committed in. Oh, Heavy God spots the info. Drops out the smoke and an investigation from Malbs. Now, m80 has a flash. He could call for that, but instead they'll just keep this setup. m80 has top, Malbs has under, and Heavy God could be the first fight for Decent here. Staying active on that sandwich angle into Palace.
Swinging out middle, taking it on the jiggles. Or util lands and straight into the AWP. No flash, easy for m80. Now A has to activate.
They are up the ramp. Molly signifies presence. No way stepping. This Heavy God position is definitely good for one. The Molly comes out. Hunter burns down, but delivers one all the same. Very limiting options here for Try and Shy. Hold on. Hold your horses if m80 doesn't take him down. But, oh, he's let him go. Awkward now. How's Heavy God hit that? That was a pre-fire.
He was just flicking into the sound cue.
I'd like to see that. That's mad. That was crazy. Try, however, has got nothing he can do now. Heavy God has kind of nullified this round. That looked ridiculous from the death POV.
Oh, don't go down after time again, Try. You're
he's done that once already.
Some damage, you're looking for some kills, but they got plenty of cash on the other side. You're not going to win out the clutch. Now you just need to get away, and MongolZ says no, no, no. So opening and closing this round, the flash. But yeah, Heavy God, it's been calmed to him that the player is running through connector, can hear the steps, pre-fires, it felt like then he stopped, and then bang, it just happened. So yeah, he's flicking.
What the flip?
That's ridiculous from Heavy God. Preempting the peak, you'll take that one.
But I mean, even the bullet that connect must have just the tip of his quiff. Crazy. Okay, so we've had P90s. We get a Krieg now. Imperial, I like it. They're keeping it exciting.
Off meta.
Off meta. Brazilians bringing that flair.
Are they going to execute through the smoke? That's the question. The longer they take going for this, G2 are going to clear out middle and call sector clear.
This is one of the few rounds where we haven't got that kind of, you know, ace in the hole. No one's playing Joker on A. Here they come. Flashes in. Malbs and MongolZ summoned to try and help out Heavy God, but Malbs already departs the server. Trying no way. Nice shots, and MongolZ claws one back. Throws out a smoke that actually, the Molotov forces a different trajectory.
Oh, that's tough now.
Yeah, he's kind of smoked himself.
I think I'm going to try and boost on the trash.
Oh, I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Give them a lot to work with, very fine margin.
Yeah, a decent would have had to overextend, and now for the three of them, it's going to just have to be a go.
Hunter has a smoke for the bomb if they can get there.
Oh, the Krieg is very well suited to that fight, and Shy Jesus swings on in, collects. Wow, we got a 6-6 half here, folks. MongolZ's going to give it his best go. Missed shot again, another miss from him. Hunter does burn down decent, but there's no time for MongolZ to get all these frags. Yeah, fair enough. Just playing for the stats at this point. Knows he can't win the round, and they all go down. 6-6 on the half. We got an entertaining series. Kick it off. Tell your friends, tell your pets. G2 Imperial continues in just a moment. Back in business then for our second half. First map between Imperial and G2. This should be as much fun as the first half, Chad. I enjoyed that thoroughly.
Yeah, I think momentum out the gates for Imperial, the pistol, the conversions, and then G2 having to work their way back into things. And this little lovely ADR chart is showing you just how much work Hunter had to do towards the tippy top of the scoreboard. Indeed, 18 frags for him. The next closest is 10. Curiously, Che, oh, hold on, we'll stick with Vinny for now. He's tussling top mid on his absolute lonesome here. The first is good. If he can find a second, that would be perfect, but, ooh.
Does well there. Try actually removing Snax' head, and Malbs responds in kind. Catches the short player in decent. Quick reactions out of Hunter. He's having a good game. Yeah, he is playing very well. And no way, yeah, he's used his full mag with no response.
Defensive smoke gives him something to work with, but also allows Heavy God to get the bomb down. No way needs this kill.
Can't find it, and just eventually Malbs does deliver the headshot. Just going to be shy. Is there a CH word?
He has a kit.
He does. Shy.
How does he win this?
He doesn't.
The site's clear. As mentioned, does have the kit. Does he just hang around and they think he's saving? It's pistol round, so it's one of the more likely rounds to do this on. Malbs has just checked towards CT, found nothing. And lucky Heavy God is diligent, because now there should be absolutely no chance to tickle on the bottom. A beautiful second shot. Can he get all three? Answer is no. But
everyone goes down.
Shy does have a 100% headshot ratio.
Does he really?
10 kills, all headshots.
And he's had a couple of multis on those pistols in particular. Just talking about Hunter's performance as well, I wanted to note that he has done nearly 400 utility damage as well. So on his CT side, he was definitely helping chip in with those, and a great shot on that Glock as well to enable G2 to take the pistol. Nice open plant to ensure it.
Well, it is going to be the eco, and it looks very similar to what G2 did within the first half of play. USB's on a flash, but this time the stack is going to be over towards A. Vinny is the man with the flashbang in hand. Has quite a heavy lean from G2 over towards B at the start of things. Malbs making footsteps through the underpass. Doesn't get offered anything. Snacks out towards the island box top mid. And MongolZ joining the likes of Heavy God and Hunter over towards the B site. So should be able to set themselves up for a pretty quick and concise B split.
No one's home. Should be good. Just rock and roll through that.
Well, they're going to be diligent, make sure they don't trip over. They also don't know what they're up against just yet, whether it's going to be the force buy or the full eco. These are the type of rounds where when you do the prep, and you're looking, oh, are they the type of team who force buys more often than not in the second? Are they the type of team who takes the full eco? Can help you make a few of your choices. And then to B, the bomb goes down.
Talking of B, Group B, if we say A is stacked and the group of death, what does that make this one? The group of, it's got NaVi, Mongols, Eternal Fire, Liquid, like it's all of the ones that are kind of gunning for the top spots. You know, like they're trying to get into the top 5, try and make their mark, deep runs at playoffs.
I think Eternal Fire have made the playoffs of every event they played in so far, so I'm sure that they would be wanting to continue that here. Their biggest issue is the fatigue that they've been talking about and the not being at home, which the main factor for that is, I would say, practice. Getting eliminated from EPO in the quarterfinals gave them a few extra days, but at the same time, you don't go home and jump straight on the PC. You probably take a day or two to reset and rest. So for Eternal Fire and the Mongols, these are two national squads that I look towards and think they play some of the best Counter-Strike in the world right now. So those are two names that I would love to see continue the success so far in 2025. And then you have a team like NaVi, which is in a bit of free fall at the moment. Obviously, the struggles at the major last year have been carried forward, and frustrations are palpable. We're catching that on the comms, even though they want to dismiss it as just part of the game. It still tells that things aren't going very well.
Should NaVi beat FURIA, and that's a, if that happens, but, and Mongols beat M80, I'd be very interested to see how that rematch goes down. Mongols owning them.
Also, Liquid is a curious case.
Aren't they?
Is there anything more to this team, or are they always just going to be a gatekeeper to the top 10?
Well, that's a very dreamy start to your first gunny on the CT side. Your AWPer has found a pick. Malbs shut down. In fact, Malbs very quiet here on Mirage. Oh, and there's more. Snacks put on the floor by Vinny. Catches him with the break of the smoke on Con.
Gave away a lot of casualties against the full eco. 3 players died to USPs.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a problem not in this round, but in the next round if they lose this, which it appears to be going that way. A 3v5 number disadvantage right now. They are rerouting, heading over towards B to deal with Shy and Decent, and at the same time, Imperial are playing for information over towards A ramp. So they can be well informed about how this one is looking. An upgrade from a MAC-10 into an AK, that feels damn good. It's just over towards this B site. So the position that Shy is playing right now on the balcony, going to be a tougher clear without all the resources to work with. Can potentially set up the crossfire with Decent, and then Try will be able to rotate in through market with the AWP. So if Shy gets the first, this round's over.
How diligent are their clears? m0NESY typically very astute with his clearing. This is the angle. That's the headshot. m0NESY does remove Shy. There's a chance for more, but it's Decent that puts him down. Try. Decent, both here to try and disrupt, and actually good damage on the jumping. Heavy God puts him low. 50 points of health for him to work with. Hunter gets the bomb planted.
And Hunter's still alive. He's been having a great game.
You're right.
They can pull this off.
He certainly could. Re-smoke as well. That's very nice. That will limit what Decent can do, but it's mostly through market here. 3 players through the market. No Way loses his head. Hunter hits a banger. That's a swing from Heavy God that gets nothing. And now they just partner up. Trade me, says Try. Oh, Hunter farming heads, hunting them down. 1 remains. It's Decent. He kept him smoked, kept him at bay. Now playing the clock. Ouch! And playing the headshots. He can't stop. He can't stop hitting them. Another round, all down to Hunter. He saves G2.
Yeah, this is it, right? You want to play modern-day Counter-Strike at the tippy top. You need so many players in the server to be able to deliver, and Hunter's more one for the pass, but right now showing that he's got another level. Absolutely destroying Imperial.
This sequence.
It's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful from Hunter, and this last one doesn't even react to it. Oh, okay, cool. Well, you've just stripped them. That started with 2 free entries. Hunter right now putting in a massive performance, 25-7. Normally it's m0NESY with the team on his back, but Hunter, the old boy, he's the one getting it done.
It looked so sharp, so just nice with it. Warning shot, here comes Hunter. He's actually playing the entry. He's dead. No Way brings him down. Vinny in support as well. Who will take his place in the impact frags? How has that gone south so quick? Oh, it gets worse. The flash from Vinny as well. m0NESY doesn't even get a chance to play the game. Now Heavy God gonna get caught out with the Molotov in his hands. Wait, No Way died too?
I don't think so. Look where the bomb is. Guy's on top of it. You could even just play around the bomb right now. I understand that by doing that, you're going to allow Heavy God to triangulate your position a little bit quicker, but he's down to 29 points of health. They know exactly where he was. They have the bomb in their grasp. You can think, okay, well, he's either going to have to come back through T-spawn or try and run the gauntlet through middle.
I really appreciate that Shy is playing this smart as well.
Just for info, right?
Just purely info. You make it impossible for him to get the kill on you while simultaneously maintaining information. There you go.
And it looks like Heavy God is going to save, because even though they pulled off that crazy previous round, the money's not great right now for G2. So Imperial will be able to get their first round of this second half on the board in a very unlikely fashion. But if Hunter goes in first and goes down first, apparently the production is just not there. He had some really important multi-kills within that first half. He had the showstopper in the round prior. We'll just have to see how far Imperial can draw this back. Because that was only the partial investment, they'll now get the win bonus. It's going to put them in a very strong position. Tries AWP, can come out. He can drop that M4 across to Decent. No Way's going to be able to buy himself. Is that enough to energize Imperial? It's just a 2-round game at this point, 9-7.
Yeah, it's a conversation we can actually hear, the conversation that's right now, which is a conversation of cobbling together some sort of threat. The finances are bleak.
He says the same bad ones that Snow says.
He does.
All right, well, the saved AK, a Galil, Deagle, Tech 9, and MAC-10. I like G2. They're always buying something a little bit different. No one's matching. Got a weapon of their own desire.
I think it's about time Malb started delivering, huh?
Well,
it's about time.
Yeah.
Like, you've got a 9-7 half. You're forced into the lesser guns. Hunter's putting in a shift. Just get you one.
I think it's a mistake for people to consider this G2 to be anything close to the old one, even though only one player change. I think just the sheer amount that Nico as an individual brought to this team, he was a huge part of their identity. And at the moment, they're still trying to find what the new one is. Hunter, can he get the opener? No. So first death again in back-to-back rounds. Does this spell disaster once more?
Yeah, he got no way low. A nade could perhaps finish him off, but not a single HE available bar Heavy God. Decent a headshot back from that short side. Takes down Snacks, makes it a man advantage for Vinny, but it doesn't deter him from searching. And a Deagle body shot hit. Headshot found. Galil converts. We got an even keel now, floating along at 3 versus 3. Decent got a frag onto Heavy God there. Didn't even break the vent. Oh no, double swing. Yeah, he isolates the first. m80, however, may be caught out by the presence of Shy so close.
Where's Malbs getting off to? Does he go back to B apartments? Shy needs to win this duel. He knew where m80 was and should know where he is. He's still making a lot of noise. Have to make this kill, and he looks shy to do so, but will eventually convert. Now Malbs running his way, low on HP. Flash for a moment. Don't let him get the bomb down. Just run at him. Look at the clock. Look at the clock. You win this fight. You win the round, and he will. Malbs can't hit the broadside of a barn at the moment, having a tough time of things, as now it is just a one-round game, and that was a force buy. This should now be the eco, a chance to level up the field. It's a lot of responsibility now for Malbs, right? Because when he was on M80, he was the player who was in those same type of positions, but he was also an underdog. You look at M80, you're like, oh yeah, okay, these guys are from North America. That's already your first cross against your name. And then the second is, oh yeah, they got a couple of Germans in the team. There's some plucky individuals. They're doing all right. Then Malbs showed his ability, right? And normally on the Deagle, which he's had a tough time with there, up close and personal is not the range for it. But now you're in Nico's positions, you're playing against the top teams in the world. I understand right now against Imperial, but you're still trying to find your way. Am I going to be someone who commands the troops the same way Nico did? You can hear from the camp of Falcons just how much he brings to the CT sides. And that's massive shoes to step into. That's why somebody like Hunter and Snacks, they need to embrace that more. Oh. Not afraid to make the noise. Knowing they've done the hard work with 2 consecutive rounds, one a partial buy of their own and up against the force of G2. But this story, it's a broad one, right? Because you can look at G2. The way the team would have run before, Snacks essentially has these prize pups, right? You got your Nico, you got your m80, you got Hunter, you've got Malbs.
Oh! Yeah, m80 capable of greatness on a second's notice. That is a beautiful Deagle headshot onto Shy jump spot in B-apps, but shouldn't be much more to be said about this one. That was the only weapon, quote-unquote weapon. Of course, the Glock, the starter pistols are present, and I don't know how retrievable that Deagle is. A little further forward, Try should be able to stop anyone going for a grab on that. Never mind the M4 from the corpse of Shay.
Okay, so it has been able to, you'll get there eventually. We've got another map to go, at least, maybe 2. But yeah, so for Snacks now, the team wasn't a system-based team before. You would have individuals in every round saying, oh, I've got this spawner, I can go for this play. And he's essentially saying, yeah. And then he would call the rest of the team around that, right? This is my assumption from the outside looking in. Yeah. Now that you've lost Nico, you've lost a massive component. So do you go one of 2 ways? Do you now try and build a system with your pieces? Because Heavy God's new to this level as well. And he came in from Endpoint, then into OG. It seems to be the classic path to Tier 1 RIP Endpoint. Like this is still a couple of names that are newer to the responsibility that's necessary to be competing at this level.
Yeah.
So then do you go, okay, Snacks, let's build a system. Or do you want to give these players the room to start learning? Oh, learning they got a bit of space is Vinny. Should be able to pivot. Should have been able to pivot into a second there. These Glocks are doing a decent amount of damage. Another kill within the round. Time to be the problem. Hunter's found another. Hunter's just hitting them with absolutely everything.
And his teammate did just do 40 damage, and now an M4 has been retrieved.
If he had more time, I'd give it to him.
Yeah, he'd have to hit some crazy. Oh my God, he nails him. Now he just has to clear him. He hasn't got time for the plan. He's just going to swing it. Oh, Hunter! The miracles keep on coming. 28 frags deep and economical, and Hunter with another multi-kill. Big smile on his face. That's the Kovac DNA.
Jesus. This is beast mode right now. He is just absolutely dismantling Imperial.
He doesn't even like hit the first headshot. Oh. No! He's a beast. An animal.
That round's not meant to be getting out of control, boys. It's a Deagle and some Glocks.
I mean, sure, m80 hits a 1-bagger.
Yeah, that was great. That's meant to be the highlight of the round.
That was supposed to be where the round ended. I don't quite understand how that got so out of control. Oh, I don't blame Zach for calling the timeout either. That's one you don't want your troops going straight back in. You know, impulsive decision making, trying to make a play, it all falls apart. You look at this, he's like Christmas morning, man. He's just having the game of his, not his life.
Well, I don't know.
Well, actually.
Maybe that could start to be the conversation. I understand when you scale the opponent, you might want to not say that. But at the same time, every decision he makes, every shot he takes, it's landing right now. And he is without a doubt the win condition, because you go to the first round they lost in this half, he died first. Then the follow-up in the fourth, he died first. So, hey, somebody die before Hunter does, and you should be good in the hood.
Let him close. 155 ADR right now.
I can't believe that. The guy's got no armor.
He's averaging a kill and a half.
He's got no armor, and they're scared of him?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, guys, they've got blocks. Let's play
Hunter
scared.
versus Vinny. Okay, it's fine. It's got block smoke. It's fine. Unless Malbs is crazy.
Malbs will clear this. Malbs should clear this. Malbs might clear this.
Snacks could molly this.
I don't think it'll work because of the smoke.
Meh. Oh, in the smoke.
Oh, no.
Oh no. Oh.
Don't let Hunter... Oh.
Malbs worked it out. Hunter, cover me!
Oh, there we go. Hunter didn't...
Sorry, I was just doing the Malbs comms. I was doing the Malbs comms.
Interpretive Malbs.
Yeah. It's a new approach to commentary you've never seen before. Shy is saying I have BABs. In Portuguese. In Portuguese. I auto-translate. Let's push Palace.
How many kills are you getting? 1.5? Why is Hunter going first?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
No head armor.
Bloody hell, he just aim punched the bejesus out of it.
He's seeing God right now.
I think we all are. He's in the server. Can do no wrong. Omnipotent.
All right, well, another round for G2, where Hunter has a multi. What's he up to now? 10 multi-kills?
Great question. Yeah, he was already on like 7 in that first half.
And he's had 4 clutches?
Yeah, he's on 9 multi-kills. This will be 10.
This hasn't updated yet,
yep,
so...
10.
Yep.
4 clutches. Bails out his boy.
Well, he wasn't flash because he wasn't looking at the flash.
So, Chad, how's this for analysis? What if Hunter just becomes Nico?
Oh.
Didn't think about that, did you?
We didn't think about that one. Because we thought Malbs was going to become.
No, so he's gone to like a Balkan hyperbolic chamber.
Well, because he's already got the DNA.
Yeah. So
it's
got the
easier
DNA. So all they
to
did
do
is they just like
transfusion.
extracted all of the jibbly wibblies and adjusted them so that he is now Nico.
Should we just call him Nico?
I think he'd prefer to be called Hunter.
Okay, well.
But he is, for most like categories, he is Nico now.
What if we get Falcons versus G2 and Nico and Hunter are both just dropping like 30, and then we reenact the scene from Star Wars?
There's a lot of scenes in Star Wars.
Mainly the one where Darth Vader is telling Luke, spoilers,
Yo, Jesus,
you haven't seen it, that he is indeed his father. But we didn't change it to brother.
Yo,
it's crazy not true.
Oh, hello, decent. Spotted out by Monacy. Okay, I'm in. I like that.
You like it?
Yeah, I do.
I don't think either of them are necessarily evil.
I am your cousin.
We just needed that link in. As we've learned from Yanko, they do, even though it's that cousin, they use brother.
Yes. Brata.
Yeah.
That's how you say it. Been practicing.
Sounds like it.
Brata.
All right, well, Imperial, I feel like you're not going to win.
No, I feel like Hunter's made sure of that, actually.
I think he's taken away all of the hopes and dreams of the Brazilian fans around the world.
Unless they went around like this, because this would be very classic G2. This would be classic G2. You kill Hunter first.
Hunter first.
But he's actually mollied, which might spread.
It's not Hunter. That's Mouse.
Okay, great. Ah, and Heavy God can shoot too. Demonstrates that with a lovely double on the Palace Aggress. They're just going to wrap into A, and Imperial's chances dwindle. Monacy down. Molly will limit with contributions. He tries to catch a spam, but all 3 of them grouped up, which gives them some sort of chance. Never mind. Hunter's A4 is a laser beam today. Outrageous form we're seeing out of Hunter.
Not enough disciples for Imperial.
No, there isn't. You know.
You need 12, right?
Yeah. Which one's Judas?
I'm not sure. Maybe Vinny?
Vinny, yeah, definitely.
What do you do, really, when someone is just deciding, hey, get the A4 back in your hands, Hunter?
Yeah, why
you don't
are you
want
doing
this
that?
AK-47.
Rubbish.
The stickers are cool, but that's about it. Well, that's going to be 12 rounds notched onto the board. We've got Inferno.
Let's go, Snacks. Let's try Snacks. Nice boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Man.
Nice man.
Gentleman.
Nice gentleman.
I believe Hunter is he's a very lovely gentleman.
He is a lovely gentleman, a family man.
He's the most adult. Like, think about Counter-Strike players. Can you think of someone
good
more
question.
adult than Hunter? He feels like the most adult out of all Counter-Strike players.
I'm struggling.
I'll take submissions in the
I've got
chat.
one. Fallen.
Nah.
Okay.
Hunter still has him.
Yeah, okay, fair.
Fallen's doing a lot of social media.
Yeah, he's
Hunter
tweeting.
doing that nonsense.
Adults don't tweet.
Exactly. All right, Hunter, let's just stay on Hunter cam, shall we? I feel, I see, I am Counter-Strike right now, he says. There's another one.
Just go for 35. Get another one! Whoa! Hunter! We need the Hunter highlight reel every round. This man is hitting the multis. Fragging up a storm. Nemanja Kovac has secured Mirage for G2. Nothing they can do. Imperial, they actually were playing a pretty solid brand of Counter-Strike, but Hunter decided it was not going to be theirs today. Exerts his will on the server in our first map, a spectacular peak in form that is a spectacle to witness. Incredible, impeccable. Hunter ends on 36. A crazy haul in regulation. You can see he's actually impressed himself there, and that's a rarity. Very impressive start to their campaign here in Group B of the Blast Open Lisbon. Oh.
Imperial keep G2 on their toes, but this tale could have been very different if it was not for Hunter. 36 kills, 21 rounds, insane stuff. He is the reason why G2 were kept afloat.
That is absolutely absurd. I don't think I've seen such a great carry performance in 2025 at all. You know, I know we watch Donk once in a while, we watch Saivu once in a while, and obviously m80 for that matter as well. I've had games where he's the spearhead, but in isolation, look at Mirage and look at how much impact Hunter had every single time he was called upon. He delivered. We're talking 1v3 clutches, we're talking 4 kills, we're talking an unwinnable 1v2 where he doesn't have armor against 2 CT-sided opponents. It didn't matter what Hunter was doing in this game. It worked out, and you're right, you know, Imperial applied a lot of pressure. Imperial made the game competitive. Had it not been for Hunter, I think T2 would have lost.
I don't think they would have lost. 100%. There is no chance. I mean, what Hunter did is a performance that you rarely see, period.
Yeah.
We can be talking about Dong, Zaiwu, all of that. They don't even put those performances.
No.
Because that was a carry like never before. I mean, obviously you had like m80 was doing it a little bit. Heavy God was holding his own. Malb, Snacks, absent from the server. And Hunter did everything. Like at some point, it's very easy when you're playing with a player like that, or even if you're IGLing, because you just don't even call. It's like, Hunter, what do you want to do?
Yeah, and that's the point I want to make as well. It's like Hunter was winning like 3 or 4 T rounds all by himself. So when you look at the stats in a week's time, you'd be like, oh, G2's T-side win percentage was 80, you know, must be great calling, must be great synergy between the members. This was just one player who took over the game. It's just one player winning all the rounds by himself, making sure that the economy was in the dumpster for Imperial. So yes, when we say Hunter having a carry performance, it's in all aspects of the game. It was on the CT side where he kept them alive after Imperial got off to a good start, and the T side, he was the one winning all the rounds all by himself.
Quite literally, single-handedly giving G2 this gift that was in ultimately Imperial's map pick. Let's go back to the beginning of this series though, because this might contextualize just what we were saying in terms of Imperial applying the pressure. You called it already, Nathan, the fact that they were going to be bringing this aggressive flair, the classic Brazilian style. We saw that round number 4. What's the story here, Jacob?
Yeah, the story is Imperial getting off to a good start, you know, and playing some of that heads-up Counter-Strike where they're willing to take duels and they're willing to simplify the game to a point where it works out for them. Again, m80 in a good position right here, scoped in and just get absolutely destroyed. And what you were describing, Nathan, coming into the game is that when Imperial sets their sight on a site, when they have an idea of what they want to do, they stick to that. They group up and then they go in towards that site, and you see that transpire in round 4.
I think they were a bit surprising in a sense that we're splitting a bit more, so they often had 2 lurkers, so like a group of 3 attacking and 2 lurkers, one more passive, one more aggressive, trying to get the bomb site, which was a bit surprising in my opinion, but also made the difference into being more surprising against G2.
Yep.
And but yeah, like it gave them the first 5 rounds, and then it started changing when they started overthinking.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Round 6 is, I think, a great example, a round that we can bring up as well. That's kind of where it starts to unfold a little bit for G2, down 5-0, and you think to yourself, it's not looking great. A P90 being brought into the mix, and a rush coming into it. Again, we talked about explosive Counter-Strike, and it's fair enough that you're trying it out, but it didn't really work out here. 5v3 and Imperial in the dumpster. However, in this round, they end up losing it, but they came very NaVi very close winning it. Vinny finding an opening right here, and then again they walk into this A-bomb start where they trade their way out of the problems, and had it not been for Hunter winning another clutch, then they would have lost this one too.
Yeah, there were a lot of things in this round. I mean, the very first is the B rush. It could have worked out if not Hunter getting 2 kills. And the pin ID questionable still, because obviously you can run and shoot with the weapon. But with an AK, he probably gets that kind of Hunter, to be honest.
Look at the time right here as well. Like, Tries is about to win this round. Hunter has to instant headshot him. If he misses the first bullet, it's over. So when we speak about Hunter carry performance, one thing is having 36 kills, but this round alone, that kept G2 in the game. They were down 5-0. They're about to go down 6-0, maybe even 7-0. Again, Hunter kickstarted it all from the beginning.
And if it had been a millisecond later on that kill, he wouldn't have had the time to defuse. It was literally by the skin of his teeth that he got that one over the line. I feel like that was kind of a spark, though, that maybe saw some complications unfolding for Imperial. I think we can dive into round number 9 because I feel like they were just overthinking things a little bit. Or would you say that's the right train of thought?
Even the B rush is kind of a gamble in the sense that you just expect to just surprise your opponents, but there were 3 on the bomb site when they were doing the B rush, so that's not really a surprise. They were kind of expecting it, and it didn't work out. And from that point, they just started slowing down, but slowing down way too much. I think they stay in the position for 30 seconds, and then they start slowly moving forward, and then their plan is not clear. They start boosting in window, going back to B, and when you're on 20 seconds, no activity over the map, and look, Snacks plays it very well with utility. There is still a smoke at 15 seconds left on B apartments on Mirage. That is pretty much unseen, and that happens because there's no pressure on the map.
Yeah.
They do nothing. They just slowly take mid. They don't really do anything in connectors, so like they have all information with MongolZ on the up, and then yes, they're boosted in window, yes, they have the apartments, but the cities have all the utility.
And it's a classic round of Counter-Strike. People at home be like, why don't you just wait for the utility to disappear? Why don't you play slow Counter-Strike so you don't have to deal with it? But you're spot on when you're saying that some of these players, they are aware that if we're not getting pressured, if I don't see anything when I'm jumping B-apps, why should I throw my Molotov? Why should I use my smoke? So when you're walking through a smoke with 15 seconds left in B-apps, you know that something fundamentally went wrong in how you approached the round. And that was pretty much how it went for Imperial from that moment. And for the rest of the game, they lost grasp of it.
Now, if we thought Hunter had impact in the first half, let's talk about the second. I just heard from production themselves that this was Hunter's best map ever, period. That which is crazy, translates when you look at the numbers that he was putting up. But I think round 15 was kind of one of the sparks we saw in that second half where Hunter was just keeping G2's head above water.
That's when he confirmed that he was the best player on the server. That's when he confirmed that he was going to win this game. He was not taking no for an answer. A 5v3. Unfortunately, Shy-Jesus probably should have won this duel. MongolZ getting the opening, and that allowed Hunter to come into this position. MongolZ goes down, it's a 1v3, and then you see Hunter just being so clean, so crisp-footed. Look at these 2 kills. Instant. There's nothing they can do about it. He is well aware where the last player is at. There's no kit as well coming in for it, so at this point we already knew Hunter's gonna win it, but even so, an instant headshot again. This is an amazing 1v3, and we just fast forward into this round as well. This was a full Glock round. Imperial actually fought their way back into it. Hunter doesn't have armor, he only has an M4, and no time as well. He just charges in and he wins the goddamn duel, surviving with 9 HP. It didn't matter what he did in this game, it worked out.
Lost for words. Beautiful. I mean, yeah, like winning a Glock Eco at that point in time, and especially how poorly the economy of Imperial was looking, you just killed the game. Like at that point, you win this round, you know you're going to win the game. There's no question asked, and it was just a matter of when. And it just did it round after round, and it was just Hunter that was spearheading it very often. Like he was getting the entries in mid, he was getting the entries on B, and it was just, there was one round where Shy was just winning with MP9 on B, he had pushed all the way, and it was just kind of, okay, dead in 3, 2, 1, and then Hunter comes in, kills him, and then run over.
That's the thing, it's the combination of that like pinpoint precision, just in terms of the aim, but it's a split-second decision-making as well. The fact that I feel like he was always making the correct read of where the player would be, exactly the time that he needed to push things. Like, he was playing the percentages perfectly in this.
He didn't put a foot wrong at all in this game. Everything he touched turned into gold, had an awful lot of impact. This highlight package is a great example. It's probably going to be pretty long because there are 36 kills in it. And you see kills from both sides, CT side, T side. You see them in vital moments. You see them when G2 is struggling, down 5-0. He's the one winning the clutch. You see them on the T side, as you said, winning a Glock Eco when Imperial is fighting their way back into it. You said it yourself, statistically speaking, Hunter probably had the best game he's ever had. You know, that's confirmed. That's reassured. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I kind of want to get ahead of myself. This is one of the best carry performances I've ever seen. Now, does it take anything away that it's against Imperial and maybe not in a big, big stage event, or maybe not in a grand final? Yes, there's context to what this is, but in terms of the raw impact, in terms of the level of display from Hunter, it's arguably one of the best games of Counter-Strike I've ever seen a player have. You said it yourself, Saivu can do it once in a while, Dunk can do it once in a while, but when was the last time you saw one player have this much impact?
And I don't want to, you know, flip this conversation on its head, but should it be Hunter? Should we be seeing the likes of Malbs at the bottom of the scoreboard like this? Should we be seeing m80, you know, with a couple of misses here and there, when at the beginning of this game it was a competitive affair, right? We were worried at some moments for G2 and whether they could turn this around versus Imperial.
I mean, consistently, no, it probably shouldn't be Hunter, but we do know he has the capabilities, and people may forget that when he joined G2 the first time around, he was a star player. When he played back in, what they called Crazy, back with Esperanto and the boys back then, he was a star player, and he took a more backseated role to accommodate for Nico, and now he's maybe getting a bit more space, so I think we can see more of Hunter, but no, you'd like to see more from Malbs and m80, of course.
Even when Hunter was in the roster with Nico, he had moment he was dictating the meta, because when he was lurking, he was actively lurking, he was doing a lot of damage, and he was very proactive in everything he was doing, and that's maybe what we're finding again with him being more proactive in this roster, and seeing Malbs and m80 not working out very, very well together. That's one of the big points where, sure, Snacks is a thing, it's always the same pretty much with him, like we know what to expect from him at this point, but Malbs and m80 are working together on pretty much every map, especially on CT side, and it hasn't been working. So Malbs seems to be pretty much the opposite of Nico, where now m80 is talking a lot and taking over, whereas before Nico was probably dictating everything and watching demos with m80 and working together. And that difference can be seen on the server. Malbs is very passive, but Malbs is just holding a position, staying there and not rotating, dictating all over the map. Hey, I want to play here, I want to push here, I want to be passive, I want to do this, do that for me. We're not saying this, and it changes the whole shape of how G2 is looking.
I don't want to open a full-blown conversation about this. I just want to plant a seed a little bit.
Okay.
Maybe Malbs was better as an anchor. Maybe Malbs is better when the responsibility of him having to dictate it isn't necessarily on him all the time, especially at this level. I know he came from M80 where he had a lot of responsibility, but it's way, way easier to play as a star player when you're significantly better than everyone in your team.
Yes.
And whenever you're playing top teams, you have nothing to lose. So him taking over the Nico role, I mean, I'm not going to say it's a mistake, and I'm not going to say Malbs can transition into becoming a great player in those roles, but what he did as an anchor was fantastic. What he's done so far in 25 has been a little bit lukewarm, so hopefully we get to see him chime into it, but maybe there's a conversation to be had.
I mean, it's arguably a conversation that it will take some time for Malbs to be getting accustomed to these roles, particularly moving from the anchor to the star. Just to wrap up the conversation about Imperial, obviously this was their map pick, great start for them, felt a little bit flustered in the end. Do you feel like they matched your expectations, MBK, in terms of what we thought they would deliver versus G2? Was it lower? Was it higher? What do you think?
I think it's pretty much within the range of expectation. They started off very well, very game plan, very well thought of, and then very explosive, and then within the timings, that makes sense. And then when they were a bit off the reins and like, okay, now we enter the mid game, what are you going to offer in the T side? And then they started slowing it down with no real direction. That was the main point and the main worry I had with them, because their City side, they could have won it. They could have won the whole game if not for Hunter winning that eco round and all that kind of stuff. So what I want to see from them, from Imperial, I mean, on the T side of Inferno, is stick to the plan. Beginning to the end of the half, and then get those 8 rounds on T side. And then once you do that, you're going to win the city half, and then you're going to win the maps. But they changed in the middle, started overthinking. Okay, you take the gamble of doing that B rush, fine, no problem. You can just try it, and you have the money for it. But then get back to your playstyle. Pop at 50 seconds, pop at 1 minute, do your A strats, do your splits, and then just be together.
Well, let's put a pin in the Inferno conversation for now and revisit it after this short break. Hunter putting on a masterclass on map number 1 of Mirage. Let's see if he can beat that one on his choice of Inferno. A red-hot start from Hunter to hit Imperial where it hurts on their own map pick of Mirage. Now we move on to Inferno, where Jacob, you're kind of angry about something. You're kind of pissed, right?
No.
Put the people right.
I just want to see a bit more from Manesi. I think I said coming into this game that his start to 2025 wasn't that great. It wasn't firing on all cylinders. But at EPL, he did fantastically well. We got to see the best of Manesi once more. This game, it's just one map, you know. But I want to see him activated once more. And if there's one player who can do it with the AWP on Inferno, it is Manesi, especially with all the freedom that he's having. Whether he wants to peek banana on the CT side, whether he wants to go middle on the CT side, whether he wants to do mid-round aggression, he can do whatever the hell he wants, and I want to see him do that and dictate the game, because I, for one, love when Manesi is playing good Counter-Strike.
And he needs space to do it, so he needs the riflers to like make that space for him, and that's going to be one of the big. Well, that's going to be one of the big factors, and that's what Nico was doing. And then Manesi is just coming up and then doing the highlights, doing those beautiful kills. But if he has to dictate what to do, how you threw that flash, how you take that space, that's where it's a bit more of a struggle. But yeah, hopefully he gets a little bit unleashed and he has full control over everything he wants to do.
Jacob, if you could say anything to Chad and Alex right now, what would it be?
It will be pay attention, because Manesi is going to pop off.
Well, pay attention, gentlemen. We're about to dive in to map number 2.
Very much, Jacob. Well, most of the time it is.
I think so.
Yeah, I think we'll try. We'll try. We'll
do our best.
But
no guarantees, Jacob.
Chad, what are the chances of that performance of Hunter being replicated on the second
Well,
map?
let's think about the last 1 and a bit days, because this is only the first series of day number 2. We had a crazy 9 1v4 Deagle.
Yeah.
We had FaZe getting 13-0'd by VP.
Yeah.
And then we had Hunter with his best individual map performance of all time. So the likelihood of something else crazy happening, things come in threes.
That's right.
So I think we're done. Our quota's over.
All right, cool. So we can just relax.
That's it. Yeah, sit back.
A standard Inferno up next. Second map, it's a must-win if they want to see the third. G2 took them down on Mirage. Now it's G2's turf.
And, understandably, G2's turf. This year, they've only lost it once.
Damn.
That seems to be a ground that they like turning to. Want to see the highest rated player, and aggression out the gates. Fast but slow. Smooth but quick into 2. And they overstep the mark, so the trades go back in favor of G2. Now a 2v2.
Bloody hell.
Vinny's low.
Yeah, and Modesty jumped straight through the smoke. I guess he presumed there wouldn't be Vinny sticking around behind that smoke, but...
Hunter?
It is Hunter.
Now, if he wins this...
He's the GOAT.
He's better than his cousin.
What? Wow.
Officially forever.
Okay, wow. Well, I think he's going to win it, because they are starting to search for him, but he'll be rounding the corner before they push up mid, so it looks like he'll get a free plant.
Well, the thing is, they can beeline, right? They're not going to be clearing too much stuff. They're going to have an understanding that he's likely in the other side, so they're a little bit quicker to this. Throw a Moto smoke. It's going to signal his position.
Here they come. Keeping it silent.
Low, Alex.
Yeah, keeping it silent, and Vinny is low. He's going to push his Moto smoke.
Not going to...
But he can go round and round and round and round.
Yeah,
they don't have a kit. They don't have a kit.
Yeah, but they're there much quicker than he expects. Surely.
I reckon he's done it. He's done it. Oh, he gets the info as well. Round and round he goes. 10-second defuse starts. Counting in his head. Internal clock, and it's the 10 HP player that's covering. 5 seconds. 4. Missed shot. Trying to chase him down. Needs to clear him off. 1 second on the defuse. Defuse comes through. Imperial will get it. He'll leave with the kill short. Just an awkward plant for that play. Had it been a default plant, yeah, he could have been. It could very well have been perfect.
Well, the fact that he stays alive in that situation and gets those kills, so he plants the bomb,
right,
and he gets some frags, which does now allow him to go head armor AK. And with how his AK was looking on Mirage, I think that he's set up for a bit more success. Now, just to talk about the T side to expect once we do get into the rhythm of the traditional gun rounds, you're going to have Malbs getting the banana control alongside of Snacks. You're going to have Mondesi helping with that, as well as T-Stairs. Hunter in combination with that of Heavy got over towards second mid for Boiler and Holes control. The CT side defense, you'll have Shy and Vinny over towards B. Try as the rotator. He'll be here, there, and everywhere. No way anchoring over towards Pit. And Decent as the rotating rifler for A. Right now, they will be working on this Halls and Boiler control.
Has Hunter got Imperial stickers on his AK? He's just a big fan.
He does. I think it's because it looks cool.
It's true. It's true. Or maybe that's how he had so much power on Mirage.
So he's taken it from them.
Yeah.
I see. Alex, I'm worried for Imperial in this round.
Why?
They only have a smoke and a flash, and look at all the mid control. The fights are about to be in their face.
Yeah, but presumably, Try takes the aggro, and then Decent gets a bullet between the eyes. Okay, yep, you should be worried. You're absolutely right. It's no way in Apps the only man that can respond. You got Shy and Vinny coming in from that banana push. No way plays a forward position, trying to disrupt, and Shy just in time, but the Tech9 gets the info on the walk-up. m80 nails it with a Galil. They're running him down. They just want to fight. They just want to fight. They need to double swing. Snacks will secure it. B is the play.
Yeah, you know that No Way is going to be anchoring down towards the pit side. So you just run away, and all he can do is chase the ghost. m80, you've got the bomb, son. Drops the smoke, and now there should be no way forward. He's absolutely boxed in, and guess who's waiting for you? It's going to be Hunter to course correct after the dink. So the pistol round didn't really feel like a win, even though it was one round on the board for Imperial. Everybody going down, Hunter getting the AK head armor, and yeah, just a really solid follow-up on the Force. So much space to work with. As soon as you win the opener, the trade is there on to Try. Good info play there from Snacks, and a nice round to win, because now, well, you have no choice on the CT side with the 1400 loss bonus, but to go for a force buy like this. So a scout for Try. 5-7s, they do pack a punch, a deagle for No Way, and well, light in the util department. If you try, I would, yeah, try and do this. Have some peeks down, get some tags. Here they come again.
5-7, Snacks is going to be flashed off. Great utility usage. Oh, and 3 frags, but up comes Hunter. Oh, and he gets through of the spray. Nearly transfers into Vinny as well. Puts Heavy God into a rather dire circumstance with the bomb down T ramp.
They've evacuated, absolutely immediate right now. So Heavy God is going to assume they'd stick around. He does have room, but doesn't have the bomb. And that is the biggest issue. So Heavy God entrenched top middle, searching. We'll get the jump right now on Try. Try will walk into this.
Ooh, doesn't nail the headshot.
Tag 2.
Oh yeah, actually nailed it. Vinny's not going to slow down. They double swing and get the job done. Big round back. So we're just forced by wars. Continue. Well played.
Well, the sass from the Brazilians, staying to their identity. But yeah, the 5-7, doesn't it? Really wreaks some havoc right there.
But it's not as cool as the Deagle, chat.
That's true. It isn't as cool as the Deagle, and that's the one that got 2 kills. So I'll take it all back. But force buy back again from G2. This time 2 AKs. Okay, take 9s and a Deagle.
You've got m80 and Malbs on an AK. If you're a G2 fan, do you expect to see these guys both deliver?
Looks like they're going for a similar round to as they did last time with the Force. So 4 players up second middle. So they want to... 3 players up second middle, 2 towards T stairs. I'm going to try and set up, yeah, the silent boost in towards Boiler for Malbs. Yeah, and that would make sense. If you're going to jump up in towards Boiler, you don't want to take all the utility. Not only is it more of a difficult position to throw some out from, you're also getting into these close range duels and you could lose it all. Now, second wave banana control being taken. Deep smoke lands, logs Molly in play. And Imperial will get the control that they were looking for. This A site setup this time round is not so far forward on middle. Decent from library, Try in sight, No Way over towards the balcony. And to finish this round off, we're looking at HE, 2 smokes, and a Molly. This is the fight that matters. They need to push back banana.
Yeah, the Tech9 could be well suited to this task, but Vinny has the angle, and then Shy swings out to confirm it. So bomb goes down. Round is soon to follow, unless someone can be a difference maker. Heavy God's Deke holding this line. Actually nails him. Must have clipped it through the wall.
That's tough.
Or he's got like an adamantium helmet.
I feel like that should be the kill every day of the week, don't you? Okay, well, they get the bomb back, and these AKs are still alive. 30 seconds, have to finish towards A. Try is now low. And
Yeah.
Malbs find him with the HE.
Yeah, the HE looks good, doesn't it? Malbs can throw that out, or just a single bullet, but Decent actually activates, catches m80 on the tail end of the assault. Now he's going to overlook that position. Try can still contribute. Malbs distracts. Try executes. Nice shot on the Galil, and nothing more for Heavy God. Well covered, well supported, and it's Decent that really kind of neutralizes the threat by catching m80.
Now, the war of attrition has been won. Will now have to be the eco out of G2, and another strong start to a map from Imperial.
Yep.
They were 5-0 up when you began Mirage, and then after that, it did seem to just be the Hunter show. Huge performance from him to make up for some of the lacking G2 members. It's about talking, it's about energy, one of the two. Maybe our official translators in chat will let us know, but either way, a little bit to say there from Decent. going to go for a 5-man apps explode by the looks of things. Now, on the other side of the server, they have been able to carry 3 AKs across, so this is quite juicy if Imperial are able to hold on to these going forward. It's also a map that Imperial do enjoy, so the Vito actually helping this team out a lot. That's a well-placed nade. It's all 5.
Well, that's over 200 damage for the utility charts. It might lead to a plant, you know.
Feels rough. You only got 2 kills there after that nade.
Yeah, kind of robbed.
They didn't get the gun, or at least they haven't yet.
Kablamo. Bomb down. You'll take that. Heavy God recovers an AK in that pit, but doesn't look too easy for him to do much more with that. Down now to just 2 points of health. Snacks on the site with only a Glock. Gonna use whatever tricks he has available to him. That reaction out of Decent is good. They can't find him, but spammed away in the smoke. For a 4th, Imperial's strong start on both maps continues 4-1.
Okay, well, now we really do need to put Malbs under the microscope because he did have a tougher time on Mirage, and he's going to be tasked with taking this banana control. So what is the game plan coming out from G2 in the early stages of the rifle rounds? Up until this point, and I understand we're 5 rounds deep, we haven't really had standard rounds of Counter-Strike. The game plan hasn't played in because of the Force Buy Wars. There's that chunky, juicy nade again. And yeah, for no way, he's like, well, I should just be able to farm them down. But pop, as we will see the AWP come out for try. Only going to be a 2-player start over towards Banana, so that might be telling that Imperial aren't going to all in for the control. And neither are G2, it's just Malbs here. He'll limp forward and extinguish smoke. That's going to give him a buffer to work around. Oh, Heavy God. He has to play through that. Quick boiler control taken. They heard it.
Yeah, they're aware. But regardless, it's a lot of early territory that we're trying to stop from being seized.
Well, yeah, this is what I always talk about. It sounds like a broken record, but on Inferno, you either want to get banana control early or boiler and halls. You need one of that territory because that's just going to apply more pressure onto not only the defenders of that part of the map, but the rotation, that 3rd man. Now that you've got this, you've cleared out halls, you've cleared out boiler, and you're going to return for banana control. Well, not until you've got brackets, so working on that now.
Oh, they misplayed that there. They went for a nade break play on long at the same time the Decent flashed short. Results in Decent not having the info he would have otherwise received.
So now Snacks should likely come back and join. Oh, he's hanging around, so is this just an all-in A finish?
That's the question. Try's going to try and get some answers too. And nails it onto Snacks. Good catch just on that clip, but there's one back. Decent tucked. It's going to be an interesting approach if he does just kind of buy time. No way. Oh, actually, never mind. Decent does bring the fight to Hunter. Will be Molotov down, but smoke to delay further. Trying to piece out here. m80 goes looking for him, and he's done very well to get away.
Time's going to be the problem, though. Look at the clock, already down to 27 seconds.
Heavy God tasked with picking up the bomb. Decent activating towards middle, trying to chase down Heavy God. m80, the lurk now. It's up to Vinny in the initial fight here. Malbs needs this fight.
Can't win.
He's holding the angle. That's a great flash from Heavy God. Shy will trade. m80 catches no way, but it is up to Heavy God. Somehow got to get this bomb down. They don't push. They don't push. Shy sits in the smoke instead. Allowed to plant. Clock no longer a factor. Heavy God tucked towards the 2nd orange. And Shy flashed again. Looking good from Heavy God. Masterful on the multi. Delivers what his team require. And the 2nd round is given to G2.
You can't be losing those, can you?
Yeah, that's a fumble.
And there's other things that just don't make sense there. So you have no way from the pit position throwing out the top mid smoke for the re-clear. Try gets the initial kill and then continues to search. You would want your player over towards Trash to be ready to swing based off of the next contact, but it's so disjointed. And then they set up on B, they still have 2 players. Vinny, classic in-game leader brain. Oh, I have a utility, it's late in the round. He goes to block, Mount plays ahead, he gets that kill. Shy doesn't want to take that one-on-one fight. And yeah, some frustrations being shown. That is a fumble and a half. They still have money for the buy.
Snacks is getting cheeky with it. He wants to fight this. Shy, blind, dead, of course. And Malbs builds around it.
He's open. Decent's close, but they should be able to force their way in.
He's going to get flashed in himself, but they're already ahead. They're in pool. His back will be turned, and just the one from him. Hang on. Try. Catches Heavy God mid. They really want to give this a look in, though. It's just finances are already a question. 2 consecutive round losses, so the save becomes a more prioritized approach.
Yeah, good stuff there from Snacks right top. Banana wins out that duel. Those 2 kills come their way quite quickly. They just waltz on in. What does that say? Titan of 2015. I know someone who beat Titan in 2015.
A real renegade.
Well, he'll get rid of that, understandably so. Okay, well.
That's Chad.
Yeah. That one's real. I know it'd fit right in with a lot of the in-game leaders these days. You just see the threads on HLTV. Bot in-game leaders, why? It's not even the kills, it's the way they move around the map.
You see, when Sean Gers was here, he'd put him back in his place.
That's true.
Yeah, he'd put him back down.
Valorant now, so we don't really talk about those type of people.
I miss him.
I don't know if you're even allowed to say that. He's a traitor.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yep, that's how I'd feel too there, Vinny. And the golf clap from Heavy God. He's been going to the driving range across the road from the hotel. Seen him out there every morning.
It's interesting to see G2 now starting to venture forth to Banana, knowing the util is light, so they don't want to brave it against the 4 buyers, but now the pressure is immediate. But the AWP is present.
And that util set is very understanding of the AWP in play. So the double HE to the mouth of Banana, the consistent Molotovs there to make sure he can't be posted on that line. He's played more passive. Surprisingly, they didn't play through. So we see the half-wall util land from Imperial. You can find yourself a buffer over towards the car position. They don't take it this time round. They used a lot of utility to not gain that space. So Imperial with P250s, a USP, a saved AK, and an AWP. Still have a couple of traps. Taking their time at G2. And this is where I get a little bit more worried, is about the late to mid-round calls for them. In terms of caliber of player, they should have Imperial outclassed, but here's your first fight.
Decent owns him, gets a rifle upgrade, very good catch. 2 rifles in play alongside that AWP. It is only really Try with a first. Gets down Snacks, and don't forget about that boost. It's not the perfect CT smoke. He has vision over the top, but MongolZ will remove it. Shy gone! And Try somehow is it another.
You give this one a go. This was essentially an eco behind the saved guns. 4v2, MongolZ and m80, M&M.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can wrap this one up. 3 towards that Coffins. Try posted as well. This is really powerful position for an AWP. m80 in that pool. MongolZ needs to time this to perfection. He doesn't want to give that pick to Try. Decent takes down m80, swings in, can't stop Try. Delivers when they need him most. A triple kill on that AWP, and yeah, it is a chef's kiss from the AWP and from the coach. Imperial steal one away.
Yeah, and I didn't think it was going to be the 2 players sweeping through halls that really caused the issue. Heavy God getting caught off by that. The fact that there's 2 players who are the A holders, it's hard to be educated, but it's Try. He gets the first shot while flash, the second one through a smoke, and the third one there, the necessary cover. So here's where it started to go wrong, and here's where it definitely went wrong. Now it becomes a 3v5 from this situation. And even still, there was a smoke available. Try had a smoke for the bomb, so that's 2 rounds now in this first half alone. But you've had the advantages, G2, and you've fumbled it.
Yeah, I mean, Decent hit some bangers there, didn't he? Good shot on Paul, great catch on Heavy God in abs.
Half-wall smoke out, Molly. But MongolZ doesn't want to tussle with the utility damage, so it's a little bit of a bluff early. This is a big stance in apartments. They can unravel the default here.
Yeah, they know about Hunter. Oh, the jump, a scroll wheel. Gets involved, whether that was panic or...
I think he wanted to get on the chair, right? Yeah. You can take that deeper angle down boiler. They just caught him with the sweep. So Imperial playing on the timings of the default map control. That means MongolZ has to react into something, but negated by a smoke now. So Shy is just going to backpedal with Vinny, and Try's also rotating over. So there are some options if they want to attempt to clear out top Banana again and have that AWP posted up, and then they can play heavy over towards A. For the interim, No Way and Decent just need to play passive and block if they can. And it's the right call. Half-wall smoke lands. This is what I was talking about before. MongolZ can actually play through this.
Yeah, but Shy and Try, that duo, activate just enough to find MongolZ and peace out. They claw a 2-man advantage out with 40 seconds left. The pressure is on for G2. Snacks pivots away. m80 goes looking, and a missed shot from the AWP, so the pressure is felt. Still 3 on A. Confidence in Shy and Try.
Time. That's going to be the issue right now. 25 seconds you have to go if you want to win this G2.
Molly available. m80 trying to keep the pressure up. That's good. That might force Vinny back. Yeah, it is. It's pulled one away.
Still a tough crossfire.
It is hard to break. Oh, heard a dismount. Audible. Great shot from Snacks. Hang on. He's done it. Opens up the A site with just a couple of seconds left on the clock. The plant comes through.
It's the second 3v5 they're about to win.
Turned it on its head. Oh, a chance presented itself there for Vinny. Doesn't find the headshot required. Forced away by the flames. Well, flashbang thrown out by Snacks. He'll peek in. He's really feeling himself now, and a crazy spray control from Heavy God does connect. Imperial a two-man advantage slips by the wayside.
Yeah, we've had 2 of these rounds, huh? And you didn't think that fake from m80 was going to be heavy enough. Vinny was already on the rotation, and they both make sound cues pit and side, and that gives G2 more than enough information to waltz on in, hit some necessary kills. Impact there from Snacks to confirm their 4th round.
What's the devil's advocate for why they're making sound cues with 12 seconds left in a crossfire?
They're scared that their B players aren't going to be able to hold the side.
Right, yeah.
That's it, right? Like, you haven't seen the bomb. You already had one player rotating over. That's your players. Like, normally with these rotations, you want to... The bomb is the key, right? Once the bomb is seen, then that helps educate your decision to do that, especially with the clock so late. So they're looking at the time. They're looking at the fact that the only noise and communication going on is about the B bomb site. They move. They're out of position. They lose the round.
Yeah, that's a
so
really
faked out.
It's a rough one. I mean, that's also that speaks to the experience of G2. The fact that it's 12 seconds left, you're still completely contacting up short. Bloody hell.
And the B defenders are the ones before who lost the round in the 3v5.
Good point, well made.
Well, now the A defenders can't complain. They have one of their own.
Okay. Oh, spotted something caught weird. Now the orb goes through, does deliver, try. No way! Goes for a repeat. Onto the USP for more.
Whiplash.
The audacity to go in for a second there. Try has delivered.
Road, mate.
Now what? Then he rotates back. Shy tasked with holding banana on the jiggle. Good. What? Vinny just gets his head blown off. m80 takes him down. Is decent in the pit. Was decent in the pit. Malms makes that past tense.
I wonder if Vinny was even looking their way.
I don't know. Yeah.
Because there's a lot of questions in that moment, but the reaction time from G2 to just clamp down on that A side, I think that's what caught them off guard, especially with how late some of these other moments have been.
I suppose the acceleration was also kind of... it was caused by the fact that you just killed 2 so quickly.
That's the thing. If you kill players aggressive in apps like that, you might be thinking, hey, they're doing a 3-banana setup, so they were foregoing arch side. Right. They were playing to unravel the default. If we had gone fast up mid, then they can give us that and then kind of box us in the site. So they stuck to their guns, but they were still diligent on the way in. Vinny is the first point of contact after that. Means, well, Decent's meant to be the A rotating rifler. They find him, and there you have it. So we're all tied up, 5-5. Loss bonus 1900 going into the next. I think that you are in the tough position of just having to play behind this saved M4.
4-1 to 5-5. Ain't going to be feeling great. This is that prize POV. Let's see it again. He's going for more. Look at that. No scope to the face of Snags. And then this is the shot onto Vinny. That opened up the A site. Really good proactivity from G2. You can see the timer on the clock as well. And ready for that pit player, despite the 2-man pickoffs in the apps early.
Yeah, Trice had a couple of nice moments there. That one they couldn't convert upon. And they will be just playing behind this. There's the M4 gone. That's the M4. That was the safe gun. That was the only way into this round.
Decent's picked it up.
I suppose.
Flash was there. Decent. He's losing bodies left and right. m80's just farming right now. Straight combine harvesting.
It's a reason you don't see too many players crossing middle like that. Oh, MP5.
What?
Well, that's an upgrade available for Mr. Heavy God indeed, as it is just going to be Try and Vinny, the final 2 members standing as G2 wriggle on and get themselves 6. Bomb planted again. Still some nice shots. Argentinian putting in a shift. As the AK's gone. They're going to be buying in the next round. Worst case, you give over another AK. Happy first day of spring, everybody. In Europe. I know that the rest of the world doing things at a different pace. As someone from the rest of the world.
It feels like spring today.
It does. The sun's out. It's a cozy 9 degrees.
It's lovely.
I never thought I would be the person to be excited about 9 degrees.
Yeah, well, welcome to Europe.
Maybe we get that shot from m80 on the replay. We're now going to be hedging into the final round first half. Here it is. Ah, yes, you are dead. You are dead indeed.
Starting to look a bit more like his usual self, and there's that MP5 in the mix. as well. Wow. For G2 to be down 4-1 and then to dig themselves into a potential 7-5 T-side half. Admirable. It's their turf, it's their territory. m80 online now, getting back to his usual top of the scoreboard position. I say that though, it's a very even kill distribution amongst the three of them. Hunter, Heavy, God, and m80 at the top of the tables. And yeah, Try, you're right. He's definitely been hitting some good shots. 6-6 scoreline, the best case scenario now for Imperial.
And again, this is G2's map choice. They've only lost it once this year. It is home turf for them in this series. Another one of these tough matches out the gates. We had the Huns going up against Spirit. Now we've got Imperial going up against G2.
Up next, a Bangaranga.
Yes, a rematch from EPL, I believe. Hunter, fast up banana.
Woof. Oh, and absolutely rips the head off of Shy. Did he blind? Oh, and he's farming him. One more available. The flash from Decent. He will swing in. He's not going to catch him. Still alive and kicking. Forced into the fight. Malb's the one to put him down. It's just too comfortable, too easy as Hunter delivers a lovely double entry.
I guess the bomb still needs to make its way over, so Heavy God has just gone T-stairs, grabbed that, starting to pedal over. He has this smoke, so can re-smoke CT spawn. Far off the mark, was he? No way, we'll find Hunter. 2v2. Chance in this one now.
2 flashes available from No Way. Does he give them to Try? Actually, he picks one up. Push on the second flash. Malbs has vision, knowns him. And nothing for Try here. Time-sensitive mission, 3, or rather 2 to find. And Malb's not going to let that happen. Okay, 7-5 on the half. G2 cooking up for that 2-0. But Imperial, they've got the individuals to take us the distance. Stay tuned. starting. Second half, second map, first game, second day. It's Blast Open Lisbon. Chad Sponge Birchall residing, as we've got a 7-5 half in favor of G2 on their turf. Still looks good for Try individually on the AWP. He's had a couple of moments. Hunter was the reason that we got through Mirage with a G2 win. An incredible career high performance on that map. Now it's been more of a team effort into our second.
Let's see how tactical this is. There's a couple of HEs invested by Imperial in this one. Are they used for the boost? Are they going to use those towards coffins? Well, right now they just need to get this banana control. So they're going to boost over towards the half wall. It's Logs to take first contact. All 5 members of Imperial now posted. Hunter will be the first point of rotation to join Malbs and Snacks on B. Has to be boosted with the USP. Malbs has the dual Berettas. Now, if they boost both these players up on the half wall, those options are still both available. Do they nade towards the CT boost up? Do they nade towards coffins? I think Pistoran, you'd probably go coffins.
What's cool is Hunter has a flash.
Okay, CT, here they come.
Yeah, and oh, perfect from Shy. An immediate headshot. Snacks has been overlooked, but he's fumbled the bag. That's the flash. And oh, he hits one, hits two. Finally brought down. That flash was great, but Shy is better. Man advantage in the post plant.
Okay, back of the fountain. Rotation of Heavy God and Monacy here now. Second smoke towards CT. That's going to channel them through Ruins. No other option.
Signature move. He's removed the silencer as Monacy.
Just get the P2K, mate.
At that point, get an extra bullet.
Okay, well, they're having a look. Bomb. Almost halfway gone.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Monacy and Heavy God. They aren't going to sneak their way in. Still progressing into this site. This dark Nubox setup. Oh, instant click. Finds a spot, but it's more from Shy, and now time sensitive. There is no way. Well, actually, it's Shy Jesus. And he's going to go down, but the round is Imperial.
They won both pistols, but they lose everybody in both pistols. So Imperial will convert another. And Shy's had some good moments across Mirage and now Inferno on the pistol round. So good shooting from him. We're still getting to see him up against the, well, best team he's ever played. Before this, just Brazilian or local opposition. Teams been in the top 30 of MIBR and Paint. Stacks does well to get 2, thanks to the Hunter flash. You can see that. I need to highlight the support there from the rotation on the way in.
Fuck. Second box, all three. Nice, bora!
An important pistol, but you have to get through this one. This is a must-win round for Imperial if they want to keep the dream alive.
Well, this is the type of round Imperial won within that first half of play to start those forced by wars back and forth.
Well, they make no secret, do they, of their occupation?
And at that moment, you're hoping you thrust them into a hasty decision. You want them to try and head in towards A, but they block top middle, so you can't do that. So you will give up the banana control. It means you have to retake it. And in a round like this, you are a little bit more limited with your resources. They've actually gone heavy for firepower. It's Galils and AKs only, no SMGs.
Doesn't feel like that's a good fight for a 5-7, but what do I know? He just hits the headshot, 75 damage, or 74 to be specific.
Look at the util that's left over. We're talking 2 smokes, couple of flashes, and 2 Molotovs. So at the moment, they don't have banana control, they don't have boiler control, they don't have brackets control.
And Mounts has another smoke as well to just block them one more time. That's really quite crazy how they've rotted the clock. Oh, such a good degree. Forced into the fight by the Molotov. Malbs.
They're ahead of the smoke.
Yeah, okay. Throws out that smoke and ooh, another dink. 2 of them now.
But the support, it's hard to move across. They were heavily hedged towards A.
Yeah, and Malbs is going to be reporting that if it does sound like the whole squad is on its way. Hunter, another flash is on its way. Will Malbs live long enough?
You need it now.
You need it now. He does throw it out. Good flash again from Hunter. Supports the boys. That smoke as well makes things difficult, but up and over. Malbs is supported, and he's hitting shots. Up to this, it's a big fight from Try. Removing Hunter and slowing things down once more.
It's these 2 again, and I think that you can hang around, see if you can find a kill as the smoke starts to subside, but otherwise save what you've got because you're not going to have anything into the next. And that's the decision that has been made as Monacy starts to backpedal alongside of Heavy God. So fortunate to get through with that. Really good support work from the pistol and into the force from Hunter. This time it was Malbs with a double on the B site, gets himself up to double digits, but all in all, that will be Imperial dealing with the force spy. You can just exit and hold on to those rifles. As touched upon, it was a heavy investment, no SMGs, so you want to make sure you keep those AKs at the very least and try being low. They need to get away. There you have it. We're all tied up, 7 apiece. Not out of it just yet. Imperial were happy with the way that this video went. Well, at least I would say they're happy based off of the games that they've played together. I didn't ask them, no. Oh. But look, I would have been happy. Barrage and Inferno towards the top of their map pool. Anubis is the third and deciding map if we do need to get there. Cut him off the knees there, didn't he? And then Hunter swinging through, understandably so, thinks he can make the most of the chaos, but try continue some sharpshooting. And we spoke about it before we went to the halftime break, but Eternal Fire versus Liquid coming up next. The reason that's important is not only is it the next fixture you'll be watching, the winner of this will play the winner of that.
Yeah.
We are in Group B, the opening day. And remember, 3 teams from each group will make it to the 16 playoff in Lisbon. Right now we're in Copenhagen, in the group stage in the very beautiful studio you just got a shot of there. And then we go to the arena.
Copenhagen.
My apologies.
Thank you.
It does sound like they sneeze every time they say a place. Don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, if they sneeze in a Danish way, yeah. A Danish sneeze.
A Danish sneeze.
Copenhagen.
Talking before in
Copenhagen.
But it's like, what was it? Some bike race, right? You see what I mean?
Yeah, I see you. I see you. Or like that dessert. I'll have the hygge.
For one. Just one spoon.
Yeah, and a spoon, please. Thank you.
Well, banana control, boiler control, brackets control. That's a whole lot better than last round.
This smoke makes it, well, forces Snacks to hold this arch. Let's see how Shy's hold is. Oh, he seems so aware that there's someone. Oh, great awareness. Crosshair placed. Decent catches. Mal's making a play.
He's been able to shoot. I think it's just his decision making at the moment. And
Yeah.
when you haven't played top tier Counter-Strike before, that, and especially when you're from a smaller region that doesn't get to do it all the time. It's not a small region. What am I talking about? It's probably
a less dominant region.
A less dominant region, not the meta-defining region.
There we go. That's the one.
They have a lot of Counter-Strike.
Because there has been some dominance from that region.
That's true.
Yeah. LGSK.
Did you see coldzera did his Brazilian Dream Team? I don't even know if he did it on stream. I didn't. I just caught the... Yeah, and it didn't... It had Big Azera, Insani, Skulls, NQZ.
Sounds pretty good.
And Queserado.
Yeah, that's...
I'm pretty sure that's the same one as I would go for.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
Had Cobra Zera, which, as we all know, brother of coldzera.
Yep.
Venom Zera. Here's another link.
It could be Sponge Zera.
It could be. That'd be great. Venom Zera is on Red Canids.
Yeah.
Which is where Phelps, who was on Imperial before, joined alongside of coldzera and Henny. You like that? It all comes full circle.
It's all very confusing.
No, it's not.
Yeah, a little bit. There's so many Brazilian teams now. The Red Canids, Henny, coldzera, Phelps, Drop, Venom Zera. That sounds quite strong.
Doesn't it? Other than the fact that Henny and Phelps are older than you think they are.
They are no older than 25.
You've no idea what you're talking about, mate. 29 for Henny, 28 for Phelps. So you've lost about 4 years. I think everybody did.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
All right, rifle round, G2.
Powerful smoke and
this is fast.
accelerate. Look at him go. Oh, spam's not bad. Slows them down, actually cancels their plans. Wow, Monacy.
And all unconfirmed.
Yeah, but that's caused a pivot.
And you have no idea if they're passed or not. Right? They don't know if they got past Archside. They heard all the steps. They're going to be so worried about this. Honestly, just investigating now, but has to do so quite diligently. In Banana, there's still a tussle for control as well. So Imperial, just with that acceleration, have really ruined G2's round in a big way. There's questions that are just being answered by Hunter now, who's gone through the Arch side. They need to sweep and clear off Bracket's control to secure it. And in the interim, Imperial are taking this Banana space.
Snags under scrutiny, activates Malbs as well. They've managed to pick away at one from the pack and a pivot now. Shy working on that long fight. No one active on it as it stands. Hunter too far away to spot Arch. Honestly, we'll have to be cognizant that this is a possibility, but I like the pacing here. Shy delivering, taking some proactive fights. Hang on, Heavy God trying to transfer down to Decent on short. That's a big pick. Hunter goes down. It's all Shy into the site. Lovely proactivity. Takes the gap he has and profits.
Where are Snacks and Malbs going? They just kept getting closer and closer and closer when they should have been getting further and further and further. They need to make sure they retain these guns. The loss bonus going into the next round will be maxed on out, so they will be able to drop. Heavy God will be able to buy himself, and they can have another full rifle round. But what an interesting round from Imperial. Fast. Called off because of the spam damage, which was unconfirmed. Seeds of doubt. They win out a fight, then they rotate back towards the side and they waltz on in. So very well done.
Very unique pacing. Fast, slow, then fast again.
Well, I was a little bit critical, I think, of what was going down on Mirage. There was a lot of late finishes, and it didn't feel very pieced together other than the attempted P90B rush, which they could have actually won that round as well. Remember, try and connect the heavy got jumping across the side. It was Hunter.
Yeah.
It's kind of where he got going, winning that one out. Talking about the drops right now at G2, and as mentioned with the money and the loss bonus, they can definitely buy. Honestly, still not wielding the CT side AWP.
Haven't seen much of it from him.
No, and look, it's not necessary. He's also very potent on the rifle. Taz is going to call a tactical timeout to have a conversation because it's starting to get a little bit too close for his likings. And when I say close, I mean Imperial are winning. 9-7, so another half with another strong start. G2, they like to give him a few before they get going.
Shy Jesus' knife is called Brax. Do you think he's a swag fan? Or do you think it's a Brazilian word, a Portuguese word? Brax.
Is it
B-R-A-X?
I would imagine it's after the player.
Yeah.
I wonder what the lore is there.
Yeah, me too. I'm intrigued. Are you a fan? Maybe he was initially called Shy IWNL.
I will never lose.
Let me prove it false.
But at least it's a good mantra to live life by.
What's your mantra?
Oh, there's a couple.
IWAC. I will always cast. That's not true either. With banana players, it's a whole different chess game, isn't it?
It's a utility simulator. Which combination are they throwing?
Right. And right now...
You are right about chess game, because that's what it's about, combinations.
Ooh, Mouse gets that pick. No trade from Vinny. Coming now. Big fight. Big fight. Ooh, Snacks, he wins out. Just a peanut left in his health pool, though.
Yeah, you can tell he felt threatened there as well because of that defensive piece of utility that he dropped. Needs to be careful because Shy and Try, they have a way. Some people would say no, but the rotation from Hunter joining this to double up. Now, the fact that he's not playing side, I would slink on through this.
Yeah, he is.
I love the call.
He's going for it. Again through the smoke. A couple of steps. Makes no secret of this. Smoke, he can have vision here. Nade to bait. Lovely catch. He doesn't finish the meal. Oh, Snacks. A golden opportunity squandered. Now the bomb will go down. It's retake time. Kits on Hunter and Monacy. Late on their rotates. Still miles away.
These two feel like they've never been in the play.
It does. It really does feel like they've just never had a chance to actually voice concerns. Oh, you deep flash. They're fighting for ruins here. It's good reaction out of Hunter. He doesn't stick around.
Smoke banana, flash and go.
It has to be. Another flash. Oh! Fully blind and booked, but that's a trade out of Heavy God, and he leaves with 2. Up to Try. Try as hard as he might. 3 is a big ask, but he's doing it! He's done it! On the reload, Heavy God holds, baits it out, confirms his presence, and he's gonna clutch up! On fire indeed, Try! More impact from the Argentinian.
Zach's happy with that one. Lets out the war cry, and the impact just continues for this kid. He's had his time in the spotlight, felt like maybe he had squandered it, but in this Imperial roster, showing why he gets the call up. This third, Heavy God trying to do what he did on Mirage. I'll just hold mouse 1 and hope that he walks into my bullet. And that is a fumble. G2 with the man advantage, you think as well. Snacks getting that kill as they jump across. Can't get it done. They get to set up for the post plant. Just a rally of flashes. Really good utility work there to keep them in that choke point. And actually to settle themselves. That was Imperial with a tactical timeout. Maybe to talk about the money, maybe just to relax. Need to focus. Only 3 more rounds required to push this one the distance.
Anubis, the 3rd map in this series. And of course, an opening game for them. You've highlighted it. I think it has to be said again that this being the hardest and highest ranked team that Shy Jesus has ever played, and the fact it could go the distance, the fact that he is an influential factor in the game, 2nd highest on the scoreboard. It's a story we can all enjoy. Hunter gives it a good go, unloads his mag, decent down to half health. Shy responds with an aid in kind, break and swing, doesn't nail it. Mount will punish. 1 down. In a must-win round, this partial investment.
Yeah, there's stress. Right there, you see them missing a nade for another clear. So they also tried to do that one where it's a set HE to clear the smoke and go for the fight and couldn't stick the landing there. So this would be quite a miserable round to lose, one that would bring you back down to earth.
Yeah, it would extinguish that flame you see on the right side of the screen.
I think that the other key is, again, with this format, if you do lose your opening game, only one team through the lower bracket of each group makes it to the playoffs. So to have G2 getting upset early, you wonder what that does for their hopes. And they're one of these teams, as we do look at the Blast.TV Austin Major around the corner, the VRS cutoff on the April 7th. It is important for them to have a decent result in Lisbon. They don't have to win it. They can't get blown out in back-to-back series. Man disadvantage. They have banana control. G2 are responding to that, or at least they were. MongolZ has just told Hunter to head back over and stack. Snack's not the weapon for the job unless they come his side, and those smokes indicate they very well could do.
Snack's licking his lips. An opportunity to farm on the Mag 7. m80 goes wide and loses his life. Now a response from Snacks is good. Removes Decent, but there's more where that came from. Hunter's on the site, and don't forget about Heavy God. Does draw fire. They know the two of them are on A, and they have to hurry this up. It's Hunter. Haven't said his name as much as Mirage, but a high-impact round and a bit of a capitulation from Imperial.
Yeah, that's tough, right? The banana control, they were very stressed about that. But Hunter's got 14 kills so far in this map. Let's add that to his 36. He's got 50 for the series. So if he just keeps on farming a few more, getting more contributions from MongolZ and Heavy God in this map as well. m80 just swinging out to the open, not expecting so many bodies there. Important Snacks gets that kill because it slows things down. They have to deal with him. And then Hunter and using some banana, now over towards short side as well. You win this one, G2, you take control of the finances. Only 1,900 loss going into the next, so it will be half investment territory for Imperial, bar the saves. So as Inferno starts, as traditionally goes on, it's going to be G2 to win this banana control. You're seeing it again, right? Those HEs to clear the smoke, the AWP posted. Like Astralis were doing a couple of events ago.
Yeah, but it has locked them out, and then a re-smoke with a swing? MongolZ, that's amazing.
I can't believe that he's played ahead of the smoke in that situation.
But so quick. I mean, that's just like a reaction speed test for Try, and he loses.
You're also not expecting a player to swing when you see that smoke coming.
Yeah, just that momentary lapse in your focus. Thinking the fight was over for another 20, but wow, MongolZ delivers. Can they rectify? Can they find a way to equalize? With 60 seconds on the clock, they start to path into a finish.
And there's 4 players here for G2 to defend. They won at the banana control. Now they're heavily set up to deal with A. They've blocked towards apps. That is going to send No Way looking elsewhere. Vinny at the bottom of banana. That's telling where this round is looking to finish. Now, MongolZ, are you going to call for support? Brackets is just being cleared in this moment. So the perfect time for him to block. His teammates say nothing mid. Now he knows he has to block. Do Imperial play through this? They don't really have any other options.
Yeah, and he's playing to disrupt. He knows it's likely going to be the break and go. There, the Molotov signify the commit. No break. They have to walk through this. Flash is good, but MongolZ still delivers one onto Vinny. Keeps the numbers up. That's 4. Doesn't finish it off. It's Hunter adjusting and farming up a triple. Back-to-back multi-kills, back-to-back triples from Hunter. Makes it just a one-round game.
That's a well-played round there from G2, right? They get the banana control. They win that initial fight, even though it was risky from MongolZ. He comes out on top, so you can't question it if he sticks the landing. Then at that point, they say 4A. They clear out middle from the long side. They get the information. MongolZ blocks. It buys time for the rotation. Sat down.
What's weird is it kind of looks like... It looks like nothing on MongolZ's screen. You see it from Try's perspective and you realize it was 100-mile-an-hour insta headshot.
They blink and you miss it. Call for something, you miss it. That lapse of concentration, you're dead. Well, here's that partial Imperial investment. We'll be buying into the next. So G2, a free punt at being able to tie things up 10-10.
There's a very clear intent here, Chad. They want to pop, they want to punish. m80 falls back, flashed off the line. Brackets control seized, but it's actually a test for Heavy God spray, and a nice one from Shy Jesus.
Doing the starter step there with the AK. Now they're boxed in.
Yeah, really, really quick on this. MongolZ has their exit covered. Here we comes the fight as Try tries to leave. Good awareness, good awareness, good fragging from MongolZ as well. Back-to-back impact. As a 10th round seems certain.
Yeah, how do you even get back? You only have to go forward. Honestly knows one is peering at the end of apps, is just catching those shoulder jiggles from Shy and walks into the AWP. Now Decent has taken the bomb and he's gone all the way back around the world towards T-Stairs, but so has MongolZ. He took those 2 kills, he's come and reset. He's no longer playing in a position where it's like, oh, can he come up underpass? Can he come second mid? Can it be T-Stairs? No. I'm going to play this one smart and looking good for his 18th kill. Oh, actually, it was out, and there you have it. So Malbs in some good form now.
Crispy.
Didn't want to say it.
Something about B.
Right, well, the tactical timeout now called from Imperial. Zach's last opportunity to try and change the flow of this because, again, another strong start in the beginning of the half. Barrage, that's how it kicked off. This time around, they were 4-1. Start of the second half of this, 5 straight rounds. So the Pistols have really been helping Imperial get off to these buffers. But now that we're getting deep into Inferno, 3 rounds on the trot, no bomb going down. You'd want that to change at the bare minimum, because as you're losing these rounds, sure, they're getting closer to 13, but your loss bonus is building. That extra 600 in the back pocket is going to go a long way into you staying competitive down the stretch. Fortunately for G2, they've actually been able to build up some residual cash themselves. Everybody has at least one more buy available, m80 with 2. So Imperial want to fight for banana control.
Let's find out. He rattles off a shot. Decent trying to progress as well. It's Malbs they've got to get past. He's been Molotoved into the corner. Vision will restore. Chaining flashes into defensive manner.
Towards A.
Yeah, they are trying
very
to pop.
quickly. Only 2 here.
But that's a great pick-off. Catches them on the break of the smoke. Sets themselves up for failure there. Shy Jesus gone. m80 now tending to long. Smoke isn't great. Oh, but the headshot is... Vinny removes the yaw button, levels us out. Hunter rotates through to the library, will be able to contribute as well. Backs a turn, frag not found, unable to track, and it's no way puts him down. Wrapping in, looking good, threatening, but there is a lot of cavalry on their way. Cantering over, Heavy God hits another headshot on the USP swap. Hard work from Hunter finished off. It's Malbs with a headshot onto Vinny. No way on 10 HP. This is a must-win round for Imperial to get back on the horse. Double kill out of no way. Vinny, an important contribution.
Interesting plan. We'll see how Decent can use this from library. He's actually playing close. He's playing behind this smoke he just dropped.
Nah, it's going to be an easy first. The barrel betrays, and now a hard shot to hit from Snacks. Doesn't nail it. No way, crouching, hiding behind the box. He's trying to catch him. He's only got 21 bullets, and still the nade could be good. Could be great. Oh, he's so close. Running him down with the USP. Decent holds on. And the 11th is theirs first. Imperial 2 rounds away from Anubis.
So everybody in these clutch situations just want to fight. Nobody ever wants to use that bloody bomb, and this one almost goes against them there.
There was a real opportunity. If Decent went down there. Whoo-ee.
I get it. They're coming out of a tight choke point, but damn, you almost let Snacks into this. Vinny is the one that gets them into the round. So right there, what this is telling of, identified by Imperial quite quickly that it was 3 players vying for the banana control. That's with the pop, that's with the explosion towards A, that's with the wrap and trying to isolate those defenders once m80 goes down.
Big fight banana for Decent. He's actually going to try and take a fight on that half wall with a flash. Malbs actually thinks twice about it. Snacks anti. Falls back and posturing for early VXEG. Combining a flash with that anti-AWP molly. Retake util thrown out. Good nade as well. Chunks them and actually forced into the fight by the Flames. Good flash back, but actually catches your teammate. Not so good after all.
Eyes on No Way's lurk right now. Feels like he has to make a play, but that smoke has just faded. He backs off. So what are you doing in Boiler? Are you going to try and kick up a fuss? Are you trying to catch a kill on a player rotating? Well, they don't need to right now. G2 have the man advantage. No Way showing there still is presence and pressure with the long side smoke. He's heavy got in pit, m80 in sight, but still the 3 players from Imperial with the bomb, top banana. Flash at the ready for Snacks. Hunter playing over towards CT on the boost anti, and Malbs on the jiggle.
I like that setup. Incendiary first, tuck. God flash when Hunter or Malbs call for it.
So it can be a... Ooh.
What's that?
Missed indeed.
Flash isn't bad, but a little early. Still leads to a frag. Shay gone. Vinny with the bomb on his back. Good flash back. He's still alive, though.
Let the boost activate.
2 left. G2 have handled this well. With class, with poise, and with 5 alive, they respond.
All right, well, as mentioned, this is home turf for G2. The scalps they've taken this year, Bait, FaZe, Pain, Game League, Jamals, only 1 loss at Katowice, 2 Virtus Pro. And they're looking to add Imperial to that laundry list.
Yeah, they're making them work for it.
Yeah, it is a tight game, but just having a look at some of these, you've got a 13-11 against Mouse, a 13-11 against Gamer Legion, a 13-10 against FaZe, so quite a few of them have been double digits. But sticking to their guns with this 3-man B stack, they get the job done. Money broken, round 12.
Horrible time for that to happen.
This should be a certainty. It's just the flash for Vinny to pop into top mid. m80, he gets caught off guard and run down. You can see defensive utility. Okay, we have banana control, let's block. And they've done precisely that.
Interesting, they're just going to flood through with a flash, but Hunter knows he's positioned accordingly. And oh, it's a multi-kill spray down. Massacres them. And Vinny actually uses that smoke to slip away. I wonder if that's going to be leading to any more hijinks. Just another extra little Glock to the face. Build up your confidence. m80's having none of it. And so an opportunity, series point for G2. Late m80 AWP arrival.
Yeah, look, with how the tussles in the early stages, if you get off to the pistol win and then you convert the first gun round, you get some cash to work with, then easy to buy. But just these slower starts to the halves, that's what's really making this scoreline a whole lot closer. I think in the rifle rounds across the board, more often than not, we've been looking at G2 and going, yeah, good solid job. You know, great openings, good stacks. Another 3-man B opener. So same setup of Heavy God and m80 over towards A.
Smoke to start, but no fight.
Pretty aggressive stance here from m80, looking for somebody trying to hedge up middle quite quickly. The flash is being rallied out for Malps to be able to contest banana, but it's quicker towards the boiler and holes control this time for Imperial. Shy is up.
m80's holding for him though. Smoke again. Oh, this crucial junction of the game as well. That is going to limit their options. They wanted to be in brackets by now, but having to respect the missed smoke.
Vinny's up and tucked. Rotation, Snax is now joined to make it 4 strong on A. 3-quarter smoke lands again to sow seeds are down on the mid to B.
G2 are in the right place for this.
See Zach in the background there.
Yeah, head and hands.
Willing them into overtime.
Oh, Snax is going to try and make a play, just trying to catch the timing. No one is actually looking right now, but Shay just starts, and he's positioned it so well. Timing it to perfection. This is all about the timing on the smoke fade.
It's coming through.
Activating short, and from behind he strikes. It's a team kill as well. Boils down to the 3v1 as m80 picks off try. It's all up to decent, and the bomb is lost. I think the game is too. Nade at his front door. Heavy God spots him out. The Molly will force a fight, but with 15 seconds, he hasn't got time for this. Heavy God secures it. G2, a must-win game to start off. That lower bracket is condemnation. Just one team can get out of that lower bracket, and that's where Imperial have been sent by the G2 Samurai.
Yeah, close but no cigar. Mirage 13-8 with a massive performance from Hunter on map number 1, flicking over to Inferno, keeping that streak alive now, G2. Another win on home turf, but this one was close. They had to fight for this. It wasn't easy. Imperial came to play. We got the desk standing by to break that one down.
Yeah, by no means an easy series for G2 to get over the finish line, but they do secure this one versus Imperial with the 2-0. But I think Chad is totally right, Jacob. G2 got tested at almost every point, particularly on their home choice of Mirage.
Yeah, both maps for that matter, they really had to fight for it from start to finish. I think G2, I wouldn't say they got lucky to get away with a 2-0 right here, but it did feel to me like it was one of those games that could easily have gone 2-0 the other way. I think Imperial did a good job. I think Mirage, obviously, in itself, the Hunter performance, we'll speak about that later. Yes. Inferno as well. Even though that Imperial were struggling massively in the opening stages of the round, they were losing an awful lot of opening kills. It felt like the later stages, whenever they had to execute into a bomb site, they were the ones, you know, keeping it ahead of G2. So overall, not a bad performance by Imperial, but G2 somehow, some way managed to scrape by.
And we do indeed have m80 joining us up here on the desk. First of all, congratulations for getting that one over the line. Inferno, that was a tricky one for us to be watching. Did it feel complicated in the server?
No, I think we would like making it complicated, I think. Like, I mean, I think we can do better. But the game was good. Nemanja carried us. Prime Nemanja 2025. And but I think we just sometimes complicate some rounds, you know. And all of a sudden, it's a big score already, you know.
We got the info, or the confirmation rather, that that was Hunter's best game ever, or his best map ever on Mirage. Yeah, that's him making history. Did he wake up this morning? Was he feeling a little different, or what happened there?
Nema is sick for like the last 3 days. Since Stockholm, he's feeling a bit sick. Not a bit, but he was like very sick yesterday. And yeah, I think like he's trying to take some, you know, medicine, you know, and feel better. But if he's playing sick like this, you know.
Yeah, let's keep him sick for that matter. You said you're complicating it a little bit. I'd agree with that. I think you got a lot of opening kills on the CT side on Inferno. 4 rounds in a row, 5 rounds in a row. You're playing 5v4, and you had a tough time converting those. What was it that you were complicating? Was it communication? Was it just individual decision making? What went wrong?
I think we are moving as a team a bit slow, you know. I think we can do decisions. We can make decisions much faster because, like, I feel like in some situations where you have to react, you know, we're reacting a bit slow to some, I don't know, like late round and mid round as well. And I think we can be better in this. And I think everyone was shooting good today, you know, everyone was feeling good. And the money, of course, like, you know, the guy's legend.
Yeah, and I know you probably hate this question, and we'll continue to talk about it forever, I guess, but not having Nico by your side anymore as being that big voice that, I guess, made you guys react, that's something you still have to learn to figure out how to react a bit faster without his voice on the CT side?
I mean, I think we improved since the beginning of the year. We started playing better without his voice, I would say. But yeah, I mean, we're like, everyone is trying to be active. I think Mario today on CT and Inferno was very active and loud in TeamSpeak, you know. Yeah. No, I don't know how to say it. No, he was talking a lot, you know. Yeah. Me as well, Nikita as well, Janes as well, Nema as well. Everyone was doing a very good job on CT, but as I said, I think we can like do things faster, because in this game you have to be like, you need to always react on something. You cannot just stand like a statue, you know, and they come and they execute you and you're dead on CT, you know. If they do B split smoke on Inferno, you have to react, you know. If they do split smokes on A, you have to react always. You cannot just stand in a position. But obviously there are some how to say it, what's the word, I forgot. Like, obviously you don't have to react always, you know. Yeah. But yeah, it's all out in this headphones. I can hear myself. You know? Yeah,
how about yourself? You're dynamic because you're playing a lot with MongolZ now, and you're playing with Nico. That was obviously very vocal, right? How do you adapt to that when it comes to your voice and doing the things that you want? Because MongolZ seems to be much more passive, like staying in his positions and not moving that much. And how is that working for you? Do you have to direct him? How is that dynamic going?
Mario passive. Well, I think like he's on chain. Like, I mean, not on chain, but you know, like, he's very aggressive, you know. I think, in my opinion, like on, for example, Mirage, like this connector, I feel like he's always like playing aggressive, but that's what is killing him sometimes, you know. Sure. He needs to Mario needs to learn how to play more passive and how to move people around on the map, because he sees more than others, you know, like anchors, and he can help a lot to like anchors and us. And but sometimes he's just like, you know, running through connector, dying, you know, like picking stairs, dying. But he's doing also a lot of impact as well, you know, because of that. But a lot of times he's just giving up a lot of entries. But Mario is shooting very good. That's why he's relying on his aim a lot, and that's what makes him very good rifle, you know.
All right, you gotta keep him on a leash a little bit, you know.
Yeah. But yeah, sometimes we just have problems with being over-aggressive, and we are giving up a lot of entries, and we are giving up a lot of like when we are 5v2, 5v3, you know, we just want to peek. Yeah, we have really good aimers in the team, and everyone wants to shoot, and because we feel confident, you know.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's killing us.
Okay.
Not, yeah.
It's about finding that balance.
Yeah, no,
but
totally makes sense.
You're right. Sometimes he's fast.
Just like staying in the same positions, right? Like, it's more about Nico is all over the map. Like, he can be A, B, pushing, having that impact, and being aggressive. And that's the one thing that I'm a bit missing. And so sometimes you're overtaking for him, and sometimes you're being passive because you want to give him space. And finding that balance is something that you had with Nico, obviously. And so how that was working, right?
With Nico, we were just giving space to each other to do something. Like, for example, if Nico wanted to do something, we had like a 50-50, you know. We have a lot, like, we had very good balance. He wanted to do something, he calls what to do for me, you know, and after I can take charge in mid round, you know, and sometimes I'm taking space as well, you know, like without, I don't know, I want to do this, I want to do that, you know, blah blah blah. And yeah, because Nico was calling on CT side, he was main AJL on CT side, you know, and but he was doing a very good job on Nico on CT. That's why we had to learn how to play without him, I would say, and we had to learn what he was saying, you know, and giving information for the team, you know, because yeah, we always have to learn, you know, from mistakes, because if you don't learn from mistakes, you can get in trouble in the future. You know?
Sometimes it takes a bit of time to get over EX, you know. That's how it works.
No, I imagine that's a tough task indeed. Obviously, if you win one more game, you will be qualified for Lisbon for the playoffs at quarterfinals at the very least. That's either going to be against Eternal Fire or Liquid. Do you have any preference of who you'd want to play in that matchup?
No.
Anyone?
No,
Take who you given?
No, we lost to... No, honestly, I don't care. But we lost to Eternal Fire, I remember, on Blast here, Blast Bounty, so maybe it's not bad to take revenge, you know, against them. But yeah, I'm not gonna say they're a comfortable opponent, they're not comfortable. We don't care, we're just gonna prepare against team who's gonna play against us. Yeah.
However the cards are drawn. I like to hear that, Manasi. Thank you so much for your time. I'll let you go off and get
Thank you so much,
ready with your team. See you later on. Congratulations to G2. Obviously, they will be going onwards and upwards to that upper bracket final game qualification against whoever they may draw, Liquid or Eternal Fire. I liked Manasi's honesty with that. Like, obviously, it's no, you know, stranger that Nico, big hole to be filling with the team. There was obviously way more than just his raw aim that he was offering for the squad. And that's something that's going to take some time for them to learn.
Yeah, and I'm glad he invited us into the thought process and into the communication within the team. That's one of the things that I was raising, you know, when people spoke about Malz, saying, yeah, he can easily transition into becoming the new Nico. I think from a mechanical point of view, yes, Malz have everything he needs in order to be a great influential player. He's a great aimer, great mechanical skills, but the communication, as you said as well, you know, knowing when to be stagnating, knowing when to play the same position over and over, and know when to change it up a little bit, how to dictate the pace, how to dictate the players around him. Maybe Malz needs a bit more time before he feels comfortable in that position.
And that's really what we saw between the two maps, right? He played Beyond Inferno, talking about the city side especially, right? Beyond Inferno, comfort map for him. He was having an excellent game on Inferno. They started winning rounds on City when they started taking Banana, and him being more aggressive to the point of Manesi, obviously. Coming to, like, looking back at Mirage on their city side, he was non-existent. And there was a part of that aggression, but finding that right balance of when to be aggressive and have impact, or when to be on the A-bomb side and supporting your A player. And that's where Nico was excellent. And that's where the dynamic between Nico and Manesi was perfect. And I hate just going back in the past into that duo, etc., but that's how it was. And then now, looking at the game, Hunter bailed him out. But that duo and that work in mid was just not good enough. And that's where Malz need to learn how to make his star players work around him and enable himself as well.
And I think that's a way to summarize the game as a whole. I think G2, they get off with a 2-0 win. Obviously, that's great for them. I think Imperial played way better than I thought they would in this game. The fact that they were able to apply pressure on both maps, and as I said, arguably could have won this game 2-0 or at least pushed it into a third map. So for G2, I feel comfortable saying that this was not their best performance at all. And if they want to beat either Eternal Fire or Liquid next time around, they have to play better. Whereas for Imperial, they should be somewhat comfortable in the sense that, yes, you lost the game, and that's going to feel, you know, a little bit dire right now. It's going to feel a bit unsatisfying that you couldn't get it done. But at the end of the day, the quality of Counter-Strike they displayed, that was at a high level and way better than any of us would have thought.
Would you agree with that sentiment that Imperial kind of surpassed the level that you were maybe expecting them to show here?
I kind of expected them at that level. I thought they were gonna be good. I thought Shy is a very good addition because it brings a lot of balance to the team. I really liked what I saw from him. And overall as a team, you saw they had ideas and they just locked themselves in that T-side Mirage. If they win that half and they win that first map, they might have won Inferno with that extra confidence, with that extra thing on top. And if not, it would have been a third map, so they would have another chance to win the whole game. So that was the only disappointment a little bit, that they just didn't stick to it. And on Inferno, they had their game plan, they executed it. It was very close, even though they won some clutches and like good situations. Overall, I think that's what I expected from Imperial, because I think G2 is not a very stable team at this point. And so they can be moved around, and a team like Imperial will like to do that.
That is the scary part. You know, the lowest ranked team in this group came very close, as you said, to beating G2, or at least taking off map from them. So I think it's more that G2 needs to step it up than Imperial on delivering, because I agree with you, they played a good game of Counter-Strike.
100% agree, and luckily enough for them, it is a double elimination format, so they will have one more chance to be keeping their heads and maybe rewriting their road onwards to Lisbon for the playoffs. That's going to be versus the loser of Eternal Fire or Liquid, which obviously we've got to find out how that happens in the second series of the day. But are you counting Imperial out at all in this? Do you think, you know, there could be a chance on the cards for them to at least get one series win?
Ask me when we've seen Liquid and Eternal Fire play. I think on paper, no, Imperial shouldn't be able to beat any of those two teams, but I am more confident in saying that today after watching them versus G2 than before the tournament. I think they played good, so there's a chance, but not high likelihood.
There's a chance. There's always a chance.
There's always
like,
a chance.
especially if there's an Imperial against FURIA in the lower bracket, I don't know exactly how he goes.
You like to say 50-50, don't you?
Like,
Either you win or you lose. So
exactly.
it's
It's always how he goes. Yes, they always have a 50%. But no, they have a chance to upset teams, especially a lot of teams are on a downwards trajectory, and they're just here to prove themselves. So like they have something to show. And no, I'm hopeful for them. They can take maps at the very least.
Yeah, we will be seeing that go down as our second series of the day. But obviously, we're lucky enough to be joined by current in-game leader MBK, and Jacob is going to get the opportunity to pick his brains on that very topic after this break. Join us back then.
And about to become a floppy disk now. Torsen in with the opener. Gamer Legion immediately get off to a good start. Rez hears the pitter-patter of footsteps in through the apartment. And so he's ready for that. Slend even posted with him. It's a strong crossfire set up between Pit and Sight. And look at that, in the blink of an eye, the round looks to be over. Only Snow left. Oh my God. Knife pulled from ZTR.
Cheeky.
No respect given.
Cheeky guy. We might honestly just see Eternal Fire try and save, because they're about to lose this B site.
Oh wait, the bomb just crossed over. Okay, it gets down, it's fine. Right, the bomb started like rooting towards the right side as you come out ramp, and that immediately made me nervous. Maybe I didn't need to be, as now it's only Madge. Madge is still floating around on the ramp. He would love this kill, and then...
Is he going for the knife?
Do it.
Yeah, come on.
Go on, Madge.
Go on.
Go on, Madge.
Good lad.
Yeah, knife pulled. Take that, Madges.
And Nav finds that flank from Krad. You can see 9Pandas trying to squirm around the map to get something back. Potential for Nav to be found out.
And Diladez, he snuck into this corner inside a mini. Maybe there's a chance he gets away with this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Doubles down on the bomb carrier. T's able to scramble. Long-range fight for Diladez. Oh, and Alv's able to snap his crosshair down onto Nav. JKS tends to be good for a clutch or two.
Yeah, Bomb's in an interesting spot. He's got 20 seconds.
Still thinking maybe Diladez is out around the main corner. He's going to find out that's now clear, but he is walking into a perfect pinch here for 9Pandas. Yeah. Oh, no! No!
Oh my God, get the knife!
God forbid. The perfect crossfire almost goes wrong.
Tessez with a phenomenal game. Needs now more than ever to be that bastion of hope. It's a double up, it's a double kill, but not even that might be enough to keep Falcons in this. Eternal Fire, 3v2. 2 kills away from this bomb burner of a series falling in their favor, locking in a spot in the LAN playoffs of Blast Bounty. It's Dexter and Kicksan left to try and stop them. A union that took so long to come together. It took a while to have Kicksan and Dexter on the same side of the server. Can they dig deep? Can they pull back this 2-on-3? It's just the captain. It's just Madja. Knife pulled as the captains clash. Defuse being held. And Madja seals the deal with a knife.
We're very lucky to be joined by NBK for this week's of Blast Action. And I want to dive into your mega brain a little bit, because I know that you're an in-game leader. I know you've been around for a long, long time. And I have this idea that talking to you and getting a better understanding of what it's like to be an in-game leader in modern day and age Counter-Strike would be good for me, but also for the viewers at home. So Nathan, tell us, where are you playing right now, you know, in terms of your role within your team, and what are you up to when you're not joining me on the disc?
Sure. So yeah, starting a new team, and so starting as an AGL there to like help shape everything and try to make something work for the future in grind from zero. So having to look at a lot of demos, learning from the best IGLs that are here at this tournament, and trying to emulate some of their ideas. And so there are very distinct ways of approaching, especially on the city side. IGLs that are going to be more active in center of the map, and IGLs that are going to be more anchors, like the more the snacks kind of players, and the more active like the Apex. Blitz is also very notorious for that, where they can take control. They can be all over the map. Usually they're going to be rotation on city then, so like playing towards city spawn, short, A. And the big thing when you're very active and central in those positions is that you can be everywhere. And that's where you have your strength as an IGL, right?
Yeah, and I kind of want to dive into it right away. We have Dust 2 as a map as well, and you're telling me that you're in the center of the action. You're playing the rotation roles on towards the A bomb side. So we are making this little square on your screen, and that's sort of like your range of motion. Now, tell me, why is it that you're placing yourself in that position? You want to be activated. Is that because when you are active, when you are in the center of the map, it's easier to make the right decisions and make the calls, or is it just a personal preference from a player point of view?
So there is a big part where you can see the game as an IGL as a strategy game. So like all the Age of Empires, StarCraft kind of game where you have resources and you have a map and then you can place your pawn on the map however you want to. And so when you're center of the map and you're playing those more active positions where you have control of grenades, like flashes, where the Ts are going to be very active, that's where you want to be in order to control your team as good as possible and use those resources as good as possible. So you're going to be able to be there as a player on the right position, and you're going to be able to use utility. So let's say the Ts are, like the terrorists, are generally going to take short control. And so from that short control, you would be very aware of like using the resources like HE grenades, flashbangs, smokes, and time them properly in order for you to go around the map and then put the strength wherever you want it to be. And so you have that mind game, obviously, of like making a smoke and then standing behind it or just completely leaving the area and then trusting the players on the other side of the map. So on the B-bomb side, so we were talking about how anchors became so important in this meta of the game and star players of the teams. Well, you trust them in that area and that rotation role becomes more supporty, where you're the one with the grenade, where you can just go left and right on the map and then put that strength wherever you want it.
Okay, and when you're talking about, you know, being in the center of the action, when you're talking about being a supportive element as well, most people would think that when you're playing CT Spawn on Dust 2, or if we were to move into Inferno as an example, if you're playing Archer, if you're playing towards Long, that is star positions. That's positions where you're supposed to get a lot of kills, but you're telling me that there's a different approach to it as well, where you can be a little bit more utilized as a supportive element with your flashes, with your grenades. Maybe on Inferno is a great example. You get to dictate whether you're stacking one bomb site or another. Is that, you know, you trying as an in-game leader to be in control of the situation, and that's the reason why you're placing yourself in those areas?
Yeah, it definitely helps because you have a better overview of what's happening on the map. So let's say you are the long player, A player, usually what's going to happen in the current meta, and we saw G2 do it a lot this game, it was MongolZ and Heavy God that were on A in pit, and they were just holding it as 2 for the most part. And the player that was long, that was Hunter, was just going back and forth between B, long, city spawn, and so he was supportive at first, and then he was just at the right place at the right time, and he was then having that impact. And so by having all the information that was around the map, by seeing how they were taking banana control, by seeing how players are positioned on A with their utility, you can take the right decision, and that's what IGLs like to do. Take a decision, especially for the mid round and the late round, of, okay, how are we going to play the round? How are we going to get that direction? And when you're an IGL and you like to do it on T and CT side, you want to play those positions in order to have that direct impact.
And if I'm making the square box over here towards the B bomb side, because we just saw a game where Snax is playing, you know, very static in that position. So from your point of view, obviously you've placed yourself in the center of the map, so you can make those calls, you can make those rotations, and you can try to read the game. Now imagine you were Snax and you're stagnate on the B bomb side. Does that mean you don't have all the information necessary to make those decisions? By then you rely more on your teammates, or what would the line of thought be that if you were to place yourself as an anchor position, how much would you be hindered in doing what you actually want to do?
Yeah, so that's where on the CT side there's another approach, which is what G2 had, especially with Nico, and they've been very vocal, where Nico was the IGL on the city side, and he was taking control of pretty much everything because he had this position, and then the IGL becomes a T-side IGL more so, and then it just changes how the team is approaching and functioning with like almost 2 captains within the team, which can be an issue for some IGLs that want to have control of everything and have that impact on both T and CT. But when it comes down to Snax, Inferno is a bit of an exception because Banana is the name of the game for that map, so like you want to have that information and put all your resources in there, or use them as efficiently as possible. Then he was more there to set Malbs up and then be able to rotate towards A when needed, or be there. So he had a semi-rotation kind of role, but it's the same idea. If you look at Mirage, Snax is not calling anything. He's giving very little resources, and he just has to use them as good as possible, but he's also put in that position because that's where there are the least fights, and you want to put the strongest players in the other areas.
Is it something that you have toyed with? Like, have you toyed with the idea that maybe it would be more beneficial for your team and your players if you were in anchor position, or do you believe that you as an in-game leader, and I guess it's style dependent as well, right? Would you feel uncomfortable if you were playing, let's say, B-ups on Mirage and you couldn't make any decisions, you couldn't give any info, you couldn't really make any proactive moves? Would that be something that would hinder you as an individual player as well?
It really depends on how the team is shaped up, right? Like if you have someone that you fully trust to make those decisions, then you come into more a scenario of like double IGLing almost, where you have like someone calling on the CT side and someone calling on the T side, right?
Yep.
And especially on Anubis, it's something that you can really see on the CT side, where the B bomb side and A are like so separated, and that's why it's such a great T-sided map, because you're gonna the Ts can take control of and split the bomb sites in two, and then you just have to go into one or another. But you need to have two trusted players in both mid player that has to have the right balance between aggressive and passive, and on the B-bomb side, someone that takes decision. So you can be central as the IGL, being more in a cave position, and then you have control of what's happening in the water, and then being able to repush it, take control. Or you can play towards mid as an IGL, and then put the strength towards A and B in the mid round by leaving middle open, which is like one of the key points of Anubis.
And you're playing middle on Anubis, right? We highlighted it on the map right here, the square box. This is your main position. So try walk me through. When you play middle, obviously there's a lot of different ways to do it. You could call for backup. You could call for a double stack towards middle. You could play it aggressively, where you push down towards T-spawn, perhaps, if you feel there's a gap. You could also be very defensive. Now, what are your options in terms of rotations here? Is that to dedicate yourself to the A-bomb side, or are you more leaning towards going towards the B-bomb side?
You have two different approaches. One that is more the Vitality and Internal Fire approach, which has the upper as one of the 2A players. So they play like pretty much 2-1-2, with the middle piece being very liberal in going either towards A and stacking, or towards B and stacking, and then re-pushing that area more often than not. And then I think one of the very important part is, because back to the point of using the resources as good as possible, middle is pivotal in Anubis because it splits up the bomb sites. So if the terrorists take control of middle, they can go A and split it, and B and split it fairly easily. So what you want is to use as little resources as possible to have control of middle for as long as possible. And so that's going to be your main focus as an IGL, and then you trust the bomb sites and your anchors to be as good as possible with the resources they have. And so that's where the more thoughtful part of the game comes into action, of like how much utility do you need towards mid, so you can either fight it or live it. And so that's where some IGLs play there, so that they can have control also of the mid round, because then let's say you go towards A, you have to do something on Anubis, so you have to repush him. And if you go towards B, what are you going to do? Repush cave, repush B. And so a lot of leaders like to have that control of being able to be that impulse that pushes the others to do something.
And I think part of this as well, just to give context to the viewers at home, you know, you used to be a star player back in the early days. You used to be a guy who had great mechanical skill. You had a lot of frags on the server as well. Do you think you're more lenient to be that type of player as an in-game leader as well, because you've been there before, whereas other players who's always been the supportive elements of the teams, they're maybe more open and more okay to play the anchor roles? Do you think there's something that plays into that as well?
I think it's a lot about what the teammates you have and people you have in the team want to do, right? Because if you have more active and vocal players, you need to give them space, otherwise they're not going to feel comfortable, and they won't be able to like be at 100%. So the IGL is more often than not going to be adapting a little bit to who you have in the team, and same if you have anchors that love to be very strong and very passive in their positions, you want to let them there and then have that movement control, right? So like that's what happened, I think, with Apex when they started with Vitality with Spinks. He was moving all over the map and playing those big positions so he could make space and then enable movement for his teammates that didn't necessarily wanted to do it initially. And so that's why he was starting like this. And now you can see a bit more changes now that Rops is in the team, with Flamesy taking other positions and then changing a bit those dynamics. And that's a sign of a very good player that can adapt.
And I think that's a great example, because I want to remind people that when Spinks was brought into Vitality, Apex has always been this guy who in the center of the map. He's playing Yard on Nuke, you know. He's always moving around. He can never stand still, and that's sort of like the player he is. He then tried to transition into playing Ramp for a couple of tournaments. He tried to become an anchor, and it was clear for everyone, including himself after a couple of tournaments, that it just didn't suit him. So it's also one of those things as, yes, you want to make the best case scenario for your own team. You want to make sure that you're enabling all the players you have and their qualities, but at some point you also got to make a decision for yourself. Where do you get the most out of yourself? So would it be fair to say that it's constantly you're trying to weigh it up, you know, where do we get the most out of our players? And sometimes maybe you have to play a position you don't necessarily like, but if you know that your teammate next to you is then way more efficient, then that's a sacrifice you have to make.
It's a game of percentages, right? Like it's where can you get the most impact out of placing the players in certain positions, and that's always I'm not going to say a struggle, but it's a constant thinking of,
because it changes as well, right?
Obviously, and especially it changes with maps, because some players love to be anchors on certain maps because they like the position, they always played it, and on other maps they're going to be more active because they feel the map. It's almost impossible for a player and an IGL to be comfortable on 6 maps, because no team really plays 7 maps, it doesn't really exist. But on 6 maps you're going to have strengths and weaknesses, and so changing a little bit once you have plans established as a team and an idea of how you want to approach the game, both on T and CT side, it really helps enabling everyone. And then the IGL, if the IGL is going to be that vocal guy that is going to put a lot of pressure on the map, that is going to be running everywhere and then giving those impulses that are very important, then you want that being the focal point, and then everybody needs to just go kill and trade, and then it becomes easy.
You know what, Nathan? I think we could keep on going speaking about this topic for another 15 minutes, but we do have a game coming up between Eternal Fire and Team Liquid, so we're going to throw it to a big break, and once we're back, it will be with the next match here at Blast.
Liquid versus Eternal Fire next up on the docket. The former having added Nerds to their roster a couple of months ago and looking to make a firm dent within the top 10. The latter, however, well, they've truly been on the grind this season. And Jacob, it started with a great performance in this very studio where Eternal Fire actually managed to make it to the grand finals of Blast Bounty versus Spirit. Albeit Spirit, they did lift the trophy in that one. But I think that really put Eternal Fire on our radar for what has been a very successful 2025 so far.
It's been impossible to ignore Eternal Fire in 2025 for many different reasons. First and foremost, as you said, they got off to a strong start in 2025. No one expected them to be playing at that level. You know, we knew that they could do a good job. We knew it from 2024 where they had certain tournaments where they exceeded expectations, but the consistency from this team in 25 and the fact that they have established themselves as a team we have to take serious at every single tournament is a massive step in the right direction. Another point will be that they're playing and spamming every single tournament. tournament, Nathan. They have had no break whatsoever. And I'm a little bit concerned. We have seen certain tidbits from interviews where players are saying that it's rough to be on the round, it's not easy, we lack practice time, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, the team could just decide to skip certain events, right? So as a player yourself, you must feel for them in the sense that, yes, you want to play all the tournaments, but if you don't practice for a month and a half, at some point, you're going to drop off.
Yeah, 100%, and especially having a bit more insights on that team because Major has a Turkish flag, but he's French. Let's be honest with it. The whole team is functioning in a very scripted way, especially on the T side. They obviously have excellent individuals, but they have to be a bit more scripted in order for the game plan to make sense, right? Being in the same direction, something that we have been speaking a lot on the desk so far. And so it's working very well. Obviously, they're a very, very good team. But to renew that, exactly as you said, with the lack of practice between the tournaments, having to play day in and day out, and then especially going far in tournaments because now they're going into those top 4, those finals. It is hard to renew your game and to be unpredictable because you're going to get figured out. And once you're figured out with that playstyle, it gets hard to not get countered and then just to keep on getting those runs.
Well, I did pose that exact question to Maja earlier on today, so let's see what he had to say about the grind of 2025. In the context of the current Counter-Strike ecosystem, you're one of the few teams that are doing literally every single event that you can. Can you tell me whether that's taken a toll on you guys in terms of the energy levels and the kind of rest period that it potentially could give you guys?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think we need to find a right balance between doing all the back-to-back events, but we gain also a lot of experience and we play a lot of official. So when you see on the big pictures, I think it's a good thing for us. And we will do our best today in Blast. And the first tournament that we did was Blast, and it was really good for us. We go to the final, and I hope this tournament we can do the same. And yeah.
Has the kind of constant grind of events, have you seen it take a toll on any of your players yet?
What? Can you...
Have you seen it kind of have any negative impact doing the grind of these events back to back? Have you seen it have any toll on some of your players?
No, not really. I think we all, to be honest, we all grind a lot this year. We knew that when we started the year because with the new system of Valve. And yeah, everyone know what we have to do and we will do our best for that. I think complaining is not very good, to be honest. We're doing that because we're professional extra. But like I told you, I think we need to find the right balance between everything, keeping energy, etc. And if we can find the right balance, it will be just benefit for you. Like playing a lot of official is just experience day by day.
Yeah, balance certainly going to be imperative for Eternal Fire moving into the latter stage of this season. But let's talk about the matchup at hand, because this is a rematch, Jacob, of what we saw going down at ESL Pro League. Very, very close one as well. It did side with Liquid 2-0, though.
Yeah, a super cool game, super tense game, a game where it was going back and forth all the time. Liquid were able to win Anubis. That was the big surprise to me. You know, it's been a staple in Eternal Fire's map pip and their map pool so far. So it's probably one of those games where you said it as well, Nathan, when you are playing against the same teams over and over, and they just did this game, 10 or 11 days ago. Yeah. There's only so much you can renew. There's only so many new strats, new approaches, new defaults you can incorporate. So we're probably going to see a similar map pool and a similar close game, just judging by what we saw Pro League.
Yeah, and I think in that regard, Liquid is a bit more adaptive, right? They still have role clashes within the team, but they seem to be able to do more things on the map and be a bit more open in that sense. And that's what I would love to see Eternal Fire doing as well, especially since they got Jota. He was in a single system where he was free like never. Like he could do whatever he wanted on the map, especially on Anubis. He was dropping 30 bombs every single time they were playing together. He was incredible. So I want to see Jota just Major say, hey, Jota, go kill on me. Go kill and then we will play somewhere else, or we will play with you, do something like that, and just open up a little bit that box for everybody to be a bit more unpredictable.
Let's stick on the conversation of some individuals from both sides of the server, because obviously we preface this, Nerds, the fact that he's coming into Liquid, kind of a renewed breath of fresh air, if you will, into the squad. Then we've got Santaras on the other side of things, and I feel like there was I don't know, he was lacking a little bit at EPL. Granted, I will give him the, the courtesy of them being on such a long tear of a season, but I did want to see a little bit more from him at that particular event.
I think everyone wants to see more from Santaras because when he's firing on all cylinders, I think he's one of the most mechanical, skilled players the game has to offer, to be completely honest. And I think that's been the case for many, many, many years. Obviously, he's had a bit of a rough career in the sense that he hasn't always found himself in teams that were making it deep into tournaments, so it's been hard from the outside to quantify him. How good is he? But I feel like with Eternal Fire's, race to, dare I say, dominance, or at least, coming into establish himself as a top 5, top top 6 team that are always playing the big tournaments, always going deep into tournaments, we get to see more of Santaris. And once you get a taste of how good he is, the expectations also follows up.
I think he is a master at the city side, especially. For a long period of time, he was easy to figure out because he was doing the same move back in the days, 15 rounds in a row, and then you get figured out and you get double nated and all that kind of stuff. But he became way better in that sense, and especially with Major bringing a bit more of a diversity in everything he has to do, and the different objectives he has within the rounds. And so it is always good, as you said, the guy is grinding deathmatch like nobody else. He is a master at aiming, and so yeah, when you start looking at that guy, you just want to see more and more of him.
What's the story of JKS so far on Liquid, and where is he at right now within the team?
I'm curious to hear Chet's take on that as well during the cast, because I feel like JKS is a good role player. I feel like he's a decent player, but I haven't seen him click fully into Liquid just yet. I was looking into his stats as well, and the last 5 or 6 events, he's consistently doing a decent job, but he's never exceeding expectations. He's rarely popping off. He's rarely having a tournament where he's a difference maker, or I guess coming in and having more impact than you'd expect. And that's both a good and a bad. You know what you get from him, but I just want a little bit more, Instead of being at a 0.95 rating consistently at every single tournament, why don't we bump it up to just a 1 rating? And at that point, I think that could help elevate Liquid a little bit.
You know what I want to know a bit more about? It is the map picks and bans. Now, we didn't get to hear it in the Major interview, but he did say after the couple of answers that we got there that Liquid, they like to switch things up in terms of their first ban, and they've done it again compared to the series back at ESL Pro League. So maybe a curveball in the mix for Liquid?
Maybe. No nuke, no ancient. I expect Anubis to be part of this map pool one way or another. It almost feels like Eternal Fire cannot pick anything else, considering that they are great on the map and they have been playing it an awful lot. Now, Liquid coming in with the Dust 2 pick as well. It's not a map that Eternal Fire can play, and it's a map that Liquid loves to play as well. So I feel like if the first 2 maps are going to be Dust 2 and Anubis, kind of as we expect, and there we go, the Anubis pick coming in, but also 2 maps where both teams feel comfortable, which should give us a close game.
2 good teams facing each other, I think. I think at this point, with that map pool especially, yeah, they're maps that they all love. Dust 2, they all played for years and years and years, and those versions of those 2 teams love the map. Ultimate is very, very good on Dust 2. Woxic has all the tricks in the world as well, and all the experience.
No train?
No train. No train is surprising. And Inferno Therma, I think is pretty good as well for both teams. It's a map that, again, you know what, those 3 maps make sense. Like, they just make sense. They're maps that they both love, and maps where individuals can express themselves, right? They all have signature moves, signature plays that they've shown several times. And hopefully we're going to see some more.
What signature are you looking out for on Dust 2, Jacob?
Oh, I think Ultimate, as you said, it's one of the few maps where he finds impact. I think NaFly as well, being the anchor position. I think he has had a couple of pop-off games lately, so I would like to see a bit more from Nas. And then eyes on JKS, Chat, make him play good. I want to see something more from that boy.
Chad, you hear that? I know you're not biased to the Australians, but you looking for a little bit more from JKS?
Always. The greatest Counter-Strike player of all time. He can never live up to the standards that he set for himself, can he? No. Here's the thing. You need to deliver, Justin. We're all watching. An entire nation, almost an entire region. We got the Mongols now, so we can also put a little bit of hope in them. But yeah, look, Justin is someone who, in this team, he does play some of the tougher roles alongside of NaV, but you still need to be able to deliver, and he's got a nice little mug there, so maybe making himself feel like he's at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Liquid are going to be at home in this one, coming into their home soil. A different pick.
I think this is a weakness for both teams, in my opinion, but maybe practice for Liquid on Dust 2 goes very well. Just was flicking through the CT side gun rounds as far as Eternal Fire is concerned, and there's only 1 round in the last 5 matches where anybody's pushed Lower Dark on a gun round. But this is a very aggressive stance. All 5 players in the mid corridor. You don't see this every day of the week. It does have a quick response time to A, but NaV could have doubled up.
Oh, he would have loved that as well. Now that long flank still becomes a possibility. Quite quickly, Woxic, a P2K user, will he be able to find that instant headshot? He has delivered despite the flashbang and Magic connecting on his smoke spams as well. Nerds claws him back into contention, only for a moment as the dual Berettas collect. They double swing, nice goosh, P250 humbled. Ultimate brought down, gonna get run down, and Zantares will leave with a nice 3K.
Okay, well, I like that. I like the stance, something out of the box. 5 CT players pushing middle and having a setup to do with lower dark, top mid, and they can respond if it's going to be B or A quite quickly. JKS getting taken down in the smoke right there by Madger with a freebie, and the bomb not getting planted puts questions into the second round force. So I'm curious if they're expecting a quick long flank because of that NAF trade. So they're like, okay, let's push into CT, let's try and fight for this territory. But either way, not getting the space that they were hoping for. Natus gets a boost with the dig, as it will be essentially the eco.
Yeah, I think what needs to be said about this head-to-head as an opening game for Group B is not only is it Group B, obviously the discussion about the power of Group A, but also for both teams, something's going to have to give, right? One of them is going to lose this game. One of them is going to have to run the gauntlet of the lower bracket. For Eternal Fire, perpetual playoffs this year. And for Liquid, going and getting stronger every single time in the 2025 season. Top 16 finish at Blast Bounty, top 12 in Katowice, and top 8 at EPL.
And they need top 6 here if they want to be in the playoffs of Blast Open Lisbon. So it is a tall task, and I know that Liquid won last time when these two teams faced, but if you had to ask me which one I think is a better team, it would be Eternal Fire.
Right.
And the fact that they have been on that grind, they haven't skipped any events, and they will not be skipping any events until the end of the season. This team with younger names and faces. Now, Wakadia, he was in the ranks for some time. It's Jota coming into the roster this year. I think the more reps they can get on stage games, the better. Hopefully they can step their matches up by the time they do get to the Last.TV Austin Major, and then we can get the absolute best form out of Eternal Fire. We're into the first rifle round. JKS holding a long push. Tasked with Madja. So you want to play up close and personal with doors like this. If a team does a late pop through the smoke, he just has to hold down mouse 1, no matter if he's flashed or not. And after a period of time, he will be backing away. So still, this is a bonus round, but no aggression in towards the lower tunnels. They have started the scout on short. There was 2 players around middle to do with fast mid to Bs. And Natus has been able to tuck out. They are going to pop late long, so trying to punish the in-game leader, Madja.
How good is the flash? Ultimate responsible for it. JKS to be set up. Is that the go? Yes, it is. He throws out a flash that JKS just keeps on swinging. Oh, he's got vision now. Deeper fight. JKS owns him.
Oh, well, the long corner smoke lands. Now there needs to be a response, but Natus here very quickly.
And jump up from Woxic will get that information. And a messy spray from Woxic. You'd think he had that one every day of the week. Enough of a distraction. Xantares gets flashed in. Good turn from Twist. The second still catches him, but JKS removed regardless. Still that man advantage. Pressure applied from both fronts. Natus is just racking them up.
He's
Takes the double kill.
These bloody incendiaries. He sees it lands on Cat. He knows his teammates crossing. He's gone, this thing does nothing to me. It's just a light tickle. Let me waltz on through. They're never going to expect this. Bang, bang. It's just so silly, isn't it?
I really like that. I mean, you could see. It was more impressive to see it from like the Eternal Fire X-ray. You could see how they were in 2 minds. There's people on one side, there's people on the other.
Look at this. Oh yeah, just coming through, even standing in it. Who cares? Shorter duration, less spread. Not a problem. Well, bonus round dealt with. Now the rifles come out yet again. Madja to use the MP9 long once more. He has the support this time round of Xantares just behind and Woxic with the setup U2. We see a lot of nerds over towards... Yes. Won't get the better of Madja this time round. So playing through the smoke, subverting the expectation, finds the opener.
Natus gets active. Tries to get cheeky with it. Wakadia, though, so prepared and ready. Handles that well.
This happened very quickly. Still a minute 25 within this round and 2 bodies already in the dirt. Do Liquid want to try and play this one out or just explode on towards A? Well, I think we're about to get our answer. Play this one out.
Yeah.
It did feel like they're about to go.
Yeah, just a nade and a little couple of steps.
Well, they're setting up the execute at least, so... Oh.
I said I was doing that one. Well, I said I was doing that.
Well, that's not a good time for communication.
Oh, they're dead. No! Xantares empty-handed. Woxic chips in. Just the 2 of them. Maybe they can make it if they try. Woxic clears out. Nice instant headshot there, and now ultimate thrust into the clutch. Instant deletion. He's looking sharp today. Quick dispatch of 2 and perhaps enough room to plant. Progress in from Jota and Madja. Madja the long anchor. They know that's where he's going to be. It's going to be Jota in from short. What? 4x3.
Black bars maybe? Yeah. Okay, well, it could be stretched. 4x3. You are right. That's the official terminology. I say black bars because anyway.
Back in your day.
Yeah. Look, yeah, we didn't even have widescreen.
He's on the CRT, mate.
Look, I think Ultimate in recent times, you took the last 2 events, he's been very plucky on the rifle. And I mean that in a good way. Not like he's been lucking with these shots or anything. He's just been hitting them like laser beams. So great to see some depth within his play. Yep, there it is. Oh, perfectly. Well, that was Natus' screen, actually.
But he has the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's for you get.
Well, they all use the same
know.
God res, and it's trash. What? They're the best players in the world.
I know they are. That's just why I can't really say anything.
I know. So
but like logic dictates.
Just accept it.
All right. God res or not. Let's see if he can get a nice opener. Nertz is advancing fast, and Madra is just going to concede that space. Takes a bit of a heavy lick there, does Woxic.
So much pressure early, and everybody's here.
Oh, we are doing the full 5.
Maybe
now
get
the
that
ultimate
AWP in pit.
Yep.
Well.
Job done. Madra gone. Now he can just set himself up in that pit.
Issues would be the utility. So if I'm ultimate right now, I would want to be giving that smoke away to one of my teammates. Yep. There you go. As the communication starting to filter through. A block smoke with a gap. That one hasn't landed perfectly at all. So are they going to commit up A, or are they going to rotate back? That's the question that Twist needs to fill his team with right now.
I'm intrigued to see how this goes down. Because they are going to have to try and fight, right? So another CT smoke thrown out to kind of segment them, but Twist is given a freebie. Break on the smoke doesn't reveal Nertz, who's progressing towards that car. And on the cross, Twist lives. A full magazine unloaded, but they're across the ramp, and it should probably be a save.
Yeah, it's the right decision. A bit of back and forth in the early stages of this does too. Scoreline will read 3-2. And the loss bonus going into the next at only 1,400. So you can really understand why Eternal Fire don't want to give over these guns.
Yeah, Ultimate delivering not only with the rifle, and of course they're unable to close it out, but that's a very important AWP to pick to secure the round. Just takes them down.
Okay, well, let's recount the last 3 rounds. There's been a clear preference for Long. They did the late pop into Madja. JKS copped the dink, dealt with him the next round. JKS was going to hold bedroom control. Madja comes in, deals with him. Nertz tries to make a play out mid because they're down a man. Then they have to finish up short. And this one, well, it wasn't even the best spawn going long. JKS was the first spawn. He stopped to throw some utility. I think it was Nertz and Co who went out first. They get out with ease. The AWP gets posted, gets the kill, and they execute in towards A. So conditioning right now to make sure that at least there will be support in the future, or they play off Long completely, right? And as I said, I was using Skybox Edge before we got into this game. I had a look at the last 5 games for Eternal Fire on this map, and only 1 round within 5 matches on their CT side have they pushed anybody into lower tunnels early.
Interesting.
So there's basic tendency, right? So
well, yeah, it means
fills
it's exploitable.
And that's if you're somebody like Nertz, you worry about the short boost with the AWP, sure, but you know that you can take that a little bit quicker. Speaking of Nertz, speaking of AWP, long corner pick.
Yeah, he has a go, just takes the spawn, gives it a shot. Ultimate, your AWP is waiting. Jota, solo B anchor for now. Team Flash.
And that, look, having Jota and Wakadia as your B defenders.
Ooh, he's in trouble.
I think doing mid to Bs into those two with Zentaras as the rotating piece seems pretty scary.
Agreed.
Right, well, the two of them have been able to deliver. And, well, speaking of those three do find themselves hedging over towards the B side of the map right now. Madja towards Long, Woxic over towards the A ramp, and Nertz stretching his legs out middle. And this is where it gets a little bit scary, because you look at that, how far forward he was. There was no trade potential. Like, is this just Yakinda in disguise? I want to execute in towards A.
It's the right call. I mean, you do have to get past Woxic with this M4, but he doesn't have any block util.
Well, Naf's presence makes this questionable. Is this just pressure, or is there follow-through?
He can still throw a lurk smoke to keep boots planted. Zentaras is still jiggling mid as the XX gets thrown out. No, it's ensuring no fast flank. Woxic actually moving forward on this, and it's another great catch from Twist. That Galil has found 2 good catches that have led to round wins. Imagine this is already theirs. And now Naf has a different objective, I suppose.
They need to be quiet on that B side. They have a rough idea of where you've gotten off to, but if they're able to rip these guns away...
Oh, he's knifing the wall. Is he? Or he's quick switching?
It'd be ill-advised if he was knifing the wall.
That's what it looked like, sorry.
Looked like something else to me.
Yeah. Yep. Just doing the Jane warm-up.
I think Jimmy adopted that one.
Oh, Wagadia's dead.
Molly should do it. Oh, a little bit limp. So actually pinned towards the back of Plat. Naf will still decapitate. She waltzed in through window. Jota's back sight. So, yeah, I was going to say Jota will definitely protect that of Zentaras, but he can't protect his own honor. Zentaras over towards Card, the last man standing. They will allow Mr. Ferrari Peak himself to hold on to the AK-47. So he could put a wrinkle in things. Can we do the...
Anti-eco.
Okay, well.
You know he saved a rifle, but the same guy, the call itself.
It's really just how does Xantares insert himself into this. We'll take a look at his spawns. Okay, well, nothing great. So, they fluffed the cross smoke as well. You could see that there. They didn't land, so the AWPer, if posted on the cross, will have seen that only one. There it is. I'll highlight it from Mr. J-Raz. It's his official name.
Mr. J-Raz.
Mr. J-Raz.
You.
How long does Ultimate stick around? He's not going to get blocked. There's no smoke.
I don't think he's going to get a peek either. Xantares is very well drilled on his angles. And BK highlighting he is one of those pros that's just living in the deathmatch. Been trying the Xantares crosshair recently. It's huge.
It is big.
He's one of the older
big
boys.
boy.
Yeah. Okay. Xantares gets a test.
At least they're learning where the AK is.
And Twist gets it for free. Continuing to apply pressure.
They're hearing the
Gets
rotation.
Huge reaction. And now he's found a USP. Nerds. Oh, multiple bodies. Multiple bodies. And a headshot from Wicardia.
You have to go away.
now. Awkward now.
They're falling back. Xantares is in the middle.
They're running away from the USP.
Boys, what are you doing? This is just USPs and a saved AK. This is a classic Liquid moment. Put them and G2 in the same category.
It is. It is.
Boys.
Can they bail themselves out now?
There's a flash from Madja. There's a
rotate.
flash from Madja.
You can actually get them blinded out. Oh my goodness! Twist gets away with that, but now Jota with a recovered AK-47. Xantares down. Massive frag from NaV, but now Madja gets towards the window. Good catch. JKS will spam away, removes Woxic as a threat, and Ultimate Torp is good for the frag onto Jota. Panic over, but why was that so stressful?
They just enjoy making easy things look difficult, and if you do that, what you're able to do is this illusion, illusion, you know, that things are harder than they should be.
Right, right. Okay, I see. I've got a fun fact for you.
All right, we like those around here.
4 of the 5 members of Liquid have got 1 opening kill. Everyone's just contributing.
Look at that. Isn't that a fun fact?
Do you know who's not doing it? Nerds. Come on, mate.
Well, he's neither one who's meant to. Him and Twist are meant to. And I guess Dust too as well. Ultimate with the AWP.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is a tactical timeout taken from Faber. You can see him there behind the boys, giving them a bit of a chit-chat as they go into...
Any translators in the chat?
Well, the MO fans in the chat will let us know.
Yes.
But there is no AWP for Woxic. Good long spawns for NaV, so if they do want to go out long, NaV and JKS have the spawns to make this a possibility. And they've dropped the AWP to NaV, so yeah, at least they're going to pick.
Part of their game plan. Yeah, let's see if Madja is perfect on this. Trying to get across, flashed off, and just the AWP shot fired.
And look at Nerds immediately into lower tunnels.
Yeah, right.
So you're never worried about a lower dark push. You're only worried about a short boot.
Which is bizarre, because some teams, they're doing it almost every round.
I think you have to. I think it's mandatory to at least throw it in a couple of times.
Yeah. How's Xantares taking this fight? Just crouch towards the new boxes.
They could just execute. I just execute and go. Didn't even go through that smoke, but looks like they're just going to bait out the util. They've got a whole lot more to work with. This is so much space. This is a dream for Liquid to have all this room. You're not being harassed. They don't have the money to be nading on you. They don't have an AWP.
Yeah. Gonna throw that same smoke lineup again. That waterfall effect as well does threaten for the CT drop. Actually, another smoke thrown out for free. Didn't have to even throw his, but with 50 seconds, it is becoming a little time sensitive. Madja and Woxic are both committed to long, so they will be able to help Xantares out.
Likely just to be that same smoke wall, the 1-2, and then the flashes. It's not really the key part of this.
Yeah.
Woxic's heading back now.
The last of their util. And the push from Madja for the flank. Dink onto JKS. Good work so far. They're chipping away at them. Liquid needs someone to step up. It's Nerds that delivers. Flank from Madja is swift, and Torres wreaks havoc on Liquid, and JKS the last to fall. Very comfortable for Eternal Fire's defense of the A site. Liquid get nothing.
Crazy that was so easy to deal with only rifles. Normally when that happens, the AWP is able to post, get on top of the car, hit a shot, the flashes aren't good enough, then your rifle chimes in. Well, now they do have that AWP. So there are the finances available for Liquid to get back in with a purchase. No translators, by the way.
I was looking for them.
There isn't. There's memers, no translators.
Damn 'em.
Yeah. Keep our eyes peeled. Well, this is going to be into a B execute by the looks of things. 3 players heading over towards tunnels early. Nerts, JKS, and NaV. JKS traditionally on their defaults would be playing outside the long, so you can tell just by the positions that something might be a little bit different.
Yeah, and with a 3-man long start. And
a missed smoke.
Missed smoke.
Missed smoke.
Jota and Wicardia are ready to stand and bang, though. You'd have to have a very well-placed flash. Just one over the roof would not be sufficient with Wicardia so far forward. You have to do the fancy, bouncy one.
You get the up-down setup. They will see the smokes coming through the sky. It just it depends how quick it collapses behind them. Zentara's negating the mid to B for 5 seconds with that incendiary. They blocked up a B. So there's still a smoke and an incendiary on Jota to work with right now. And it's quiet across the map. You're not hearing them jumping up catwalk, fumbling around. This is why in other rounds, if you're able to take short control silently and stay silent, that means the Eternal Fire will feel like the rounds look the same.
Oh my god, they're just pushing through. Wicardia and Jota tested and Liquid collapse. It's both Twists and NaV removed without any real sweat broken. And now Madja's even got the flank on the pivot. Oh, it's looking silly now, looking foolish. Madja takes 2, piece it out. JKS thrust into an unwinnable 1v5 and Wicardia not shy. Takes the peak, takes the fight. 5 alive and their 5th round.
All right, well, here's enough for an ultimate AWP. Nerts can get into an AK, NaV as well. Twist can operate with, he's gone for a Deagle, and JKS could get a Galil or something lighter. It's going to depend on the call, but that looks way too easy, doesn't it? This B defense. I can understand if you want to go for one of those B explosions, but it wasn't an explosion, it was like a fizzle. Like, how long was the fuse? Guys, there's only so much time in the round, and when they don't see you prodding anywhere else, they're going to start it. Oh, leg shot.
Yeah.
They exchange shots.
Hamstrung. Ultimate a little better off from the exchange. A repeat would be outrageous, Woxic. Don't do it. He's doing it. Oh, just as he dismounts! Ouch! Oh, Ultimate's going to be mad about that one.
I love the bravery.
Yeah, on the low HP as well. Could have been anything.
And Woxic didn't even flinch, didn't even say a bloody word.
Job done. Break smoke, spotting for that Twist's AWP. He recovers it from Ultimate and uses it to equalize.
Wanted to be an AWPer once upon a time, did Twist. I think Sean Gez had to tell him, no, no, no. Okay. You're too proficient on the rifles.
Well, you've got to get a wiggle on, because right now Jota is on an absolute desert island. Straight ahead, Nert's not scared as Zentara's on that ramp. It's just Jota. What can he do? Under so much scrutiny here, Nert's gets the flash in. Oh! Somehow Jota gets his crosshair in the right place with a fully white screen. But the job is done. The side is taken. JKS lingers on short, listening for those rotations. Madja's going round the world. He will not be able to catch that one.
I don't know if this round's over just yet.
No. Okay,
well,
maybe it is now.
Maybe now. Definitely now. Unless.
Shut up.
Unless. Okay.
Now it's over.
There you have it. He has a smoke. He has it.
Twists and AWPer.
I'm just trying to build any moment. Any moment.
Thank you.
It's Counter-Strike. Anything's possible.
Twists with a 3K on that AWP. Makes up for the loss of Ultimate from a ballsy repeat out of Woxic. 5-5 score line. Yeah, this was crazy. What an incredible timing. The absolute moment Ultimate. Yeah. Yep.
Seeing some double AWPing going on out of the CT side for this one. One for Wicardia, one for Woxic. And A4 in the hands of Zentares.
Ultimate's getting an Aggie. And Woxic will take him straight down. Wow, he's winning this head-to-head out straight up.
Oh, now Nerds' turn. Okay, everyone's an AWPer apparently.
Oof.
Kind of changes the setup over towards B. You feel like Wicardia has to play back
Yeah,
flat.
everybody's getting tagged up by that shot. This looks like one of those rounds where JKS is going to leave long to bring the bomb. Never mind, Woxic's dynamicism on display. 5 versus 3 with JKS hamstrung at 40 HP. Twist backing away. Not to know Wicardia was so low.
Oh, there's the AWP again. Okay, well, it's one of those games. I kind of feel like, honestly,
you're going to say it?
You're going to hate it.
You're going to say it.
Yeah, it's everyone's favorite four-letter word.
Hmm.
How many four-letter words?
Can I name? I can't count, so.
Have.
Can't think of a single four-letter word.
Gave.
You're doing well.
Tree.
You're better than me.
Time.
Wow. How are you counting those letters so quickly? Incredible.
Like.
Chad.
There you go.
That's mine.
Well, this one's save.
A-L-E-X. Yeah. A-L-E-X.
Yeah, mate, you've played Scrabble
E-A-
before, and surely everyone's doing 4-letter words in Scrabble. No one's ever thinking outside the box. They're going bigger. I'll tell you a good one, everybody. If you like Scrabble, try Bananagrams.
Bananagrams is a banger. Good shout. Unfortunately, my sister is an English literature teacher, and she just knows all the words. Every word ever.
I think it's part of the job.
Yeah, she's good at that. Hard to win in my household. Can a strike?
Easy to win in your household.
Yeah.
I'd imagine.
For her, for sure.
Okay, so JKS can drop an AK, and Ultimate can get back his AWP.
And this is kind of the scoreline and the, well, maybe not the gameplay. It's been a bit interesting. But yeah, this is about dead even teams, locking horns, a 6-6 half seeming possible for Liquid. They do want to avoid that potential edge.
I can't believe they picked Dust 2. I think their Dust 2 sucks.
They won 2 Dust 2s in Stockholm.
I still think it sucks.
They beat Furia.
Okay, great job.
And Falcons.
Really good job, guys.
Yeah.
Both of these teams. Wow, Eternal Fire is better than both of those teams.
Yeah.
IMO, TBH, LOL, Rufflecopter.
LeMayo! Dead now. Missed the shot. Nice little crouch-a-rooney there from NaVi. And what actually gets the no-scope? It's JKS back on the trade. They know where Jota was. Trying to hit him over the top of the box. Missed shot. Ultimate, not top of the box with the AWAP. And it's Wakadia that nails Nerds in mid. Quick scope unavailable. Damn, Ultimate couldn't get his eye to the scope in time, and it's just fallen apart once again. Fallen apart at the seams. JKS, an impossible one. Controlling the spray is Jota. EF edging out Team Liquid in the first half of play. A solid 7-round haul on the CT side.
Fast Open Lisbon 2025 Day 2, Group B, match number 2. And in the opening round, we have Liquid taking on Eternal Fire. On Liquid's pick, they have the lead at halftime. I'm here with Machine. We're about to get into the second half. See if Liquid can convert this pistol. Natus has been gifted the utility. 2 flashes and a smoke.
It's interesting.
Now locking down B on his own.
Eternal Fire just deployed 2 smokes simultaneously. Where did that second one go? Was it dropped on the floor?
Yeah, dropped on the floor. Give it Imagine now. Late long control has been taken. Nobody home. Information of a flash on the corner will go in favor of EF to work with. Very diligent stuff on the pistol. They've mollied out towards lower. So map control has been taken. What's the finish look like? Still just Naf on B. Ultimate assisting with the mid to B and the other 3 over towards A. Not going to see anything. They've silently gotten past. Now, Nertz is U2. He can flash behind Twist as they come out and they can fight together. Where does Magi use this smoke? CT spawn could be drop in and go.
They have dropped in. Ultimate's going to have to contend with that while Twist does his best to try and hit one of the 3 crossing in. Ultimate wins his duel. Ultimate down to Xantares. They're spamming the smokes, but they are across, and Xantares just gets owned by Twist there. There's a moving 1-tap on the spam. Instant headshot found. Woxic last man standing. The first is found. They just need to run him down here. On the reload, they'll punish. That's a high impact double kill from Twist, closing it down, securing a must-win pistol for Liquid. Going to close this gap rapidly now. That's 7-5 lead.
I think the difference between this one and the first half pistol that went in the favor of Eternal Fire is the plant. So the force buy, if Madja wills it, will be a whole lot more deadly, right? So this is not going to be a walk in the park by any means. And I would say, considering some of the rounds that Liquid can fumble with, we saw one against Vitality just back at EPL where the bomb went down, Liquid won the pistol, but they lost the follow-up. So I would say there's a very good chance that EF can win this. There's just one Galil in the hands of Xantares. The rest have gone for something a little bit quicker as far as movement's concerned. We've got 3 MAC-10s and a Tech 9, and they're heading over towards B. So that is going to put this B defense of Nertz and Naf on full display. JKS and Twist get the long control. Xbox smoke lands as well as the doors smoke. So an overcommitment of utility there. They are setting up for the B play. Now, Naf is currently playing from window, which is telling of a bit of a retake setup. Now, the reason this is concerning, he only has an MP9. If he had a rifle from that position, it could be okay. And he's not going to get support. Nertz is glued towards middle, so Ultimate's going to be the help. Here they come.
Here they come, just going to be flooding on in. Naf going to do what he can with that MP9.
Yeah, it's a tough side to retake. And I don't see a kit.
Oh, gosh. How do they reformat this retake?
Naf's hanging around. Here's a flash. Nertz has a smoke. Heavy through tunnels. JKS to join them late from T spawn. They're going to push the doors and window.
Yeah, they're going to push. They're going to push on the fade. Good catch. Really good important frag. Naf needs more, but Madja puts them down. Now they can play from outside of the bomb site. That bomb ticking. Time is of the essence here for Team Liquid in the absence of the kit. They need to get on it now. They need to be threatening. They need to force these fights. Pushing through is Jota. It's getting awkward. It's getting messy. Headshots found. JKS puts him down. Has to hold this. Twist has to cover. A headshot hit. Oh! Flying into the side. It's Madja with a MAC-10. 1 bullet is all he needs. Knocks him off the bomb. The force buy converted. God, that's so awkward for Liquid.
I hate to say I told you so.
Yeah,
no, I don't. I don't hate to say I told you so. I told you so.
Guys.
I'd love to catch this one again. Madja, that was, well, he knew. He had 1 mission, and 1 mission only.
The kill on Twist.
Bang! Oh.
Look at the timing. Look at the timing.
1 bullet.
Like, Nertz is covering, but 1 single bullet finds its mark. Rough.
Well, now they've echoed. Nertz with this M4, can he be the difference maker?
He's going to have to be. Oh. He calls his retreat perfectly. Gets out of there.
Repositioning, I was going to say up catwalk. That would probably be the next port of call if you wanted to get involved in any early duels. Nobody B for Liquid, so their best bet is if it is an A finish. Xantares starts to investigate middle. It's tough to see this one getting out of control considering the purchases or lack thereof. Mid to B smoke lands. Ultimate block it, so it's not on the tippy top of the box. This might give them something to look over, but Zentare's procedural with the clears is not going to have a problem in the world. Throw down the crisscross, which, as we can see, is unnecessary, but Eternal Fire do not have the information on the B site right now. 45 seconds. Natus needs to do something like a crazy 3K.
Yeah.
Right? And that's if they come their way. And this is the difference between when I watch a team like Eternal Fire and a team when I watch like G2 or Liquid. They don't tend to send out a scout. WCADIA goes in, man advantage, MAC-10 in hand, sector clear. All right, boys, bring the bomb over.
We're going B. And there's no better feeling as well when if you're Madjo in that scenario, just having WCADIA say, boys, I've cleared everything. They are not in B. And then he gets the luxury of going to go looking, trying to find those USBs. Long range MAC-10, not the play. Committing to that spray and just kind of spray and pray in his way.
But look at the map, right? They've still got the complete box in. Imagine knew the site was clear. He rotated over. There was no way they could have pushed short. They couldn't have pushed long. They had everything contained. So safety first. And now the fun stuff.
Yeah, those eeks. $300 kill reward for Jota. WOXIC caught out on the jump. Jota goes down to JKS with a nice USP shot.
It's actually quite valuable if they can pick up one of these rifles, because you take a look at the money. That was after pistol win, so you only got 1,400 loss bonus. Going into the next, you only get 1,900. So anything that they can scavenge is actually quite tasty.
Oh, they'll get a scout as well. WOXIC scout should be retrievable. I don't know if they'll find it in time.
Yeah, should be able to get to it. And he has done. So now, when you have Ultimate at 3.5, you have Twist at 3.5, and you have JKS at 3.9, this wouldn't have been a gun round otherwise, because Nerds can actually drop an AWP. Right? Ultimate can take that. Now, whether or not they want to use the Scout, that's a different conversation. It'll have to be used by one of the B players if they do. So Naf's thrown that away. Looks like he can buy himself a rifle. Util is going to be the point of contention. JK is actually getting to carry through a T-side Molotov, which is going to help out a lot.
Interesting timeout call just by Liquid. First one we've seen from them.
The game will get away from you from this point if you don't win this round.
Right.
You lose a site, you have to save. You lose everything, you only get 2,400 into the next. That doesn't justify a buy. At that point, the scoreline's going to be likely 11-6. And then you're walking the tightrope to try and pull this one all the way back. So at the moment, Eternal Fire with the force buy win in the second set themselves up quite pretty. Now, we're about to see, are they punished because of the extra weapons they gave away?
Well, will WOXIC hamstring them right out of the gates? 50% of WOXIC's kills have been opening.
Beautiful stuff. That's what you want from an AWP on Dust 2. It's not easy to find either. Guys just said he's going to do the flash, so this could be spawn based on how they take it. So Twists along first.
WOXIC good for the damage. Nerds down to 27 points of health. Ultimate knows where he is, but has to be concerned about progression up cat. Smoke will obscure his vision. Don't see a HE, so no break available. No chance for him to take this fight. Madjo already starting to progress as they clear out lower.
As they're taking map control, Ultimate's rotated back over towards A. That's where you want your AWPer. Twist is head towards CT spawn. Now he has an extra HE and an extra smoke in spawn for him to work with. Now this is going to help either do damage or slow them down. Now the first one, way too early. Nobody's up yet. It's done absolutely no damage whatsoever. And they're actually starting to hedge out mid to B. Precautionary flash. Now does he want to use that HE to clear? Because we know Nerds is tagged. It's B side. It's light on.
Yeah, Naf's going to have to do a lot here with this corner open to be overlooked. How is that so quick? Gushin dead indeed.
Oh.
Yeah, Twist somehow spams 2. Maybe Nerds go overlooked?
Surely they know he's here.
Oh, he's not. Completely unprepared for that was WCADIA, and now the B site is not lost. They're behind a smoke. Nerds calling for backup. He's been spotted. Zentare's accelerating that barrel, catching the reload. He knows where he is for sure. Zentare's. Ooh, actually a missed shot from WOXIC. Zentare's is into the site. Nerds, if you uncrouch, you are dead. And so is Ultimate! Look at him go! Zentare's solves the problem. Didn't know just how far he'd progressed. He punishes Nerds for that crouch. And even confirms the info onto JKS. An opportunity presents itself for the Aussie. Will he just save the AK? Is he going to be allowed to?
I feel like you have to go for it. He doesn't have the kid, but go, give it a... Oh, there is one. J-Raz highlighting that as Zentare's will finish this one off. And the Twists made a round out of that. I think he used his second HE to clear the smoke and catch 2 of them running up to doors and window. That was the only reason the round was even on. Nav gets gooshed immediately by this MAC-10. Here it is. So the clear, and there you go. He does catch them. So that util key to make it feel like a round. A good trade there from WOXIC. Nerds not getting fully cleared. Gets WCADIA. And...
Acan! Harikasın oğlum!
They had no idea that Xantares was out of the smoke.
He just kept walking, kept moving. Nertz was pinned by the AWPer. Nertz got a 5-7, Xantares backing away. In the open, got a counter strafe. Just on S, hits W and owns them in pursuit of the W.
Next up, we have Anubis. And I will say that, look, I know Eternal Fire are in the conversation for the best Anubis team in the world. Actually, they probably are the conversation for the best Anubis team in the world. I think Liquid have an okay Anubis. Maybe more than okay. I think okay might be underselling it. I think they have a pretty decent Anubis. So the series isn't done for them yet. I hate the initial pick. It feels like they were trying to punish Eternal Fire on a map that they're also not very good on. Like I said, maybe in practice it's better, but what does practice count for?
Absolutely nothing.
If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a very Merry Christmas.
Ultimate's not going to have a very tough time on long. The molly disrespect from Madra only costs him 40 health. Gives it a good go. 10 bullet spam, but quick pivot. Look at them go. All of them in T-spawn right now, retooling. Xantares even just braving a walk down mid, knows there's no warp in play, and so taking some liberties.
You can't lose the second round, especially in a half where you need to bring things back. So Liquid, their own mistakes have cost them. And it does feel like this one is going one way and one way fast. A big individual moment necessary to shut down Eternal Fire. It's good to see Xantares in some strong form. A few days at home between EPL and Blast Open apparently have done him a world of good. They're about to execute into Naf and Nertz.
Oh, Naf catches wind of them coming. Flash and the swing, but they've got them too. And oh, a barrage of flame. There's nowhere to stand. There's nothing he can do. The nade will finish him off, and Nertz can't track a thing. Madja up and over the box. The B side falls once more. It's just brutal out here. You watch this demo from Nertz or Naf's POV, it has been brutal. Turn off X-ray. See just how suffocating they are. Onto that B finish. Double molly, flashed as well. Like, ooh.
Just, it's easy to look at Liquid and it feels like nobody's really having any impact whatsoever. I know Twist has 15 kills, Nertz has 12. Ultimate, he has 5. 2 of those were in like a 2v4 or 1v4 situation on the A side. JKS with 7, Naf with 7. So, you can just see they're getting ripped limb from limb right now. They would love to try and retain these guns. Smoke towards the door. And they will get to hold on to 3 M4s. The loss bonus does facilitate 2 drops for Nertz and Naf. But that's 12. That always means we are just 1 round away, 5 kills away from Eternal Fire rolling over Liquid.
This Dust 2 pick that you have been harping on does definitely seem to have been a misjudgment on their part.
Sometimes you got to be critical, don't you?
Absolutely.
And last time they won on Inferno and Train. Train was very close. That one went 1917, I believe.
Yeah, which was interesting to see it kind of floated all the way down and then Eternal Fire electing to take
Well,
it.
you want to go for the punish, right? Eternal Fire have actually been playing it a bit and Liquid hadn't been. It's the same as NaVi in their series over at EPL. It's like, okay, well, let's see if we can punish them on, but they've clearly been practicing. You wouldn't leave it in the pool otherwise, but you want to punish the petulance.
6 consecutive rounds demanded of Team Liquid if they want to keep up a fight on their map pick. What's the mix-up? What's the change-up? What's the plan?
Twist aggressive short, apparently. They've lost long control. The lurk of Madja may potentially be the difference maker. They have full long. JKS was unable to contest for that. Fortunately for them, Twist has been aggressive. He's looking for the jump up Xbox, which will not be coming. CT block smoke land. There is a path available to Car, so JKS is just focused in on that. Oh, there's a flash.
There was a boost, but yeah, flash still connects, so won't get the info.
I guess it's important to do that because at the moment teams are starting to brave this smoke, but they're still going to be there on a quick timing.
JKS is in such jeopardy here. And, oh, instant dink out of ultimate. Good precision from him. JKS activates. Once it trades. And Magic calling B clear.
They're rotating back.
Yeah, they're trying to leave. Oh, Naf is going to work it out. No, he's committing into this one. Woxy gets another kill. That will sell them on it further. Piecing out. Nertz gives it up.
They could run the whole way, T-spawn. Like, Magic will see them going lower tunnels.
Oh, he's owned them. He's played it to perfection.
But it's hard fights for Madja. I know that he's here, but these are difficult fights. This could very easily go wrong. Oh, they're coming out mid. They're coming out mid, straight into them.
Chris can't believe his luck. With 35 seconds, that bomb, it seems like a mile away. Naf spotted out, though. Well, he's making this as awkward as possible for Naflight. Crouching away, Madja tracks him. Good headshot from Naf, saves him. Mytha trying to get the troops' morale high. Margin for error is 0.
They're trying to reroute back. They've gone the only way they would have found a fight. I thought they were going to go all the way through T-Score.
And they had the time.
And they did have the time. I think the problem is, though, if it takes too long and long gets cleared, then they will start coming back Madja's way. And then if Madja goes 1-for-1 in that duel, then they will probably beat you on rotation. So I can understand why they're trying to go the quicker way, but these are the easiest kills Twist is going to get, just strafing out mid, taking 2. Yeah, I think Faber may be having the same reaction as we did. But still, just one more round. You've still got them right where you want them.
Yeah.
Liquid aren't really believing. Get away with that one by the skin of their teeth. So block long, block B. Mid-utility drops. Legs being stretched, mid-control to be garnered. Madja in combination with Zentaras and Woxic to take the mid-space. Wakadia to worry about upper tunnel push, and Jota is actually joining the pack, so is this telling of a decision being made already? Molly's up cat. And they've got all the room that they're looking for. Ultimate with the AWP at car. If they do a full A execute, you can take a look bottom left-hand side of your screen. We're talking smokes, flashes, Molly's in the mix. So Ultimate will have to weave, dodge, and hopefully find a bit of impact as crisscross smokes have landed.
This is a lot of pressure onto Ultimate Torp.
It shows Twist on the other side of this. So Ultimate has to hit a shot, then probably play retake anyway.
Primes his aim and nails it onto Zentaras. Will he fall back or stick around, get a little greedy, looking for more? He's actually holding the line and it costs him. Jota's hit a banger there. Wakadia overwatching. Oh, and loud. They know Twist is nearby and Wakadia will punish. No trade from Nerds. Wakadia's actually dropped into that smoke and spilled over. His toes do stick out. Nerds will remove him. JKS as well makes his presence known. Woxic Swap should clear him. He baits the shot with his jiggles. Jota's farming him up though. Madja down. Good from JKS. Gets 2. It's Woxic Swap. Now we need the trade. Nav can't finish him off. He gets away. Bolts the sniper. A 1v1. 13 is theirs. Liquids does 2 crumbles. A convincing start to this best of 3 for Eternal Fire.
A T-side tear from Eternal Fire to be closing out Liquid's map pick. It looked somewhat competitive in that first half, but once Zentaras, he got online, and Woxic with a nice little sequence to close that one out. Great stuff from Eternal Fire on map number 1.
Yeah, I think we kind of prefaced this game saying that it would be competitive, it would be close, it would be a bit back and forth, and I think we got exactly what we expected. And sometimes in live fire, it's nice to go into a game and have certain expectations, and then those expectations are actually met. And I kind of feel that's how it transpired right here. I would hope for Liquid obviously to win their own map pick, but at the end of the day, I felt like Eternal Fire were just a little bit sharper in the key rounds.
40 in control, I would say, almost at that point. I mean, it didn't really seem that they were bothered that much. The only thing, I mean, the main thing I think that made it that clear was that second round when they were on the T side, where after losing the pistol round, they straight break the economy of Liquid, and with the advantage they got on the City side going up 7-5, it was just over at that point.
Yeah, no, I think it's exactly framed, exactly like that. Let's dive into some rounds. Let's go back to the first half because, Nathan, you brought this up in the green room. Yep. There was a back and forth element, but maybe not for the reasons you would always like to see in a couple of these rounds.
Not really. I thought the way that Eternal Fire was playing was way too passive. They were not really fighting for map control in middle, and so you can see they start just playing 3 long, which is very basic, taking control of long. Not really doing anything in middle, not a single piece of utility, not thinking any aggression whatsoever. They're just holding utility on B. But the problem is Liquid does nothing either. So what happens is that nothing happens the whole round, and then Liquid just decides to execute B through a smoke. 2 of them die because they have no information on the map, no map control, and Eternal Fire gave them all the opportunities to do so. And then going into the next round, it goes into a 4v4, but here you see there is an instant reaction from Nerds, I think, that comes out of middle. And now they have map control. Now they're actually cutting the rotations and not allowing Eternal Fire to do whatever they want, and they instantly win the round in the easiest of fashions. Why? Because there's 3 players passive on A. 2 guys are on long waiting. Zentaras is A ramp, and good luck Jota. He gets 1 kill, but he's fully blind and there is no chance they can win the round. So as soon as they started adapting and taking that map control a little bit more, those neutral areas, that's when the rounds become way easier for
I think that's a great example of what we spoke about, I believe it was yesterday, when it comes to Dust 2, that it's actually a very basic map, and it's a map where you can allow yourself on the T side to run a default 12 rounds in a row, as long as you do it with quality. You know, as long as you react, as long as you, whenever Nerds in this particular round, he heard the rotation from the AWP player who got the kill, he then creates the space for himself, he takes the space, he communicates with his teammates, he say, come with me, I'm ready, I know he's gonna rotate towards B. Dust 2 is simple. You know, Dust 2 is a map where you can really simplify it to a point where everyone can play it to a high level, as long as you do everything by the books and you do it with high quality. And that's where I felt, I'll buy into your argument, Liquid, it wasn't always with quality, right? It wasn't always with perseverance. They were doing whatever they wanted to do on the T side, and it cost them a couple of rounds.
I know, MBK, you like to nerd out on play styles of certain teams. Was this uncharacteristic from Eternal Fire, sort of playing this passive in these moments on the CT side, or is it something that they typically do like to do?
Woxic brings a lot of tricks into getting the openings and like playing around the smokes and playing around short, and he does it in some of the rounds as well. But yeah, they're not very center heavy, where a lot of Russian teams, especially or CIS teams, that's their characteristic. They will fight you in mid till they die every single round. And it's very, very obnoxious as a T when you're trying to take control and you have people like just breaking smokes, walking through smokes, and then fighting short, and you always have to be ready for those fights. And it's very easy for the CTs to play because you're just 100% just locked in and just full fighting. And whereas for the Ts, you're like, oh, do we play early round, mid round, late round? Like, what stage of the game do we need to use our utility? And so here for Eternal Fire, that's what we're talking about, where when you have the IGL that is playing in side positions. In Major on Dust 2, you could see he was playing MP9, I think, half of the game, and he was playing close and long in the doors. That also allows him to push and be very aggressive. Like twice he caught them off guard. But with it then gives Xantares all the space that he wants to do, and Xantares is a passive player. And so he will wait for people to come into the crosshair, make them face Vitality on Dust 2. And you will see how Apex is just going to be everywhere on the map. They're going to have control of everything, and then they're going to be rotating every single time. And so, yeah, it played into their favor, but I didn't really like the whole approach being a bit too passive.
Flipping the script to the T side of things for Eternal Fire, what was the story from round number 16, Jacob?
I think that was the round where it could have gone well for Team Liquid. They could have fought their way back into the game. Again, we see a B split coming out here. Again, a lot of space created by Eternal Fire, passive playstyle by Liquid, but they do a good job of controlling it. Even though they're losing the first player right here, they trade their way out of the problems, and they create a scenario where it's very good for them. Twist with a double kill down from CT spawn. Nerds go unnoticed for some reason. They think he's hiding in the smoke. He gets a freebie right here, and he does everything correct because he's staying alive for a very long time, hiding behind this box in front of him. Well played by Nerds. Unfortunately, they're not ready for Xantares, who in the meantime popped out of the smoke and then gets this quick double. So that's what I felt watching this game. It was competitive, it was close, and had this round gone the way of Team Liquid, we're looking at 9-7, we're looking at 9-8, very competitive, very close game. But in these key moments, in the key rounds, it felt like the individual qualities and the individual understanding from a player like Xantares was just a little bit ahead of Team Liquid. I don't know if you can counter it as a mistake, or if you'd argue that that's something that shouldn't have happened, but it just felt like they were a little bit too passive. Nerds is doing everything he's supposed to by staying alive, but the players around him are not helping him, and Xantares will feast on opportunities like that. He will punish you, and that's why I think Eternal Fire won the game. They were better at punishing the mistakes Liquid made, because both teams were not playing perfect Counter-Strike. One team just made more mistakes and were punished for it.
I'm sure you've been in the server facing Xantares a number of times, MBK.
Yeah.
What is it like to go head-to-head against him when he's really feeling the game?
Oh, when he's feeling the game, you try to avoid him, first of all. I think that's one of the game plans, just you don't go into his areas. Or if you do, you just throw every single piece of utility you have, you deny him, and then you try to play the post plant, and then try to make something out of it. But yeah, I mean, aim-wise, if you give him the opportunities, he is, yeah, probably one of the, if not the most skilled player in the world when it comes down to that. His aim is second to none. And world-class player, you just want to dodge him. Again, if he's doing a good game, there's not many counters to that. There was a time where he was very predictable. And so he was doing the same rounds over and over again, playing the same positions, so you could counter him pretty easily. But yeah, he grown a lot, and now he is in pretty much in full force in what he can offer.
We also just had the head-to-head between Xantares and Nerds. We prefaced it coming into the game. It's the two star riflers for the respective team, the two highest rated players in that regard as well. And let's be honest, Nerds had a couple of good rounds. I pointed out one of them, but overall, he didn't really find the impact that you'd like to see from a player like Nerds. So in a game where none of the two teams are playing picture-perfect Counter-Strike, it comes down to the individual qualities. And Xantares stepped up in the crucial moments, whereas Nerds, he only had a couple, you know, and it wasn't enough for them to get it over the line.
Just to cycle back to your point, Nathan, because I found that really interesting that you feel like, you know, Xantares at one point in his career was a little bit predictable. Was there anything specifically that you saw him kind of changing up? Was it coming into a new system with Eternal Fire, having new players around him, or maybe entering a new iteration of Counter-Strike with CS2?
I think the fact that Major is in the team probably helped him a lot. I mean, he changed earlier, but like it was predictable to a point where you would play Inferno against Xantares and you would double nade CT spawn on B and you would get a kill every single round. Like, he would never change. But yeah, with Major bringing in a whole different system and a bit more advanced Counter-Strike, whether that being on T and CT, it allows him to do better, right? Like, they can control the map a bit more, they know how to play a bit more slow, and it's not just one direction of the game where it's just Xantares go kill, and then sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Back to the 50-50. So now they have a bit more depth where it's not on him, and they try to take the space for him, and then he tries to exploit it. And there is a second part, for example, in Anubis, where he is on the T side playing middle. So that means that he has control of the rotations. On Anubis, if you have a very good rifler in the middle of those doors and anybody tries to cross and take information, you will get sit down, even more when he's Xantares. So like, that's going to be something to look out for in that game, and Xantares can be very pivotal.
In terms of, I mean, I know hindsight is 2020, Jacob, but in terms of Liquid actually picking into Dust 2, did you have any kind of hesitancy of that when you saw it coming up as their pick? Because obviously we know, and we now know even more, Eternal Fire, no slouches on this map either.
No, I like to believe in their own qualities and their own abilities on a map like Dust 2, and I think historically speaking as well, when you look into the results, it's a map they play to a high level, and I also do think it's a comfort pick in the sense that your opponents may be good on Dust 2, but at the very least you have a T-side where you're the one dictating the pace, where you're the one setting the tone, where you at least get to play your brand of Counter-Strike. And if you believe in yourself, and if Team Liquid believe they are the better team, then I don't blame them for picking into Dust 2, to be completely honest. I just think, as I said, the quality of their executes, the quality of how they were running the defaults, and the amount of times that they lacked, you know, maybe that one extra smoke, the one extra timing, the one extra, you know, grouping up or pairing up to get the trade frag that would change the tide of the round. There was just too many small, minute mistakes that Mytha would have to look into, and it wasn't a bad performance. It just, they faced a team that was better and punished them for making the mistakes.
Well, Liquid, they're going to need a little bit more of that belief as we move onwards and upwards to the second map in this series. That is going to be Anubis, the map choice of Eternal Fire, going down after the break. that wasn't needed last time around, as Liquid did sweep away this series at ESL Pro League Season 21 2-0. But this script is looking a little bit different here in Copenhagen, and as we move on to Anubis, you'll notice the numbers are ever in Eternal Fire's favor. 15 times played in the last 3 months, 12 wins on this map. Liquid, they're going to need to come in hot on that T side.
And they did last time. They did play well against Eternal Fire last time on Anubis. I do, however, want to make the case that Eternal Fire are still the favorites heading into Anubis, despite what happened at Pro League 11 days ago. Mainly down to the reason that they've played the map so many times and they've beaten pretty much every single team in the world on it. That also circles back to our conversation, Nathan. When you play it 15 times in the span of 3 months and you have had no time to practice, as an in-game dealer like you, it must be nice to look at those demos and look at all the different correlations that you can find, because there's so much data, there's so much material to look into.
Yes, the beautiful thing is that they're excellent at the map, and they've been one of the first teams, I think, that were that good at the map. Like, they were dictating the meta, and they're still doing it to a degree, but now people, A, figure them out, or B, copy them. And so when you copy something and you try to understand it first, if you understand, then you understand the weaknesses that go with it. And so that's pretty much where it can be now with Eternal Fire. All the scores on Anubis are getting closer and closer. It's not free like it was before, and people will figure them out a little bit. So yeah, they need a little bit of that magic. So like back to the pre-game segment, I want to see that Jota getting a give me that 30 bombs game. Like I just want to see it. Like
You're
I just want to
much, are you?
he can do it easily, but yeah, this is the kind of space that maybe by being given to a player like this can change a bit their approach, and then they can get back to their playstyle to have like very good halves. And on the City side, I want to say be a bit more aggressive, but look at Dust 2. They didn't need to be aggressive to be good.
I want to see Xantares firing on all cylinders, and I want everyone to pay attention to the way Xantares is playing middle, because I think when you speak about dictating a certain area of the map, that's where he does it. Xantares had a habit, you know, when we were watching him last time in Copenhagen, in particular against Team Spirit, of being very aggressive in the sense that you describe him as a passive player on the CT side. He's waiting for people to run into his crosshair. He is in most cases, but on Anubis, I don't know what's going on, but he's willing to fight. He's willing to fight in middle, and he's willing to take space. I saw Xantares in 3 out of 4 rounds against Team Spirit being in T-spawn within the first 10, 15, 20 seconds of the round. Now I want to see that Xantares again, where he's willing to dare a little bit, willing to fight in middle and dictate the pace, because we know playing CT side on Anubis is hella difficult, but if you have a player like Xantares in middle, it makes it way, way easier.
Yeah, I mean, if Xantares is going to get away with that, Liquid, they're going to have their work cut out for them starting on that T side of things. Anybody that you want to pinpoint from the Liquid side of the equation on that offensive half?
Nert, I think Nert is excellent on that map. I think he's always bringing up a little bit some tricks and like some entries, and yeah, I just like looking at him as a player.
Well, teams are indeed ready to be diving into the Temple of Anubis.
Yes, and is it going to be Liquid that are sacrificed on this one? It feels that way.
I don't mind their Anubis. I don't know they're Dust 2. I know they picked it. I don't mind their Anubis. I think they could actually take this one to Eternal Fire.
Okay.
A lot of points brought up by the desk there in terms of putting so many reps on this map. It's starting to be seen as not a weakness, but a map that teams are figuring out. Jacob bringing up Xantares in middle. Sometimes they don't play it, sometimes they do. So let's see what version they get today. I think in recent times, you know, it's something that he just plays towards A. So right now, we'll see what the approach is looking like out of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm a big, you know, I'm always on A anchor watch. So keeping my eyes on where Cardia's A holds is going to be something that I will definitely be keeping tabs on. But this is it. It's fight or flight. Lower bracket is brutal. A gauntlet to be run if you lose this game. Liquid looking to take us the distance. Inferno waiting in the wings if we need it. It is Eternal Fire's Anubis, but as the desk has discussed, it's certainly been solved, it's been looked at, and they're dropping B. This is a classic. Wicardia tucked on the dual Berettas, Magic distracts, and then Wicardia destroys. One with the dual Berettas, and there's Xantares just unloading. Comfortable start to their campaign. Good grief, that was quick. That was easy.
Those dual Berettas couldn't have been in better positions. Jail tucked in, ready to activate Lay and deep within the E-box corner. So just running in with these Glocks, there's one way to rival that. That's 30 bullets just being unleashed from both sets of pistols.
That's one of the quickest pistols I've seen this year.
And that's like a bit of a FURIA.CET classic right there, isn't it? All right, we're going to run mid, jump out the window and split.
There we
go. And you're dead. The third there, a thing of beauty.
Oh, that sounded like an Attack on Titan voice line.
Wicardia really like that one. Well, no plant, but we find the force. Interesting. See Liquid flying in with only the Tech 9s, and 5 of which. This does give them the ability to keep on moving, and they are setting their sights on what should be a B split again, this time with a little bit less source. Magic drops a deep smoke, looking to play behind it.
And if you dare if you dare. He just gonna. Oh, up,
They know they're blocked.
Yep.
You know you're blocked.
You know you're blocked, mate. Work it out. Oh, it could have been better. It could still work out. Happen around. Access to the site. Plant it available. Twist will get that down.
Natus has got the A4. Ultimate has another smoke to work with. So they can constrict one of these choke points quite easily.
Natus has a flash. Pick that up.
Use that smoke. Yeah, drops towards Temple, but all through CT.
They haven't got any sign of their life. They don't realize just how close they all are. Contact walking up this close. Smoke, though. Good util usage. Twist confirms presence and actually takes down Xantares. Liquid with a second round conversion. It's imminent. It's only WotC that can disrupt and have anything to say about it, but there ain't no time for this. Ultimate's just jiggling, playing with his food. Nerds goes down. Ultimate will take the round. Second round conversion, despite some shortcomings on the push through.
Well, good to see Liquid being able to pick up one of those themselves.
Right, yeah.
That second half of Dust2 really got out of control after they lost after the pistol win. So I think here, JK is assuming I'm stuck on a wall or something. No, you're stuck on the in-game leader.
It must be like a pixel I didn't know about. That's strange.
The clipping in this game sucks.
No problem. No harm, no foul, as the saying goes. Well, I mean, straight away, you go from the highs of one of the most rapid pistol round wins for Eternal Fire, quickly, rectified. And so the Force by Wars rage on.
This looks quite direct immediately. Just take a look at the radar. So a lot of bodies over towards T-Stairs and Water. JKS would be the player working towards A, but he has a lot of support. So it's telling that they want to take baskets and maybe execute straight in towards the domain of WotC and Wicardia.
I'm looking for
to be the
smoke
third man
to block.
rotating in.
Neither of them has one. Xantares? Neither.
Well, they've stacked on the side at least, so there's a flash available for Wicardia to set them up.
Waiting for a reaction. Not
Got
feeling
the flash.
rushed. There's the flash. Turned by Nerds. Does he deliver both? No. Xantares does manage to trade the death of WotC.
Would love to see the trade, but swinging into a 5-7 can be deadly.
Info. 2 on B. That's the call. And 2 on A.
At least Nav activates, so keeping Eternal Fire guessing as Xantares pushes in, gets the gun and gets away.
Damn, that's... But they would have, is it mind games?
Yeah, well, apparently so. They're going to waltz on in. Wicardia's not looking either. Xantares might just cop a bullet in the back of the head as he transitions in towards camera. Twist keeps taking the space and can't win the fight. Xantares waits to shove. JKS got to hit the bullets and eventually does.
Bloody hell, that got scary.
But it's still scary.
It certainly is. Wicardia's Deagle finds Naf. Headshot was required there, and now he gets his hands on that M4 delivered by Xantares. Then look at the health, though. Ultimate and JKS, despite the number discrepancy, and Jota is the only healthy member, so if he can hit them instant headshot, he can't. JKS, a little wiggle on the mouse there. And it's too comfortable, it's too easy. We keep trading blows. That's a nasty one to let slip away. And it felt like they should have and probably could have taken that one comfortably.
Yeah, not able to hit a shot right now is JKS. That was so labored to the trade onto Xantares there. And then, yeah, you talked about the wiggle. Not trusting the crosshair, expecting the swing on the MP9. So this is where you're questioning, should there be a swing? Well, it's into the 5-7, right? So he could just light them all up. That is beautiful. That's the shot that makes the difference. Now, able to take down the Deagle, and Hadja wins them out the round. So back and forth we go. It's actually Eternal Fire to take the tactical timeout off the back of the round victory. So maybe just to discuss what the finances could look like on the other side. We can see some Galils taking shape. The Tech 9 for the likes of Twist and Nerds. JKS likely finding out what utility Twist requires for this call before he gets the purchase. There you go, AK Kevlar. It is going to be possible. It's going to be Galil, so they do require the nade to smoke and a flash. Just taking a look at Xantares' kill distribution this year of weapons. It's the Silenced M4 that's his preference. But in these last two maps, he's been buying a lot of the A4. Right now he has the AK. But this year with the Silenced M4, 202 kills. With the A4, only 19. So I think an aimer like Xantares should be on the A4, I'll be honest. So I'd love to see him make that transition.
But with his giant crosshair, if you just put the top prong on the head, there's no real recoil control required. JKS swallows that rogue snade.
This is 4 silently through middle, and this is what we've come to expect with Eternal Fire in this position. Just playing off mid, giving the space over, but he's playing from Temple in a crossfire with WotC.
Yeah, it's just static.
WotC is going to take the first contact, or at least he was.
Yeah, but that's enough of a distraction for destruction. Didn't wait for the smoke. Zantares profits. And they just come bring in the fight to both of them. Nerds and Ultimate God. JKS, the final victim of Wakadia. And Eternal Fire now head and shoulders above Liquid.
Has to be the eco now, won't it? So 4-1, very, very likely. Can't continue to tussle back and forth. And Liquid going down the gurgler right now. Needs to be great revenge for EF. They only played 10 days ago. Oh, I like that, the block smoke. Okay. Multi-kills between Wakadia and Zantares. Should get a big thumbs up from the Turkish fans around the world. And really, if it was just a couple of days at home to revitalize EF,
yeah,
this is an arena tournament. These are the ones where they do need the reps. EPL was just a studio. It's like, all right, well, we lost in the quarterfinals. We lost to Vitality. Whatever.
Easy to dismiss that. A couple of days at home, important.
It was Vitality, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's, you know, go home, get a couple of days with the loved ones, focus in, you know, get the likes of Faber and Magigo, and okay, well, we've been doing this a lot, maybe let's try and do a little bit more of this. Fix some of the weaknesses that you've been seeing coming to this event.
It was Spirit, excuse me.
Yeah, that's right. But still, Spirit was the team that last time they were around in Copenhagen, that was for Bounty.
It was Liquid that lost to Vitality.
Yes.
That's where the confusion was.
Crossing our wires.
Should never cross the wires.
All the streams.
Guardia makes Nerds a ghost.
Who are you going to call? Blockbusters.
That was Twist trying to die. That's what that was. And he succeeds. 4-1 when the guns come back out.
Yeah, and finally going to be able to establish a bit of normalcy in this second map. Exactly. I was thinking the same thing, Zantares.
Yeah.
No AWP available for little Tim, but Woxic has his.
Block.
Whee!
Drops a good one. Push. He's just so dynamic. Last round holding middle, this round pushing. Oh, what a frag! Big from Nerds, sets himself up for success and farms up 2.
You'd love a trade there, wouldn't you?
Underhand flashbang, smoke push, respect to Nerds.
Well, MBK wanted to see Nerds making some moves, and there is one. Deals with the aggression.
He's ahead of the. Is he ahead of the incendiary? Oh boy, he's making plays. He's going to be fighting tooth and nail. Nerds just driving by, taking 3. Trade from NAF. That is more like it from Liquid.
Instantaneous from NAF there on that kill as well. If Woxic gets a chance to dance around the obelisk, that could have been some problems. The AWPer can heat up as Wakadia left with no choice but to save. Now, look at the bottom left-hand side of your screen. You can see Woxic, his cash money is a bit of a problem, so this save will go a long way. Their loss bonus is only going to be 1,400 into the next. An AWP will need to be dropped. A rifle will also likely then need to make that fill that void. But shouldn't be issues as far as the CT side buy is concerned. So a great round from Nerds. 3 massive kills and essentially the round on his back alone.
Yeah, it was massive. I think we found a new Chibi-Weeby placement that's even worse than Big Uzera's, just kind of resting on his wrist.
How annoying would that be? That would be like
imagine?
wearing a watch on your mouse hand.
Yeah, it would. I still can't even wear a bracelet on my keyboard hand. It's like digging into your skin. Some players do it. I've seen it.
All right, well, they need this round to Liquid. That's going to break the finances of Eternal Fire, assuming those saves.
Here it is. Here's the play. Sets himself up for success. It was massive from Nerds to get both. You're right about liking a trade. It's full blind for Zantares. So he had no play. I don't know how much Magic could see, but this third as well was just poetic. Gorgeous work from Nerds. He is a playmaker. He rose to fame quite quickly for his aggressive maneuvers and his individual mechanical ability, despite being rather inexperienced in comparison to some of the players in his team. Jones does successfully block. It doesn't cost him too much.
Oh, they know his position. Imagine if you got caught in the open there.
Yeah, yikes.
That could be one way to try and punish it, right? If you are going to continuously play for this block, we'll catch you out of position. 3 starting B, 2 starting A, and those A players aren't playing baskets. Woxic is actually dealing with mid with the AWP, and Wakadia playing over towards Heaven. We can see that it's just pressure being applied over towards Connector for now. That A4, Zantares.
Break. Oh no. just going for damage.
They've been able to get this mid control. So throughout this skirmish towards E-Box, Twist has crossed middle with Ultimate's AWP. NaV outside of B.
The question is if he doesn't like unscope, can he kind of walk in and catch Wicardia on the pixel gap?
It's still a tough shot to hit.
It's not easy, no.
I think there might be a slight point of having to telegraph it, right? Because you need a smoke towards Temple unless you trust Twist to carry and cover off. This nade could do decent damage.
Another deep smoke. They're keeping Nerds out of the round. 40 seconds for the finish. Twist has been given the bomb.
Well, that's it for the smokes. And not playing for any information. Eternal Fire completely off middle. As I said, something we've become accustomed to. And it is going to be the split. So Nerds given the flames to try and flush out Con.
Heavy focus on Con.
What's Ultimate going to do? Just play for rotations?
Suppose so. Kind of a la Double Doors does too. And he's got one. Wicardia trying to leave as the util sails in. It's up to the defenders. Yeah, they have to, and there's so many bodies here. Jota gets active. Double kill. Triple kill from Jota and a missed-off shot from Ultimate. Finally gets away with his life. Just trying to save the AWP now, and he's being run down. Woxic not making any secret of his hunt. And he's going to be allowed to get away with the AWP, but Jota steps up with the multi-kill. The desk wanted to keep an eye on Jota's multis. Well, there's a big one for you.
Between Wicardia on A and Jota on B, where are you meant to go? You're just getting dominated by these kids.
Drive-by, bro.
A4, beautiful. And because of the time, Liquid can't be as procedural with the clears. It just has to be W. So in terms of your spacing, in terms of your angle management, Wicardia just gets to celebrate. So the good vibe tribe.
He's loving watching what he's seeing.
It's going to be the first tactical timeout call from Mitha, coach of Team Liquid. Do have enough for another buy for AK's AWP. Just feel they need a bit more pep, right? Think about all that mid space they have. They didn't force any of the issues. If you're just setting them up to cover off the rotation, you got what you were looking for, but it came so late within the round that you couldn't pivot off of that kill.
You know what I mean, right?
Well, that's never fun. You know what I mean. Well, hopefully, freeze time's up.
They better.
If you don't know what I mean, we're in trouble.
Woxic starting the AWP on A. Jota to throw out the initial mid-smoke. That'll be about it. Smoke's down on stairs as well.
Ahead of this is Wicardia.
Yeah. Little flash to try and facilitate aggression, but thinks twice about committing.
I think the key to success is punishing through middle. I think I might have to have a word with you here, Liquid, because you're getting it for free.
And you know that it's... I mean, if I know, they know.
If you think it's free, walk through that smoke.
Yeah. Punish that. Don't respect it.
Because if this is going to be what your game plan weighs upon, let's turn the screws. Flash not good enough.
Oof. They're lucky that Woxic missed that one.
Feels like an acceleration because that rally of util from Liquid. Smoke, molly, flash, right? So then immediately draws the rotation of Eternal Fire. But this is what you want to capitalize upon. But look at your extremity players.
This is it.
Look at NaV and look at JKS.
Yeah.
Not close A main, not close towards B main. So you've got middle, 50 seconds. What are we doing, boys?
I don't know.
You've got no space. What are you doing? You have your AWP posted in middle. That's it. Is this the game plan, really?
Put the AWP mid to catch rotations through, but Jota can go beach. Wicardia and Woxic on A still, and he's got a very powerful sightline for both sides.
Chad, a Liquid cooked?
Stuck in that way. Wicardia dead again to Ultimate. He's getting that regularly. Back-to-back rounds. But you got to get through the Woxic AWP. Nerds a free frag. Oh, Woxic racks him up. He gets two. Jota just the one. And this shot, JKS baited out nicely, but can't handle Madja. Ultimate with 13 seconds to play. Picks up the bomb. Gonna have to clamp behind the cake. Centaurus and Madja both coming in from main, which makes this a little more winnable. Gets his ass out of the way. Nadal hurt. 48. Trying to stay active. It's Madja that finishes the job. It's looking bleak for Team Liquid here. CT side thriving for the Anubis, which is historically one of the hardest CT sides to structure well. That's where Eternal Fire's dominance is starting to be put on display. It's their proficiency on the defense. And admittedly, as Chad is religiously highlighting, the lack of a well-structured attack.
The thing is, this isn't the meta. The meta isn't win the round through middle like this.
No,
it's
but
stress A main, stress E-box.
But that's why EF get away with this. This is something we outlined for 3 months now.
Well, this, to me, what this is, Liquid highlighting the same thing that we've been talking about, right? Going, oh, because they give us so much mid, let's try and punish this.
By putting the offer there.
There's a reason that they don't play mid. Right? Like
yeah, because it's very easy to lose a man advantage.
So Liquid are trying to punish that, but it's like, but what are you punishing? You're punishing yourself by taking 50 seconds to get mid that you're getting for free. And then doing nothing with it.
Yeah, I see you.
Oh, partial investment.
Nuts can walk in onto this, and Magic will be cognizant of that fact. They're actually just going to, what? Flash out, go. Nav. Spots out Zantara's just taken down, the audacity of that. And then Nertz reveals his position, fires off a shot. Yep, roll of the eyes, a sigh, and a scratch of the eye. He ain't happy. Liquid, that lower bracket is calling your name if it keeps up like this.
Yeah, likely Liquid versus Imperial. On the other side, we've got the likes of the Mongols, NaVi, M80, and FURIA. So it's not an impossibility. One of G2 or Eternal Fire will be down there that they have to contend with, and one of likely NaVi or Mongols.
Already sounds pretty rough.
Indeed. Well, here they go, late into B.
Not flashed enough, vision there, crossfire broken, only by 1.
That is 7 rounds. That's 7. That one usually comes after 4-5, or the par, so the 6-7 can be more.
Good grief.
Another quote-unquote rifle round without full utility.
Again, yeah.
Right? So they over-invested in the previous.
They get 2 flashbangs for T-side and Anubis.
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
What are we doing? We're just a bunch of guys playing Counter-Strike, having a good old time.
Wait, there's a couple more flashbangs now. 1 extra flashbang, actually, so that's good. Imagine what you cooking up. He's trying to block. He's trying to block the deep dark smoke.
There we go.
That's a pick. That's a pick.
Taking some main control.
There we go. Voxic Orb to plays anti. It's actually the lurk smoke out. He'll block with a smoke of his own. So now what?
Guys, all right. Now I want everyone to come back middle. We're going to take main controller on. Everyone come back middle.
Are we going to do it quickly?
No, that's a troll. That's a troll. But look, they took main control early. Now they don't know what's on the other side. They've allowed their extremity players to play on the extremities. And look at what it's done. Look at what it's done.
Jota's fine. Jota's absolutely fine. That deep smoke they're using, very effective. The spam from Twist not going to connect onto Jota. He has the audacity. He has the audacity to push it out. Doesn't have the edge he was hoping for.
Or is it?
Yep, little spot.
It's oscillating.
Oscillation.
Probably better than fading. Twist, if you peer back, you'll still be into Jota. 40 seconds on the clock.
That just slips into cam just in time. Jota's flanking. Oh no. Oh, the rage is going to be unbearable. You're about to lose the bomb. You've lost the bomb. Oh, it gets worse for Liquid. But they've got 3v2. They have the man advantage. Ultimate can kill Jota, and they're cooking.
Okay, just go B, Hampus once said. That's exactly what they can do. 5 rounds is still on the table. So Liquid, if you just go back to regular programming as far as Anubis is concerned, you can get that. Woxic is going to want to retain this AWP, and he might be able to get away with it. You take a look, Zantara's will have enough money to buy. So if Woxic drops... If Woxic lives, he can drop 2 M4s. So they'll have a full buy.
Presumably that's what they'll do.
If he lives. When he lives, he should live.
Yeah.
He should live.
Should live.
He'll live.
7-3. Or in Australian.
7-3.
Thank you.
Kablamo. That's the sound the bomb makes in Australia.
In Australia, yeah.
Yeah.
The explosion goes out the other way.
Yes, it's upside down.
Yeah.
Upside down.
Yeah.
So those guns have been dropped. Woxic the facilitator.
Twist the flasher. The flashbanger.
I was going to say he might go to prison.
No,
that,
we
Alex.
won't call him that.
Public indecency.
Yeah. Twist the flashbanger.
Okay, so right now the pressure is on EF. If they lose this, then Liquid have an open runway to find themselves with a 7-5 half against them, sure. 7 rounds on the CT side is already great. JKS making it feel like there is the A pressure again. WotC.CET is a man possessed. The AWP just trundling down without a care in the bloody world. That would be where you'd expect JKS to be, but because this is B heavy.
NaVi's had a really rough half.
Hasn't he? So's Twist. Both 1 and 8.
I mean, it is not the fun role. No one's saying that, but we've seen output from players who get top of the scoreboard
Normally,
performances.
NaVi is one of the best players in the world at this type of position.
You'd say so, yeah. Just catching those timings, these moments where you transition out of con, like right now. You can see Magic just got away for free. And Jota's now coming for you. His pre-aim looks good. The flash comes through, and no one's home.
I don't think he's ready for NaVi's position.
That surprises me.
Yeah, so assuming that nobody crossed that smoke because it was quote-unquote bad. So safety first, not the case. And that flash felt like it was a defensive flash. So for Jota, he doesn't know about this lurk. Now through middle into what is likely a B split. Crazy.
Wow, nice work from Twist. That's an important kill. Just his second contribution so far here in our second map.
They're in the back lines. They can go wherever they want. 35 seconds, though. Have to pick a site.
WotC.CET Sorb collects onto Ultimate. JKS is going to be tasked with the trade, burning through into the AWP bomb, delivered to his front door, and equalizing double. It actually puts them in the lead. Now Twist again, progressing up the site. Centaurus caught in rotation. Natus is a CT spawn, but it goes down. The bomb is on the ground. It's not looking good. It's looking great for Eternal Fire. Turning that one on its head, it looked too easy. Their acceleration into WotC.CET Zorb just falls flat. He owns them. Comfortably, dispatches of the double, all of that burning from the incendiary he deploys, forces JKS into the fight. And yeah.
Imagine no consecutive rounds on your T side of Anubis.
This one here. And Centaurus wins that duel comfortably as well. Maybe that could have changed things as well. Yeah, slumped in his chair, not feeling good. 8-3. This is a CT side Eternal Fire way over par.
This is going, all right, boys, let's just get this fourth. We get 4, we can win the pistol. Well, I'd highly debate that. Yeah, depends on what your definition of so close is.
And what you're aiming to for with getting there. What is getting there? Having a 4th round, yeah.
Maybe breaking the economy, but you kind of did that when you won the 4 spy in the 2nd round of the game, and then you couldn't win the 3rd. You had a chance to open the floodgates of rounds. So close to the shuttle on the way back to the hotel.
Oh, okay. That's the sign of a very confident Madja. 20 bullets through his smoke. JKS is going to have some company for his A main take. They're doing it quietly, or will there be a util? Yeah, okay. They'll throw the lurk smoke out, but WotC.CET's in the right place again. JKS just can't avoid him. Wherever he goes, there's an AWP poised, ready to fuck.
If that's a rifler, then he probably pulls out some util or something, right?
Right. But of course there's an AWP.
Straight into the AWP bullet. Ah, yes.
It's like WotC.CET.
Yes.
He's just one step ahead. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Ultimate was... he can't really deal with this smoke. Whatever EF have been cooking with this smoke grenade, it's really limited any of their aggressions out con.
No, just going to do some... Well, we're hoping to do some damage. That was misthrown there from Madja. Madja. Jota.
Oh, okay. His AWP's broken. Weird.
This thing's malfunctioning.
Yeah, he needs to take it to the repair shop after that. Oh, there we go. Okay, just had to tweak it. Clears out Madja. Centaurus. He was in a very all-in position there, and WotC.CET's going to be caught out by NaVi's mid-lurk. 4. Just 1 kill away. NaV very audibly rotating away. 4 is all they have to work with. Would be one hell of a defense from Liquid if they can match the output of Eternal Fire. Home turf for them, and it shows. That lower bracket is calling for Liquid right now. An 8-4 half from Eternal Fire's CT side of Anubis. Dust 2 didn't work out for Liquid, and it seems that Anubis may very well be going the same way. Opportunities were there. A second round conversion, despite losing the pistol in convincing fashion, but Liquid have been unable to run with any momentum or build any momentum. Chad, what do you reckon about this must-win pistol?
No consecutive rounds. One of them came from Nerds with a massive 3K, so not very convincing so far from Liquid, but they can put that all behind them and they can break the streak of the opening games last from being 2-0s. Would need to push us the distance, would need to take us to Inferno, a map that they found success against Eternal Fire on just 10 days ago at EPL. The Turkish squad will spring to life. They'll grab the mid control, they'll pivot late, and they're into the B split.
Yep, straight away, Naf and Nerds going to have a lot to do, and no connections from Naf or Nerds on their initial excursion. Just like that, the B site falls. Centaurus is P250, just sending him main, letting him take those duels as the body of the assault drops into con. This will progress forwards. Madger in that hard-to-clear corner. Will be the first contact. Ultima just what's going on? Madger, 3 kills, comfortably dispatches of the remaining Liquid players, and we are on for a quickie here on Anubis.
Well, yep. No nuance required in discussing how this one fell apart. Ultimate wasn't even clearing the corner. He wasn't even looking at the corner.
Yeah.
Just has his head pinned to the wall.
Baffling.
Will be a Liquid economical. This isn't the place to... when I'm commentating, my job is to commentate what's happening on the screen.
Yes.
And not talk about the broader problems with the roster.
But?
I won't.
Okay.
I'll save it for formats where I can do long form.
Yes, yeah, we can thoroughly articulate your point.
This was not the place to do so.
A podcast for the pod bots.
Lots of pod racing.
I like the idea of the boost on aim. I think it's cool, underutilized at times.
Alex reaching so deep now.
Isn't it cool?
Ah, look at it. It's a thing of beauty.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
It's a cool boost, man.
Cool boost.
I'd say that Centaurus' crosshair is actually the one we're using here from Blast. That's another cool fun fact. It's just a little...
thicker.
It's a little thinner, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Centaurus.
maybe on his stretched res, it might look a little bit chunkier.
True, true.
Whose crosshair do I like the least? Madges. I like Madges the least.
Yeah, Madges is crazy.
The thing with Madges is, right, and people are like, oh yeah, but it's like not the super thick shadow, so it just shows on one side. That's the bit that bothers me. It feels like it's off kilter.
It does look a bit wonky.
It's like a what, 0.5 shadow boy?
Yeah.
Outline, not shadow.
It does look like a drop shadow, though. It does.
Madges had 7 kills in the last 2 rounds. Give him 8.
Jota.
Come on, man. That's the in-game lead attacks.
I mean, you got to respect.
What's in that book?
What book? I wasn't looking at.
He's got a book right next to him.
Book.
Yeah, look, there was a picture.
Maybe it's a drawing from his little one. Wow, that's so cinematic. What a beautiful boost. Lovely. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. It's like life is a movie.
In a way.
Yeah, in a way. I don't know if Les's Liquid had a single round where they've all had full nades.
Hey.
Chad's lost his mind.
It's not Counter-Strike, is it?
It's, well, I could argue against that if I was trying. I think technically.
Tried that against Valve Devs a couple of times. It's just not Counter-Strike. Actually, sir, I think we define what Counter-Strike is.
We make the game.
So we tell you what Counter-Strike is. Hello, gentlemen, you're about to get owned.
Actually, he's not hit the first headshot for once in his life, and so JKS gets a chance. Twist delivers in a similar capacity.
Okay.
But wait.
There's more.
There's more.
That's a B defender.
Yeah, it is.
Let's try and pivot in through E-box if we could.
Nerds. What's he got? A single flashbang and an M4A1S if they were to test him. Madger actually, his body language implies something else. They're going to kind of fake it out with a Woxit commit or some sound. Natus played it very smartly, actually. I like that he's pushed out B main. Oh, I don't like that JKS is also rotated.
How far does WOXIC go? I think all the way.
Yeah, yeah.
So do you search for a fight or do you try and slip into Temple? Something crazy. Well, timing could be against JKS here. Oh, he's made sound. So now WOXIC's been spotted. I think you have to go A. 3 players are focused on WOXIC on B. It's just Twist, the low HP A player. WOXIC's actually slipped into the backline. He slipped into the...
Oh, good call. Good.
But you know that he was trying to go A.
Oh, Twist.
He's the only one here.
He doesn't get molly, though. He doesn't get molly. Maybe they think it's clear. Maybe they just start to plant. Are they gonna... Yeah, yeah. Deny that. Oh, no! Oh, the crouching... On the plant, his crosshair just off. JKS brings down Wicardia. It's up to Madja in the clutch. And a clean headshot into the first. Can Madja really do this? JKS dancing with him. Ultimate as well. Comes in, spotted on the fountain. Perhaps not in the camera position. It is a no-kit, 10-second defuse. And the isolated Jules. Eternal Fire. Gifted in a magical clutch out of Madja here. Madja calling the bluff on this? Smoke is down. JKS can maybe get him off.
Can't land a bullet.
Right, what is that? He's running and gunning. And a random bullet finds JKS through the smoke. The heartbreak continues.
He did that to JKS as well on that B bomb site with the MAC-10 coming through window in the 1v3. Leaping through that single bullet, death from above, bang. And this one, it started better than many of the rounds that Liquid have played. This is a 3v5 number advantage.
Yeah, oh God, the frustrations, the way they manipulated them, and we will see that running spray. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Look at this bullet, look, ready?
How many kills did Madge get in that round?
Well, 3 in the clutch.
So what, he's had 10 kills in 3 rounds. Madja.
Oh.
He had, actually no, that was an ace.
It was an ace?
That was an ace.
Oh, good grief. Good gravy.
That was an ace. Look at that.
There it is.
What a great round timeline.
That is beautiful.
This highlights exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah.
There's 12 kills in 3 rounds.
Oh, mate.
No, I think you mean old Madja.
Oh, Madja.
He's done it again.
That's mad. And that's bad. The Liquid MB9s and Famas forced into this.
Look at the body language of Liquid players. If we could go through them, don't worry about JKS and NAF. Worry about Nerds. Look at him. He looks shell-shocked.
Look at Madja, though. He is running straight up on that deep dark smoke. He's ahead of the fade. Back is turned. Important trade.
Oh, they didn't get a multi from Madja. They can't win this round.
Yeah, if only they
their
had
best
like
player.
WOXIC.
The man that has the biggest output in all of their games.
Jota.
How are they going to be able to do this?
Zintares. Wicardia.
Faber.
Oh, Faber. He's kind of in the server.
Kind of.
Zintares. Loud about this, seizes some mid control, and actually NAF and Ultimate should have a chance at this, and they will connect. Wicardia as well shut down on A. WOXIC punishes the JKS aggress. Info on one of the 2 remaining players.
Oh, the race is on. Did the footsteps get heard from Jota? WOXIC seems aware there's a possibility. A high flash, a peek in, a fight against Ultimate. The tap, and the bomb is down.
Shot.
And this should be Liquid's 5th.
Must-win round converted off the force bite.
Let's see if Twist can get into something a little bit tidier than just the Famous, because they do know that they have the round in their back pocket. So a double from NAF, killer piece from Ultimate and JKS. And Twists should be able to get himself an AK because Ultimate grabbed that WOXIC AWP. I can hear Mytha yelling from here. Maybe hold those in.
For a minute.
You have a mountain to climb. This one's treacherous. Footing is not stable. In a way, you're so close. This is the, guys, we only need 2 more rounds, and the score is 11-5.
Yeah.
Everything's going to be fine. That type of body language I'm seeing right now.
Even just the way he delivered that, like it was comms, but it was like, it wasn't mad, it wasn't tilted. He's just like, oh, we just need 2 rounds. So Madja will get them for us.
Yeah.
20-7.
God, Madja.
Oh, that 1v3, man.
We've had some moments, haven't we? And we've only had 1.5 days of play.
So many moments.
9 Deagle.
Yep.
13-0 phase.
Yeah.
Loss.
Oh, leg shot.
Hunter.
Hunter hunting.
God mode.
Yeah.
Badger destroying. And of course, the Liquid 11-4 down comeback on Anubis to take it to overtime and
secure a third map.
Indeed.
Can't wait. Could be fun.
Glad everyone is up to date on the script for the day.
Oh, where did Ultimate's health just go? Burned down. JKS spamming away at that Heaven smoke and doesn't finish anyone off. Just some damage onto Xantares. Okay, A-site has been seized. Eternal Fire, a 5 versus 5. This is a full, intense retake. Ultimate is drawn blood. Removes one. Bacardia cut down, but the flames keep him humble. Keep him back. On that sliver gap, JKS has managed to find Xantares. Trying to aggress into the Heaven position. They all baited him in. Magic is still alive, and it is going to be Jota, though, with some quick clicks. The barrel shooting out, distracts him, pulls his crosshair, averts it, and it's only Woxic. Only Woxic with 2.
Wide-eyed there. They do get across the line. The bomb goes down, the defuse comes in, and the round is secure. That's 2 in a row. The only 2 rounds in a row Liquid have been able to post in this map so far.
Damn. Okay. Only took them 18 rounds to get there. Or 17. That was the Xantares death, which was, well, JKS holding that line valiantly. The barrel bait actually completely unintentional.
Nice, boys! Fucking sick, boys!
The plant gives them cash, which secures them a partial investment.
Okay, it makes sense now. I see what you did there.
They will be able to buy it. Oh, is Magic playing with the chicken?
You like chickens?
Well, he was playing. I thought he was. Oh, on your head. That one still went as designed.
Orping mid.
Isn't it risky?
It's crazy.
Oh, they won't run him down. They will know where the AWP is early. This would be a utility expending round.
If Liquid start with it, I don't know what's going on. Like, I thought everything was two-sided, and Anubis is the most two-sided map, but...
Oh, you're getting so many steps ahead of yourself, son.
Yeah, well, that's how my brain works.
Look, I'll make you a bargain.
A bargain?
I'll bargain with you, good
Go on.
sir.
How would you like to see this go?
Your brain can start going that way if the scoreline reads 11-8.
All right.
Because, and that actually won't take you long to get there, because this one should read 11-7, and then it will be a gun round in the next for Eternal Fire.
Right.
And then that part will be another partial.
Okay.
So I'll allow it at 11-8. But first, Alex, they have to get past this buy, which I will say will not be easy. It never is.
Oh, I'm scared for him, but Naf is calm.
It was easy, just like I said. Five alive. That's nice. That's the most amount of players you can keep alive at the end of a round.
Yeah. And that round from Naf against the Tech-9s has put him from bottom of the scoreboard to second highest on the scoreboard. So maybe that's going to help the mentality a bit.
Okay, everybody loves some eco bashing.
Yeah.
If you can get these kills, they're the ones you'll take.
Let's go. Let's go, boys. Nice.
You see, they're bigging him up. They're getting the juices flowing. Now you just need to win this one. Ultimate's still got his AWAP. He's going for this aggressive peek.
This is Ultimate Classic. This is when we first saw him come onto the screens making moves like that. This time they drop the smoke. It still does a similar thing. Nade comes through. A is light on right now. It's just JKS defending over here as Liquid have hedged 3 players over towards B. Ultimate in the door position. Still wants to peek. Hand spotted. And I think they've heard him. I think they know he's here. Oh, no, they don't.
Not
no,
today.
they don't at all. That's a great opener. I love this stubbornness.
Important stuff. Block from JKS, just playing Heaven on the jiggle.
Do you risk it, though, if you're Eternal Fire? You might have to.
About it.
Oh!
What is that from Woxic AK?
You work so hard for the opener, and then you give away an exchange. Woxic with the pre-fire.
He overstayed. He could have just sat camera. Oh, no. JKS down. They boost over the smoke. It's getting awkward. The A site open for business. Rotation from Twists and Naf. Nut's going to be very late to this site. They need a hero. There's no way you're winning that duel. At least one of them's going to get that kill without a flashbang. Here they go, walking into the line, nearly the double from Wicardia, but Jota can do what his teammate couldn't. Hunting down Naf, hearing that reload. Nerds, however, has a little bit of an opportunity, can't tame the spray at 1v3, because the 12 seems imminent. It's locked on in by Eternal Fire. Faber happy with what he's seeing. This 2-0 does look like it's almost all said and done.
Aren't you lucky you didn't start trusting your brain?
Yeah, you're right. Thank you for keeping me honest.
Great opener. Better follow-up.
Bang! Why are you still there?
Oh.
But like, you need...
Yeah.
Oh, shut up, should I?
What have Liquid done that's good so far this map? Or series? What have they done that is good? How many things can you say that are good from what they've done?
A man advantage. Just hold on to it. You need those. They're good to have.
They're trying to win the game as individuals.
This is team play. They throw a flash for each other there.
Hooray! And a second.
Hey, Zantara's down. WotZCET the one to claw it back immediately this time.
Good
Go on.
trade.
I like that. I like the idea. Not in love with the execution. Underhands the smoke, falls back, but still a 4v4. Carpet of flame, but no punish from main.
That's on the side. We'll just give them a fright.
Madja puts ultimate out of sight. Break of the smoke. And waning hope.
Full rotation.
Full rotation, and WotZCET's calling A clear. The scout on the gunny.
Come on over, boys. The water is warm.
Bet it is on Anubis, actually. And then you do keep like Madja around, trying to keep boots planted. Nerds is investigating middle. He'll be... Oh,
he's so cooked. What's up? Oh, WotZCET.
He's let that one go. He has let that one go.
That was the round-winning kill, Mr.
That's what
WotZCET.
that was, but the spam's a little late, and Jota's walk through the smoke could be punished here if he's wild. Good awareness, Nerds. Trust twists. Worry about the smoke. Jota gets one. That fly goes down. Madja comes through. It's up to Twist to save his boys.
I'm going B. Plenty of time for Wicardia to plant. Sure, 10 seconds, but as this trickles down, 7, 6, 5, as the digits gets punched. Twist, good luck.
Good luck, have fun. Madja's already here. May have even heard you, and he's going to just walk through. No, never mind. Now has the info. Twist aggressing. Closing that gap, knows there's a likely swing from sight. Madja's the one to say goodnight to Liquid. A lovely and convincing 2-0 from Eternal Fire. Anubis dominance. Starting on that CT side, Liquid. Meager attempt on Anubis.
Oof, the rematch. It didn't live up to the hype of the last time round. Liquid absolutely demolished down to that lower bracket. They'll be taking on Imperial.
Yes, Eternal Fire truly igniting in this rematch series and claiming their revenge versus Team Liquid. Stellar showing on Anubis. We know that it's a map that Eternal Fire love to play, and they showed exactly why.
Yeah, there was a strong performance coming in from Eternal Fire. First map left a bit more to be desired. I think Liquid could have made it closer. Again, Eternal Fire were the better team, and on Anubis, kind of what we expected, you know. They had a message to showcase the world that what happened at Pro League was a mistake, shouldn't have happened. And when you play the map 16 times in a very short amount of time and you're winning the vast majority of those, it's not a bad way to head into a game like this and secure yourself a spot in the upper bracket.
I think individually as well, they was just better. Like there's nothing else to say. It's just like individually, they were getting the entries, they were getting the trades, the multi-kills, and it just showed everywhere. And on top of that, they just executed their game plan on CT like they always do, the same Turkish default on CT side, and it just worked out perfectly.
We've got Madja joining us. Congratulations. Revenge claimed versus Team Liquid. That must be a pretty nice feeling when you end at a map like that, right?
Yeah, it was a good day for us. The revenge was important for me, so yeah, everything smiles today and I'm very happy.
Why important for you specifically?
Because we lost them and I'm a competitor. Like when I lost someone, I just want to win after that, and today it was important for me, and yeah.
So from your point of view, today compared to last time you faced Liquid 11 days ago, obviously it was a very close game, back and forth. Was it more so you playing better today, or was it more so Liquid not playing as well as they did last time?
Individually, or you mean
as a whole?
As a team?
Yeah.
I think we play way better as a team, to be honest, and also individually against Liquid, I was like very not fragging at all, but today I find my my IM from 1.6 and everything was cool and yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if I'm throwing production under the spot right here, but we do have a clutch moment with you from the game.
Yeah, let's roll it.
Yeah,
I think
we should see that. You said that you found your 1.6 aim. What happened in this clutch on Anubis where you just decided to win all by yourself?
Let me see. It's the one.
The 1v3, yes.
Trading a bit back and forth right here. Maybe not going according to plan for now, but
starting with the back 10.
Yeah, here I call go back B because he has some plays, Voxic, and I asked him to go temple and come back A because we was waiting to A, but when he did, this kill was important, yeah. I knew he was side because I had the feeling, and then
IGL brain. Just better ready where they are.
Yeah, a little chance then, I think.
You remember,
the smokes.
You remember your spray here at the very last moment?
Yeah, I think chance.
Well, now you get to see it yourself again.
Thanks, God.
You just go for it. You full on commit.
I was not diffusing.
No?
Oh, I think it was diffusing. So 100% chance. Like
it worked out. But yeah, one other thing that I saw that really surprised me is that you're obviously super tired from all the events. Like there's a lot going. And I have a bit of the answer already with what you said, but what is the one thing? Because you came in with so much energy. Like, I know you're like calling a lot, you're calling everything from pit on Dust 2, you're like saying everything that's happening on the map, and you came in again in another event with a lot of energy. So what is like the one thing that is like pushing you? You come on a server and you're like almost screaming instantly and like just giving all that energy to your team. So like, what is the one thing that really makes you do that?
Like Natus, I think, I don't want to have regrets after that. Like every match, even if it's back-to-back tournament, I want to give everything I have because I'm old now. I want to not have regrets. I do it for my family also. I try my best. I say to myself, like it's one day I'm not giving 100%, I will just regret it, and that's my like things how I see the life, and I just give everything, bro, and like this.
I know you're a super competitor for like 20 years already, so obviously very aware.
Respect for you.
Yeah, and then also the other thing, you obviously get Jota in the team now for some time, but you didn't get that much practice with him. You obviously had your old system that you're still bringing with him. But he comes from Sengel, where, for example, in Anubis, he was going wild, just going through smokes, just you know, doing mad stuff at some point. What is your plan with Jota when you're going to have a bit more practice and maybe coming into the major to like change a little bit the game style you have and like to get his strength 100% on the server?
Yeah, it's a good question. Like right now in this match, I bring him a lot of mid in T side with Xantares Beyond, and like 1 month ago, I was not doing that. Like you said, it's a very good question. Like I try, he has to respect my system, the system, and also he has to be happy in it. So I try myself to make him happy. I try to find solution for everyone, even Voxic in AVP. I want to make happy them all my teammates, but sometimes it's difficult, you know. There is a balance to do, but like you said, yeah, I try my best to put him more in the fight, more like trade kill, like 2 people searching in A in Anubis. Like I try new things for him, and yeah.
I know you may be a bit biased in regards to this, but obviously when you look at a team like G2, we always describe them as a team that's very open and they have a lot of freedom. You know, m0NESY can do whatever he wants to. When Nico was part of the team, he could do whatever he wants to. How much freedom does the players have on your team? As you said, it's a balance, and I know it's a tough question to answer, but would you consider yourself as a strict in-game leader, or do you think there's space for more space basically to be taken by the players?
To be honest, half, to be honest. I try to give as much as freedom as I can, but when I have a call or something in my mind, like they have to follow the system. But like I told the last question, I try my best to make them happy because it's important that your teammate is happy and following his leader. But I try also to do a lot of sacrifice because to show them like I'm inside. But half towards.
Okay. And so one thing that I'm curious also is someone that we don't really speak much about because he doesn't speak that much English. I think we're not seeing him on interviews. Is your coach?
Yes.
And I'm very curious about what is that relationship, because it's very important for like a coach and the IGL especially to have like the good symbiosis together. So what is he bringing you personally? Like what is the special thing that he has that he's bringing you into the team then?
I think he know the game very well. He's an old player from 1.6 in Turkey. He know the game, he helped me a lot tactically, he take good pause, he finds good solution. I think he's a really good coach, to be honest, and we have a good synergy together. We are in the same room since we beginning Eternal Fire. We are the same age, so we are always together, speaking at night how we can do pistol, new things. So I have a really good relationship with him, and like you say, I think for a team that's want to be champion, coach and leader should be really close and really friendly. I mean,
Speaking of relationships, we didn't get to see it on the cams. You guys obviously know each other from back in the day. A nice little handshake when you walked on.
respect for him.
Can you explain to maybe some of the newer viewers, like obviously you have like a French background as well, like what kind of relationship you've fostered together over the years?
He was playing Source, I was playing 1.6. Always like we meet on LAN, on French LAN in the past, but always a lot of respects between us, and that's all I brought.
Yeah, we're competitors in the end. We've played against each other for 10 years, and sometimes you know each other better this way when you're fighting against each other. You meet at every event, and now we worked for 2 days together at some point, and there were like small things. But I was very good relationship.
2 days? What happened?
It was just in between different stuff. It is like complicated.
In between, that's dangerous. Huh?
My terrible days when everything was black in the tunnel.
It's always Major is like, people don't know that, but outstanding, super nice, very giving guy. When you ask a question, he's always going in depth and helping anybody that he can help. And like you can see it also with Eternal Fire, the answer is just giving as much freedom as possible, but also putting his foot down when needed. And I think that's him. That's Major.
Thank you, bro.
Final question, just to end out on, obviously with this win, you're going to be facing against G2 up next. What's your history been like against them, and any kind of memorable moments?
You beat him last time you were in here, right?
Yeah, semi-finals,
I think,
right?
yeah, I think we beat the, I don't know, it's a really great teams, and it will be a good match. And
Undoubtedly. Thank you so much for your time,
Thank
Masha.
you.
Congratulations once again.
Ceren Aslan.
Awesome, man. As always, you can
They're
give your
watching
heads up
at this time, so
Oh, that's
Thank
wonderful. Thank you so much, Masha. Yeah, massive congratulations to him as well. Well-deserved victory, undoubtedly. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, just falling a little bit flat, and not the same competitive affair that we saw going down at EPL.
No, I think Chat said it coming into the game, maybe, if I'm not mistaken, that it's going to be interesting to see if Liquid is always just going to be this gatekeeper of top 10, or if there's more to the lineup than what we see. And I feel like every time I watched him at the moment, it's just, and it sounds harsh to say, they just brought in Nerds, and I think he's a great signing, maybe one of the best signings they could have made, but it already feels like it's stagnated a little bit in terms of how they play, in terms of the results, the vibe check of Team Liquid as well. I don't know about you, but I'm not getting excited watching them play right now, and that's too soon in the process that the progress have stopped, at least for my liking.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the profile of players that they have, I 100% agree. Nerds is an excellent player. No matter what, you can sign him in any team. He's going to be a big asset. There's a question mark of Twist, not as a player, but like what he's doing as a leader, because I didn't see that much evolution, especially what happened today. On the T side, they had a lot of space given to them, and maybe that was the plan of Eternal Fire. They know that they're going to not take that space, right? So Liquid was not looking like they were comfortable defaulting things that we were talking about, taking neutral areas, using the utility to kind of check where the cities are and like push them back, make them doubt. They were just straight up executing for the T side for the most part. And then on the city side, they were just not necessarily playing very well together, reminiscent a little bit of Falcons, how they were playing like pretty individualistic. And so getting those plans together takes a bit of time, but you can do that from day one if you have good ideas. It could also be players not stepping up in the system that Twist is making. So there are a lot of question marks. And the last point would be JKS and NaV still sharing the same playstyle, being very passive, not taking a lot of initiatives. Can you really make work of it on the long term?
And just like the Falcons, they do indeed find themselves in at that lower bracket on the side of Group B. They're going to be taking on Imperial. And I feel like if Liquid were to place dead last here, Jacob, that would be, that's abysmal. That's unacceptable.
But let's be honest, we were surprised by Imperial. We thought they played a good game of Counter-Strike against G2, and we were slightly disappointed by Team Liquid. So yes, on paper, Liquid are the favorites. They should be winning that game. But let's be honest, with the way Imperial were playing today, with Liquid and their stagnation, I think that could be a much closer game than on paper.
Well, speaking of games, plenty more coming your way very shortly indeed. 2 more to be exact, which we're going to leave you in the capable hands of Banks, Vu, and Maui for this next one. We got Mongols taking on M80, both making their debuts here at the Blast Open Lisbon 2025.
party is just getting started as we've got 2 more best of 3s coming your way today. The action is rolling here at the Blast Open Lisbon, and that's where these teams want to get themselves to, the amazing arena in Lisbon, but it's a long road for them ahead of them. And right now we've got M80 getting themselves out and ready, warmed up as well, because they've got a tough fight on their hand against the Mongols, who Mongols right now, consistent playoff team, a team that's learning, a team that's growing the whole way through. They have some ups and downs, but they have some moments of incredible glory. And I'm going to say, well, it hurts me to say it, but they destroyed my NaVi, and that's where they're a team sometimes that can just roll over the opposition. They've got the individuals to do it, and they've got the belief in each other as a team that's now tenured, have their time together, and shown that they can be one of the world elite. It is no more just them coming through and upsetting people, it's them dominating teams, and that's what they probably expect them to do here. I'm your host, James Banks. You can see the desk is back once again. We got Big Vu, we got Maui with us. We're ready to rock and roll. And let's start this conversation on the Mongols, talking about not just the individuals they have, but they even have a fragging IGL in terms of Blitz, and he continues to deliver for this team.
Blitz is the mastermind, him and Mara creating the brain trust of this team in order to just create so many win conditions. And sometimes Blitz himself is a win condition. That's what's so impressive about Blitz. And I think, Vu, I want to pick your brain. Yeah. Let's have a discussion about this. You know, in terms of fragging leaders out there, you could pick somebody like Twist because technically he shoots harder, or you could pick someone like Maka because, yeah, with the op he gets it done as an individual at times. Apex has had a good run of form lately, but over the last 6 months, I would say that Blitz has been the most consistent in terms of calling well and fragging at a high level.
Are you insane? Sorry, wrong show. Yeah, I think you actually got it, because you look at Twist, people question his IGLing. You look at Maka, maybe he's not quite at a high enough level as we have Blitz, right? Blitz, most IGLs, I think, they try not to be the lose condition. They try to hide themselves, you know, cover it up and have someone else kind of carry you. You have Blitz, he can be, like you said, he can absolutely be a win condition despite not being a star player turned IGL, which is what you're looking at with Twist.
Yeah, and Blitz was never meant to be like a star player in this, right? But he can put up at times some numbers where he's doing that, and you can see how he puts himself around the map, how he controls the map sometimes in order to get the job done. You mentioned Apex, right? We have to compare him to Apex because Apex right now is, I don't know, doing things that we never thought was possible.
Apex has had just a recent run of form that every other in-game leader is looking at, and they're not only wishing for his individual ability, they want his players. Yeah. And so with Blitz, sometimes I feel like he has to do a little bit more. Apex right now is hitting a great streak of form for the last 2 months, but before this year, when he had Spinks on his roster, Apex was not as consistent as an individual, and yet Blitz has maintained such strong form for such a lengthy part of time, and the calling is good. Like, that's another big factor in this. Like, I do think in the head-to-head, yes, Twist is a better shooter than Blitz, but I'm not being hindered by Blitz's calls if I'm the Mongols.
Yeah, one of the things about Blitz is I'm not sure if it's the in-game calling necessarily that is what makes him a great IGL. I think he's created a system, and you mentioned the coach and Blitz, but Senzu, I believe it was, in an interview, he said, when asked about whether the coach is a tactical coach, right? That's kind of what you're thinking. If you're thinking about that, he laughed it off. Yeah. He's like, no, he's not a tactical coach. That means Blitz is the guy coming up with the system, coming up with the plan, and the entire team is on the exact same page constantly. When something happens, there's no question. It's instant. They have the immediate reaction, and they can pick teams apart that aren't quite experienced with this level of firepower.
How happy are we with what we're seeing from the Mongols and just their growth, though? Because there was a time where they were just an upset team, where now it's not just about the consistent playoffs. I go into events thinking this could be the time, the trophy could be theirs.
They're a consistent playoff team, like you already mentioned, and because of that, I mean, they have so many win conditions. That's what I love about them. Even if plan A fails, there's a plan B. Even if Senzu's not fragging well, Mazinho or 910 can step up. All of these players, Techno lately has been one of their best playoff performers. So I think the win by committee that the Mongols have been living by for practically the history of this roster has, in a way, it almost is resembling of kind of like Heroic. It's not the same sort of tactics, but when Cadian was leading Heroic, you kind of could just say, I know that 2 players are going to do well, but I don't know who those 2 are going to be today, and that's a good thing.
That's good depth.
I think that, yeah, that shows depth. It shows that everybody knows when there's weaknesses or like Senzu's not able to find something. That's when Mazinho strikes on the extremity. They have so many ways to get into a round.
Well, I'm glad you're talking about Mazinho because he's been very critical of his own performance on social media. He wants to do better, but he's still such a young gun. So I caught up with him earlier. Have a listen to this. Mazinho, the first thing I want to ask you is kind of away from this game ahead of you. Your brother is playing at the same tournament as you. How cool is that to both be in the same tournament?
Yeah, it's very cool, but we're not in the same hotel and not playing at the same day. Yeah, and we cannot meet each other. But hotel is very near to us. Yeah, it's good.
Now, the Mongols have been a team that's consistently making to the playoffs of big tournaments. What do you think you guys are missing to be able to win a big trophy? What do you guys need?
Maybe we should play more brave, like we're doing in practice. Yeah, I should. If you play brave like in our practice, maybe we should lift trophy at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know that's what you guys really want. Now, one thing I saw you post on your Instagram story was about your own individual performance. Now, normally we see you maybe 1.15 to 1.20, but recently at these events so far this year, it's been 0.99. Do you understand why you are not playing as well as you did before?
I just playing not brave, just scared of enemies. What if I die? Yeah. Maybe we're gonna lose round and cannot do some brave moments and cannot catch the momentum. Yeah, maybe I should work on it. I worked on it. Yeah. Maybe I play more brave and maybe just increase my stats.
Increase your stats, increase the chances for the Mongols to win because you can play very well. So when you say that to me, you're playing more scared. Do you think you're thinking too much about it and you just need to fight sometimes and trust your ability?
Yeah, I should trust my ability, and I'm making playoffs so far, and it's just giving some more pressure on me, I guess. Yeah. And what if I just can't do it? I'm just thinking too much. Sometimes I have to take just duels. Yeah.
Okay. Think less, fight more, do more duels, and maybe have some more great games like you did against NaVi?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
And that's what you want to see. But one thing I'm going to give him a lot of credit for, Mazinho has now become much better at doing the interviews. He's still a little headshot machine. He's aware of what's going on. We're starting to learn some more about this guy. And let's just remember, he's only 17.
Wow. I mean, that he's brilliant for being at that age. I mean, really, the way he chooses his spots when he takes a fight, it always feels like he has to do it, that it's creating a win condition in a round that might not be going well. It sometimes makes the Mongols feel a little bit random, but in terms of personality, I love that he's growing up. I love that he's giving these interviews because the Mongols last year, I think 12 months ago from today, man, they just shied away from everything. Yeah. So they have really just kind of dove in. I think the community has welcomed them with open arms and they're really embracing that.
I think it's important to recognize, like, he notices his problem. He notices what was wrong. It's concerning sometimes. We talk about this with Spirit. You see Zontix and he goes, I don't even know what pressure is. What does that even mean? And it's like, clearly you guys don't play the same when you're under pressure. Yeah. You have to recognize it before you can fix it. He's recognized it. Let's see him fix it.
And just looking at that awareness and the players he has around him, right? We talk about what Blitz can do as a leader. It feels like they're in such a good position right now, and this is why we're so fond of what they can do. But is there a risk of them maybe not doing so well against a team like M80? Because they're used to playing against these big dogs. Are we now saying that there's a potential they could drop a map or maybe drop the series here when you come up against the M80 team that is grinding their way through this? Or is it just a one-sided affair?
Well, M80 got their own shooters. So honestly, I feel like this can be competitive if the Mongols let it be competitive. Okay. I'm gonna pin the Mongols as the heavy favorites in this matchup, but this M80 team, they're working with a couple pieces here that people are seeing some bright spots. Lake in particular has been an excellent entry fragger. He's been really tearing it up in the tier kind of 1.5 competition that M80 usually finds themselves in. And also, let's not forget that M80, their ranking right now isn't too hot, but that's just because Rek was out with a leg injury. He couldn't play for a couple of months. They had to play with Keto, and it kind of nerfed their VRS campaign for an instant berth into the major. So they're playing with a lot on their heads right now. And these teams, when they know so much is on the line, sometimes they give a little bit more, but the Mongols probably feel a bit comfy about their standing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should expect M80 to have any real chance of winning the series. I'm sorry if that's like aggressive to say, but I think they could pick up a map. That would be great. If they could get one map, that would be great. Obviously, they kind of need this win in terms of VRS, but it's the Mongols. They're beating teams like NaVi. I mean, it's like, how can you expect M80 to come in kind of cold and do that?
Help me understand the expectations you have for M80 at the event overall, because you mentioned about the VRS points here. They're at the moment, they'll sit in the qualifying stage, right? They won't get to any stages, but if they can do well here, this is their big chance where just maybe getting a couple games could see them jump up.
They're they're one position behind Wildcard. And Wildcard is a team that today, if the major invites were sent out, would get berthed into the major. So M80, the pressure is on them if they want an instant berth into the major, because remember, they messed up their RMR campaign last time. They were favorites to make it through the Americas RMR. They couldn't get it done. The MRQ is almost more awkward because you have to play through online competition. So nobody wants to do that whatsoever. And so M80, they have to come into this with almost the same sort of RMR pressure. The problem is sometimes that's when M80 has done their worst work.
I mean, they are in the easier group at least, but that doesn't make it easy per se.
No, yeah, there's still some very tough teams in here, and they do have one straight ahead of them. Looking at the individuals we got on this team, though, who is the one that can carry them over the line, right? You talked about Lake already, but Slacks at the same time has been doing some very good work.
I mean, Slacks has had a real resurgence, and right now, it might even be safe to say Slacks is just the best German opera right now. I think Big are looking at this guy who kind of slipped through their fingertips, and now they're saying, wow, the motivation that he found playing with M80, having to go overseas, has really done very well for him. He is definitely their second best player behind Lake, who is he has really established himself as a premier entry fragger for this team. He's so good in these kind of points where he has to be aggressive, has to exercise a little bit of discipline. He's not just throwing his head against the wall, he's making sure that he's playing enough within the structure. And one note that I like about him over Mobs even is that to me, he's more vocal. And I think that's...
We've seen that,
Yeah, I think he's controlling the action a lot better. I mean, I don't know all the comms all the time, but in terms of what we're seeing and hearing, he's saying an awful lot.
The thing about Mobs, or the thing about Lake rather, is he's kind of in the situation that Mobs was in maybe in the end of 2023. He's not really dominating top 20 teams very often. He's doing well against lower opposition, and he needs to prove, this is kind of the 3-6 months where I want to see him prove that he can make the next step, and maybe a tier 1 team, a true tier 1 team, a top 10 team might want to pick him up off of M80 if he ever wants to leave.
Now, the other pieces right now, though, for M80 are the bits that are still lacking a bit there, right?
It's fair to say that. I mean, you know, I played with Swisher before. Swisher and I are from the same hometown, so I really don't want to say negative things about him, honestly. Like, the bias is very strong in his favor, but some of his performances in these games are unacceptably bad. Like, he's putting up sometimes single-digit kills in games that are going the full distance, and if he was able to just find 5 more impactful kills, completely swings the game. So I would love for him to step it up, because if there's anybody on the hot seat, he's probably got one of the hottest ones.
Well, let's see if we're going to set ourselves a hot veto in here. We're going to watch how this goes down.
Okay, we got the nuke veto out from M80. That's something that they've usually been going with there. On the Mongol side, I don't think they should be straying away from, what is it, train that they don't like. So yeah, I think that this is pretty much the perma bans for both of these teams. Do you have any ideas about the Pixvu?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get a chance to talk about this, but unfortunately, nuke is one of Mongols is one of their weaker maps, and it's the permaban of M80. So M80 doesn't really have too many great options as far as where to go from there. And Dust2, standard pick. That's if you looked at like the veto simulators, they said Anubis, but I actually thought Dust2 was going to make a little bit more sense for them to actually go with.
Okay, and for the Mongols, I mean, they like Mirage a lot with these kinds of matchups. M80 do also, and I thought Ancient could be either the decider for this matchup, or it could be a Mongols pick, kind of the secondary pick for me for the Mongols, but either way, I thought one of those two for sure.
Yeah.
Does that mean we're going to potentially sit on a Mirage Decider?
I think if M80 are smart, they would get rid of this one because the Mongols have shown so much strength on it. In fact, I feel like M80 probably thought that was the map they were going to have to go into today. So all in all, yeah, Anubis ban from the Mongols. Like Vu said, that was a possible pick for M80. So we're getting Inferno, which is... I didn't completely expect it to be in this one, but it was a possibility for me.
I feel like this is kind of a middle of the road map pool. I'm not sure either team is like a favorite necessarily because of the map pool.
Yeah.
It's just the individuals that are creating favoritism.
Is there a chance, though, you mentioned it already, right, that M80 could find themselves taking a map in this series when you've looked at this video now?
I'll say there's a chance, there's always a chance, because Mongols are a team that rely kind of heavily on their firepower. And if they just don't show up, and M80, if you have Lake that can actually throw a spanner in the works, it's always possible.
Well, let's find out, right, if we can get into this a little bit more detail on M80's initial points of view of what they can do here, right? Because for me, this is where they can be loud in the studio environment, get in the faces of the Mongols, and the pressure is on the Mongols. Is that an in? Is that a small bit?
I just think that the thing is that M80 have so much more to play for. That's my angle for this one. If M80 are going to actually make this one work for themselves, it's because they understand the implications of winning this. If they win this, they can shoot up. They can maybe pass wildcard if they win 2 series here, maybe 3. I mean, I don't know the exact VRS stuff, but if they have a really good run here and they make it to Lisbon, they suddenly can just pass wildcard, because wildcard, I don't think they're playing anything right now. So they're kind of just stationary. And the Mongols, they know they're getting that Asia qualifier spot.
Yeah, they're good no matter what.
Yeah. I actually think it's the inverse. It's the inverse. It's that they're not going to take it seriously enough. They might be looking, you see this sometimes with top 5, top 10 teams that they play a top 30 team. They're looking past them. They're looking at the next opponent. And in doing so, they might fumble.
I actually really like that point, right? There could just be a bit of foot off the gas because you're maybe not taking them as seriously with this. Where M80, surely they're going to be fully drilled in, fully dialed in, and all their prep has been done. What are you looking at as maybe, also we touched on Slack, we touched on Lake, but like you mentioned Swisher, should there be something more on the tactical side that we're expecting from them? Sin obviously has had his time now to grow and go further as an in-game leader for M80. Obviously, we remember him from the big academy days as well. Is there some extra depth here that he should be adding to it in order to help them find the success? Because it does feel like they've just kind of been in the same rut for a while now.
I do kind of get where you're going with that one, but I've just always found every time talking to Def or he gives an interview, he's just extremely pragmatic, and I don't think he overcomplicates things. He usually just tries to pick his team strength, the opponent's weakness if possible, and then he usually has game plans that to me aren't trying to think too much outside the box. Like I haven't seen some game plan where it's like, oh wow, they hit A 9 times out of the 12 rounds. Like they have very balanced approaches, and maybe that's going to be to their undoing at times. Maybe he spotted a weakness here, and I think this would be a great example to see, is he going to pull out that second level of his coaching or Sin's IGLing ability, or is the anti-stratting actually going to be playing a factor today?
Yeah, I've really thought about it in the same way, that they do kind of just make slow movements forward as a team, as a roster. They continually slowly improve. The problem is you have the VRS implication here, and you need a big gap. You need a big jump in improvement. M80 doesn't feel like they usually do that.
And they actually did tell me before, we haven't played the interview, but we spoke to Sin, and he was saying how they actually spent, after EPL, all their time boot camping in Europe. Obviously, it's a good bit of extra practice in there as well. But is that enough to help them improve, do you think, in order to do what they need to do here? Like, how much time do you think they would need to see that benefit?
I caught some of the M80 players on Media Day, kind of sat around with them, and I asked them that because they were just at ESL Pro League, but there was a gap. So I was wondering, did they stay in Europe or what? They stayed in Europe. They were staying in Europe, they were scrimming, they were practicing, and so I said, okay, no excuses. And then Rex said to me, there's never any excuses.
Ooh, that's actually an incredibly strong mentality.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, you usually think NA, you think weak mentality.
Yeah, Look at you two. I mean...
Okay, all right. I did call a 13-0 yesterday. Okay.
For the wrong team.
For the wrong team.
Back on topic, guys.
Could have left that one.
Back on topic.
You really should have just never brought this up again.
Yeah. We were never going to call you out for saying the wrong team, but now we're setting the record straight here.
We talked about Lake quite a bit. I think Lake is someone that needed a bit of time to develop, and just the time in Europe, not even just practicing, but the time in Europe playing against European opposition in day-to-day practice, that's the type of thing that he needed, and he's finally got it.
Well, let's see if he's finally got it. Enough for this game as well. Thank you very much for your thoughts and time, guys. We're going into M80 taking on the Mongols, and the lovely Scrawny and Laundus are giving you all the vocals.
Thank you. Yeah, be careful with your NA slander, James. It's 4 versus 1 tonight.
True.
And I think between the 4 of us,
maybe we have a chance, but it's still slim pickings. And I think that maybe having a chance is kind of the tone that we go into this matchup with, because M80, I think, here's the reality of the situation. Mongols have not lost to a team outside of the top 5, barring Astralis in Cluj-Napoca, and the previous one before that would have been at Espo in October of 2024. They have hit this realm of Counter-Strike where they simply don't lose to the lesser opposition, again, barring Astralis as the anomaly. And Astralis were in a moment that is such a paralleled situation to M80, where the VRS points mean everything to them. These games have comparisons within that, but I don't know about you, Mohan. I'm still looking at Mongols and thinking that they're not going to fall for that kind of a shenanigan twice. I think that they just pounce on M80 in this matchup.
Yeah, I think fact of the matter as well is that they were on stage versus Astralis, and I think that stage and that crowd had an impact. That was a moment where the conversation with Mongols became group stages, no problem. Tough opponent in a stage situation. We'll have to see if they can play their best. But here, I think they do have a bit of a chip on their shoulder because of that loss, and that's only going to strengthen, I think, their attitude coming into today.
You know, this talk on the desk about like M80, or excuse me, Mongols getting a little complacent because they've secured their #1 spot guaranteed, but it's like, dude, they're Mongols. They don't stop. Right? That's the whole thing. They keep taking more. And so I think that could be just in the blood. But first blood belongs to Lake, one of the more promising North American prospects as of late. He barks loudly. Question is all about the bite tonight. Mongols down 4v5, start to move pieces over towards this A play. And I don't think Lake will be working on his own either. Slax's Pro League performance back in Sweden was awesome. 9th highest rated player at the event. And right now, Rek gets peeled off of this quick transition into the B site. It is a B site that is clear for the taking, so honestly, good moves from M80, and if you lose one player in that pack as you go running forward, so be it. Bomb down and a retake needed. There's an incendiary here for Blitz. No kit on the team for Mongols. And I do like this position, though, from Swisher. He's going to hear those movements coming up from tunnel, hearing and seeing him calm that right now. 3 backs turned to him, so we'll see what Swisher can make of this. Pick a target. Okay. He will get 2. This is one of those sketchy ones that looks like he could have missed all, but now very comfortable to close this out by the looks of things. So M80 just finding what was basically a clear path all the way into B, where they'll indeed close out pistol.
I will say, man, I always like watching M80 in terms of their prep. I think because the veto goes in a weird direction, it might have been hard to predict in terms of Mongols' map choice. Maybe expecting to see Anubis in the second map of this series. Dust 2, however, I'm expecting the strongest version of them. And M80 are a team that we don't get to see all too often, but I think that between Dep and Sin, I think I'm always impressed with how they tailor their game plan to their opponent.
Certainly zero shortage of game tape out there for the Mongols lately. Become such a household name in Counter-Strike. The Astralis situation was just such a moment where they became a victim of their own success. Their bounty is worth so much in terms of the VRS points. Feels like the Danes were lucky to catch them on stage when they still have a few growing pains to get through, but I do like that that's kind of your rebuttal. Now, this is an environment where we don't see Mongols choke out, and I didn't think about it, but even that Ents game, when we go back to Elisa, same situation as the Astralis upset. Techno 4K pushes into Swisher, who will not be allowed to exit. Just delivered bomb to his feet, gave the Galil over.
Oh, he's still going.
M80, hang on. It's not going to look comfortable now. 5-7 back into the action out from middle, and you've got Rek to at least alleviate a little bit of pressure. Player keeps eyes on door. Mzinho trying to tickle the legs of Rek to at least fluster him and get him to move. But still, bomb's going to have to get picked back up. So barring these 3 kills back from Rek, you still have the recovery, and they don't know if there's a flank here, but there isn't. What's left of Mongols sits outside those doors.
That was a tough squeeze, but Rek finds the perfect way to approach that situation. Wrap it around the right side of double stack, and it pushes Mongol actually into a double tunnel retake. They'll know at least one player's here, and they are fake planning, so lots of time for Blitz to get set up. This might be a good move for the Mongols. 910 drops a shot, however.
Trying to catch the shoulder. That scout could be deadly with the damage done. Sure enough, wreck down, Blake into the 1v2, but exposed to both, and Blitz comes at him from the edge of the arch. That's the Mongols forced by right back.
Yeah, man, it was such a good round out of Wreck when it came to trying to recover the situation, but up until that point, it was too strong between the push from Techno, who, of course, your heart sinks when you're coming out 4-1 mid in tunnels, and your tunnels guy dies right there. Obviously offers up the gun as well, forced to run through smokes. It's a very good use, a very sparse utility here for the Mongols. The game's going to be hard, that's for sure. Still hoping to see some really competitive rounds out of M80. I think most of us watching are not going to be surprised if they end up winning, but we just see the Mongols way more. They're just playing way more CS versus way more top teams.
M80 have shown us promise before, as the Mongols did, let's say, what, more than a year ago at this point. You know, if M80 are truly going to ever take it to the level Mongols have achieved, I just don't know if it's there.
Yeah, we just don't have like a conqueror to look up to in the same way.
No.
So that's the Mongols' edge. We don't ride horses.
Speak for yourself. I can ride a horse.
I have also ridden a horse.
Okay. You really undermined yourself here, Mo.
Dramatic effect.
I can ride a horse too, you know.
That was undermining.
Execute comes over from the cat.
I'm great on a horse.
All right. Settle down, cowboy. Mzinho hanging onto the goose, gets an easy duel versus Lake. The rest of the pack so cut off from him. Really felt like he had to go out and create that space. Slack's dying after he tries his damnedest to get the scout going. Finally, one of these rifles gets a target to shoot at. And it's into the hands of Rek now. Careful. They're going to try to swarm him, but now they know he's got that AK-47 up. And it doesn't look like Mongols have a care in the world because of that. Easy. 3 players still standing up, and the Mongols do what M80 couldn't, converting their very first round.
Yeah, and they look super solid. I mean, we had Astralis start out the day looking real. I mean, that's the direct competition. The one head-to-head, that's a sore spot here for the Mongols. And Astralis' aim just was not there, on top of some other issues, getting outclassed on the tactics. But the Mongols, like, look at them hit shots right now. So immediately looking in perfect form. Full Glock save, not a single flashbang bot. They might not even have shoelaces for their shoes in this buy.
Maui Snake mentioned it briefly on the desk, but he is correct. Wildcard have no other event before April 7th that M80 aren't at. The only other thing that both those teams are playing would be the Astana qualifier. And then the event itself takes place after that April 7th VRS cutoff for the MRQ/major invites. So it is all about M80 doing what they can here for Blast Lisbon if they're going to take over Wildcard's 5th spot.
Yeah, you know M80 will be watching this game. It's very important for them as well.
Or Wildcard, rather.
Wildcard.
Yeah, I hope M80 are watching. In the thick of it at the moment. And these Glocks going to achieve at least 1 kill. It's a little awkward for Blitz. 910 doesn't give a damn about your Glock. He'll fight you on fair ground.
Just go for the free plant.
Yeah. A little over-rotation here. CT's going to have to scramble back up if they want to try to stop it. I feel like a jumping kill's coming in.
Ah, there it is.
Gervin guarantee.
The Gervin guarantee comes through. 20% of the time, every time.
No money back guaranteed. So, clean conversion. 3-1 start here for the Mongols.
You nailed one yesterday. It was like the last round of the game. You're like, this is the last round of the game. And it was.
Thank you. For sure. 2020.
For sure.
2025. Cadian's got this Deeg kill for sure. All right, first gun round. Let's see what Mongols want. Looks like a fight out of the gate. Shocking. They try to sign up for an early engagement, but there is nothing for them top middle. Little delayed double tunnel setup here for M80. And as quick as they were out through that doorway, they're back.
What I like about a tactic like this is it's still a very strong map. You had Mzinho and Blitz working long at the same time, full control. So not only, they didn't just pull back at a mid and then are left in a really normal setup, they also had a bit of extra map control. And now M80 They were looking to respond to the fact that there was a push in the middle. Then they lose a piece in the process. This suddenly becomes a puzzle that's all too confusing, and Lake goes down to 18 HP already.
Gets around the corner. He's drawn the attention of 2 players within this bomb site. 910 comfortably over towards that long door.
Yeah, the later he stands here, you know, the less likely there's going to be a full set of utility. No corner smoke. They're just going to maybe flash, maybe molly, blue bin, or... But yeah, that's just a freebie. It's a perfect setup here for the Mongols, and set up easily for the repeat.
Knows there's one behind blue box now, so no reason for 910 to really get out of here, but he'll peel back slightly. 25 to the clock, sets up an easy save. I say easy, but really Lake being such low health with Senzu on his trail. One shot's gonna do it. Lake playing dodgeball with these bullets, and he will escape around, but it doesn't mean that the save's guaranteed. Here comes that pressure from Techno. Don't you dare die after time. Honestly, at this point, 5 seconds, you know where both players are. If Techno doesn't kill them now, oh God, they could bottom out both players after time.
Oh, they do.
That's gotta hurt.
That is the absolute worst situation. The irony of that is that they could have taken fights earlier and died. Still, obviously not great duels, but now not a single dollar made off that round.
Gut-wrenching. $300 for Lake, $100 for Sin. This is that opening blood here from M80.
Oh man, Rek was holding it and got the headshot.
And somehow that's not enough.
No. And he was standing on top of the car. Little off angle. Well,
ouch.
That's the absolute worst case situation for that round.
Yeah, especially because of your opponent as well. I don't know if you agree, but it feels like Mongols just not somebody you want to let run with momentum. And what builds momentum more than having bottomed out economies?
Oh, there's an op?
On 2/5 of the team. Op's not going to get away despite Slax's best efforts. He will chuck it over to Sin at least. And Techno, ooh, gets caught. As he comes into the tunnels to clear that close corner, turns back, but not fast enough.
That's good awareness, man. There is something on the line here for M80 if they can pull this off. Obviously, no armor, 3v3. But this is probably a lot closer than they thought this round would ever get.
Bit of a golden ticket here at the minute mark. Round 6. AK and Op in hand. No armor for Swisher. Care for the aim punch. And I guess what's nice is you've still got Rek playing with that Desert Eagle, so you can kind of throw him out there, and then we'll see if that sets up Sin for some sort of an op trade. One more expendable piece, and a round with nothing at the start of it. You've now picked up that smoke, the flash. You know, you've got a couple of tools to work with. Gathered thanks to pistols, but still 2 players up close. Good bit of damage, good trade. Swisher finds it, but the op goes down to Senzu. Double kill for him out mid, triple on the round, and only 1 now left to deal with. Swisher gonna need 4 frags in this if he's truly gonna pull it off, and a smoke grenade would block off one perfectly, but oh, he doesn't decide to go B. Instead makes steps. He's gonna be hurt. M80 gonna be jumping up on these boxes to try to catch him in the extended elbow, and he even offers it up by freely jumping onto the ledge. So 5-1 Mongols. It gets a little sketchy, but all good by the end of it.
That's just the way that Senzu plays as well. The op comes out for the repeat to think he can get a trade on someone running away, but Senzu is not afraid at all. And even if it's a 2-on-2 situation, is ready to take the fight. So it gets marginally scary here for the Mongols. And okay, maybe a little scary here for sure. Especially in that position, but they recover. I mean, every move at the end was just good enough. Kills is nice on a round where, you know, 2 players have basically $0, but they would have loved to find a way to convert that. This half has officially been destroyed. Buy-up comes back. Slacks. They've actually done well with the money here. They've got basically full utility on everybody. Just 2 Galils to work with. Op still in hand. Oh, what? A jumping AK kill
on the player behind blue box.
Oh.
Maybe he's trying to jump up. Oh, man.
But it was him jumping?
Yeah. If he got that while jumping into pit because somebody scared him by peeking, ooh.
Yeah, poor Rek. 2 of these rounds.
M80 not having the most fun out of this gate. Their map pick, of course, of Dust 2. Fu mentioned it. M80, real preference for playing Nuke, but obviously ban of Mongols.
Yeah,
so
that's tough.
Does make this head-to-head even harder. Techno 4K doesn't waste a bullet dealing with Slacks. And he's going to try to give his teammate a little assist here as that mid-pressure comes out, but Blitz doesn't need any sort of help. You've got the bomb on the Opper back in tunnels, and a missed shot really spells disaster here for Swisher.
Yeah, it's basically already time to save 45
Yeah,
seconds.
try to save. Look at them sprint forward, dude. They are on horseback to the top of middle.
Yeah. All right, let's see if he can at least he'll get away from this. No, bullet to the head. Mongols on fire, 6-1
wow,
to the lead. And yeah, again, economically, I'm kind of surprised they had a buy that was this good.
Oh, it's while falling.
Literally falling off.
Should that count as a jump shot in the kill feed? Or should the jump key have to be touched?
It does say wings, so.
Oh, that's true. It's a long smoke on the fly. Lands just as the molly burns out, so suddenly there's more pressure than they'd expect. Love the tempo to this one for M80. Love the flashbangs that come with it. Don't love the dirty Tech 9s. But they get there in the end thanks to Slacks' Glock. Incendiary, ooh, kind of pops inside of the window.
And they've got an op. They'll clear out that position from where Swisher was last time. Make sure that's all good as they come up for the tunnels. We've seen the tunnels retake has been the preferred option here for the Mongols. Don't blow this one, M80. You've got a really solid position. Slacks as well on the op.
Flash comes through, Slacks fine with it, peeks into Blitz. There's a second player back there. Window aggression gets punished. 910 waiting for somebody to give him something to pull on. That's going to prime M80 as the position gets called, but 910 knows the odds are low, so he'll go. I like that running smoke for doors out of spawn into the Swisher double flash, because all of a sudden M80, the rest of the pack, all four players so grouped up on tunnels.
Yeah, the exec was wonderful. I mean, Techno put himself in a spot where even if you're blind, you can still multi-kill because the tunnel is only so wide. You know that as they're scaling, it's going to be on the same side of the tunnel every time. But he dies instantly, so Rek gets one back. He's had some unfortunate deaths. But you got to have a couple of good set plays like this on low buy rounds to get you out of the rough. Nice to see that M80 can go there.
That's what sticking around in Europe in between events will do for you.
You learn a lot of half buys. I wonder what Rek's thinking when it comes to long right now, because again, like 2 leads that he's had, holding for M80, fighting 910, who falls backwards in a pit after almost missing in his spray. Is two positions where you would try him again. I don't know why that was so funny. That's just so unfortunate. The patience while letting someone pass, only if your teammates still die. Oh boy.
Senzu, why do I feel like he's got a second one in him?
Senzu is not shy to spam a smoke.
No, Lake's down on the Xbox. Doesn't get found out climbing upwards, so. Funny, I thought they were saying long pressure out of spawn, but really wasn't a part of the play here for M80.
The call was in German, we just didn't hear it.
Oh. Lake looking to get the ball rolling out from Catwalk, but smoke grenade's going to slow him down at a minute.
That's once again another strong position here for the Mongols. Obviously, the gap is towards middle, and actually I think a full B is probably the best attack they could come up with. It just kind of comes down to if they can sense that or not. If they go for a mid-B split, it's a position where obviously there's an op supporting Techno. I think that's what Senzu would rather hope for. But they have not used this at all. I mean, They're not really influencing any rotations. They would really love to pull at least one rifle into CT spawn. That would be Blitz. But look at him. He's a goose, comfortable, ready for this exact attack.
910 doesn't get the shot off, but recovers through the flashbang. So that's Lake down with nothing. Rec able to respond back, but it's an open door for the Opera to get to ramp. Now we've got one player dropping down, and that'll catch Senzu off. Grenade damage chips away. Oh, they don't line up. Rec, I love the aggression. Up into the base of ramp, he'll go. Bomb's gonna get planted. The cover is down. It's a Techno Swisher 1v1 and a health advantage to the Mongols. He's got him pinned into the bomb site, knows exactly where he's at off that reload, and then he swings in with a clean execution to the headshot. I love the pressure from M80. I love Rec throwing himself down into the lion's den of the CT rotate, then also coming up from ramp to deal with 910 on that op. In the fire, I think M80's players definitely signed up for the fisticuffs, but Mongols come out one ahead.
And we could have had, oh, that's how he got him. On the jump spot, almost got two on that same spot. There's a chance for Lake to get this kill as well. They have 910 flash on the corner. And Rec is in the perfect position to allow for this plant. Without his help, there's no chance. And Slacks could have also killed Techno peeking down into CT. He wanted to finish that round early, but instead, we saw what Techno could do as a B rotator. Amazing aim right there versus Swisher.
Dire position now as well. M80, a one-round win into a bullseye again. Oh, but that's perfect. Sin gets the double kill out long. He got 910 and M80 stacking up. And with an opening like that, you don't waste a moment. Of course, you're going to try to charge everybody down long to get into this site.
Well, careful that molly. See how deep of an angle Blitz has. They'll refresh it.
Techno held back from jumping up. Sin trying to keep himself alive here. And Rec will put that bomb down. Techno a little too late to the contest. But he does get half of Rec and half of Lake down. Keep your eyes open for the 3v5 attempt, but no, sir. Looks like Mongols are going to concede this one. So M80, I think, pulling out another critical round win in the late moments of this first half. And it's simple. Double kill, long corner, and follow through just like that.
To be honest, 910 doesn't really respect flashes. Sometimes he eats them for dessert, honestly. He's happy to wait them out. He thinks they're usually bluffs. And in this case, the flashes from M80 have been pretty strong. He got full blind on the corner. In that time, was able to be peak. If he had just pulled off of long, they could have gone into a different setup, but they were very adamant about holding on to that position with M80 behind him. But no kill between the two of them, and that's as easy as the round should go after an opening two frags on long from the T perspective. I'm liking the M80 jersey. It's one of my favorites. Due to the sleeves.
Oh, okay. Nuclear green. I missed the old logo.
So one of the rebrands I'm actually a fan of, but I get it.
Yeah, I love Hellraisers too. Slacks wants a piece of the action on long. You're going to find your contact, but two players cross. Or just the one, excuse me. M80 just instantly up onto the door.
Oh, you want to die like that again? Oh my goodness.
I was a little safer with it this time.
It was.
Shows Senzu the arm instead. You got to be careful with that spam. He's got Blitz in front of him just in case they tried to charge through, but they'll go for the climb up once all those shots miss.
Cap pressure was the call. 3A setup once again. I think the one thing that was missing for M80 was a little bit more in mid, because if they don't attract Blitz's attention, then this A attack is just not nearly as strong.
Molly's going to find nobody home in the corner.
What a crazy spot for Senzu to be in.
He's just so confident. You know, got that double op flex. Ooh, missed shot, but it is the Opper that's kind of cut off from joining his teammates if there was some sort of a commitment to the repeaks.
Slightly awkward, though. You see the bomb jumping up on top of Xbox going to Cat. This will bring Blitz back.
Certainly. 910 on high alert as well. Won't miss his opportunity to deal with Lake, who really hasn't had a chance to get his hands on any action inside these A plays. Swisher with the mid activation kills Senzu, so that's one of the 2 ops down at least, but a climb up from Blitz. Wow. Tries to turn it over to the bomb plant, does interrupt it, but there's nobody else really close enough to pounce within that second plant attempt.
Right now they're looking for Swisher. Techno clearing up the tunnels. How far does Swisher push, though?
Not far enough for Techno to find him. He'll drop a smoke behind him instead. Mzinho on the corner. Slack's locked in on that, waiting for the follow-up. Mzinho trying to get the shot to miss and then cross, but I love that he reads it. An Opper back behind him. Swisher comes in with helping hands. It's a Techno 4K, 3K needed. And he's swapping out to the AK, player on site with his head tucked. Bomb planted here for Cat. And on top of that, frag grenade down to the CT spawn. Slacks with the op climbing up, it's gonna catch him. Minute and a half still, second and a half on the defuse. M80 convert that, but yet again, down to just 1 player.
It is, it's close, but it was always gonna be close. In the round score, if M80 are to be able to pull this off. That's still a quality attack, and I think the one thing that 9-10 punishes is the cat cross. Here's the frag from Swisher as sort of the lurk in the situation. Senzu misses slightly. And Techno, again, shows how fierce he is as a retaker from the B site, nearly coming together with that clutch. But every flash so far, scaling flashes for Cross and Cat have been on point.
Finally, a limited purchase here for the Mongols. It's how the half is going to end, and Lake will waste no time getting out into the action of middle.
This is audacious.
So is throwing that nade. Blitz just walks through it. That's
4v1 on the B side.
Senzu's gonna have to give up his perch. His support's coming over. Do they have much? No flashes to offer. So Senzu now just looking for fights. And Sin's gonna win it heads up. Smoke down. And the CT's kept at bay. Should guarantee this bomb cross uncontested. And a man advantage to try to close out this half. M80 recovering, all things considered, towards the tail end of the T side. All that's left of M80s just grouped up inside the bomb site. Slacks will take contact with an op back towards tunnels. They know there was presence shown outside of the mid doors, but that was a while ago now, so Slacks, I like that they go for this boost to try to get an off angle. He's kind of up on top of his teammate for platform, but there's so many defenders he can continue to fight. Blitz trade instant, and he's got a second, but still 2 more to go. And Slacks will be safe with it, just into those peaks. It's a 5-7 half in the end. for a T side that looked bleak for a moment. It was a nice set piece execute into that B bomb site that kind of lit a fire under M80. 5 rounds at the end of the half, 4 of the 5 in the final 5 rounds. So certainly a recovery and one that could give them just enough runway to keep this game a little closer than the Mongols would want it to be.
It's actually incredible how well they came back after that round where they lost 2 players after time.
Could argue that's kind of what set them back in the middle of that chunk. We had that 6-round streak out of the Mongols after winning the round 2 force buy.
Lake's isolated now. It's all on him. I mean, okay, I guess Slax is up here. They've got 2 coming in from top mid, though, so he's got to be careful.
Okay, gets there. Yeah, gets there with an assist off the teammate from Catwalk. Still stuck in. Oh, the recovery. Mzinho, double kill, keeps it on a swivel. And there's no reason he can't get more out of this round. He's got the bomb carrier right behind him. He's got a CT on the corner to deal with, and Rek keeps it clean. Advantage back to M80 for the time being. And you've still got Sin down in spawn. Senzu towards Cat, and the bomb planter looking for contact towards Long by the looks of things.
They're letting him work one at a time. Senzu, he'll get spotted. He's just not scared, though. You can't actually spot him, and then he moves.
Where's Swisher off to? Gonna reroute through CT spawn instead. Oof, Rek able to come through with a double kill of his own. And now all pressure on Senzu, but because they have that smoke, they'll think they'll just block him off. Not to mention a kill on the play. He's gonna go running in as he has to, forced out by the util. This is M80, both pistols in their back pockets. For their sake, this time, convert it.
Swisher, I think that's an awesome move from him, because at first it looks like he's just going to bleed time off the clock, but in reality he realizes he has the smoke and they need that. It makes it so it's a guaranteed situation as he rotates through CT spawn. If he dies 2-on-1, no smoke down, this is a very real possibility Senzu wins off of time. So that's a good sense of responsibility there from Swisher, and great shot from Rek. Also, Slax covered Lake in a way that was hard to do.
Right.
That with the amount of time, there was a chance he could have got run down from mid, but he said, I need to help here.
And even if Lake was a little labored with the first kill, still gets there in the end. Lake may only have 5 kills, but 3 of them are opening frags.
5 amazing kills. Nice nade to chase him away. M80 couldn't convert the second round of this game.
That cost them early momentum that could have been key. It's a difficult endeavor to upset the Mongols.
It's Rek chance for revenge here on Long. He had such a strugglesome time. They got a support flash coming in.
Interrupts them, cuts off.
Oh, he would have loved to get a little more. Slax doesn't have any more utility that can help. That Molly, it's got to be preserved for Cat, and he's not rotating off.
Man, he's just got to lean all the way back with the FAMAS. He's got his own flash if you want to try that, but now Sin's killed Senzu, and Slax will be able to assist somewhat from the car. He'll lock in, let the pit player fully commit, and Rek's now dealt with. We're going to get the Mongols trying to run the site down. Techno double tack 9, and Lake's going to be his 3rd victim. What? A sidearm that collects heads. And it seems like in 2 halves, back to back, the pistol will not be converted unless Swisher jumping up double, and he just can't finish off the 3rd. Another tough pill to swallow here for M80.
That was almost revenge for all the jumping kills that Mongols got in the first half. Nice try out of Swisher. But what is this out of Techno? The cover from Sin comes in a little late, and he doesn't get the kill. If he at least does that, he protects his 3rd teammate from dying, and they avoid this tragedy entirely. No. It really comes down to Techno's skill right there. His aim's been fabulous. 12-8.
Mongols just vacuuming up the momentum out of M80's hands. Blitz gonna get blinded though. Rex 5-7 could do it right back.
Oh my God, beautiful
pistols on Long for 3 kills to hold them. A quad comes out from Sin. What goes around comes around. M80 lock this one down.
They're looking to win this game on hard mode. And not only are their flashes great on T side when they're attacking, but the counter flashes are just as well timed.
Still 70 damage out of Slax despite his head getting popped like a melon. The three remaining players from M80. Three remaining players from M80 will dogpile the bomb.
Put a little bit more gas in the tank.
A little too much gas.
I'm trying to gas it up.
Nine10 thinking somebody might come at him from a different angle. Not the case. They are playing that bomb until the end of round 15.
Well done, man. I mean, especially after how that last round went, their hearts could have sank. Oh, another conversion that we lose. Too many things have gone wrong this game. Instead, they hold strong. It's a great tactic coming into this round, which again, that's something that's hard to call after such an explosive finish to the round prior. They still know exactly what they want to do. And again, they time their flashes really well. Everybody's blind coming out.
Look how far Blitz got as well. He was blind the whole time. Strung them together.
He was so confident that his teammate would come out behind him and be totally fine, but there was a second flash layered before the peak came.
Counter-terrorists win.
Easily done here for M80. That's one to get excited about.
But they remain level-headed.
There's that second flash. I mean,
yeah.
It's not the kill feed, but that does lie.
Can't get too excited about a round like that when you've been the victim of them as well.
Yeah.
M80 know job's not nearly done. But nice to get your momentum back.
Let's see if M80 have any gaps of their own here on CT side. We saw this mid-timing left open. Now it's between, like, both teams have been comfortable with this. I have a feeling, though, that the Mongols are going to know when to exploit it. Right and left side just to allow to, you know, block vision from both sides means that you can set up a lurk at a minute. That's a great timing to do it. But Sin's not falling for it. Still playing Goose.
Flash is enough to get one out. Techno going to try to storm forward in the front, but there's follow-up flashbangs. And that's going to keep him stunned. Rex starting to peel away from Long to come join Slacks now that one player's dead. He tries to get off Goose, and he's being a bit of a nuisance. Nicely done drawing them in like that. Mzinho out middle with some Deagle damage and a kill to go with it. 25 seconds, a little more damage there on Lake, but it's majority alive for M80, and these are the kinds of rounds they need to continue to string together. 4K, 4 Slacks, keeps the costs minimal.
The red thread for this whole map has been flashbangs here for M80. Look at this play again. It's not even Slacks flashing for himself. Sometimes you're throwing the palm tree flash. And the reason you do that is because it's impossible to see. Because it doesn't bounce off the palm tree, it just goes through it. When it explodes in there, you get a guaranteed blind. But they even throw a better one just to make sure that the peak is seamless. No one gets away through the smoke before the gun can come out. I mean, this round and this last round tell me, for the Mongols, you have to try harder. And I think they came into this game hoping they wouldn't have to. But M80 have actually tied up from a way worse position. Meaning that, I mean, some of these rounds, they don't have Mongols respect at this point. I mean, that might make the Mongols look silly.
It's a 7-2 lead before that string of rounds at the tail end of the T side for M80. Mongols one force buy round win since. And a dire one here. Double Desert Eagle. Swisher should have a field day. Yeah, all's good. Triple kill from him. And a support out of Lake. Not one death here for them to deal with.
Crazy.
B defense posts the full house.
That's a lead for M80 in this map, man. It's well earned. There was no free streak involved. Tons of eco rounds. This is maybe the first one we've seen from the Mongols. The pressure is on. They have to respect the fact that the tactics are extremely good versus their first timing execs. They need to work a little harder to draw out utility. They need to use execs that are a bit more detailed, and it looks like M80 can shoot back. You mentioned how strong Mongols have been consistently versus teams that are lower ranked than them. This has to be one of those situations.
Not sure exactly where Ents were ranked when that upset happened, but it's really been nothing but top 5 opposition and Astralis ever since. Ooh, Nade softens up Techno, looking to get out middle. He's already walked through that smoke.
He used a lot of ammo. I think Techno's going off the numbers here. Lake has to reload. He carefully reloads back in the site.
Yep.
And he's watching this, but he still let him out.
Awkward position for Sin. Obviously, legs exposed on the wall. Oh, they're out. They're trying to get out from the tunnel, and instead, it's a Swisher single kill thanks to Lake also setting it up. The Blitz pistol comes out, and they've at the very least found some footing inside sight. That looked like it could have go either way for a moment. And it feels like this round still could be won by either. No utility left here for the Mongols. Half health for 910, and a total redirection from Sin and Rek.
It's the same preference of approach here. Double tunnels.
Slacks his flashbang. Oh, it gets thrown out, but it's a little late. We praise these flashbangs all the while, but the long and the tunnel players come out, and they give him the duel before he's white at all. Easy cleanup as far as 910's concerned.
And the flash doesn't even hit, right?
And the Mongols take their 9th off that. Mid to be the key.
It's also just solid rifling from 910. He knows the second player is going to swing out. He can't move from his spot because he's exposed to the door and the window. So he handles that the manly way. Really nicely done on the AK. This hold, I mean, is pretty damn good.
What's the manly way? Is that like when you don't ask for help?
When you don't op.
Oh, okay, when you don't op. Gotcha. Thought it was like the manly way, like you bottle it all up, you know?
Oh, like
buy a motorcycle,
feelings.
something like that.
Go bald.
Hey, yep, that's true. Buyback from M80. Last 2 round wins from the Mongols have been answered immediately back by M80. Can they do it for a 3rd time? Really denying the Mongols any ability to get a round run rolling. They're a bit curious with this cat setup, but Mongols leaning back out of the gate as we hit a minute 20. Swisher's thinking about it, supported by Lake. We saw a great hold between the two of them on the anti-eco. Frag grenade's gonna sail beyond Swisher. Smoke grenade will also do that, pop behind him. This is an opening for Swisher. He tries to pounce, doesn't get the kill he was looking for, and instead decides to get out.
It's a little annoying still for the Mongols to see that comfort here for M80. Slacks hasn't even moved off his post either. There's no part to this so far that'll have to deal with the cat defaults. Looks like they want to go ahead and test this setup one more time.
Slacks on a more forward spot. Molotov forces him off. We hit 30 seconds. We've already seen that challenge into the tunnels, but now we're going to get the grouping up of the Mongols. Incendiary goes down. It pops where it needs to, right in front. He gives himself a preemptive smoke. You've got Lake, who's going to be looking for the kills. As Swisher serves up this distraction, it's a shot through smoke that connects. Lake can't hold on to the platform. Flying Mongols. And now suddenly Sin picking one up in mid is one thing, but he's got to get into the site, and the utility will deny it. The Mongols popping through and catching Swisher with what? A random spam through smoke?
It's a little lucky for sure. I think Swisher does the right thing because he has so little time on the clock to delay for. He just needs to set up Lake for these really advantageous trades playing from car. But he does die to the spam. Maybe stands up a little too soon, but he is behind a smoke. So, hey, sometimes kills like that happen. Mongols knew that he was around there. And they cross their toes, the bullet hits, and that leaves Lake in a very tricky spot. Because at first it's a crossfire. Lake's spot is incredibly strong. Anybody who turns towards Lake could end up dying to Swisher, but once Swisher dies, he suddenly loses all of that advantage entirely. But M80 have survived worse in this game.
Still, Mongols back to the lead, 10-9. Oh, the last bullet before he switches to... Oh. The last shot.
Fair enough, though. He knew where he was.
Yep, true. I wasn't sure if it was the second player in, but no, he had already gotten over towards Plat, so... Not nearly as random as it could have been.
Yeah, that could have been a spot where Lake has better vision on M80, but there's a smoke down beside him as well. So they made that as annoying as possible. And also, Blitz mollies back slacks, and then they rotate to a 3A setup. So instead of someone coming into CT spawn to help out B faster, that player could have been involved in assisting what was a 2v5.
Bit of a change up here, putting Lake over on A and allowing Slacks to hold the tunnels with Op. Oh, frag grenade finds him. Unlike Swisher, who was playing a little bit forward, that frag grenade just lands right on his feet.
Now Mongols have him guessing a little bit more.
Swisher gonna have to try to throw his body at the tunnel exit just in case somebody comes out. Working with an MP9, certainly not ideal, but at least he does still hold that smoke grenade. Sin's got one as well over towards A site. At 40 seconds, those smokes could come down.
There's not a lot of activity here for M80. Decent grenade, but
There's
unconfirmed damage.
The last that this defense has to offer. Blitz is going to drop.
B, yeah.
CT into the B site. They are going to, I was going to say walk into the Opper, but he's given up his position on window, and Sin's going to come through this smoke. Just easy target as far as Blitz is concerned. You've got the Opper trying to run away and hide, and the pressure here that the Mongols are able to apply to this B site just has M80 frazzled.
I had a lot of sympathy for M80 in some of these previous rounds, but this one, like, a lot less, because this is the third round in a row where they're not having a lot of activity in mid early on, which means that Mongols, being as good as they are going to know what to do with that space. Here, if you play passive positions out of spawn on CT side, you take what you get, because they had no idea that Blitz had even dropped into CT. They weren't even playing close enough to listen to him. So not only were they not fortified for a mid-B attack, they didn't even have an idea that it was going to come. This would have just come down to RNG if the Mongols decided to exec up cat this round. So not enough info here for M80 to believe in that working 9 times out of 10.
Terrorists win.
Add to that the utility pressure that comes into the bomb site. Opper never had a chance to get a shot off even, so the follow through here, the backswing, so smooth.
That's when people start spinning around and leaving their good angles, is when they have a huge gap on the map that they're suddenly worried about.
Look at this, you've got him jumping blind the wrong direction while the door is getting pushed, while the window's being taken.
Yeah, that's pretty excellent here for the Mongols.
You really gave Mongols everything they needed to win that round.
You know, I hope we actually get out of this timeout an idea that's a bit more aggressive. We had the lower tunnel start on the pistol round out of M80. That's something you can do in basically any round. Problem is, when you forego aggression so often, then you take attack pause, you worry that it's going to be obvious, but there are many options, whether it's the long doors push once you find out what the T setup is, doubles tunnels push. They're
just so limited, though.
They just don't have any money, eh? Yeah, that's...
They've added the Scout, the Deagles, and a few pieces of utility to this mix. Obviously that...
I mean, the attack can be for this round and the next.
Putting a few more bodies on the mid side. That actually hits Slacks too. Just try to spam smokes with the Scout, takes damage in return. Boost with the AK, that's, again, 2 points of contact. M80 are trying to throw forward to get some sort of first blood. AK damage isn't bad versus Techno, but obviously that's the one AK-47 kind of found out, so he'll try to reposition it into middle instead. Here's the rumblings of Senzu down in lower tunnels. There's a flashbang for Swisher, but not going to be able to throw that over the doors if he wanted to take the real risk. And M80 starting to clear a path out long as well. So it feels like the Mongols, much like last round, slowly sinking their canines into the flesh of M80. Round 21. Looking prime for the taking, but this smoke grenade makes things weird, and Senzu seems to sense this.
They really made this look like some kind of long play, but...
You wanted to see aggression. Well, here's some late, 35 seconds. You've got CTs running around on catwalk, but they didn't catch Senzu because Lake was able to push through. Look what he's going to find. He's got a second player showing up, and he's not going to miss the chance to strike down one because 9-10 at least gets him back, sitting on 20 points of health. And Senzu, who is now making sound, will keep one player occupied. 15 seconds, bomb runs back. The Op's going to have to cover. This is their shooting gallery. They've just got to stop this bomb. 9-10 trying to climb up, trying to fight. But as long as bomb can't get to sight, all Slacks has to do is live.
Yeah, he's waited and won the round. That's easy for Slacks. They get this with nothing, and they even have money now to buy. They were saving this round. That's excellently done. It is a situation where Mongols could have just beat them to the choke point at the end of tunnels, but Lake is the reason that this all took place. He stuck by Senzu through the smoke onto the lower tunnel stairs, and because Senzu was alive in mid, they just assumed that there was no way someone could have been there.
Still plenty of cash for the Mongols, but that is a hell of a round to make things this tight. Back to the 1 round difference, back to the long fight. Blitz at the helm, dead to wreck. M80 on the brink of a tied game if they convert man advantage. Further damage done heavily into the players on doors. Critical VRS standings on the line in the M80 Lisbon run. And to keep a game versus the Mongols this tight could be a good sign.
Oh, you want to catch that lurk.
Lake goes from being the hero of the last round to being the victim.
Swisher is isolated completely.
Man advantaged back to 4v4.
He's pulling the goalie.
Gonna try to go back into the mid play. Techno, he's gonna pull back through that smoke, but look at the timing. They're gonna run out tunnels all the while. Swisher's completely given up this site, and they're gonna capitalize on it. Senzu comes in, gets hit down now to just 8 points of health. Techno's going to cut off that rotate, but Slacks gives the cover. Swisher's got the kill close door, and it's another pressured situation here for Mongols. Swisher keeps that pressure up. Now comes back the return from the Op. 3 players stand, and M80 tie.
And we got the clap in from Death. He's proud of his team for that one. Rack joins in the fun. Wow, they actually make that happen. A couple of small moments where the Mongols could have turned that back around, right? The fact that Techno re-aggresses from the door is actually genius. When he sees that Swisher is pulled out of the sight, he calms it, gets away, he kills Lake at the same time, and then he knows that they can't cover mid anymore. But he doesn't get the frag. Then the bad door smoke, the missed shot from 9-10 into the door. These small opportunities cascaded into a round of brilliance here for M80.
These rounds are hectic.
Oh, man, after Lake dies like this, he thinks they lost, right?
Good on Swisher to be the savior.
Now we're talking. They heard there's no points for almost winning.
Lake just trying to keep his head on straight through this one, but luckily for him, he's got teammates to lean on today. Someone secures 12 off this. And it's not as instant, but that little bit of a delay does catch Slacks off guard, has to go immediately into the fallback. Senzu's gonna keep the pressure on catwalk up. You've got CTs around this Opper, but it's an instant headshot from Senzu. Oh, a second! Slacks is able to recover, turns back around, and now Zinho's able to clear him. You've got the CT position still here held by Lake.
That smoke is deep, but it's right in the middle. Oh no, that's quite a gap. However, Lake can't see anything.
Able to cross. And sound being made now as well by Swisher.
He might have heard this, crossing a pit slightly, but it only pushes him back. He wants to join up with his teammate, it looks like. Lake from CT spawn, how are they gonna do this?
Instant transition to Cat instead. Swisher loud on the approach, and Lake can do nothing. Hasn't been given a duel all round long.
I mean, I love the play here from the Mongols. They decided to take a little bit of damage through their molly, and at this moment is when they're about to re-smoke the doorway. It's the perfect time to get out. So it looks like they're just playing it risky, but in reality, they found the timing. Then the Cat play comes up at the exact same time. It's when M80, it's too late for them to get Cat control back or to get something. They were so sure it was going to be long that was theirs. Mongols find a way to subvert their expectations entirely and take this one the distance with a lead. Wow, man. Nice shooting from Slacks. But like, you don't have Cat, you don't have Long, you do not have A.
It's that delayed original duel into just this cascading effect of players swarming both sides of the A site. What a change up in tempo from the Mongols, and what a beautiful time to throw that out as well. Round 23 secured, and a worse buy for M80 to try to pull off. They are going to throw Lake to the top of middle with support right behind him, not to mention Sin back through those mid doors, nades in hand. Blitz gets caught off by this aggression.
Yeah, it's a great angle here for Lake. Shoulder peek does nothing, another 5v4.
Could damn well be looking at overtime. M80 fade back into the bomb site to try to set up their defense now, and they have been given space because Mongols respect the aggression they threw out middle.
Well,
slow on the approach to clear, but this is still a heavy pack from the Mongols. The tradability with these 4 players shoulder to shoulder is huge.
I like the commitment here from M80, but if it's the wrong play, there's only 2 on A. There's no op on A either. They're really hoping that this is going to be a mid B.
Defense, no nades.
They're still feeling insecure about the fact that they have basically no utility except for Rek.
Great shots from Slack's last round, but no op to work with this time. There's Rek throwing out the last util towards Long. At least he can fixate on sight. Awkward position now for Slacks. It's just this Famas to hold back the first 2, and you've lost the ramp player. 4v5 be damned. Already 9-10 sending some eyes and attention back behind them. He is the bomb. He will sprint in. He will undeniably plant. CTs do not have the tools to interrupt this.
Cat retakes the way.
No flash, nothing to get around this corner. It's just going to have to be straight up duels through this smoke or waiting it out. And guess what? Another one goes down. A gut-wrenching feeling here for M80. Trying to get this necessary retake under wraps. They jump through in desperation. Trade's effective. Man disadvantage is moot. You've got that op to lean back. Time is of the essence. No kit here for Rek. He's going to have to just sprint and get these kills instantly, and they run from him, toying with them, playing with M80. A denial of the upset here within their map pick. That's both pistols. No conversions, but that 7-2 lead that the Mongols had felt like it evaporated. M80, tough pill to swallow.
And it'll only get tougher from here. They had great opportunities, great chances, and an almost here for M80. The Mongols, they've got the caliber, they've got that strength. Just a bit of a heartbreak there, Maui.
So close. To even get this close for M80 from the poor start that they had is an achievement in itself. Different players on the team stepping up. I feel like, honestly, almost every single player from M80 had their own moments, but the class from Mongols was a little bit too much. The proactivity, the tempo shifts that they were able to employ on the T side continuously kept M80 off kilter.
Yeah, the problem is we talked about Lake and we talked about Slacks before the game. Slacks, when he had the op in hand, he did a really solid job. Lake didn't do terribly, but he's the one that could have pushed them over the top. He could have found, there was a couple of rounds where he could have found a kill or two, put them in a situation to win. Instead, he just couldn't make that next step. He's just not there yet.
I know this one's gonna sting for him, but we have to be honest, the Mongols started off so well, it looked like they could possibly get run over. So it is a good sign that they were able to fight back into this, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, the thing is that M80 stuck it out with their game plan. And kind of what I was prefacing is that, you know, when I watch M80, I don't really... I'd love to hear what they say in terms of the game planning for these kinds of ones because, you know, they tried the long hit, they tried some cat hit. They weren't always finding the most success, but then they were able to really bring it back in this half. And I don't know what really switched in their head. It's almost just a bad start sometimes. That's all it really can be boiled down to, because some of the later stages of that first half, they really showed their mettle.
Yeah, I think sometimes M80 comes in, they have 1 or 2 gimmick rounds to get them into it. It might have been they started out with standard game plan. Late in the half, they go, well, we know they do this, we know they do that. They move into those, get a little momentum, and they actually make it an incredible... It's so close, man. It's so close.
It's excruciating.
I kind of enjoy watching you guys suffer through this as well.
We're squirming as we're watching it. Yeah.
You can see this pain with it all. Let's give you some positives, though, for M80, and especially Slacks looking at round 11.
Right. Highlighting Slacks in the pregame, seeing him deliver in a post plant. It's a cat exec that's able to find M80 some space, like almost all of their cat execs in that half. Lake's actually taken down, and they have to fight back from a deficit situation. Slacks through the chaos is able to find one. Watch this. doesn't even take a shot on the first player and waits for the peek from 910. He knew that there were 2 players long, and then they are able to converge or really close out the 2v1. It is a little bit tough. I mean, Slax had to win this 1v1 on top of it. It's kind of standard, but also at the same time, you know, he lines up the shot. It's crisp.
Yeah, I mean, that type of poise, holding the first bullet, you don't see that from Brokey.
Oh, come on, man. What the hell?
I mean, Slax, yeah, we talked about him before the game because, especially on Dust 2, he is someone you need to activate. And with the rifle, he didn't have too many highlights, but with the op in hand, he was lights out consistently.
And this is what you want to see from him, and this is why you said, Maui, probably the best German AWPer.
I don't see a real case for Sursen or Hyped right now. So
okay.
I mean, really, like I don't think you can make the case. I mean, Slax has been doing more consistent work, and almost in a weird way, it's like, you know, Sursen is very good, but he's sort of inconsistent. And I also just think like Slax is a great fit for this M80 team. He's definitely gelled in well for them. Yeah, they didn't get the victory on this map right here, but he covers a lot of their deficiencies.
But you were saying they didn't get the victory on this map here, right? There was so many opportunities where it could have been close. We're going to look back at these force wars they had here because it was a war and it was a battle back, and we were on this cusp of it could have going either way just at these points.
And we can see that, I'm going to say, like, there's a little bit of a precedent being set with this defense here. There isn't really any help utility for Rec from any of the other players. Like, Slax just kind of has to assemble a crossfire, and then they get pinched. They lost their cat player. The whole bomb site gets crunched on. There isn't too much they can do. Incredible shots by Techno, by the way. Like, making the Tech 9 look busted at long range. Like, it's not really meant for that.
No.
Yeah, like, Swisher's almost able to put this together, but unfortunately, they just couldn't connect on that defense.
I think it's kind of the story of the game where you have Mongols, they come up, they kind of just duel out. They have some good utility, but they duel out, win some shots. You have the Tech 9 2K by Techno 4K, and and then you come back on the other side, M80, they have a timing, pop flash, find an angle, they catch them off guard, and they take them down kind of more by teamwork. And part of the problem I have with M80 sometimes is it feels like, as you mentioned, they try a little too hard to be perfect. They throw all that utility early at long. Then we saw the last couple of rounds, they didn't have a support flash for rotations, for retakes. And so they tried so hard to be not giving any opportunity for Mongols actually to take an aim duel that eventually they just kind of get whittled down.
Do we look at this though when we're saying on the Mongol side that, okay, you got the win, but this was maybe too close, or are you just happy that they got the win in this kind of fashion?
Coming into this game, the emotional state of both teams is that Mongols just kind of feel like they're going to ride this one out. They're just going to play their normal game. This probably was the Mongols C game. You know, this is not really the highest level of Mongols we've seen, but at the same time, it was M80 trying their absolute darndest. Everybody is giving it their all. There was no weak link to speak of for them. Whereas on the Mongol side, sometimes it was a little bit more individually driven. You know, 3K from Techno had some little highlights from 910 there. Senzu just hitting some super crisp shots here and there. Not as their teamwork was good, but it wasn't quite as gelled as maybe when they're playing a team like NaVi, to your detriment.
Massive detriment. You had to get that one in while M80's falling on here. We'll throw up some more positives though on the Mongol side. We'll look at round 20 because the executes they were able to do, you know, this is what you expect from them when it comes together as a full team push.
This was super good from the Mongols. They identified that the B bomb site was likely the weaker one, and so they go for a really big A fake. This is one of the old drop strats. French teams used to do this back in the early 2010s, and so Blitz takes up that mantle, goes into CT, cuts off the rotation, and then everybody else is just going for the mid to B. It's a really creative way to push back M80 towards both bomb sites. Like, they don't know what's really happening right there. And again, we see Blitz, we were talking about fragging in-game leader, able to get it done again.
I was going to say, he's not really the player I was expecting to be the one that makes the drop, to be holding that position, but they give the confidence in him.
Yeah, I mean, you also saw what I mentioned previously. I mean, Sin walks through that smoke. I want to say for the fans at home, he didn't walk through that smoke for no reason. It's because they had no flashes to flash him through that smoke.
Yeah.
Mongols know that's the case. They know how much utility that you have M80 using early on in the round. They set themselves up perfectly. And as you said, I mean, I wanted to mention earlier, Senzu, he had some crisp shots, as you mentioned, but it wasn't the best game from him, and you're probably not getting that more than one map out of the series.
Yeah, they kind of had him cooled off for this one. Very unlikely to happen on the second map. But we spoke to Mazzinho in the pre-game. He was saying about his own performance not looking so good. Well, he had a lot of good performances in this game, and he looked like the Mazzinho you want to see every game.
I mean, he's almost not. Is there even a round where he's at fault? I don't really feel like I saw Mazzinho make mistakes in this game. His rotations were fast. His long holds themselves were very strong. At the end of the half, he kind of, you know, eventually he broke down on long a couple times on the defense, but through and through, guy was just so clean with it. I have so many superlatives I could throw at Mazzinho. It's one of those things where actually the eye test versus the stats test, I'm always surprised when I see Mazzinho doesn't have a 1.15 at the end of a tournament.
I want to say, with what we're saying about the Mongols, I think we have to give some credit to M80 for actually playing against a strong Mongols team. It's not like Mongols was whiffing shots. It's not like they weren't playing it seriously. They were playing seriously. M80 had to fight into this one.
They did have to fight into this one, but now it's a very tough fight on their hands. M80 is a team that can play Ancient. We'll get into that a little bit after the break, but right now, this looks like a very confident series here for the Mongols and what they can do. Let's see what happens when we go into it, but before that, we're going to a quick break. We'll see you in a few. Our producer is Danish, and he does want to lie and say that it's hot outside, but I can tell you, as someone who's used to normal temperature, it is cold and it is not nice out there, despite them not having any jackets on. That is just typical Danish Copenhagen weather. But as we get into it, it does heat up in the studio. But will it heat up on our next map? It's Ancient that we go to. It's what the Mongols pick, but I would say the silver lining is that at least for M80, right, this is a map they were picking at a time. This was a map that they can play.
Entirely a possibility they could have just picked it in this series. Yeah, no, it's a map that they have a ton of familiarity with. It's been one of their home maps for, I would say, the last 9 months that I've been really watching this team. So for the Mongols to pick it here, kind of why I thought Mongols would probably lean Mirage in the veto. So still a chance for M80. I'm not counting them out, but it's going to be a huge uphill task.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that M80 are good on this map is because Lake is quite good on this map, just like Malbs, who we replaced, was great on this map. Problem is, Lake hasn't activated in this series yet.
I think he can activate, though, Vu. I think that he's going to be able to actually punch up a little bit more, because a lot of why he was failing on Dust 2 was because he was just going for Cat Swing as the entry fragger, and they didn't have flashes. Like, it's not going to be a good time. This is one where he can dictate the fight so much better in the middle of the map. He's going to be set up so much more often. Someone's going to throw smokes for him. Someone's going to throw flashes for him. If they don't, they deserve to lose, and I don't want to watch them anymore.
Yeah, we don't want to see that happening at all. For Mongols, though, right, you were mentioning it, Mirage has been a map they've been picking against some of the very best teams here. Do you feel like this is a bit of, okay, let's get an extra few reps here on Ancient, let's test this out a little bit more, that a team that maybe can give us at least a bit of a run?
I mean, it's still a good map for them. It's just one that I felt like they probably could have found something that's a little more punishing.
Okay, well, let's see if there will be any punishing done on the M80 side, because I think even if all the North Americans here and the Canadians joined, Mongols would still win. Right, Scrawny?
Put them up, James. Elbows up, boys. Mohan, that's a tough loss to deal with. And now I think maybe M80,
good map.
They may be crushed. I mean, again, the pistol wins and the conversions. I think that's what's going to have to play a factor into this Ancient game as well. If M80 want to tap back into that Dust 2 success, if they're going to keep it competitive, I mean, getting 11 rounds off Mongols is good. It's a solid result, regardless of the loss. It's just all about the reset now and trying to do it on Ancient. I don't consider M80 slouches on Ancient either. So fingers crossed for their sake, they can at least try to capitalize on that one and push this series to a third.
I mean, there was about 5 concrete ways in which they could have won that last map. The conversions that they ended up losing, those close situations, not losing players after time. Very, very minute details. But a second chance here on Mongols' pick on Ancient, which is not a punish. It's a place where M80 are going to be happy to play. So still not going to be easy. Never was. They knew that. And let's see if they could have predicted Ancient to come through.
I think bringing up that kill graphic was pretty important as well. Lake, incredibly slow start to the game, but was starting to warm up as things went on. He's going to have to tap into that better form at the start of this map, or else. Mongols did make mistakes, though. We'll see if those mistakes can be punished alongside a little prowess. No kill off of Heaven just yet. No defense either for B. Check out Mongols just scrambling into that bomb site. Blitz, it's a long road from Shrek all the way up to the B site. And by the time he gets there, he might not have teammates in the bomb site at all. Puts a smoke down to guarantee his cross in. And now all of M80 in a 4 versus 3 advantage, grouped up behind that short smoke. Anybody gonna go through? Kitten to smoke, of course, for the time being. And that's going to be Swisher's ability to try and find further impact. Already 2 kills into this round, so this could be a big one for him. They're going to catch Senzu up close first. 4v2 advantage looks good. That smoke on top of bomb. No kills coming through in this post plant at all. Blitz has got 4 guys to find, and you got to stop Swisher. Nice out! Kills him! But the slack shot comes back through, and even though there's no kit here on Sin, still the time's his. Surely that's an M80 pistol again.
Man, that was close. If that one bullet didn't go through the smoke and catch Blitz, it can come down to time. Absolutely. Very, very scary situation. But the round 1, that's... I want to say that's what's important, but actually it's round 2 for M80. You got to be scared of the Mongols on basically any round at all. And actually, it's a good amount of money made between the bomb plant and the knife kill here to really beef up this buy that's surely coming in from Mongols.
Yeah, they've force bought every round after losing pistol thus far, so why stop?
Blitz straight to the AK.
Love that. He's like, it's my money, it's my gun. AK and Kevlar here for Blitz.
You
and
eat what you kill.
A ton of utility all around him. Climb up fast here for Lake. Little pressure for Techno. Swisher.
Come back through the smoke. Oh
boy. He's giving this Tech9 a great chance, but luckily his USP didn't have much to finish off.
And now they're immediately running over towards the A site, but it's actually Mongols to peel back a bit.
Now, Blitz does have the better gun for this duel.
They see that Techno was working alone.
AK in first. Lake making sound on the fallback.
Yeah, and just the fact that he falls back here is taking it to window. Let's see if this nice kill results in an AK that can get a 1-bullet shot. Lake has the worst gun.
2-bullet shot? Slacks. Nice.
Okay.
Easy setup there between him and Rek on the MP9s. Perfect positioning for the MP9s. And for the first time in this series, M80 will convert pistol.
Yeah, and they're cheering about it. As they should be. Great setup there.
Woo, we won, says Swisher. Can't stomach a third forced by laws.
It's about the Widow victories.
Speaking of money, SMGs soak up some extra cash here as well.
That's a winning smile right there.
Couple pistols sprinkled in. Gonna go challenge this A site by the looks of it. Frag grenade sails deep off Rek's bank from the back wall. And they get close enough to pounce. Check this out. There's nobody else. Nobody else even close enough.
If he plays it properly, he has time.
Oh! Yeah? And now what? Because nobody's close enough to trade that. Nobody's close enough to stop this bomb plant, assuming they put it down in front of Donut, which they will. And now you know there's a gun out there. It is just an MP9. No further utility for the Mongols. You'd think M80 can just wait out the smoke in Donut and then come through with ease. You'd think. No guarantees in a round like this. Things could get very weird, but they will still flash their way forward. That's going to be an awkward one for Blitz. He's the first cleared from sight, and the corner goes down well. Techno, double headshot with the Deagle. Could have gotten a little more, but it needed to be Senzu, and he'll go down empty-handed. So from the pistol to the 3-0 starts.
And not a slow start here for Lake on this round. 4 kills on this retake, and they make this happen. Now, did Rek make a mistake? I don't know if it's fair to say. The shot from M80 is so quick and so precise right here. They throw it, he peeks as the scaling flash comes out, and if, honestly, he might still get out, dude. That molly lands in the right spot, but it's the CT molly.
Nice!
Because I want to say that shoulder spot on a main is generally safe if you can, you know, obviously get to Donut with the molly, as long as you don't throw too shallow.
Wow.
Wow, this is aggressive.
Oh my God.
And it's working. They've crushed this one.
Gun round. And it is 5v2 at a minute 38. That's a 10-second round of Counter-Strike, folks.
Seriously, man, this one's basically over. Lake wants even a little bit more. Oh, he'll get him.
Lake comes through with the triple. Talk about aggression.
That was the warm-up on the first half of Dust 2.
Yeah.
Now he hasn't stopped.
He had, what, 2 kills at the end of the first half of Dust 2? Something gross like that?
Yeah.
4 and 10 at the end of that first half. He was the highest performing player for the CT side of M80. Turned it around, you know, first half so flat. And now if he can take that momentum like I tried to allude to, this is what we're looking for. And I like that, you know, Lake is put in a position specifically on Ancient where you can just kind of let him get loose on mid. And we're already seeing varied versions of him. But in your grill, Techno 4K splattered outside of the B site, as are the elbow attackers.
This is what actually Maui brought up precisely when it came to Lake and fighting middle. And yes, Maui, we do get the good flashes out of him. Maybe that's what you want to see. So well supported on his pushes. Aim meets the flashes halfway. And now the Mongols are playing slightly from the back foot, at least down in rounds. But on this round, they've got lots of guns. Low util means they're going to have to go in incognito. Lake hard angle.
Another kill for Lake. 180 ADR coming into this round, adds another 100. Rek Gonna be able to hold on to the big box, and with Slacks very quickly out from the CT lane. This attack from the Mongols had a certain tempo to it, but within that pace, M80 happy to play. Senzu, love the reposition, completely catches him off, and we saw that blitz frag on the other side of the map.
Oh, that's a huge mistake out of M80. Rek has to save the day. He's only got 18 health.
Did he get spotted? Yeah, he did from the side, so that's a 2v4 coming out from Senzu and Blitz.
Oh, man. Sin just ran. Why did he run through a smoke there? Well, why would you run through a smoke there? In that moment, it doesn't feel like anybody's close. His teammate's on the other side of it, but...
I mean, Blitz catching Swisher kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah, I don't even think Slacks is that wide in this spot. I mean, that's a one position if he doesn't make that play. Unfortunately, that happens sometimes in Counter-Strike. You just don't want to let Mongols back into the game.
This could be a fast B play as well. We haven't seen this many players from Mongols outside B yet in the half. A sign of what? Challenge for Swisher, maybe? Mac 10 to jump through. Rifle's right behind it. Swisher's not even going to find one kill, and neither will Sin. Both defenders down empty-handed. Slacks running for the hills. Toast.
Yeah, there's no chance you're going to get that one back. Especially in the nature of the opportunities. Like, Swisher should get 1.5, if not 2.5. Doesn't get those kills. That's the first problem. Then the second guy has one guy lit up already. He should get a mow down. No. It's the Mongols to put someone else in front. Oh, and that one mistake out of Sin, unfortunately, as quick as the decision was. And you know what? I mean, you want to give some credit to Senzu. He's standing at the top of Donut on the edge of the smoke, waiting for a push that was unlikely to take place. But it was the one punish that was exactly needed for that moment. And now Mongols have 2 rounds. Now they're alive in this game again. I think the worst part about losing to Mongols is they don't pop off when they win.
Yeah. Like, your failure doesn't even excite them.
Like, you don't really exist. You're just another VRS point to them.
Just a bug on the windshield.
Just a mouse on the hoof.
Oh.
Just nuclear waste.
Ah. If we want to get back into the jersey talk, shout out to the Mongols for the shoulder fangs. In a world of black and white jerseys, it's cool that theirs has such a unique design.
Agreed.
Look at that. It's kind of intimidating.
I'm scared.
Vampiric, almost.
I wonder what Genghis Khan thinks about esports.
He says, we're not the best yet?
Yeah. That's what it is.
Whoa. They got away with the boost and into the close corner, but obviously make it so much sound. It gets spammed. I like that Lake goes one deeper. Obviously made sound to the corner behind him.
Oh my gosh. And look at this push.
Yeah, Rek's coming out. Look, this guy with grenades out. This is perfect. Rek, he's going to blindside one. They push into the smoke to get away from Lake.
Oh, but they don't know Blitz is
No,
here.
perfect move from Blitz.
It's Freaky Friday.
Into the smoke grenade, tries to go back for an additional kill. If he was able to get Rek back and save this round alone, that'd be something. But at least he gets away with one kill, because that could have gone far worse for the Mongols.
Luckily for the Mongols, the bomb's in a retrievable spot. It's just a reset, but they actually, even though... Oh, okay, here's the one back. Nice from Sin. Cleans that up. He sees them also peering over towards B, which maybe disarms them mentally towards A for a small moment. And they've got no one here on the site, actually. Now, it just depends how many jump spots, how many temple mollies and flashes are going to be thrown here, or if they just walk out. That can be the key difference in whether or not the plant comes through, or if someone walks into a fight. Oh, man. All right, Sin will spot him. Time to go.
Gonna try to play forward in the temple. 9-10 dodging flashes. It's 2 players confirmed to be coming at them from Donut. Bomb down, though. Now Techno not really able to get his gun back out because Sin's fast reposition. But watch this! 9-10 into the cover, goes back, and up close, Sin bests him. Barrel to the side of the head.
He was assuming that he went a little wider. 9-10, very close to making that a clip. It's a good try, and the plant goes down with 3 kills. It's kind of nice, but M80, there's this tactic to get the A push out with the elbow push support from Lake. It's a pretty cute looking tactic here. Right? You don't see Mongols get caught off guard in their default that often. And also, it looks like that Sin push was pretty necessary.
Last bullet.
Loving the ideas this half.
Yep. No, you kind of gave them points coming into the series, M80, for their game plans, and I think off of the tac pauses as well, we go back to that like running T-side round on Dust 2 with the door smoke and the stream of flashes. You know, privy to pulling out plays. And I agree, it's not every day that Mongols kind of get interrupted, so you got to play with a bit of conviction.
Oh, this is the scrimmy move. You got kind of 2 points. Oh no, Senzu, what a shot. Sin goes down. Recon full alert. He flashes a main just in case.
Yep, and he's right. Definitely a presence nearby. Bomb on Blitz floating around elbow, but this it is, you know, again, aggression. Again, they get caught. The fact Techno turns down and returns that kill, but it is still an immense amount of damage for him to have to handle.
Yeah, would have loved 2 back. Or just 1 in a disengage. Instead, Swisher supplants his position, but it's the A move still moving forward.
Yeah, with Red Room smoked like that, no reason for Rek to just sit behind it, but I mean, he's so deep on this B-site commitment. Slacks is going to hear the approach. Oh, he hits that. Blitz still standing, 2 players low. They drop Util on top.
Wait,
Blitz is dead.
That's nice.
Bombs dropped in the process, 35 to the clock. Techno keeps his head down. Swisher, oh! He kind of half-ass clears it. Pressure out from Rek. And now it's man advantage doubled. Mzinho into the fight, into the fray. Another player to attack him from the flank, but his hands are back on his gun, and he's been given a chance to clutch this out now.
Yeah, it's a perfectly safe plant. Slack's behind him. He does not know about this. Slack's coming up now.
Coming to clear this corner quietly, and as he gets into position, will not miss. Strikes from behind. M80 able to get the better of the Mongols.
Oh man, that was so solid. That nade on the fallback, man. That was a terrible position to be in with the op, especially after miss your shot. You think you're just dead probably. Honestly, I think because he tags him with the op, it makes it harder for Blitz to swing and get the instant trade in Donut. So maybe it amounted to something. But for sure, it's all about him playing cool right here with this grenade.
Critical pickup from Swisher as well. When he was coming at that, it looked like he was going to overlook it.
Wouldn't have even blamed him for dying there, right?
Sure.
Techno's in a spot to catch him off guard totally.
Also really tough angle to clear.
Yeah, super hard. Sometimes you just don't clear because it's just like, if he's there, I'm dead. I might as well look at something else.
Yeah.
But Swisher goes the extra distance.
And that's multiple instances of M80 going for the aggression down B ramp as well, right?
Yeah,
we saw
true.
the 1 kill and the trade back from Techno, but Swisher goes for second servings.
It's a 4v5.
It was a very active round for M80 considering they're at man disadvantage from essentially the start.
And it's really good that you see Rek, you know, flash A and start nading it instead of not throwing grenades because he thinks it's B attack. All right, what's the response, Mongols? Very heavy lean here, but this one's actually without mid control, and M80 have it. They've got vision right now. Mongols come in super quietly, so it's possible that if M80 don't move soon, they'll actually just have to go for a full-on retake.
Ooh.
And Blitz coming back here for a lurk too.
Zeno ahead of that smoke. Ooh, Rek's able to zone him.
And Blitz got one. 9-10 as well.
Nice shot from the Opper as well.
Man, this is brutal. Full temple control. And off on this line, how do you get back into the site?
I don't think you do. I think this is the Mongols with a convincing tempo to just swarm through that A-bomb site.
So there's nothing wrong about the way this round started for M80, but they needed to have their donut player get back to the site while they still had mid. If there's going to be a lurk, it doesn't really require 2 players to stop it. In this spot, though, M80 have too much to lose, I think. They're just trying to cross out. Oh, man, Blitz 2 steps ahead.
Anybody get denied? No. Rek hangs onto the gun. Playing great Counter-Strike is Rek. 11-5 at the moment. 10 kills to Lake. So you've got those two kind of popping off for this early 6-3 lead.
It's a pretty good move here from the Mongols. I think the best part about their Dust 2 was the variety of looks. They had like a lot of range when it came to their T side. in terms of tempo, slight differences, A-site, B-site balance, mid-control, everything like that. They think that's essentially what became too overwhelming for M80. It's just, they were too fierce and too complicated. The Mongols haven't really shown that so far. Just a taste. But we know they have a lot more looks.
B-Pop coming. Full commitment. Swisher at bat. Only the one. Opera's got the trade. Sin's got the corner. Techno looking to lock him in, but Sin's able to hold this for now, and then the Mongols bounce back. Slacks is off, is fast in response, and the bomb's been taken down to the dirt in the meantime. He's going to try to figure out where Senzu got off to. He thinks he's pushed all the way in, but Senzu actually went back.
Yeah, he's actually read this. Read that it would be cleared, read that he could come back, and now Blitz doesn't win his. Rack too reliable.
Slacks has obviously cleared out this path. Senzu exchanging bullets with him, goes for the incendiary into the op. And if Slacks re-peeks, he may not expect the cannon to be honed in on him. And now with Senzu hitting that one, total reposition here from Rek, but he's getting ahead of it. Rek is, I don't know if he's ready for it, but he'll hear it coming. Senzu thinks he's outsmarted them both. Senzu with a lot of repositioning this round, but one player makes the difference. Rek remains on top.
Absolutely excellent round from Rek from the perspective of individual awareness. I'm going to say it outright, man. It's my favorite player on this roster. I think we, playing anchor spots, obviously not going to get that much shine, but I think here's a round that shows his full range. It's obviously a slight mistake from Slacks. But still, a good attempt from Senzu.
Definitely making the Mongols work for rounds on this T-half. 9-10 boosted and wary of any kind of aggression that could come out. Worried for either side, but now Lake is pinned against this wall. He's been throwing out util, so they know he's back there. They flush him out, and Sin's gonna have no vision on sight, so the Mongols get back into a B play, this time with no casualty yet. Lake, leaning back on long, has maintained control for the retake to come through. Already Rek is here. And so 5v5 for round 11 in the post plant. Senzu gets up into the corner towards long side. They could go for the boost.
Oh, what an annoying spot that he's playing from. Ready to go after the smoke.
Trying to catch a player in the back. Senzu's still not really looking for this. Rek will indeed catch Techno off with that pillar. Senzu gets stuffed, and it's only Blitz so far, but the bomb is so far gone. And that MAC-10 with the off by its side starts to collect kills. Diffusing, sticking it. Rek all the way. Glock will kill the support, but he's got that bomb done for.
Oh, that's perfect.
Final frag right with it.
Oh, and Rek even does a little extra going far back for the defuse. It's been a masterclass half from him. And honestly, everybody chipped in. That was so well done, but him catching Senzu as well as he pushed through the smoke on long. I think there was something suspicious about the fact that two of the teammates on site were not worried about long at all. Meanwhile, it's because Senzu was there ready to phase it.
Trying to play for the mid control now. There was once upon a time where Lake was just dominating this portion of the map, but they've really kind of peeled him away from it. Varied looks from M80 throughout the defensive side, and a lot of them aggressive.
Did a great job of conditioning them early, and then it's, makes sense. It goes now to another player. And with the A play coming in, they've got the help for Slacks.
M80's success has come in many forms.
And Lake's coming over too.
Another good read as they took control of Outer B in time. Blitz and Mzinho walking around Donut. But I mean, Lake's gonna serve up a distraction, or is he the one that gets caught looking the wrong way? It's still Donut held by Rek. 18 kills on the half. 3v3, bomb dropped as Swisher swings in with that limited MP9. 9-10's got the frag back from Donut, and so it's a low health Swisher and Sin lining up. Techno's Galil doubles down, and that's a fourth for the road for the Mongols.
Nice spray though.
Well, the success of the second half from Dust 2 seems to have been replicated, because Lake is right up there alongside Rex, star of the show for the North American challengers to the Mongols this evening. An 18-6 half out of Rek Mohan.
Cinema.
That's the word to describe it.
As very impressive.
Incredibly slow start back on Dust 2, and still that game went 24 rounds. M80 have come to play tonight. Now to the T side. They have won all 3 pistols in this series. They finally converted the last one. To do that now would put Mongols in a place of desperation. Just like M80 this round, Lake will not waste a moment. Quickly into the temple, taking down 2. Hones in on his targets. Blitz his next victim, perhaps. But a missed shot will give Blitz a chance to react. Sin's pressure keeps it up. And now Senzu gets popped by Sin. This could be flawless. 4 for 4 in the pistols.
You can't sleep on this team, man. They always come to fight. That is such an impressive start to the game. Of course, we're still a map into this series, and Mongols are already up. But continuously putting on competitive rounds, really good calls, really great aim so far. Mongols, max pressure. I'm not going to say that Mongols can't honestly bring this game back. They've come back from harder positions on this map. It's obviously one that's going to be difficult, but this is their map pick. But you know, if they pulled off a comeback now, I mean, I won't even call it, because I wouldn't want to influence the universe.
As if you have that power.
I don't want to give myself too much credit.
Okay. But everything's because of me.
Everybody and their mama knows.
Oh, Senzu. That could have worked.
Refried beans.
That fire is thick. Lake's already jumping out into the bomb site. USBs are going to be found out. Looks like, by God, they've done it again. A conversion off the pistol. To be fair, for the first time in the 4 pistol rounds we've seen, this is the only time the Mongols didn't force buy after losing. All the others previous, they had guns. They have instead saved up here for round 15 as they trail this game by 6.
That implies they're just going to win this round now, but you're not saying that.
I would never.
Okay.
Don't want to influence it.
I don't think we're getting any upgraded guns here for M80, so maybe it's possible.
Ugh, still not the prettiest of buys, though. They emphasize utility here, the Mongols. That's a double MP9, full belts of util, triple M4 for the first gun round of their defense when they absolutely need it. Oops. Mistake here from the Molotov of M80. Oh, dink for 85.
Back of the head here. One nade in response. It's tough sledding here for Senzu. That sucks. No grenades, too. It's got to be something aggressive here for Mongols. Oh.
Oh. Dude, the softening up damage is perfect. I mean, they're putting themselves in a prime place to just push this over. Senzu almost dead, 9-10 down to half, doesn't have his op, and all the util barring one incendiary smoke and flash has been burned out by the defense.
They'll see the unconfirmed damage in the demo. So they'll be proud later, but right now it's still having an impact.
Really committing to this B stack.
All right, I mean, this is the move here for Sin. They are starting to run out of time without having full cave control, but they're up the ramp instead.
9-10, these are the 2 low players. Those are the 2 lowest health bars on the defense. And at the same time, that bit of red room contact with no mid control and a scared M80 on A holding alone drew back what was supposed to be the better half of this B defense. M80 skate through this gun round like it's nothing.
So classy here on this map. This round with the spams that came through, with the HE place, the timing, the fact that mid was wide open, so they decided to use that as well. They didn't really have to throw that in. But it was one for safety. It punished exits, and now we've got 2 Mongols players. 10 and 15 HP apiece. With not a guaranteed save spot.
M4s are valuable, and they're no guarantee. Oh, one. No, okay, yes.
Oh, he got him. He got him on the last frame. Lake took down both players in the save.
Oh, gut punch.
And you could see the excitement.
In the final second.
No, the final frame. I mean, that was... It simply does not get closer to that.
Oh my God. Really sending a message now to the Mongols. Nothing is allowed on Ancient. Mac-10 is denied. MZino's double kill from bottom middle. One of the best starts to this CT side out of the Mongols yet. But a strong start doesn't mean a win. You've got Rek on the hunt inside A. MZino goes barreling back through Red Room. He's gonna get spotted further back, and it's, denied! Rek hits the headshot, reacting fast enough, and it's a good tether back from 910 to make sure they can't just sprint in for free, but he'll lean back, get smoked off, as will the closer rotation, and these players still just MP9s. Fast challenge, though, off of the flash. The Mongols sense blood in the water, but you put slacks to the 1v3. Down to half health. You'll find the neck. Turning from it, Senzu able to answer. There's Mongols with 5 at the very least.
Yeah, that was the right play. Running out with the flash, knowing that he'll eat it, but his opponent will definitely turn as well. Nice try. And that was a spot where they know Mongols are going to get really, really desperate. They have low guns. They can't win a retake. The MP9 play in the beginning is great, but it's still actually a pretty solid position, even 2v3, until this takes place. Great flick back here out of Senzu. Love that POV. Mongols keeping hope alive.
Ooh, good damage through smoke as well. Slacks down to half. That's a wounded Opper. Oh!
Okay. Got an answer back.
A lot of spam damage in these last couple rounds.
I think they heard that reload. I think they're happy to walk through this, yeah. Techno goes back into just this jiggle spot. And now they're just slowly losing space. And M80 are approaching really well at the moment. And safely, too. Mongols got to do something.
Senior trying to get into the cutout, but he's gonna, I was gonna say get caught crossing over. Good headshot out of him. There's a whole pack of players, though, to try to zone MZino. He's gonna hold that line. Locked into this position, burned out, still trying to fight. And luckily for him, he's got support from 910 off of Red Room.
And yeah, now it's just Lake. 24 health, 3 players left over. Mongols handled this.
Bomb down mid. Not ideal. Lake doubles back into that lane being held. And Techno continues to be a threat from behind. So Lake's gonna try to reposition through sight, trying to catch him on a timing. It's just a way to maybe ensure the save.
Yeah, there's no way he can go back in the middle, so. Techno, let's see. Oh, clean with that, but still, 10-second save now.
It's not guaranteed either. Here comes the challenge from mid. He knows it, expects it.
What?
If he goes back to sight, just save. 9-10.
Yeah, imagine.
Go the other way.
He's kind of mad about it. He's like, no, I need to win this duel. Wow, that's actually a miracle that Lake gets out of that. Really great crosshair placement and awareness. And between Rek and Lake, it explains this scoreline entirely. Couple of solid moves from MZino inside of middle. This game gets one step closer, but again, that AK has the spotlight here for M80.
What's Lake want?
It's not nothing.
He's thinking just a straight up duel, a chance to overwhelm this B site. He'll go for the boost, no mid control, so it's time limited. But a smoke sitting outside cave gets popped open, and MZino confirms there's presence down there. Gonna try to slip into the cave entrance ahead of Rek. Great reposition here from MZino that opens the door for his other cave player to go down and double down on the B site. And they go for the boosted Lake. MZino catching another kill, and Techno, who was freed up to take this position. You just see how confident is the key to this one. Mongols going for information so that they can bolster the line and make sure M80 don't get anything going in that last one.
Wait, the glasses are optional?
Apparently.
Or Techno hasn't even, he's not even playing with full power right now?
Fake frames.
There's no lenses.
Just a stylish guy.
Yes, he is. All right. Well, it's officially a closer game. One more round and it's close. And it looks like it's a good spot to make it that. Everyone on the team is late to the party, but looks like all the score lines are going to be elevated.
Empty A site.
However,
It's
what
the
a
right
call. Yeah.
It's another flood out. Still given a chance to 9-10. Players jumping past him. Good spam from M80. Keeps that pressure up. You find open footing, but no bomb plant with it just yet, and these utilities are temporary. They will lay down another smoke. Mac-10, no, to the top. A double headshot of all things. And Senzu takes some damage back, but not a casualty here for the Mongols. Starting to ramp up themselves with momentum. Now officially a close game. 3 rounds the difference, 11-8.
That shows you how little the CT smoke does, honestly. If you have really good lines of sight, you can spam almost everything, even all the way through default. And with 2 players there, that became extremely difficult. It was just too loud, man. They bought a house by the train tracks.
You get used to it.
Get used to it, yeah.
That's what they have to tell themselves under this pressure. You don't want to get used to losing. Especially when you get this close.
It's okay to be a nerd, but not a loser.
Those headshots just kind of deliver themselves.
Yeah, no, that's wild.
Not that I think it makes much of a difference. That round under wraps from start to finish.
He also has a teammate reminder on his crosshair.
It's a couple low buys for M80 back to back. They waited to get back into these guns. Round 20 could be where they secure their 12th. But has this streak of CT rounds, 4 in a row, stunned their confidence. They will walk out middle to no resistance.
It's another good setup here for the T side. Attacking Donut going quickly.
910's going to try to put the op on the line. Hits the player in the back. Still 2 ahead of that. M80 gets blasted away. Lake wastes no time. Taking his head off, Blitz inside the CT lane, sets up another shot from 910.
How'd he get out?
How does he manage to exit? Wreck can't answer. 910 triple is huge. And with a scope up towards Donut, he confirms Swisher's position, but can he deny this clutch?
That shot was pure filth over top of the box, man. And for Swisher, he would love to have an open sight. He won't have one right now. Senzu waiting for him at the default pillar, takes him out. And it's 5 straight here for the Mongols. 9-10, tip your hat. That was just nasty.
What's Rek up to over towards main? How does 910 get back out here?
Yeah, but once he falls out, you know, he can't even be spotted. Oy! What?
Disgusting shots. Back into another low buy.
That's
Mongols
brutal.
seizing control of the situation.
Don't know if Temple could have been mollied in that spot. What happened, but...
It's also sort of like, what else do you have to watch for? A flank? You just had 4 players come through mid. Lake gets blasted away by Blitz. That is an all-in now for M80 on the B site. Senzu, the only real piece of defense within it. And remember, still lesser guns for M80, but a bomb plant could start to turn the tide. Techno under a bit of pressure, deals with it well. 2 kills to his name. Sin's got the 1 frag back for M80. And the pressure through the smoke spam, a beautiful tap for his 2nd in the round. This would have to be the 1v5.
Make it a movie, Sin.
He's got all the time in the world, but 9-10 again. It is 6 in a row for the Mongols.
Man, this is full power M80 coming into this game. Great start, and even the last few rounds 18, 19, and 20, all chances for M80 to win. And yet Mongols do not look like they have been tainted in confidence whatsoever, playing the exact same way, as aggressive. on the same page and going for it. Now their score lines are any of them positive? 9-10s is now the only one that's positive, and he obviously had the most important clip with that off shot. Can they actually mount the full comeback? That's what we're about to find out.
Blitz more than happy to fight for elbow again. Oh, the flash is so good. Oh, and the old Lake still stands. It wasn't for much longer. Techno, that third piece of the mid hold, but you've got deep control for Rek. 9-10 caught off. Still standing.
Yeah, no kill.
Survives on 9 HP, but it opens a door for Sin to put that bomb down. They've at the very least put themselves into a post plan. 6 rounds straight for the Mongols. But a man advantage retake queued up. Sin into another clutch.
And 9-10, he went all the way around through cave.
Spotted and dealt with, and enough time still for Sin to double back. He tries to take a duel into the site. Oh, but what? Senzu so fast!
You're kidding. Perfect time to take.
It's another tied game.
That's a perfect time to drop X-ray. You see how nasty that peak was? And man, credit to Sin, he was holding that perfectly, it seemed.
Trying to take an angle that maybe catches the CT off, but so ready is Senzu.
Another one that goes at least 24 rounds.
Nothing even possible if not for this Lake double kill in middle to try to recover it. These shots, man.
Man, this one actually comes down to Rek doing 90% of the damage to 9-10, playing from CT. Couldn't take him out.
Mara smirking.
It's like a brutal way to lose. You almost got to respect it if you're M80. Game's still not over is actually the more important thing to remember. Timeout's getting used.
Such a promising series for M80, but a soul-crushing defeat if they let this map slip through their hands.
Yeah, seriously, felt like no way.
Especially with the individual level that Rek and Lake both brought to the server. A couple of critical kills that could have been, or what could make the difference between them finishing off Ancient or losing this map. And Zeno is not able to climb up, and so you've got a lot of positioning going down outside of this B site. But the Mongols looking to sign up to fight down this lane in a moment. You've got Techno and Senzu in the site. Senses it to perfection. Seconds his, and it's a crossfire that's killer. Sure, Rek returns one with a favor, but Senzu keeps that pressure up with a Tech 9 in hand. Their own guns against them. Their bomb belongs to the Mongols.
Yes, and it's still, it's 2-on-3 situation, and maybe for only a second. Senzu down to 4 HP.
And now Rek doubles back to the ramp. Tries to take a glance into the site, but that smoke still obscures his vision. Another smoke inside the middle of the site actually cuts off support, though, for Senzu. Another wallbang could get him down for the count, but again, it's all about somehow grabbing bomb.
Yeah, how are you going to do it, man? They're coming in the standard way through cave. This is what Mongols are hoping and waiting for.
You've got Techno first contact. You've got 9-10 holding ramp. And Senzu also able to help if suddenly there is a fast exit. Smoke grenade could cut off one of these angles. Will. Short side denied. Techno gets into a safer position. Slacks his wallbang. That's a little bit of X factor offered into this 2v3. You've got 9-10's op ready. Won't miss. And then Slacks returns the favor, but the op's right back on it. 20 to the clock. And 9-10 down. He tries to take the angle with confidence. Splattered as M80 secure their 12.
Ooh, 9-10 drops the shotty. Here's the reload at a distance. Decides to get nice and comfortable on the angle, but doesn't hit the shot.
It feels like justified confidence when you go back to that previous A hold. The shots he was hitting, what was afforded to him in terms of space.
It was the right play.
Missed chance.
It was the right play because Slacks could not be peeking while he was reloading. That was guaranteed info, but you still got to hit the shot.
And so they secure it. The slightest sigh of relief, but right back into the action towards middle. Slacks hunting deep B, won't find his kill. And both teams disengage from that little bit of a fight that goes down in mid. A single bullet, everybody scatters.
I want to say they really wanted middle. They're going to hear Techno making noise, peeking into mid, but actually M80 are waiting for their opportunity to get it when there's no one here to defend. However, Blitz just comes back for it. with this time left over, they can make this. They can make this a mid play, but they're not exactly set up to split A, which is the awkward part. We don't want this one to come down to time, M80. I know it's still 50 seconds. They're going to crawl up through Donut. They're going to meet 9-10 of all people.
Op's been clean. Oh, but he misses this time. That could have been Lake dead.
Yeah, Op's been clean except for the last shot of the last round. And now this opportunity.
Techno along the wall of Cave. He's got still M80 behind him. Senzu's also rotating in. It's a one and done, and Lake catches Senzu. That back line of the B site compromised, but M80's position is going to catch him off. We've got 20 seconds to the clock, which should get that bomb down. M80 trying to catch them in transition. Oh, and he gets the player in the back, but the bomb won't be denied. That's an op now in the hands of Sin. And you've got the best performer for M80 alive. Rek sits inside that cave and waits. A flash here for 9-10. Blitz goes around the corner dry. Sin's up twice. And now the short side is the final blow. The fatal shot. The round that secures map 3. M80 push the Mongols the distance, and this time won't waste it.
German AWPers are cooking with that one, and it's not just slacks as Sin manages to get those 3 in the bag to take it on Ancient. But I will just say, there was almost a big choke in there. My God.
I think I just heard Def as they were getting off the stage right there saying that all that wallbang practice in scrims really helped.
Did he say wallbang? I thought he said op practice.
Op practice. Oh, he said op practice.
And
oh, okay. I was getting my headphones on. Glad you corrected.
I mean, both
relevant.
work.
Both relevant. Yeah.
What a crazy scenario to see yourselves in, because you guys mentioned it, right? We discussed it before going into this match. Ancient is a map that M80 do play. They used to pick it, then they get to play it in this series against Mongols. There was a chance in here. You mentioned Lake, and it was, okay, very impressive from him for sure, but this was a great team performance. But I was very scared for them towards the end there. It looked like they had it in their hands, and it was slowly falling away.
Oh, I never doubted them.
Oh,
not for a second.
Why?
No.
Should we get some green room footage up for you?
Yeah, we'll just record you next time.
Yeah, that's it.
It was like 11-4, and I was like, they're losing. Everybody's losing.
Yeah, no, you guys should see it. Like when you got a 6'7" guy just squealing over these guys playing some of these rounds out, it's a sight to behold. I'm excited. I'm excited watching Vu. He should be a React streamer.
Yeah, that's it. We just need his face, just constantly on Vu's face and nothing else in there. Let's touch on Lake though, right? Because you said he was going to be given more. He was given more. He did more, and he showed up in a big way.
Oh my gosh! I mean, this is what Lake looks like with the most minuscule amount of support. Those fights towards middle, the fact that he's able to activate himself. He's not running on death run missions out cat with no utility to support him whatsoever. This is him playing the game on his own terms. He was getting in their faces so early in this one, and it's exactly why he has been a fitting replacement for MongolZ.
Yeah, we were talking stats-wise. T-side, Lake actually doesn't really do all that well. He farms on CT side, and map 1 explains exactly why. He's running out first, no flashes, no utility, just dying when players hit their shots. But on this map, I think this is a map where he gets a lot done. He has the utility support in mid. He does a lot in the early game and in the late game, and he's arguably the reason they even got to nearly choke it.
But looking at this, okay, we're very positive about Lake. This is what you want to see from him doing here. So this is a good point of M80 that you can rely on. But obviously, we were talking a lot about slacks. Rek, he was Mr. Inconsistent into being an absolute force within this one.
You say inconsistent, I call him reliable Rek, okay? With
what,
the exception
reliably
of the,
okay?
With the exception of the leg injury in last year, he was pretty reliable in some of those anchor positions.
Is and he's frozen?
I was gonna say Vu. I was gonna say the dynamic that they two had fighting for middle, especially on the CT side. I was billing up Frozen and Elige is a great 1-2 punch.
Oh, here we go.
Well, now I can just get 2 Americans, okay? Now I don't have to cope with Frozen. I can just say, let's just see what Lake and Rek are able to do, because the fights between the both of them, there were minor disconnects in the very end of the game when the pressure was on, but for so much of this one, the way that they played off of each other was fantastic, and Rek was a great A anchor here.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, Rek isn't given priority spots. He's not really put in the best roles, the best positions, but he still delivers.
In terms of delivering, right, obviously this was very good from the side of M80, but have you got some concerns when it comes to Mongols, or this is more of what you expected in the sense that they can take their foot off the gas, that they're playing a team like M80?
This is just how Ancient plays out between a lot of the top teams nowadays. If you lose that middle fight, if the other guy is a little bit hotter, he's just kind of winning those micro interactions, it's almost how Banana used to feel, but the only difference is that I think the CTs are inherently favored with the mid fights, so it actually helps it out, helps balance things out, because, you know, even if you have a subpar molly, which the CTs are using, I think the mid fight still is good for them because you have the instant smoke, because you have a lot of good flashes, because the Ts can only throw a flash high over the whole thing. Like, the CTs know what kind of fight they're getting themselves into every single time. So yeah, I think this is M80 showing that they actually can be a tier 1 team.
And I think we have to be honest here, because this is an MR12 situation. If this is 3 more rounds they need to win, or 4 more rounds they need to win, I think Mongols were heating up into it.
Yeah.
I think Mongols probably win that. So
I feel you. Yeah.
I just felt like Mongols didn't really show up until they almost blew them out of the water.
Yeah, luckily that didn't happen for M80, and they've still got a fighting chance. But Vu, you were doing some cooking for us as well. It wasn't just Sin, right?
Yeah, I've got round 5 because everyone's talking about how the huge mistakes that Sin makes walking through this smoke here. But I want to point out that there's more to CS than one player making a small mistake, because the round starts out 90% good from M80. They're 4-0 up. They get the entries. Rek commits to the site. A bit of a risky play, right? But he gets the kill. He puts his team in a reasonable situation. He buys time for the rotate. But then you have Swisher walk through the cave smoke, the cheetah smoke. Slacks doesn't full clear Donut. And then Sin thinks, my opper told me that Donut's clear, and our guy in cheetah just died. Well, of course they're going B. If you're putting blame on anyone, maybe put it on Swisher, but I think that's just the activity on the map that you see in Pro CS now. You're still looking for information, you're looking for the push-pull across the map, and it's a reasonable reaction. It looks really dumb from Sin, but I don't think that was that big of a deal. That's Mongols being really good.
And they are really good, and that's what's scary. But M80 was still able to handle it despite a lot of pressure being put towards them. You've got round 15 as well for us here, Maui.
This is showing why M80 also like the map, because they can win with systematic play as well as some of their star individuals popping off. Swisher dealing great damage early on to Senzu, and the way they just kind of chipped at them throughout this. Good nade damage. They were just putting these Mongols players into the blender on that B bomb site, and good space taken as well. All in all, I just think this is a really well-structured round from M80 where they were able to slot Sin deep in the middle. He gets the space like IGLs love to do. You know, they love to get aggressive, and then they have whittled down these players on this B bomb site so much, played with the rotations, that they had Mongols scratching their head that round.
So one of my concerns coming into this is M80, that's like a classic Mongols round. You go for an aggressive play, kind of solo, no utility, but you know you have an advantage. You get that kill, the rotates, everyone's freaking out, and then you chain react that into a second, into a third, into a site hit, into a round win. My concern with M80 was that they're playing kind of Mongol-style CS against a team that just should be out-aiming them. You know, like how are you supposed to do that? Well, that's exactly how.
But the quality of what the Mongols have and what 9-10 can do in round 20, right, is the reason why it's scary for M80, even if you are massively in the lead.
This is what happens when you overlook a single position on a site take. We had M80 running into an A conversion. It was looking like the round was done and dusted. They got all the space that they wanted to, but they overlooked this one temple spot. I mean, that is a great shot right there, but they allow them to get more from the position. That's what gets worrying. They start to take it for granted. The Molly was there, you know, the A main lurker and Rek was looking for the flank, you know, he's trying to make sure that they don't get pushed from behind, and then it just all crumbles from that point. So the Mongols, they take every single possibility and they use it to the fullest extent. That's what I really wanted to show there. There's like one miss molly, one angle overlooked, they're going to punish you.
Yeah, that's just a miscommunication. I think Rek, you mentioned he's looking at the flank. His team clearly thinks he's watching that temple location, or at least he can trade on it. 9-10 pushes out, makes the round happen.
He makes the round happen, but it was never easy, right? This is the whole thing here, is that it was a fight the whole way. We're going to look at the last 2 rounds as well, because, you know, it still could have been either overtime, it still could have been going to the Mongols. It was a real quick one.
Everybody did their part, I'd say, in regulation for this, but when it came down to the clutch, it's Sin that stepped up. Or, yeah, it was, no, my bad. Slacks that stepped up.
With a rifle.
With the right, yeah, the spam that he found right there onto the player on default. And then I think there's sort of a gusto right here, Vu. You reload.
Yeah, the confidence to actually reload in that spot. He actually makes 9-10 think for a second, because you're sitting there as 9-10, you're like, you're ready for it immediately, right?
Yeah, because I mean, when he does the reload right there, you think might be a fake reload. He's gonna swing into me, then he plays with the timing. No, he just does the full animation reload and then just goes for a normal swing.
No pressure, no pressure. I'll just reload real quick, and 9-10 will make the mistake into me.
It's a good way to just catch your breath.
Yeah, at least he was just biding his time to find the success, right? You know, give him the moment to enjoy it as he was going to do it. I love the confidence.
I mean, that Slacks with a rifle.
Yeah.
We saw him all first map with the op. I was concerned because Ancient isn't a map, especially on T-side, where you can activate with the op. We saw him whiff a couple shots, get killed. He still does it.
Well, it all comes down to Inferno, and that's what's coming up next. We're going to a deciding map, and it's all to play for. It's been a close series so far, so let's see what happens after the break. for M80 right now. They're one map away from securing not just a huge win that'll help them so much in their task for the VRS system and going through to the major, but also a big win of confidence. And they will be feeling hella confident right now after managing to do what they just did to the Mongols on Ancient. But I'm going to start by looking over to the Mongols right now, because while we were doing our segment, the whole of the Mongols had gone, and the first two people back were Mazinho and Blitz. They were putting some extra timing. I don't know if they were just talking or they were just doing some extra grind, but they were obviously not happy with what went down on Ancient.
They probably felt that they could have won things, and that a single Slacks clutch really upended that expectation where they were on the comeback. So they got to lock in. The Mongols should not be losing today. I like M80 for a variety of reasons. They are still the underdogs here.
Yeah, we want M80 to win, but the reality is that it shouldn't even be a question. This should be, you want them to slam them out. If you're a Mongols fan, or even if you just like the best teams to be in the semis,
a narrative
and the finals.
fan.
Yeah, if you want a good narrative, Mongols are like the Maos of last year. You want to see them push through these group stages and then do something in the playoffs, not fall in the group stage to NA Tier 2. What is this?
Wow.
What is that? Losing to Swisher? Oh my God.
NA Tier 2, even I wouldn't have said that.
I know,
You're going to
it's a bit
accept that,
harsh.
Maui?
Yeah, it's a bit harsh. I think, I mean, you bring up Swisher.
NA Tier 3?
Well, let's calm down now. We're not trying to make enemies right now, boo. I mean, you bring up Swisher. I find him to be a point of interest in this matchup because I feel pretty confident when Lake is handling most of Banana, but Swisher often has to get involved there too. And I will say, like, the one thing I'm super worried about, the site defense, because I've seen Swisher hold a flash at first oranges. He's staring at the lineup dot to try to throw a flash to try to slow the oncoming people on the T side, and then he just doesn't get a kill, doesn't even really pull out his gun in time. That's what I'm worried about. I want to see a Swisher that's ready to take the fight to them, not just try to slow them down. Like, you need to kill people coming into your bomb site. It's not all about delaying. You do have to fight back.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see it.
Well, you also don't need to worry about too much of the CT side to start off with, because the knife round went to M80 and they chose to start T side. Scrawny and Londus, take it away.
Really?
T-side, really, says Voo. Did you hear that? One for the road. It's a genuine shock.
Yeah, they can win rounds.
Yeah, all right. Maybe North America isn't a totally
Can't believe
lost
we're saying this to Voo.
I know, of all guys.
Come on, NA Tier 3, that's crazy. Did you watch the match? They actually played really well.
They played so well.
Between Rec and Lake, Mongols, they just didn't have the answers. That was a solid game of Counter-Strike, and let's also put it this way. This could have been a 2-0. The fact that they got 11 rounds on a map that they lost 2 players in a save after going down 5-1, didn't convert either pistol, tells you that it's the Mongols who are actually having the harder time right now, not M80.
This win would mean more than just a great opening in Lisbon as well. Just to reiterate, the current VRS standings for the Americas region is wildcard 5th, M86. At 1,150 points are wildcard. 1,045. So 100 okay, I take all that back. God damn it.
Numbers on broadcast. The Cardinals saying.
I was like, bro, there's only 5 points between them. This is the guarantee. M80 to the major. Never mind. They got a long road still to go, but it's definitely a big old chunk because we know what the Mongols' scalp is worth. We saw what Astralis were able to achieve off of their upset. Same could be said here for M80. It would set them up real well for the rest of the event. Let's put it that way, shall we?
I like that framing for sure.
Thanks.
Well, let's put it this way. When it comes time to decide who goes to the major, it will be 1 or 2 matches over the course of a season that makes a difference. Oh, okay. Didn't want to watch that one for too long. Instant execution both ways here. Bottom, mid, seeing them walking towards the end of halls. That is the plans are now, well, obvious. Bomb goes down as well. Oh, man. Inferno for the Mongols.
Yeah.
It used to be the only map that they could play and they could beat anybody on.
It's where they definitely made a name for themselves. It's where they kind of stunned the world with a few upsets. But that's back when they could only win a map. You know, they would use it in their best of ones, and it would be the first map in a series they could pick up. But it's been a long time since that era of the Mongols happened.
It's true. Now it's just something that they were good at. They can still play and can still cause problems.
I'm gonna make it worse.
Let's go.
You know how I was going to
I'm
set this up, like this win would secure the major for M80?
Yeah.
And then I backpedaled?
Yeah.
Well, then I really did the full calculations, and I was right originally.
Oh, cool.
They're 105 points behind, and this win is worth 117.
Oh.
And both teams will play the Astana qualifier, but the cutoff is April 7th.
Can we give them some for a map?
No, that's not how that works.
That's a win, though.
Not all or nothing. And right now, it's a whole lot of nothing. Techno and Senzu just mop it up on Banana. You know, finally, the Mongols, by the way, winning a pistol in this series, the first of 5. And they're going to convert it.
That's easily the scariest part, for sure. And again, Techno has not put on his glasses yet. We don't know how good this guy can get. This is like Adesanya breathing through his nose.
Right. I mean, to be fair, you used to not wear glasses, and when you put them on, you became a better caster.
Thanks. Yeah. So, it is easier to see things.
It's possible you had LASIK.
No, he had glasses earlier today, I think.
Hey,
didn't he?
We're in Denmark, man. Things happen fast.
That's true. All right.
Oof, so fast that Swisher's not ready. Not ready at all. The rest of M80 gonna get mowed down again. This goes just as quick as the 1 round prior, except this time M80 had guns.
What did Vu know?
I don't know, man. Not even really sure where that guy came
after
from.
that 13-0 call, I mean, I'm not sure we can believe any predictions. No. That's a statement round out of the Mongols.
I don't know what the Mongols talked about in between maps here, but by God, it let a fire underneath them coming into Inferno. 3 straight, and back to the Tech 9s for M80.
The only player who's died is 9-10, twice.
It's a bleak start to the half, but it is just that, a start to this first half. You know, maybe choosing T-side coming into this by winning the knife round, M80 think, we can set a tempo to the game. Mongols have other ideas. It's been aggression with conviction. And on the corner of Banana goes Senzu. 1 and done. Charging through the fire. Techno's got to get the gun back out. Oh, what an adjustment. Love it every step of the way.
God, his aim, his spray, his flicks, just beautiful.
Sin trying to piece together the clutch. Tag down to 1/3 of his health. He knows even the bomb plant is desperate, so go for it with the cover of the fountain. Incendiary over towards the back door.
Well, it'll be respected as well.
Flash to follow suit, but now he's locked into oranges. He'll get a duel head-to-head versus Mzinho. But at that point, Blitz has already come up from Banana. Ooh, and the swing just catching him off guard. It's so sudden from Mzinho, and it's so wide of a commitment. Mongols go to the 4-0 flawless start.
Ancient ended on an op clip out of Sin, a really nice one from default. Picked up off of Slacks, but here we relive the moment for Techno, where he really shows us, I mean, just how quick he is mechanically, how solid that, even the spray transfer to nothing. If there was someone there, I was just really kind of picture perfect. And I think the best part of the series for Techno was back on Dust 2, his retakes towards the A site. He was consistently threatening presence. I feel like he's just improved so much as a player. Used to be just that you'd see the mechanics sometimes, but
Finally, another gun round for M80, and it is more of the same. Mongols trying to go for that opening 9-10 gambit down middle. Totally smoked out of the opening engagement. M80 just have to sit behind it and hope that Mongols don't come flying through. The double op. Will it catch M80 off? Missed chances for opening frags, but the secondary op will stay passive. I don't think it's a coincidence that Slack starts to get active right after that other op shot rings out, and what do you know, a second one positioned right where it should be. No return yet for Lake. And we've got a third piece of the puzzle for the Mongols still leaning over on B, dropping that smoke and leaving. There goes Blitz. 35 to the clock, and M80 inch their way up Banana. Couple smokes of their own to block off CT. Then you've got yourself a 4v2 on site, but Senzu leans it back. Now you know he's on the op, you know he's low, presumably. 15 seconds, they don't even... Oh, man, this one fizzles out.
Man, I too was sort of just in a daze, like looking at this, like, they probably have some more time. No, it's not even close. They can't even attempt this. The delay is enough. M80 look lost here on Inferno, unfortunately.
Counter-terrorists win.
Did Vu say 13-0?
To be honest, I was eating my dinner. I didn't listen.
No, he didn't.
Sorry.
But someone could have. It is time for Def Ideas. Now we call them pragmatic IGL. I think we've seen the prep be good, and we have seen solid execs, especially on the T side. Dust 2 was good on both sides, man, in terms of the
plans,
the set strats, the plans, the execution. I think they just lost all the wrong rounds, but
they also just missed a lot of shots.
Yeah, they got outgunned a bit.
In the first half, anyways.
Yeah.
Still got close. But this is a significant gap for the Mongols. It was a 7-2 lead on Dust 2 that still led us to a 24-round game of Counter-Strike.
So we're watching whether or not M80 make the major. Is that what we're reducing this to?
Yeah, I mean, a loss here, they could still get points throughout Lisbon. It's just the fact that this is enough points in one match.
Oh, yeah. And now you're this close.
Yeah, they would still have to not lose points too much, but Mongols are just so valuable, right? They are such a highly ranked team. Heavyweight, Senzu, off the wall bang, 9-10, able to blast one off from one side.
And not seeing it, Connor. There's just too many moments where Mongols are so ready for everything. Senzu even coming through. 9-10 can afford to miss.
Yeah, Rex gonna have to turn back. As he does, he'll find a little contact versus M80. 6 in a row here for the Mongols. Solid CT side. I think the best way to frame it, Mohan, for the sake of not getting anybody too overly excited.
Well, give us the like overly dramatized version and then the realistic one.
If this win happens now versus the Mongols, M80's dreams will materialize in front of our eyes tonight. But in reality, they'll actually just be in pole position. They would take 5th and could still lose points between now and April 7th. If they lose those points, then their dreams will be crushed because they'd be in the prime spot to secure it, only then to lose it.
And we know how rare these VRS opportunities are. I mean, even talking to Wildcard at Kato, it's very clear that they're paying with hyper fixation on the standings. And there's N10's second chance here in this following round, followed and killed. Rek and Lake joined for 2. That's a big open sight.
Frag for Rek is upside in the apartment, so A-site completely cleared out. A little gusto, a little tempo from M80. We saw a round exactly like this back on Dust 2. The Tech 9s and the fast follow-up, that 2-prong B hit that ended up turning it up for M80. And from that round forward, they were able to streak together 4 of the last 5 rounds on that half. So we have literally seen them crack open halves in a similar fashion. But that's assuming they're able to hold on to this bomb site, because Mongol's still knocking on the door of a retake. And Techno's got a frag grenade to really soften up Lake. You've got Blitz now inside sight. The frag does all the job, and Techno stomps down on Slax's head. The defuse with time. Mongols flawless.
They actually found the gap. 7 straight. That's a really incredible retake. Even Techno's, you know, careful awareness as he was approaching the halls. It could have been Rek to catch him off guard in that position. I mean, he was the one who went into the more atypical spot, pushing down the stairs, but the second nade is perfect from Lake. They just didn't overreact in this position, right? Like, they have 7 seconds maybe to defuse the bomb when all is said and done. But if they don't approach this carefully, they have a 0% chance. There would have been the T's peeking out from all these really strong spots. And somehow, within 5 minutes of this game starting, it's already a 7-0 here for Mongols. That was the right idea. I mean, nothing feels better than breaking through a streak of lost rounds with a quick tactic towards the A site. You know, everything goes your way. Aim is good. You do it while you're saving as well. But now that the round is lost, well, it's just a regular bye. A very rich Mongols. Mongols have lost 7 players in these last 7 rounds.
Great. I mean, yeah, the openings just haven't been there. N10's died more than the entire team combined. Senzu gets a great chance to peek down Banana, strike down Lake. Fire burning out these players on the half wall, and Senzu hears that, so he stays on high alert, ready to drop a second body. You've got Rek
On short side with a second kill already. Third one's over towards Pit. And Swisher gives the cover that they need. Now, Bomb's a long way away, but so be it. Techno's even further. Despite his 12-1 start, I'll say this 1v3 is still too far gone.
Yeah, this one's impossible. This will be the first round that M80 win.
So much certainty.
I did it yesterday versus with FaZe, and BP won the round, so...
The fact that Swisher has left Boiler does open the door for Techno to get ever closer. Met by a smoke. He's got the kit, and the bomb is planted for Library, opposite side of the tall box, which means Swisher actually won't have any vision on it if he comes back from apartments. If you kill Rec and then kill Slacks, you defuse that bomb. That was the road
Step
to victory.
one goes wrong. Yeah.
Quick kill from Rec, who ends up getting a 3K on the round. And if he's able to tap back into what we saw on Ancient, then maybe M80 still have something to say in this series. But obviously, it's all catch-up. It was a 7-2 lead on Dust 2, turned 24-round game of Counter-Strike. We are basically in that exact same position. Never over till it's over.
And it'll be MongolZ to actually jump into a timeout after, you know, finally facing some adversity. I think the Ops have just got too much out of these rounds. I mean, even though they lose this last one, there have been way too many shots on players not blind. That's such a stark contrast to Dust 2, where every single op peak was covered by at least one, or if not two flashes. We know how often the Mongols like to double op across so many maps. It's their most expensive habit. It's their designer drug.
Good timing on the flash, dude. Just as 910 came through, a second sooner, he's not even in that position yet. That one comes down to the minute. Blitz gets smoked off. Already apartments sort of compromised. Sin moves over to join the party. Don't have to worry about a banana push, not this time around. And Senzu on the angle.
Senzu's been criticized for opping sometimes. I think I catch all the wrong games because all I see him do is get clips. So far, he's had a really good performance. Senzu will pick up one on this cross, and they really wanted to try to get out of this, but it is just too gritty. But yeah, with the time left on the clock, they can still make it over towards B. Techno waits for them, and Techno has a smoke.
And they know that that was the only player left over towards B. There's got to be only one defender in position. You've actually left Slacks back towards middle. That's an easy pickup for Senzu, who's going to keep it patient. Techno is able to lean back into the depths of the site. Supportive utility coming through, but he actually eats it. They find a porthole through smoke, and now Lake is stuck between both. He's going to have to spin. No chance. Pistol to the back of the head, and the Mongols keep M80 on one.
We're basically seeing like situations where Mongols have every right. They have every right to take the fights in all these different positions, to put their ops back on these lines. One good thing here is the opening tactic to take out 910. Again, he's the guy who's died the most in this game. And so there's some counters to be said for M80 there, but the double op is just too much. They don't seem to be able to understand how to deal with this. And, you know, sometimes when there's a 2-op setup, obviously what you lose is the ability to retake. What's more dangerous is full execs, because let's say a full exec comes into the B site, you have mollies throughout the back of the site, and you have coffin smoke, CT smoke, then ops are useless, right? There are positions and weaknesses that come with this very strong weapon, but M80 are not creating great spots for them. I mean, these shots are just so standard.
What I'm surprised about that last round is when they decide to try to go storm the B bomb site in what they knew was a single player holding, that they left Slacks out towards top middle, and they divide into a 2 versus 1. Didn't even feel like there would have been enough time to rock that back. They tried to put a flank in position effectively, but it just, I think, kind of hindered their attack, and you saw how they just sort of limped in. A couple pieces of util from the CT cross. Hit them hard, just like at the start of this one. That is immense amounts of damage for not any spams. It's gonna make it an easy cleanup duty here for Senzu and Techno, and even easier as Blitz catches Wreck on a solo journey out mid.
Fortunately, they just keep walking into kills. Or deaths, I should say here. That's just very clean from the Mongols, but just a little too easy. Health bar is damn near depleted on 3 of the remaining players here. And I think they just wish they had less time so the save could end.
But instead, they're gonna have to stew in it.
Should have done it in 2.
And they could have.
Yeah.
Oh, they could have.
Same goes for FaZe.
Yeah, sure.
Every map matters.
Yeah,
Every
yeah.
map matters.
Yeah. Yeah, the 2 closest series that we've had so far for Blast Open Lisbon, and those 2 series with blowout map 3s. So far.
So far.
Fortunately, it's a slow first half for Lake again, kind of reminder of Dust 2. On the CT side, he became the highest rated player for M80 on that half, was able to bring the game back, but you gotta give yourself more than 1. 9-3 best case scenario for M80. Feels like it was actually quite graceful of the Mongols to let them get away with those 3-player saves. Cash flowing for Mongols. Going for the boost inside of Banana. We got Op versus Op, perhaps. Senzu holds off on the trigger for now.
That's a nade missed. Or was it?
Then he shoots Sin through the wall.
Yeah.
You cool, guys?
Numbers. Too many easy op shots, man. That's just been the story. The red thread, the through line here, and the secret for the Mongols. It's been their key to the map.
You can show us the numbers now if you'd like.
Press the number button, number guy.
9-10 waits it out, and Sin. Oh, lovely peek.
Wow. All right.
That's a chance. And Zinio's going to stuff the apartments walkout, so one front of this attack goes poorly. But Sin's still in the mix. 35 to the clock. Lake comes scrambling down Banana to come and join them. And Mzinho actually gets caught out, overstepping.
Yeah, he bites on that.
Putting himself on a silver platter. Blitz then has to go spiraling into the corner of the site.
But it's an op nightmare. There's more on every angle.
20 seconds, and they pause for a moment here. I mean, you've got a bit of additional time. You let that smoke come down. That's going to deny Senzu his angle. Blitz flash, but doesn't pounce on the attack towards short. He's going to let them come to him. He is adamant that he just has to stop this plant attempt. Jumping off the 9 Blitz. Oh, man! Oh. All 3 from the corner. Like a rook.
Damn, he's teasing him. Used that ammo so effectively in the end. Didn't even need to get that last kill. Job was finished off the first 2.
You know, when they stopped and played with their time for 10 seconds, I was hoping that would kind of put the pressure back on Mongols for M80's sake. In reality, they're the ones that end up having to scramble for that. Oh, 9-10 right into Swisher. Horrible half for Swisher. 1 and 9 is where this one's going to end, and Slacks could be right there with him, or worse. 9-10 having a field day with these mid peaks.
I've never seen so many dudes get opt in my life.
The amount of aggression that the Mongols have thrown out.
That's true.
Really setting the tempo and the pace, and M80 have not been able to play their game or keep up. They try to burst out from Boiler to get the better of 9-10. He leans back into the site with Mzinho still up above him, who I'd expect to play a little more passive this time. Not wanting to expose himself to short twice.
We got one player playing top car. They're not playing deep B, but look how many are on A right now.
Techno catches him walking out through smoke, so he's a one and done. MCino does lose apartments. There's still a little life left on this
Now they're
for
coming
M80.
back to A, though. There's still 2 here. They didn't think there would be more than one.
Thing is, Blitz is always here.
Yeah, and 9-10 got a kill.
Will they let their guard down? Will they assume Blitz, for once, isn't in this position? It's a good spot to catch players off, and he'll do exactly that with bomb down. Sin responds to the short kill. He's really waiting for apartments, but Slacks took his time on the approach, and we're gonna get an 11-2 Senzu for the 1v2 clutch. Slacks does make the final round of this half his best round of the half, and now he hopes that him and Sin can just push this over the line to double M80's round count. Senzu flash to the pit, takes a dink only for 50.
Yeah.
Not bad, all things considered. Knows where the positions are at as the bullets also sailed out from pit. So he stays locked in on him. Bomb beyond the halfway point. Slacks comes in big. Triple kill for him. Is it enough for M80 to fight back? An excellent track record of winning pistols in this series. M80 will have to tap back into that if they want to give Mongols a run for their money. If they want to take that 5th place in the Americas VRS ranking provisionally off of this series, it's got to start with a strong first round in this second half. M80 selected the T side in this decider after winning knife round. But it was momentum taken by the Mongols out the gate with fire and aggression. They dominated that first 12. Lake to step it up inside Boiler. We've seen him already have half-to-half recoveries And Slacks gave us a good triple kill for the road in the final round of that T-side to secure them a second. Great timing on the flash, but no double kill.
And Rek just calmly patrolling this angle inside the long haul. M80 waiting for his opportunity to fight back. I think he'll happily take this duel. Very awkward moment there. I think that scared Rek a little bit too. And 2 decoys. Let's see if that makes a difference here for the Mongols.
Don't
Their
call
last bit
Swisher a decoy.
of utility.
He's got at least 1 kill, Mo.
I said 2 decoys, so who's the other one?
Oh, that'd be me. Nade over the top. Swisher's not too worried about it. 25 seconds. Damn, Mongols playing with the clock. We've seen them lose to time once already in the series. They are this close to the bomb site, though, and Blitz is going to have to storm out through the apartments. Oh, not going to happen. Now you got to pick the bomb back up. 910's got to prioritize that, climbing up awkwardly, getting shot by Library. Sin trying to drop it a second time, but he doesn't stop it in time. Now Swisher could come through and be the hero of the pistol. Oh, but he gets popped by Senzu. Big multi-kill moment, a 4 frag from Senzu.
From 910?
Excuse me. Yes.
From 910 on that pistol. Unreal. Yeah, I mean, they knew the stakes in this duel. This is a great approach from 910 to come in low. When he starts fighting to the top of the balcony, he understands that, you know, he could just try to drop, but there's a chance he dies. If he does, getting the bomb back is a whole different problem. And I think for M80, they're just like, yeah, I know I'm in the advantage right now. 910, he's scrambling to get this bomb down, but he keeps his cool. He totally recovers his score. In fact, he's, again, the guy who died the most here for the Mongols in the first half.
Just a quick reminder that if you can get up to $1,000 in bonus credits with your first deposit on Underdog when using code BLAST, our new fantasy sponsor here at Blast. That's all you needed to know.
That's right. M80 are going to be that underdog today. Or maybe we've missed the opportunity with the map they've won already. That was a chance. Inferno starting to wonder if they have the tools. And scratch that. It's 11 here for the Mongols. This is beyond dire at this point.
Pressure here for Slacks.
Yeah, they're rotating B.
If he's lucky, they just won't see him. But I have a hunch his number's going to come up. They've got 3 players wrapping the arch side, and it's only Techno needed. Loses the SMG fight, loses the bomb site with it. Mongols 10 map and match points. What could have been the M80 2-0 is now this. Great recovery from the Mongols, has to be said. Kept their cool throughout that ancient upset. My God, they come out swinging.
Oh, man. I was just thinking of all the things I could say that make this game interesting, and then I realized that M80 are probably going to lose.
It's just the fact
just that it's different than the other maps, right?
Yes.
Like the other maps, at least in the first half, even if they lost each half,
yeah,
they still look like, whoa, they're actually pretty good. It made some kind of comeback, starting off with Dust 2. And this has been a very impressive night of CS, I think, here for M80 to say, to at least give them something. But in terms of what they've shown us on Inferno, feels like they're, you know, as you say in chess, out of prep now.
There's definitely a couple teams in this group that I think M80 are going to have now a little more worried.
Yeah.
But this third map also kind of takes some of the shine off of their other performances in the series. Still 2 kills here. Again, possible. It's always possible. The Mongols are going to keep this round simple. Leave in the face of that utility and the bodies that M80 threw at them. It's just losing pistol made it all the harder. No longer any margin of error from round 15 to round 24.
Well, still bringing in the interesting adjustments here. They make it a 4-1, even though it's a slight risk over on B. But they're playing actively. They put themselves in a good spot to take this round down. And okay, Sin's kill ensures it. Wreck is the final nail, and there's a third. I'll get excited when you get excited, Connor.
That's usually the deal. A part of me is still excited to see the Mongols be able to recover this. Again, we're talking about a team that has become a mainstay of playoffs, and a lot of the time I'd say, like, even like an Eternal Fire's case, once you become that mainstay of playoffs, you're afforded an off event here and there. It feels like they're gonna miss out at least once. No team's perfect, unless you're really, truly one of the absolute elite. And I didn't want to watch Mongols kind of taper off as this season went on. We want to see them back on a stage, back in playoffs. That's where their demons reside. A hiccup versus M80. Affordable.
Look at the simplicity of the game plan. Mongols are just grouping up. It's pack play. All they're doing is waiting for one small mistake. Someone shoulder spot. Oh my God, there's the mistake. Wow. Slacks dies extremely quietly right there, and immediately we've got the peel back from the Mongols. Not even concerned about the B site, but it's, you know what? Still well fortified over here. And it's all bark from the Mongols. They go back to B. Swisher, 2 and 10. Famas, and a smoke in hand. He's got to stop this whole attack because it's going to come in.
Trying to reposition to the coffins. His util at least slowed them down, but he's got more grenades to have to deal with. And teammates are coming through with a flash. Swisher tries to jump into the pack. M80 just blasts him away, and Sin's not able to capitalize on the moment either. So totally stuffed out of the bomb site, despite some damage being done. M80 showed us a beautiful recovery on Dust 2 to push that map the distance. Ancient was theirs for the taking. They came out swinging with the same kind of CT aggression that the Mongols have weaponized here on Inferno to remind the North American German team what they really are. Nothing but a bug on the windshield for the Mongols. 13-3, job done. Opening matchup of the Blast Lisbon Open secured. And at the end of the day, we'll look back at these numbers and just think, wow, M80 took a map. Little will you realize how close this series truly was to being an instrumental upset.
It almost was, but then it wasn't, because Inferno happened, and it happened in an absolutely spectacular way if you're a Mongols fan. All that hype, all that energy, all of what it took M80 to get themselves back into this series was just washed away so quickly.
Feels kind of like the FaZe VP game where it's like, oh, it was so close, and then they just immediately get blown out. And I mean, the difference is you probably didn't want to see VP 13-0 FaZe. You probably did want to see Mongols destroy. I mean, I didn't want to see it. I'm not saying, but I'm not saying.
It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like he wanted to see it.
The fans at home don't appreciate NACS the way I do.
Exactly. You're a soothsayer for the region.
How do you appreciate NACS? Tell me this.
I say Swisher is probably not going to frag out, and then he doesn't frag out. That's me appreciating NACS.
So you're on the money. That's what you're trying to tell me, right? More correct predictions.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just so frustrating to see it end like that. I mean, also credit to Mazinho though. I mean, this guy is the babyface assassin, dude. That one bullet from Halls into the guy that's in Moto, that was just spectacular.
It definitely was spectacular. And another person who's putting up a spectacular performance after spectacular performance is Techno 4K joining us here on the desk. Techno, how are you after that series?
Just good.
Good, yeah?
Yes.
I got to ask you this. Where's your glasses, man? You normally have your glasses. Don't need them?
Lenses on my eye.
Ah, okay. You got the contact lenses.
Yes,
nice,
yes.
okay. Well, you were playing down well, but this series was quite close. There was a lot of back and forth in it. What were you maybe struggling against M80?
I think we just played some bad, and some rounds we just played bad, and not like us, yeah, you know. Yeah.
I guess a question I have for when you're in the server in that one, did anybody from M80 in particular give you guys problems? Any one individual?
Not really. We just had a struggle on the own positions. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I was kind of thinking of what do you think is a good result for you at this event? What's your, obviously you want to win, but if you come top 4, you comfortable with that, or?
We already have been made the 2 tournaments at the 3rd or 4th place, and of course we want to win this tournament.
And for you, how far do you feel like you are from being able to win another one of these big tournaments? We saw what you could do last year, right? But maybe a bigger S-tier event. Do you feel like you're so close to getting it done, and just how does that feel?
Yeah, it seems like we're step by step really close to it. And we need to improve more and upgrade ourselves. Yeah, if we do that, we can win this tournament.
What's one thing that you think you can improve, or the Mongols? It doesn't have to be just you.
Maybe, I guess, some kind of experience, I guess, yes, because we're so young team.
Okay. So I heard Senzu's wrist a couple events ago was at about 30%. Where is it now?
Senzo?
Yeah.
Like it's broken.
I think it's totally fine, I guess, yeah.
Really?
100% now?
No, not really.
Not yet. Nearly, almost there.
Yeah, around maybe 800.
Okay, we'll take that.
Okay.
Sorry.
80's nice. 80% is good, so he's almost there. How is the energy in the team right now? Because you are one of the teams that's attending every event, you know, constantly fighting. So how is it, again, being on the road so much, so many events?
I think we're kind of adapting to this lifestyle. Yeah.
Can I ask about the Huns? Have you practiced them? Like, how does that mean something big for the region when you have the Huns come to an event like this and they get practice, or do you don't care?
Well, we're really close to them in personally and in the game. Yeah. And they're like friends of us.
Do you help them? Do you give them tips?
We already in here. We came before 3 days ago. We already practiced 2 days with them.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Okay, that's some good help coming out there. And is there anything you want to say to all the fans out there? You can say it in Mongolian as well if you like.
Thank you. Keep cheering for us.
Nice. Techno, thank you very much for joining us.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations on the win and good luck going forward. I'll stretch across. Boom. Oh, perfect. Even though it's the exact position where to put the headset, no noise down. Techno is a professional at this now, and Mongols are professional at getting the job done, even though it could have gone the other way, right? We saw where it could have gone with this whole series, and I think that if anyone just looks at this and says, okay, it was a 2-1, if you didn't watch the game, you wouldn't see how much this was actually stressful for the Mongols until Inferno.
The first 2 maps were highly competitive.
Yeah.
And it felt like we were destined for a map 3 that was also going to be like that. But the Mongols, really, between map 2 and 3, whatever Mara said, I mean, I feel like you could sum it up in 2 words: lock in.
Yeah, like, just get it done, right? I want to ask you guys, though, around M80, right? Because we just had Techno here. We know what the Mongols do. We talk so highly about them. M80 in EPL Stage 1, right? They had a 2-0 lead. Then I called it a choke when they went down and they weren't able to then secure the spot and move through to the next stage. We see them here, right, where they have good leads and then they let it slip away from them, you know, and almost not get the job done. Is this a team where they've got this problem, do you see?
They're young. Senzu is a player that has shown that he falls off pretty precipitously at arenas, for example. So, or you're talking about M80.
Yes.
My bad. So still on the, I'm still thinking about Techno was saying, yeah, no. Yeah, for M80, I mean, I feel like sometimes they just surprise people and then they actually earn respect at tournaments, and then that's when people take them seriously. That's what they did today in this series. They earned respect on map number 2, and everybody says, okay, we can't take you lightly anymore. We can't play our B game, can't play our C game, and then they just go all the way. That's what I mean. Even on Dust 2, as soon as the Mongols won it, I said that was probably the Mongol C game, and they still were able to get away with a victory. They just couldn't play the C game for a whole series against M80.
Yeah, we talked about it for a second. I think the Mongols might have been looking past M80. They might have been focused on the next series. They have a couple rough maps. They lock in, like you said. That's what the coach might have said. He might have, guys, lock in. Let's hit our shots. And then M80 go in, and M80, that's the reason I was worried about this game. They try and take some aim duels. They don't have the perfect utility. They try and take some fights, and they just get absolutely obliterated.
Now, I'm glad you asked the question around Senzu's hand, because he's obviously charging up like some...
I thought that would be a good excuse.
Well, 20% of it is an excuse,
It healed
I guess.
more from map 2 to map 3 somehow.
It's going to be like Flames and Flames E. The wrist is bad when he has a bad game.
Yeah.
That's how we differentiate between it. Senzu himself, though, right, is obviously a player they need to see step up in a big way. He's had a bit of a rough start to the year in terms of what he can do, but it's also this AWPing that keeps coming out that I just find entertaining now.
I feel like I winced before when Senzu would AWP, and then suddenly, I think he's just picked up the secondary AWP and kind of ran with it. Those couple, so twice this year, or maybe twice in the past 4 months or so, he had these insane no-scope highlights with the AWP. It was once on Inferno defending Banana, and the other time was actually on Dust 2 back of B bomb site. And both times it was like, I think he instilled the confidence of AWPing without even using the gun correctly. But I'm going to say, in a match like this, he actually imposed it. He actually fought pretty well towards Banana with it. He's putting himself in good positions. I'm not having to watch him hit insane flicks ever. All of those highlights from Senzu on the AWP right there, his crosser's just in the right place. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, and I think we should give Senzu a bit of a break. You have a wrist problem. You're out of practice. Your wrist heals, but you still need to get back into practice. And the thing is, think about how scary Mongols are going to be when Senzu's at 100%. If they can do this when he's been injured, they're pulling off these crazy results. He's been injured.
I'm just going to call it now. He's just leveling up or solo leveling his way to the major.
Okay. I thought you were going to say something about he took a Senzu bean or something.
That would be good.
Yeah.
That would be good.
I feel like we're not making enough Dragon Ball references here.
Yeah, we should really, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
We'll have to work that in.
He's going to go Super Saiyan eventually.
Never watched that terrible show.
Oh my God.
It was instrumental. It was actually one of the foundational shonens, like Vu.
Oh yeah, tell me about it. Tell me about all the animes.
They powered up. They powered up over and over again, and they got better and stronger.
And every fight they got stronger. So when they got beat down, they powered up even more, you know, that's how the Saiyan body works.
That's like how Techno's line was at the major, you know, can't crush the man.
Nerds. Nerds.
Nerds. You're calling us nerds.
Anime nerds.
Ooh, you have a Counter-Strike YouTube channel.
That's a manly thing to do. Shooting guns.
You're talking about setups and like first contact. Grow up, nerd. Okay, it's a game, bro. No, just kidding.
You will join us. You will become one of us. You just need some more time. We're going to take a look at the bracket as we see how this is panning out now as well. Because, look, we get to see M80 down there. They will face, obviously, the loser between NaVi and FURIA. If they did play FURIA, it would be a rematch that they played at EPL, which didn't go too well for them. But then also, if NaVi did win this next game, they'd have a rematch against Mongol. So it's rematch central when it comes to this, and quite some spicy ones.
I mean, it's shaping up really competitively. I feel like Eternal Fire has to be pretty happy about 2-0ing Liquid. I think that was probably the closest one in terms of how I thought the team stature was. So also good on M80 to at least get a map though today.
Do you think M8 will have a chance, whoever they face? Do you think it was this down and out? They need these points, man. Can they fight back? Can they dig deep enough?
Is it going to be against FURIA if NaVi win?
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, it'll be
it will
FURIA.
be. They play FURIA.
Yeah.
And is that rematch from EPL?
That's possible. That's possible.
I mean,
I'm not counting them out.
Did you see enough?
The problem with FURIA is actually a good team, except for when they play the really good teams.
That's
right.
Okay. Kind of true. Yeah.
They should be beating M80. It would actually be a disastrous performance, I think, for FURIA if they lose to M80. But
I agree, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm here for it. That's a great way to put it. Yeah, I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm a guy. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're here for it. You've got to be here for a little bit longer as well, because we've still got one more series, and it is going to be a banger. Alexi B and his men on NaVi take on Fallen, one of the most legendary leaders of the Counter-Strike world. Can he take it over the line against the NaVi, who have not been pulling up as much strength as we've seen him in the last year? You'll have to wait and see, and join us after the break.
Towards B early, met by Smoke. 23 on the entry, got a player into the corner. Yes, they've got it. Zaz putting on the site at the very least, but JL has been the bane of their existence so far, and he is going to continue to collect these kills. Bomb plants off. They don't want to go for it just yet. Zaz, turns for the double kill, looking for an ace against NaVi. Could have been in the post.
It's clean.
Instant headshot.
Hold my deep. You have heal dot. One. Nice! Smoking. You have smoke?
Should be clear, guys. Should be clear.
For long. I'm planting. Get around you guys. One. This smoke one. Any you still? I have a flash. No. Last.
Emet into the clutch. A 2v4 recovery. And
as Emes steps forth. Imperial could be on the brink of their second round.
And as they come back to it, she's now got a lot of targets to deal with. Let's see if she can handle this. This is a great call. They know that there's multiple people trying to take this.
Nice. No one headshot, no one headshot.
JL in with the headshot on the response, looking to hold on to the ramp control, but Anna's got her off kill, then swapping to the Tech 9. And this is where she does her best work. Multiple players of the year, and she goes, maybe? No. No repeat just yet. Delays!
Nice try.
No way.
But I still think NaVi can pull off the upset.
To protect that $60,000 bounty. We'll see what their T-side starts. There was some nice slow calls from Tori throughout that half.
B, I'm ready to flash. This smoke long.
I'm ready to smoke myself.
Poly pillar. Flashing, flash. Go, guys, fight together if it's us.
Swinging, and it's good cover from the NaVi players that can see.
Wait, can't push some? Pushing you cave, I'm planting, I think. Just save it, me close long. I'm with you.
And as that smoke will soon fade, we'll see whether NaVi want to try to take fights off-site. Yeah, they'll try to jump through the BM.
Dark, pillar and close wall. Pillar.
Neutral wall, wait. Shot behind you and pillar.
I'm holding shot.
We've got Tori looking for one, but it gets away. Cat will recover. She's got the kit. Now she is going to get back on this. JL's looking for the swing.
Hana heavy.
Okay, but there's still two players on A, one top connector, and Bit's coming through the smoke.
Oh, he hit her. Oh God! He finds her in the smoke.
Default. 5 blocks. Default. Oh.
Remove his head from the body gap.
Follow me!
MongolZ makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill.
That's it. That's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
The tickets are now on sale for Lisbon, and oh, I can't wait to be back in that arena. And Furia, they would be dreaming of being in front of a Portuguese crowd again, especially with getting that far in order to have a chance of lifting the trophy. For Furia, there's still a lot of troubles, there's still a lot of inconsistency, but you mentioned it already, Vu, it's against the elite teams. Well, NaVi is still one of the elite teams, but they could be having a bit of a weak spot, maybe a weak moment, because it's not getting to the grand finals now. It's not lifting the trophies. Okay, it's only been now just the end of last year, coming into the beginning of this year, but it's not the same NaVi that I especially know and love, Maui.
No, it's definitely not. This NaVi, despite the fact that they've been together for about a year and a half at this point, I think the assembly was more around the World Final of 2023, actually, a little bit around then. They've hit a rough patch. Even though they're just not winning the tournaments, they're still getting deep into many of the tournaments.
Yep.
Top 8 finish at ESL Pro League, top 4 finish at Katowice, top 4 finish to kick off the year at the Blast Bounty, but that's not what we expect from this lineup. For a team that made it to 6 consecutive grand finals in the middle of last year, to be the 2 major winners ago, we want more. We want them to be on the grand final stage. We want them to be contesting for trophies, but it feels like they're falling short. And that's probably because, in my eyes, this roster is getting a little stale for my money.
And the problem is there's not one clear answer. It's not like JL plays bad every game, Wonderful plays bad every game. It's like every game something else goes wrong.
In terms of what's going wrong with it, though, right? Is this something you guys have looked at and you can pinpoint where you're seeing some of the issues right now?
Well, it's not Bit.
No, yeah, definitely not. Definitely not him.
It's not Bit. Bit's probably been one of the only consistent contributors for them. In terms of just general thoughts on why it's not going so well, I would say my first and foremost point is just that I think they're using the same strategies that they had last year, and then the players are not delivering because they're now kind of just regressing to the mean of who they are. Bit's a guy that has ascended. He's actually playing better than what he did at the beginning of last year. It just feels like his progress is linearly going up, but everybody else, the strats are no longer surprising other teams, and teams now recognize NaVi, how they want to play around, and they're not catching people off guard anymore. What was a hallmark of their T sides last year is they would shoot so many people from behind, in the side of the head. They get easy kills. No more easy kills for NaVi.
Yeah, just to stay on Bit for a second, I mean, it's hard to even imagine that Bit came in, what, in 2020 or 2021? And he was this crazy entry fragger, insta-headshotting everyone. He was looked at as like, oh, we've got to teach him the game. And now he's just like this grizzled veteran. He's finding timings. The amount of times Bit shoots someone in the side might be the most of anyone in the scene.
And is he the best anchor in the world?
Yes. Yeah.
He's no NaV.
Hard. Saying NaV's better. No, NaV just lost to Eternal Fire today, okay? And he put up a pretty bad score on Anubis. But I love NaV.
Bit, okay.
I love NaV, but like Bit's the best anchor in the world right now, bar none. I don't see anybody better.
So does that make him also the superstar of this team? Because we talk about them not having this superstar by name.
It's tough because if your anchor is your best player, he's only on one bomb side. He can't just choose his fights all the time. T side, he gets to dictate what he does a little bit more. But on the CT side, sometimes he's just relegated to that singular bomb site, pushed to the side, and it's up to people like Ema, like JL, like Wonderful to control the action.
In terms of trying to control that action, though, LXCB's got to do some of the masterminding alongside Blade, right, in working this all out there. From we're looking at this, where LXCB's at right now, obviously this was the best year he'd ever had, right, in his career. He'd shown that the teams that passed him by, they made big mistakes. Are we still happy with what we're seeing from him as a leader?
LXCB is a fantastic in-game leader, and many teams would be lucky to have him. My idea is that something needs to change on NaVi, and I don't think that his spot is guaranteed in the next season. I'm starting to see, like I said, strategically, this team is starting to just rehatch the same strategies, and if you're using similar strategies from the previous year, that's on Blade and it's on Alexi. The problem is that I think Blade is irreplaceable, but Alexi, as an individual, has been severely subpar.
Yeah, I was going to hold you to that for a second. I'm glad you mentioned Blade, though, because everyone wants to give all this credit to Blade when things are going well. This is the Blade system. This is all these things he's doing, and then they do badly, and all of a sudden it's wonderful. It's JL, it's Alexi B. I mean, to be fair, yeah, those players have underperformed, but I'm not ready to say, I think you're right, his spot isn't guaranteed, but am I ready to say that he should be gone? I don't think he should be gone. I think the first person to look at, you have to look at Blade and question why they're looking the same. Why don't they have these extra looks? Is he out of ideas?
But haven't they had now the time as well that we need? Because obviously we speak about the early exits at the major and then the world final that gave them the time. You come back after the break, they're supposed to be rejuvenated. We're supposed to see some new stuff.
And that's why after their Barcelona boot camp coming into the season, I thought we were going to get new stuff. I feel like they've changed a couple of their looks. Like maybe it's not JL going ramp on a round. Maybe he's actually going to help with mid control on Mirage, but they're still picking Mirage. They're still throwing the same exact smokes that they did for the entirety of last year. Their starters look practically identical, and I feel like they've gotten complacent with just being an elite team as opposed to a championship contender.
I'm going to say, if anyone's the problem in this team, I actually think it's JL. I'm going to whisper. I think it might be JL. Okay, wonderful.
Why are you whispering, Vu?
Listen. I don't want to offend you, okay? I said something negative about NaVi, and this guy gave me a death stare. It was like he was going to kill me.
He's looking at you over there. No, he's not really.
Looked around. No, you're like, you
both looked.
Everyone wants to point out Wonderful, and Wonderful isn't the best opera in the world. He has individual problems, but Wonderful isn't the reason they lost to the Mongols. Wonderful isn't the reason they're struggling in group stages. It's something else, and it could be the leadership, but sometimes I just see JL make the same decision, the same play 5 rounds in a row and get killed all 5 rounds. Like, sometimes it is inexcusable, I feel like.
Well, Vu just is a JL hater. I'm hearing this from the start, but I know I caught up with Alexi earlier, so let's see what he's saying. See, the way you guys exited EPL, the game you lost, didn't look like NaVi, losing the jewels, kind of thrown off. How disappointing was that for you guys, and how you managed to talk about this and go through it coming into this event?
Obviously, it was disappointing. I felt like we had more to show in that event, but to be honest, Mongols just played absolutely lights out. Like I feel like they dominated us when it came down to all the duels and important moments. They just always came out on top, and we've watched their games a while now, and we saw that they could pull this off. But unfortunately, it happened to us, so tough loss there. And after that, yeah, we had a good talk, tried to practice all the days after that coming here. And yeah, I feel like we improved.
Okay, you said practice all the days, so no days off since EPL?
No, not really. Like, obviously, the travel day here.
Yeah. Not really a day off.
Yeah, no, but we had discussions after as well. But I mean, we obviously had like some time off to rest, but you know, doing a shorter day, but still, you know, trying to work every day.
Working hard and grinding the whole way. Obviously, the highs of NaVi, looking at last year, was amazing for you guys. But what do you see as the main problems you guys are facing? Because obviously, we're putting you on this higher level now where we say, okay, we expect you guys to be winning the big events and going deep all the way.
You know, like last season, we had a lot of, you know, quarterfinals and semifinals where we came out on top. And now, you know, we struggled on semifinals. We struggled now in quarterfinals, but it's not, to be honest, it's not big things. Like last season, some games felt like we should have lost, but we kind of like, you know, the individual brilliance and something like took us over the line so many events in a row, and now we're kind of lacking that. But to be honest, when we're doing reviews and when we're watching like what's actually happening, we know if we can be better or if there is a bigger flaw. And, you know, we felt like we weren't, as you said, you know, completely ourselves, and Mongols just dominated us, and we don't want it to happen again, and that's why we tried to improve the most.
We're definitely going to find out if you improved across this event, but also it's quite an important event for you guys in terms of the VRS and getting the points, right? Is this on your mind at all? Because you've slipped quite far down in terms of this, and I'm sure you want to be straight to stage 3.
I mean, the thing is, I don't really want to think about it because I feel like the events before this, you know, we set the expectations higher, and now we just want to be there as a team. You know, we want to just feel like we're a force on the server and don't let small things get into our heads, and, you know, have this flow and this vibe of a functioning team. And, you know, if we make it happen, then I'm sure we're going to be on the next stage. So.
Now, to talk about what we've been talking about in terms of their performance, where they've been going with this, right? Obviously, the players were not happy. They missed Cluj-Napoca. Yeah. It cost them a lot of points in terms of that as well, and potentially a lot of money. If they went there, they'd be the favourites to win the whole thing. Now they're in a situation when it comes to the VRS where they are far down. When you look at that, you do not expect to see NaVi's name there. You think that's like a guaranteed stage 3 team, surely.
Oh yeah, they've actually fallen off. I think we have the number right here in the lower third that they're 7th, and for the VRS, I mean, you just want to. The simple answer is that you just want to go as deep at this tournament as you can. Again, there's added pressure there. We can see that the teams that are lined up right now, that NaVi, you know, they're beneath FaZe. They're beneath Falcons. Like, that doesn't feel right. When I look at that, Vu, and I see NaVi is ranked 7th, I'm just thinking about, oh, look at the 3 teams that are ahead of them, or 4 teams actually that are directly ahead of him. All of them went to PGL Cluj.
Yeah, I mean, you have the NaVi ideal in your head, but do you have NaVi really in your head? What have they done recently to say that they're better? Okay, Falcons, that's a joke, okay? Eternal Fire, though.
that just shouldn't be there.
Eternal Fire, though. Yeah. There's also a team or 2 under them that maybe could be above them based on current form.
And in terms of the current form, though, right, where do you expect NaVi to finish here, looking at current form? Because obviously their expectations for me should be minimum grand final, win the tournament because it's NaVi, but also just for getting the points that you like, that the time that they'll have extra to prepare and boot camp to do the things like you said, reinvent things before a major, which is the most important tournament of the year, right? Then you need to be in stage 3.
I mean, they got to do really well here. I mean, this is the last tournament for most of the teams that are playing here to unless they like squeak into like some online cup or something. But in reality, yeah, this is where the most points are. For a team like NaVi, they should obviously care so much more than a team like, who's another team on top? Like Vitality or Mongols. Like both of those teams
more than enough points.
They're so secure in their position that if they kind of like relax at this tournament a little bit, then we kind of forgive them a little bit. We want them to win as many trophies as possible, but there's gearing up for the right ones. And for NaVi, this is an instrumentally important tournament for them to be a stage 3 team. Not only do they want the berth into the latest part of the major, but that capsule is gonna go crazy. Like, people are like, Vitality's in it, we got the Mongols in it, we got G2 is I think gonna be in that, Spirit's in it. Like, no, there's a lot of teams that are just gonna like clean up with how much people are gonna buy that capsule.
And I mean, NaVi are a team, even at their best, they always feel like they could lose to much lower ranked teams. It's not like a Vitality where you put them against Astralis and you're like 13-0 incoming. It's like, it's just or a VP, you put them against FaZe, 13-0 incoming. It's like, you know, you play NaVi against anyone, they could just not show up for that day. They seem to elevate against top opposition, but they play down to their opponents as well.
That's a problem, right? You shouldn't be playing down when you're at this level, because you have to fight through so many of these teams that are below you if you're supposed to be on top. You should be ready for this at all situations.
Simply put, NaVi were the most studied team of last year. Everybody now is so abundantly aware of what's coming when they play against them on Mirage. They know that it's going to be a window smoke. They know it's going to be a top mid smoke. They know Ema's going to come from underpass. I know it, so they should know it tenfold. Like, I'm not even in the server having to prep it. I'm just talking about them in general statements on a desk, and I know exactly how they're starting their T side. So that's a problem. So that's why the whole reinvention of strategy feels imperative. I almost, in a weird way, feel like maybe they kind of didn't show their whole hand at ESL Pro League with how they wanted to ramp up into the season. But that's giving them almost probably too much credit too.
I mean, NaVi too predictable. Who's told this to Spirit? You know Donk's swinging connector.
But they have a star player. But they have a star player that's always going to deliver.
It's very different when it comes to that, right? You can't compare the two. But I did think we just had a HLTV short news that Maui's going to be joining M80 as the next player. With all this research, he's doing all this knowledge you got.
Excuse me, where's this coming from?
Yeah, you started talking bad about NaVi, and this guy has
get rid of him.
He's got a hit piece ready. Let me pull it out. Oh yeah.
You think putting me on M80 would like ruin my life? That's like you're like throwing it out as a diss. Like, oh no, I'm good. It's like, it's not prison. I get to play with Rec, you know, it's cool. I get to play with Lake. And well,
but you're just assuming you're replacing Swisher.
Where's this coming from?
Well, sticking on the American side of things, NaVi's opponent in this one is a Furia who, it's so hard because they've got the players and the pieces you think they would succeed with, right? People can say what they want about how this team has done over the last couple of years, but now they've had more than enough time with this 5. Skulls looks good in his role, but I'm still not seeing the results that I would expect from a name like this, and neither do the Brazilian fans as well. It's like Pain's the best Brazilian team.
The calling for Furia has become more akin to the European meta. It looks better. Their T-sides, in my eyes, look more polished than they did with Art, and so you have to boil it down to the individuals. I feel like a couple guys on this team come up short per role, and Fallen, despite the fact that in my eyes, again, he's improved the calling of this team, his opping has become a limiting factor for the ceiling of this team. He's putting up in important games 0.9 ratings pretty consistently, sometimes even worse.
This is where I kind of disagree with you, because here's the problem. Fallen with the USB, bad. With a Deagle, bad. M4, bad. AK, bad. Op, surprisingly acceptable.
I hope so. After all that,
acceptable.
He's not going to be the guy. He's not going to elevate his team.
What's the gun stat rating, Vu?
He gets like very similar to Wonderful on gun versus gun rounds in kills per round.
Okay.
He's not elevating the team to a top 5 level, but he's not the reason that they can't beat like M80 or something.
Okay, wait. So I can stop you both there, because we can actually find out what Fallen thinks is the reason, and maybe he can give us some of the answers. Fallen, we spoke together at many events about just the inconsistencies we've seen from you guys and what you guys need to do to try and get back to the top. What is it you think is the real missing piece for Furia right now?
Hello, everyone. I feel like we have a lot of very close matches this early season, and there's a lot of tournaments we went out with the weird feeling of not playing awfully in terms of not having a chance, but at the same time not being as precise as you need to beat the good teams. So I feel like we just have to be a little bit more precise on decisions, mostly when pressure is high, so we can finish some games up.
When you're looking at that, you guys are very well aware how to deal with pressure. I know you guys can handle it. You've got the experience of the team. In those pressure situations, who else is there to help you make that call or to give you the right information so it's not just you the whole time?
I think in the team, the guy who helps me the most with the calls and mostly help with the details that some calls demands, I would say it's Caserato. He has a very good memory and he's always helping us to coordinate some stuff. I think that Cello also is a good voice in terms of bringing the communication that's necessary to make sure the timings and the hitings are going to work and making sure the link between the entry fragger and the supports are going to be on point. So yeah, there's a lot of people helping out. And yeah, let's see how it's going to go today.
Now, I see also how passionate, how fired up this team still gets throughout the games, which is great to see. But is there now also starting to be some frustrations when you're not making it as far as you want? Do you start to see that come into the team?
I think it's pretty normal to be frustrated when things are not really working out. But at the same time, it's very important to keep the composure and keep the mentality on a good place, mainly when the match is not over. So as long as you are still competing, you got to keep your spirits high and hope that you can come back and hope that you can still win. So it's an aspect that I consider myself good at, but of course, as any other human being, sometimes you are not able to do everything as you would like to do. And there are times I fail in that regard, including last stream. Last stream, there was one match specifically that I was like, damn, I lost myself mentally on this one. But it's all about recognizing those stuff and coming back better for the next games. And I think you're going to see a very strong-wise Furia today.
That's what everyone wants to see for sure. And looking at having this strong Furia, you're going up against a NaVi who can be very set in their ways of play. You can kind of get a good read of them. Is there something you thought of maybe in how you can disrupt them? Because we've seen them in recent times thrown off their game and not even been able to take like the head-to-head duels before. So is that a game plan?
You know, NaVi is one of those teams that they don't try to be super exquisite on the way they play. They don't try to be super innovative, but they just do the basics very well. And they're used to the stuff they do, so of course they know their timings, they know the reactions, they know which fights they're going to pick. So it's a team that is very difficult to play against, but at the same time, we have beaten them in the past, and we know that if we play our best game, we can play up to those guys. So yeah, it's all about us showing up in a strong form, and we can play a very decent game against them.
And that's what we need to see, because these are the moments when you've got a team that they're going up against who is slightly weaker than the norm, where Furia need to pounce. They need to deliver. We need to see some of that fire. And the reason I asked him about the mentality side of things is because during EPL, I saw some of just this frustration from him that I hadn't seen, which I actually think is a good sign, though. If you're now getting disappointed where, okay, we're supposed to be doing this, we're supposed to have this done right, and you're still not getting it done, and it is starting to show that you've got some emotions there, that's good. I want to see him fired up and get some change going.
Fallen's talked about the fact that they've got the pieces, so they just got to put these things together. Even the way he characterizes how NaVi, I think there's a little bit of envy there. The way he's saying that, you know, they just do the basics, they do them extremely well. Yeah. It feels like Furia just need to do the basics a little bit better. The coordination between them in the late round, for example, things just need to be ironed out a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Furia, you had it right. On their T sides, I think they look as good as any European top 15 team. Their calls are great. On CT side, though, they look like they've completely lost the plot. They're completely lost at times. They lose unlosable rounds consistently, and it's not even Fallen's fault. We've got Cello, who is just as likely to have like a 0.5 rating as he is a 1.4 rating. It actually makes he has no average games almost ever. And so Furia is actually kind of, I use them as my argument against those Swiss systems where it's BO1 upper bracket, BO3 lower bracket, because if Cello shows up to play, they are a top 5 team, potentially a top 5 team, but 80% of the time when he doesn't show up to play, they can lose to anyone.
And that's a rough spot to be in. And also, we haven't even started talking about, right, let's look at the pieces of Caserato, Yuri, the ones we spoke about so highly for so long, leading the charge at the top of Brazilian CS, right? Now we sit there in a way going, okay, where's that experience? Where's that output the whole time, the consistent amount of time?
Caserato has been bringing it. I feel like even though the numbers may tell a slightly weaker position or a slightly weaker picture for how he's been performing, I still find him to be one of the most solid anchor riflers. I still put a lot of faith in him to multi-frag when he's called upon. His stats aren't going to look as good because they're not winning. So he's getting farmed a little bit more on ecos and things like that. I still have a lot of trust in Caserato. When it comes to Yuri and Skulls, though, I think that Skulls, he looked so much more comfortable on this roster, but for whatever reason, it's not actually netting them victories. It's very peculiar because like the synergy he had on Liquid, or the lack of synergy, was more than apparent. He'd come out late on timings, he wouldn't swing with his teammates. He's doing that now, but it's still just not all going his way. So in my eyes, it's really peculiar to pick on the other players, but I think that the clear weak spot that Vu highlighted in Cello is still, to me, a guy that is the biggest X factor for them?
I'm going to say it's their CT sides. Everything boils down to, I'm fine with Cello being whatever Cello does. I'm fine with what Skulls does, K-Serato does, Fallen. It's fine as, you know, maybe you're not the top 1 team in the world, but it's fine. You have to fix the CT side. It's criminally bad. It is like, I think it's 3rd worst in the top 20. It's barely 40% win rate on CT side. They fumble round after round, and I know they focused on it. Fallen actually did talk about this. Let's see them execute it, and then their T sides can actually carry them close to the finish line. Yeah. CT sides can push them over.
Well, let's get ourselves into something that's very important, especially in this matchup. It's the veto. So the first ban will come out, and it's Furia getting it done, Ancient out the way. For the second one, though, are we expecting some variants in here?
I mean, we've seen NaVi ban a lot of maps, so this is where I'm a little bit unsure. They go for train very frequently for their ban, but in some ways, I've seen them do targeted bans against teams lately, too. I've seen a Dust 2 ban, I've seen a Nuke ban, and they go, okay, they keep things simple for themselves. They ban now train because Furia probably would have picked that if NaVi let it through.
It's too bad. I was ready for them to go for the train because JL had that comment. He said, train sucks. And then Alexi B makes a comment himself. JL was trolling, actually. We like train. And I'm like, what 300 IQ mind games are going on here? Which one is it? Well, apparently they don't like train that much. But Anubis.
Okay. This is a map that NaVi haven't played for the last few months, so in a weird way, it's like a targeted pick just because they are not practiced in it. So I think Furia going for that one, it just kind of, it's unfortunately one of those ones though where they're like, we're just going to play our game. Mirage, the most typical pick from NaVi for the last year and a half.
Is this a blade bait? The Anubis thing. You leave it open, and you've practiced, you prepped it for weeks and
actually, it's the only map they've been playing.
Yes, I mean,
they come in super well drilled. This is now going to be the best Anubis team in the world.
I think it's one where Fallen finds a lot of comfort on it. Also, mostly for the T side though. Again, CT side will be their likely downfall in this matchup.
And for the decider, where we will be going to next, obviously the Inferno ban comes in. Nuke in there. I think that's a fair middle ground, right?
Furia might be a little bit happy about that.
Okay.
You know, I mean, NaVi have tried to stay away from Nuke as well at times. They just banned out Inferno. Actually, when I really think about it, that is a little bit curious. I thought they would try to ban out Nuke, but Inferno can kind of be a coin flip for a lot of teams nowadays. It's so dependent on Banana. So I like that they go with Nuke. I like that NaVi trusts their Nuke. They banned it. I think they actually first banned it against a team pretty recently. So for them to show a little bit more faith in it, I'm happy about that. It shows that they're just putting their faith in the right direction.
I think if NaVi want to be a top team, if they want to be able to beat the likes of Spirit and Vitality, they have to play Nuke. Both Spirit and Vitality look weak on Nuke at times. True. And NaVi looked strong on Nuke when they had their run. It was faltered a little bit, but they have to prove that their Nuke is strong because their Mirage is still fine. It's not unbeatable like it once was, but it needs to be Nuke. They need the practice on Nuke.
I'm never going to ask you guys predictions because I'm not doing that kind of thing, but I do want to ask you. Which team, Vu? Come on, which team?
I'm not sure.
Of course you would give us that. Shut the hell up, boy. I want to get from you guys is NaVi as favored in this one, or is it less favored now because of what we've seen in recent times? Is there a change up here? Is there more of a way in than what you might say for Furia right now?
NaVi have problems once they get deep into a tournament. It's not usually in an opening round group stage game against a Furia team who probably, like, you know, we've been building up VRS implications for a lot of teams. There's not really a heavy implication for VRS, so for Furia here, like, they're pretty comfortably just going to qualify for the major. So in a weird way, I feel like NaVi's going to be trying harder here. That's what I want to see. I want them to actually, like, I do want to see them just steamroll this game because it shows that they care about that stage 3.
NaVi are living a bit on reputation, but not to the point where I think they should be at any doubt that they beat Furia.
All right, well, let's see what happens when we get inside the server. It's the last best of 3 of the day. It's NaVi taking on Furia, and it's the amazing Scrawny and Lund.
So kind of you. Thank you, gentlemen, for the analysis. I think I am right there with Vu and Maui Snake Mohan. I'm thinking that NaVi walk into the server tonight and are looking to dominate this game. The last time they had a head-to-head, it was so incredibly lopsided 7 weeks ago that NaVi shouldn't be too afraid about what Furia have to offer. It'd be different if Furia had shown us some promise since. But in my eyes, NaVi, they've got some ground to make up after a couple of unexpected Pro League results, either close games or the loss to Saw that really kind of takes a bit of their reputation down a peg. Tonight's the night that they stomp.
Losing to Azuwu in their debut woo. And yeah, that was like Saw's last dance at PGL into totally random team into still beating NaVi, who were the team of the year last year. It wasn't that long ago, guys. It's time to get it together. We'll see if we have any more aura left here for NaVi as they go up against Furia, and as Maui put it, in an opening game, not deep into a tournament, a situation where they're supposed to be their best.
Should be, could be, would be, maybe. What's JL got up his sleeves? But doesn't have sleeves. Caserado does, though. That'll be Furia, of course, looking to take a chunk out of a NaVi that I think they need revenge on. The Katowice scorelines, just to be precise, 13-3 on Mirage, featured in this series, 13-5 on Dust2. 2 easy wins for NaVi that just made Furia look like chumps. And guess what? We got Dust2 here as well. It's the same maps to start it off, and nuke if needed. But oh, excuse me. That ain't Dust2.
It's Dusty, though. And you washed up.
Yeah, send me down the canal.
Dusty ass.
I'm toast. Couple flashes and a smoke. That is what Furia will bring to the table in the pistol. Yuri wanting that long-range Beretta fight.
Boing.
You have much faith in Furia?
I have faith they're going to win a map for some reason.
Okay.
But, yeah. So when you watch Furia at the majors, for example, it's like Vu said, you never know when they're going to pop off. Nice one. Caserado, super clean to kick off this defense.
Oops. Fallen flashes Caserado, who then has to give up his position on Fountain, but Fallen will grab Alexi for the road. That's a nice little Beretta rhythm. Caserado taps through smoke, gets another couple headshots, 3 kills in the pistol. Yeah, you're right. Furia's going to win, huh? Not to over-exaggerate, but that is clean as can be. Bomb down in the smoke in front of him. Dead. Quad kill for Caserado. And he flicks the wrist. Hot-handed in the first round of this series.
That's a good start, man. Some of that had to do with crosshair placement, some with timing. But the first kill, that first peek, I didn't even hear the bullet.
It's because it's silent. Wow. Maybe don't stand there.
Last shot was nice, too. It's a damn good round out of Caserado.
I was playing Magic the Gathering with Machine the other night, and hey, Caserado came walking by, saw the nose strip on Alex's nose. He's like, hey, dude, what's that? And now today, Cello's got one. So,
and Chopper, obviously.
Yep. Frickin' nose breathers.
That's me. I only wear them at night, though. I just don't breathe in the day.
Yeah, I like to live life on the edge, too.
Sometimes you get high if you don't breathe enough.
Don't hold your breath on this round, because these Glocks shouldn't be doing anything at all. Just going to zoom right by the camera and past Cello as well. Now they're inside the CT spawn. You got Glocks in your walls. Like termites.
This is a very long-range way, though, to approach this site. Bomb this from a distance. It's better now. It's new and improved.
It's like, I understand why Skulls would be worried somebody also comes from Long B.
Yeah.
Right? Because they don't know the numbers of the raft, but it is everybody. And they're able to lock this down with nothing here for the T side. Nope. Cello pistol out his triple in the round, and that is multi-kills all over the place so far for Furia, converting pistol to the 2-0 start.
There's the CT improvements that Vu was looking for. This really balances out the stats here. 2-0 start. And it will be Anubis especially. Now, there is a case to say, especially when he compared them to the top 20 teams, you know, that really brings it into perspective. But obviously, everybody's struggling a little bit on CT side, so that can be even worse. You know, where you can have abysmal CT sides. You've already not got the tools. The map pool is now not in your favor as well. And that actually makes rounds like Pistol that much more important, because those are a little easier to win than your full-on gun rounds, which we've got coming up for you right now.
JL tucked in, and Alexi's starting a bit of a rumble towards top middle, but there's nobody there. Nobody home. Just a smoke to feign a bit of presence. Getting closer to E-Box is JL, and he will wait. We hit the minute mark, and it's Furia to make the first real move, trying to go swinging out long. Emat up close, got an opponent with a nade out. Not able to capitalize for the kill at first, but he gets an easy second duel, knowing Yuri is locked in with him, and 5v3 looking good for NaVi at 50 seconds. JL gets in with an instant headshot, and that is a completely owned B-bomb site.
Clean as can be. JL takes a little damage, Alexi B2, but that's it. No casualties so far.
Although bomb's got across and the smoke is kind of buns. Surely Fallen doesn't snap this onto the bomb as it jumps over,
They have
right?
flashes if they want to use them. All right, well, it made noise.
Well, the bomb still got to site, so that's really what matters. How it got there, not so much. Covered in Emet guts.
I love Emet these days.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think just...
As opposed to the days that you didn't?
Yeah, like his first year on NaVi. Yeah. Didn't love that. But I just think he's just gotten so good. I mean, it's just... It kind of, you know, he proved everyone wrong, I think, with how good he got on this team. It felt like he was never going to fit in, and... a full year is right. Maybe it wasn't a full year, but it was up until the second half of last year.
It was still a scary amount of time.
Around like EWC.
You know, it was, I think, a period of time that other people maybe would have been...
kicked.
Yeah. Would have been cut within. So, and I just remember as well when like it started to go well with him, when he was finally starting to slot in on like on a performance level. Remember Blade coming out with an interview very quickly after being like, okay, now the next phase is to turn him into the secondary caller. And I just thought to myself like, oh no, you're going to get him off kilter again. You're going to kind of ruin him. Just when he's starting to find a bit of form, you're going to overwhelm him with responsibility, but he's stepped right into that.
I think he was, you know, it's because he was just naturally talking a lot already. So depends sort of how much more he has to do, or just how much more right he has to say what he already wanted to say. My running coach always used to tell me, you can't teach people to run faster, which isn't really great advice if you're a coach. But I think the same could be said somewhat for an IGL. I mean, some people sort of know that they're going to be able to do it. Some just doesn't make sense.
Can't teach people to run faster, but that'll be $500 for the lesson.
I keep it real.
Oh, wow. Beautiful shot. Wonderful from the bottom of steps with an AK?
Yeah.
Was that a one-tap as well? Because the time to kill was quick.
It was.
JL slides right up into where Fallen was dropped. Pressure from both sides of this B site. We're watching Cello try to come and join them from that CT rotate. No follow through pounce just yet, and with the bomb at the base of the stairs, definitely NaVi playing with the next 40 seconds as they please. We start to get that departure from Long B despite using the util, and we'll watch as majority of Furia still stick around on the wrong side of the map.
Game gets really funny if you look at the HUD and see JL smirking as he clears everything in the minimap. He knows something's going on. Queserado knows something's going on.
15, man. They've really let this come down to the wire.
Oh, they really have, actually. Oh, but that kill, that's the NaVi kill. That's a NaVi kill right there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like, has to happen. 10 seconds to go.
And does.
But they get it.
Wonderful has 2 very clean kills to his name, and he's the difference between the clock expiring and NaVi having no problems. Blasts Fallen out of E-Box with what felt like 1 bullet, maybe 2. And the Queserado kill just as clean. So wonderful on the AK. Finding a round to be proud of early days here on Anubis.
JL is married, has a massively successful YouTube channel. He's already won a major. And is playing for the premier Ukrainian organization and maybe the biggest organization in Counter-Strike history. Give up.
Oh, right.
That's the message.
Yeah.
It's too late because he's only 24, I think.
Well, That's a feels good moment for Wonderful. One tapping Fallen. It's the fact you get Opper on Opper violence, but you just blasted his head off with the AK.
Yeah.
Good day to be a Navi fan, at least with the way this one's kicking off. Still tied game 2-2, but you got a USP for Fallen. Very quickly, that money coming back around to haunt them. Cello's gonna get flashed in. Alexi could be found blind, but he's got teammates to help him. Oh, JL, love that. Left side bridge peek.
It was countered with the third player.
And Alexi B so far ahead of it. Quesarado doesn't expect that because he's thinking there's just the two players that get called are the ones in the back. Instead, Alexi just sneaking up through that drop arch. And so really making the most of it with a bit of timing.
It's interesting, like, we haven't seen classic. I say classic, Anubis is pretty new, but like, this is the most standard way you approach mid and defend mid that people have been doing since the beginning. But it doesn't feel like any other teams at this event has really even tried to do this. It's always been open lurks in through middle or really early pushes from the CT side. But here you have the full-on default from both ends, but Navi win because they have an extra player. And the last two CTs get spotted. That's a plant on the B site and a save for Furia.
Just a quick jump into the B bomb site. No resistance on this part of the map, so things couldn't have gone better for Navi, and now I feel like they're gonna go hunting. At least JL is, like you said, grinning on the radar. Although frowning, IRL.
Yeah, he's in a frumpy mood right now. They need to be winning by at least 3 rounds to match the radar.
Skulls is not safe at all here, dude. This is a tough one for him to hold in with 2 players coming at him. And Fallen's not anywhere nearby to trade it, so yeah, doesn't even get one of the 2 kills. Fallen's M4 to be held onto, but Navi go 3 straight. It's a fun little challenge that Furia are trying to take an Anubis off Navi. Like Maui Snake said, I haven't played this for a couple months now, Navi. Doesn't mean they won't be prepared on it. Doesn't mean they can't win it. So far, so good.
Sita, the coach here, getting involved. I feel like I've seen some good rounds off the back of his tax.
Yeah?
Yeah. Always hard to measure, you know, the impact of these tax.
Well, especially coaches that aren't speaking English.
All coaches should have to.
Okay. Sure.
And their comm should go out to stream.
No, 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 says Alexi B. Ruling with an iron fist. Wonderful into the op. There's JL's connector smoke, landing ahead of Yuri, setting himself up for that one safely, so that everybody else can just sit outside of B.
Yuri's the important piece right now inside of E-Box. Oh, and that's actually a really big lead, even though they know there's another CT here. Thing is, though, if they double up in E-Box, the only thing that ruins this is a molly, and JL doesn't have one.
He'll just sit there watching the flank, making sure nobody comes at him from the other side of the map, and it right now doesn't look like that is the case.
Yeah, looked like maybe. Oh, he got it?
Yep. Fallen just jumping back sight, takes it to the head. JL tries to push in. That's a double E-Box hold confirmed. Still, plenty of T's to come at this. Bit's going to connect to Yuri. Another player down in there low. 20 health for Skulls, dealt with by the op of Wonderful. And Alexi can take his sweet old time, floating around to mid. Getting easy kills on Cello. Quesarado trying to just...
think skinny.
Crawl his way up the canal. And I think this is going to catch off Wonderful.
Okay, let's see if there's an op delivery or not.
He's got to be very careful with the silencer on the barrel.
That was really good from Navi.
Oh,
I mean, that
he's
was
been heard. Wonderful's got him now.
That's Irvin guarantees.
As in knows where he is, of course. 4 rounds Navi straight.
He's mentally got him in the bag. That was a classically good round out of Navi. Look at the shot. Oh! You thought it was safe. It looked pretty safe. It did look pretty safe. It's a great shot from Wonderful. Kodak moment.
He is on form this evening between the AK and now the AWP. None of which will feature in round 7 for Furia. Back to the pistols with a bit of utility sprinkled in. Keeping those E-box smokes consistent. Got to be careful of the bridge peak. But Cello not looking to make the swing for it just yet.
How come you get Shrek and Hobgoblin and I don't get Ramsey?
Because those are good callouts. Well, Hobgoblin
Shrek
maybe
and
not.
Hobgoblin.
Shrek is an excellent call, and I really hope it catches on. If I can have any influence on this community in the next...
What's the difference between Shrek and Ramsey in terms of how you came to them words?
Well, Shrek is a swamp, so it makes total sense, and that position doesn't have another name.
Okay, now do Ramsey.
Ramsey has 15 other names already.
What?
E-box, Dark.
Yeah, but not when we made it.
Oh. Well.
Ha. I should say I.
But you got to call that corner Shrek, please.
I'm going to call you Shrek.
Okay.
Careful.
All right.
Donkey.
Whoa.
Donkey.
Settle down, Fiona. Nothing on the bridge for Skulls nor Yuri. So this one goes down swimmingly. When's the challenge start for NaVi? Because it feels like their game plan's going to a T.
Mm-hmm.
You got Blade back there reading his notes inquisitively.
I know that guy reads. Some guys like Frozen, when you see them going through their pages, like they ain't reading.
That was hilarious yesterday. we didn't mention it on the cast, but it like cut to the players during attack pause. You see Kerrigan reading off the sheet. Frozen holds 4 pieces of paper in front of him and just cycles through them 2 seconds per page. I'm like, bro, you're not reading that fast.
It's performative reading.
I wonder if there was anything on those pieces of paper.
I mean, Blade has it all memorized. He's really just sniffing his own farts.
Yeah.
He's the one who wrote it all.
And a timeout needed here.
He
Is that what I
reads it
saw?
and goes, oh, that was a great point.
Ooh, what's that thing?
Snooze.
No. Squeeze ball.
It looks like those candy dragon eggs.
Candy dragon eggs?
Yeah, they're like enormous gobstoppers.
Okay, yeah.
Speckled.
Jawbreakers.
Yeah. Those took a whole school day to eat.
Yeah.
Make your stomach hurt.
Damn, Blade fine-tuning at a 5-2 lead on a 5-round streak.
It's not perfect. Again, but this time good.
That's what he wants out of him. Got to respect a man who shoots for perfection. Curious to see what NaVi throw out here. Let's see. What is it you wanted from him? Meanwhile, of course, $9,000 minimum on every single NaVi player, so it is cash for days. What's different? No JL down towards E-box. Not too much of a change out of the gate anyways, but we'll see where they end up. Minute 20, JL and Alexi start to size up bridge. No response yet from Furia, despite these pieces of utility popping out middle. There's no eyes on it, barring K. Serrato up in camera, and Fallen and him are now just kind of shuffling around in positions.
Yeah, this is a zero idea round out of Furia. They're playing the pistol round setup, except they vaguely have an idea of a mid-timing that Cello's going to be late to. And Cello's only going to see the second guy, so this is huge for Alexi.
Oh, God, he's masterminded this one, hasn't he?
I mean, sort of. I mean, he has, but it's also just been way too easy. How come CTs have not corroborated this at all? So easy for Alexi, and now they're surrounded.
Draws Cello back. Oh, Cello gets a dink onto JL, and then he still dies to him. Oh, that's just gross.
That's silly, though. I think
That
that's
is
something
gross.
that should be brought up on the desk, you know?
Yeah?
If I could press the button to talk to Mikkel right now, that's what I would say. Give me this round. Because you pointed it out right away. They had, you know, one angle watching camera. It's not even an on and off. Then you can always get smoked out on camera, and that's when lurks can be a problem. And even though camera was smoked like 10 seconds ago, Cello peaks so late and only catches the second guy. It's a great move from Alexi, but he's probably also wondering, why is nobody watching anything? Have we not started at bridge every single round?
It's never gone unplayed.
Yeah.
6 straight NaVi. Blade really did just fine-tune it.
Yeah, true.
It's just the fact that
Wheeled it up.
Cello gets the original dink. Yeah. JL was dinked twice by Cello.
Through the wall.
To 87 for the first one, down to 1 off the second.
There should be another sound if it's not that much damage.
And now it's a tough one here for Furia, just banking on that one saved op from Fallen. He'll put it on bridge, maybe having identified that this mid-cross has been a problem, but you're a little late to the party, we'll say.
You see how important the pistol and conversion were to Furia on this half.
Hoping to find somebody challenging behind that smokes. It's the same smokes that came out before the mollies did, before middle was lost last round. So you can't blame Furia for thinking there could be something similar behind this, but Fallen's taken that long road to wrap all the way back around B. Again, it boils down to putting the op in the right position. The approach through E-Box is heard by these 5-7 players. Fallen has now at least got himself in the right place, but Skulls is going to offer up an early kill. JL's going through the smoke into the op.
Oh, okay.
No scope to the face. And at least 157 falls. Wonderful's Tech 9 is somehow going to have to find impact here. We're down to 30 seconds. And as he faces into Fallen, that is the bomb in the dirt. They know Yuri's still back there. He's just not giving them anything to work with.
It's not easy to get to him, and they don't know how far Fallen has gone.
Nice, Fallen. Triple kill from putting that op in the right position.
Let's go.
Furia, answer.
Yeah, that's a big one. Fallen's no-scope kicks it off. Ready for any kind of push through the smoke. Furia really waited for their opportunity here. They had Fallen come out with an opening tactic to look for something, but he has to be the hero. He's actually the best gun of the round, with a bunch of pistols to support.
Well, scratch that plan.
Fine-tune that.
My players are noobs.
So let's see if Furia catch a tempo, because they at least save some. So they just get a full buy here. Pick up an extra AK.
Nice nade.
This is the Gervin guarantee.
Uh-huh. Had a nice arc to it.
Yeah, I mean,
nice. It was a nice trajectory.
He really put a shoulder into that throw.
Yeah. Really, Skulls? Him versus JL and yep.
That used to work.
Skulls ends up looking a little foolish. Quesarado to camera. Oh, he got a dink.
Oh my God, he keeps getting the dink.
How many of these NaVi players are going to take a bullet to the head and still walk away?
Yuri's going to make sure JL goes down. Something for Furia to try and work with. 30 seconds on this clock.
But look at Alexi, man. He's already on that flank. He can just walk in to clear out this exact same position Cello's in.
Yuri's getting flustered, burned back from E-Box. Now they know Cello's here. His back exposed to Alexi, who's unable to get the kill. Cello, if only, is able to get one more. 15 seconds means easy bomb plant because it's fallen on the other half of the map. NaVi still squeeze into a bomb site despite Furia's best efforts. Not enough to keep that bomb from going down.
Definitely got a feel for Caserado in this half. And I guess Cello was also someone who got a dink, but this is also part of the game. The fact that it's an M4 versus an AK and NaVi are shooting straight enough, it's just instant kills. I mean, Fallen's
got a kid. He's close enough.
Looking to...
Bomb's not planted for Alexi.
Okay. A kill and walk away is great. Keeps the op. That's the most important part.
We saw what one saved op could do. Literally put the round on the board for Furia in the follow-up last time. Fallen will be trying to weaponize it again. But yeah, this one just ends up looking a little foolish if you're Skulls.
Yeah, the reason that it's kind of silly is because if anybody's defaulting like that, they are looking at a smoke, so it's a free walk-up, and they don't have to look to the left. They don't have to clear anything else out. So it's just too easy to like hyper-focus. It would make sense if you could display someone's crosshair, you could distract them with the top of bridge, with a deep smoke or something like that, but there really was nothing paired with it to make it a little more unexpected.
Even better than the last save. Fallen's got rifles around him. And instant kill going for that top mid peak. Really haven't had to deal with too much fights through bridge.
Bit's going to try to make this his advantage, knowing that Fallen was over there.
Not wrong. Fallen decides to go layer up on the B defense. It's Caserado and Cello, and one of them's chucking nades out through the window.
It's kind of crazy. They went full passive. There's no smoke in this position. Okay, they molly it out now, which is huge. That's actually great play from Caserado. Just goes right for the molly. Doesn't meander. I like the move from Furia, man. It's 5v4. They can take aggressive main control. They're looking for the 30-second timing. The problem is NaVi always played a little extra, so they don't want to push too far, but these are great angles. Will it be another dink? No, not this time.
Oh, he's blind. Able to recover vision. Able to recover with a double.
No, Imma gets one. Team kill.
Oh, not ideal.
At least two go down, at least.
Still counts. Half points. Fallen. Oh, nice. Able to catch
on it.
Timing back the other way. It's honestly the best performing player for Furia has Fallen. Op has been a nice element of this. We saw some very clean kills come out from Wonderful's AK at the very start of this half. Now in a 1v3.
And he's confused about this.
Nah, nothing for him. They both come out from that long trade, and 3 up for Furia as they will go into the final round of the half. Unsuccessful in bottoming out NaVi's economy. It's been buy rounds every step of the way for this T side. But you piece together 4 CT round wins, and that's something to work with come the second half. This is that spawn taken by Fallen. Whenever there's been any kind of resistance in mid by Furia, it's usually coming 10, 15 seconds a little bit later. I think the timing there really catches the player off guard, and that's a nice change-up trying to weaponize an op.
Yeah, and Alexi's just saying, if you're going for some passive peek, I'm going to be shoulder spotting. I'll be safe, but Fallen goes extremely wide, very committed. If there's a second player to swing, he dies, but it's exactly perfect for the default that NaVi were running. They immediately put Wonderful on this angle. And again, I like the way that they played that round as it progressed. Quesarado deep mollied into a main. They didn't smoke the choke point by itself because they don't think that anyone would push haphazardly without going through some protocols, and then moved into a 2-player setup. I think that's confusing for the T utility. But again, man, like this, I don't know. I like how A's being played. I can't, there's just such a massive mid-timing. Even though it was being crack spotted. Oh, the push gets punished. The flash is good, but JL, doesn't matter how blind he is.
So ready for it. We saw those double mollies come down middle. Alexi, more often than not, has played behind those Molotovs to take mid control. That's how he's gotten into the compromised back B site, which is why I think Fallen's watching it right now. It's a reaction to what Alexi usually does off of the same utility, but now he's just facing into camera. Cello's able to clear him alone, now has 4 other players attacking the other half of this bomb site. Fallen sprints out from storage. Wonderful's hands will be busy with the plant as the smoke comes down in front of him. JL goes deep, and that's extra bits of space for what will be a comfortable post plant in the final round of this half. Even with Alexi going down in the middle approach, Cello, look at this reroute all the way around CT spawn. He goes to look and decides against it, but he's smoked off all the while. Great flash, of course, from Skulls to set up Yuri's retake attempt. You gotta. Nowhere to go other than to the next half. Missed shot from Wonderful opens up the possibility. Now they're gonna get a little closer to this site, and they've got kits, and Cello connects with another. He's gonna get dropped by Wonderful. Finally, the op into the mix. They're just struggling to find this bomb. Skulls has gotta stick this, and he will! Covered by Yuri, but still doesn't make the difference. Stick it all you want. Not enough time on the retake.
Fallen tried his damnedest throughout that half to keep the op alive for Furia. 4 rounds on a CT side of Anubis. Mohan, I've seen other teams pull off comebacks with this many rounds or less. Why not Furia?
Would have been easier if they could just find the bomb. 0.14 seconds to go.
Yeah.
That would have made it a much closer game. Yeah, it would only be 1 round. It really matters a lot. And now, why did that sound so vicious for 18 damage?
What's wild is NaVi are winning 8-4, and look at the kills. 5-5, 5-7, 9-7, 6-7, 7. Nobody's got an impressive scoreline on the NaVi side. How do they have double the round wins? They just kind of...
Can't find the bomb.
Just kind of limped their way to an 8-4 lead, and I think that's why Pistol here...
I mean, yeah, they limped, but like, you look at the rounds, they were great. Like, Alexi's got through mid.
That's true. I guess
the B site.
Yeah, the difference really was Alexi, wasn't it? Really compromising moments, attacking them from behind.
Bro, he's always been the difference. He's blasting his way through to the finals.
Alexi Al-Gaib. Peak.
All right, clean plant here for Furia.
Cheeky little 5v5 pistol retake. Keep your eyes glued to the screen. It's going to be a bloodbath. Skulls finds one through smoke. And Cello trying to be that front runner, but now exposed to the Tempo player. Fine by him. We get more damage done, and so this retake's got nothing to stand on. A meat grinder on the side of the B bomb site. That is what Furia are looking for to bounce back at the T side.
That was just the right amount of pressure. They didn't say the job's finished when the bomb gets planted. Instead, they say NaVi are gearing up for the retake. We have to get in between their flash and their next piece of utility. They decide to peek at the same time. There's way too much pressure to throw that flash safely, dodge it, and kill all the Furia players. So just perfect game plan here from Furia. Love to see that.
Buy-in from NaVi features 2 MP9s, very limited nade. And Alexi's already been found out by K-Serrato, so he's ready. Flashbangs come out through the window. Alexi kills one of the players in the back as K-Serrato still stands forward, trying to go in for the peek. 5-7 makes the difference.
Oh, that was so...
Man advantage.
Man, K-Serrato, how did that go so wrong? He could have got the kill off the first peek. He heard the guy burning in the molly, but wanted to jiggle it because he didn't want to, lose the dominant duel. Cello could save this, but they're just going back to get the guns. They get them, they go. And Imma is over on the other side as well, so they have some more information. Skulls will have to go on an info mission. They've got lots of time to do this, honestly. I mean, they have utility they don't need to use right now. They can use that to safely plant. They can let Skulls search safely for as long as he'd like to.
Ooh.
And he hears him.
Yep. He may give away his position, but he should be aware of this timing. You'd think with how many times Alexi pulled this over them.
Oh, he's going back to check it. Skull's going to hear him rotating, but surely Skulls just calls for this to come back.
You got to get those. We're going to watch it back, aren't we?
Yeah, we're going to.
Oh! How?
Yeah, how? Who knows? Happens to the best of us.
Ouch. All your teammates watching. Bomb site banking on that kill, but still could be recovered. Bomb's gonna go down no matter what. JL trying to get the spam through. Underhanded smoke, the way it lands, should indicate somebody up close on plat, but you've still got to wait out these smokes. So well done by Furia to just kind of not let that stop them from at least coming into this next one with tempo. An additional smoke going down. This is holdable. Watch Skulls try to make up for it. CT's try to use this util to pressure the retake. Skulls is going to find a kill inside that smoke. More vision. K-Serrato's D connects. And there it is. Recovered. Mistakes made up for.
Okay, Skulls, man, 3 kills. He saved it. Can forget now easily, cleanly about the last round. And once again, Imma is asking himself, how?
with aggression.
This was actually set up to be a total slaughter on the hold. Everyone blind running in through the site, caught off by a flash running through a smoke. 2 guns and a cone fire directly to this choke point. How? I mean, the only thing that could make this worse is NaVi now suddenly win this round.
First 3 rounds go back and forth. There's no kit on this play. Last time we saw Furia kind of group up outside A site. Quesarado really dropped the ball that time. His MAC-10 coming up empty.
Yeah, he was largely the reason that went wrong. This is the awkward way that he played it.
Looks to me like NaVi are going to get active, though, looking to take this fight outside B site. You've got Skulls working alone, and the bomb is now cut off. If they take long control, Fallen won't be able to cross back for that bomb. So Fallen fighting here to help Skulls is key. And between the two of them, 5v3. Comfortable. Utility over the top. You know you've just peeled 2 players off at worst. Only 3 more defenders.
Still a B split coming in, it looks like. Utility, we've got 1 molly on Skulls. That's everything.
It's going to land right here where it needs to, though. It's the frag grenade first. Emat trying to serve up a distraction here for Alexi. They will let their guard down. He strikes. Oh, they're not ready.
He didn't throw the volley.
Triple from the MP9, and Alexi still 2 kills to go. Fallen getting chased out down to a quarter health. And Alexi on the reload could be the hero of this moment. Fallen tries to elicit the peak. And Alexi's gonna catch the guy in the back. He's on for the ace.
Surely not.
Denied by Fallen, but so damn close.
Oh my God. How?
How does he get this triple, dude? How does this guy not react?
He never mollied it. Skulls threw every piece of utility except the molly. He had one, right?
He threw the frag grenade, that's for sure.
Yeah, then he flashed.
But how does nobody react to the first kill either?
I don't know. I mean, he knew someone was there that wasn't killed at first. Once they got him down, I think, yeah. Ow. But because Furia don't win that round, NaVi spent a lot.
NaVi gonna lose?
I don't think so, but I thought Furia could win a map. I was seeing some rounds here in the beginning that looked right, but they're just barely getting away with these situations, so I'm not super convinced. At least not so far on Anubis. But hey, it's a 2-round game. Based on the matches that we've seen in the last day and a half,
yeah,
be a fool to call it.
Yeah, Open Lisbon really has been a reminder that any round is possible. Singular flashbang for Alexi. Just a conga line of players working their way towards this site.
Okay, this round won't be possible.
Sure about that?
Yes, 100,000%.
Dodge flash, easy mow down. 35 bullets deep. Yuri softens him up, and he has a part of all 5 frags. 2 kills, 3 assists.
That's great for the economy.
Great.
Economy has been stimulated.
Excellent.
All-time highs.
Let's buy TVs.
Buy, buy, buy.
One-round game. Very weird back and forth at the beginning of this second half. This T side coming out of Furia. 4 of the 5 now in their back pockets.
Jail's got fake tattoos on. Fake gangster. How
about a wonderful. Certainly more to work with than what they've been used to thus far on the CT side. Because of that back and forth, because of the force and the loss after, it has been a bit of a delayed start to the real rounds on this second half. So let's see if NaVi can kind of stabilize, get into cruise control. Just waiting and leaning back. Really no opening moves from NaVi. Further off angle than what Fallen ever played, but missed chance from Wonderful to strike down the 5v4. So much pressure now on JL and Bit. At least Long is still smoked deep, so that cuts off one side, and JL's gonna catch them. Heads turned. They just deliver that bomb at his feet. Fallen with one back.
The split's not in yet.
No.
That was disjointed.
Because of the deep smoke on Long, but still they tried to press down camera, so they really came at this awkwardly.
Yeah, that's super awkward. I mean, they were so far back they couldn't even see the smoke.
Oof.
Oh, nice shot, Caserado. Maybe the round's still alive. Yes, it is.
Yeah, second headshot's big. 2v2 evened out. You know where the bodies are at. Fire to his left side. Yuri then gets bit. This is the duo you want to thrive for Furia. Alexi to clutch out. 20 seconds. Bomb down on the other side of this box. They're going to stay on the angle and they pop it.
Okay,
2 versus 4 out of Furia. Recovery from what was a bad approach to that bomb site.
That was lovely from the B main players, essentially. The A main players. This is obviously a little awkward because the camera guys are coming out way too soon. Or you could say that the main players are coming out way too late. But from their perspective, I think they were expecting a lot more help and a lot more quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm starting to believe.
T-side, man, it's making all the difference.
Whoa.
Only for 4 damage, but they weren't too far off. Just doing a good job of staying off that perfect mark. But bomb's been left back, so clearly Furia just sizing up map control first, seeing what falls for free, leaving options open. 2 more smoke grenades still out there for NaVi. JL not one of the players with one. He leans back. 45 seconds, bomb still yet to be scooped up. But this is Caserado knocking on main on A. You've got Cello right out inside of mid window, and
go get that bomb. Just do yourself a favor. Just get that bomb now.
It's just everybody has some kind of control of a perimeter barring Fallen, so he'll go back and grab it now. At 30 seconds, he picks that up. 30 seconds to go for a commitment, and first it's going to be this A pinch. Bit a little nervous of the camera rundown, but now that Cello's got eyes on storage, or had, past 10.
Oh man, he just gave it up.
He lets Bit come swinging back in, and now Fallen's bomb could get stopped if not for his headshot on his own.
Okay.
Gonna make sure that the possibility of the plant never goes awry. And this is Furia leading 10-9.
Honestly, the way that they got here, there's some magic involved. But honestly, they're also classically Furia rounds in some sense. At least they could lean back on the Caserado, Yuri sort of late round brilliance. Like, you want to have rounds won like that by those guys. The quality has not necessarily been there, but also it's NaVi who are dropping the positions, right? So they have to be criticized just the same. It's a lead. I'd say it's a flimsy lead right now for Furia, but they still have T-side to look forward to, and maybe the mistakes they've made are now behind them.
And they're on a streak as well. The only round they've lost in the second half, the force buy after they won the pistol. I wouldn't call it smooth sailing, but it's been round wins ever since. Last time out for Blade. He can't quite understand it.
He's making it very Italian this time out.
Alexi looking a little dejected.
It's a series of frustrating losses for sure.
100%.
But Furia went through it in that first half.
The hell was that?
NaVi, what did I...
Okay, Serrato just goes...
Okay. He was just channeling Connor.
Yeah, all right. Whatever it takes to dig yourself out of a 9-10 game, I guess. And Wonderful scours the bridge. Trying to lead this off a little more forward. Looking to hold an early line. Continues to test it as that frag grenade does not touch Yuri. Dodging it again. Gotta be careful when you go for that left side hold. So exposed to the right peak. And he is good to fall back here. Wonderful. The chase is on. They go from 0 to 100 and then throw caution to the wind.
They used the flash. It just wasn't good.
Okay, well, work on that. Leg shot connects versus Fallen. JL uses that chance to just come swinging. And a double kill for JL looks good on NaVi. To tie the game at 10 is the goal.
That's so great from JL, the way he runs. He's going through the smoke as well, but he's got it all lined up perfectly. Bombs back in middle, and this disjointed split won't work this time.
And we've seen the same duo pull off the 2v4. Now a 2v5. Unfortunately, this time, though, Bomb's not down on sight. Near irretrievable. Good on JL to kind of have that killer instinct and jump on the play.
Yeah, if anything, it's again been the guys going that side of the split who have just overstepped. This would have been another round where they were too far apart, right? Like the guys coming in A main, they weren't really in a position to actually swing yet. So they got to iron that out. I don't know if we have time to do that in this match, but it'll cost them this round at least.
Good chance for NaVi to grab some money in case things get sketch, but leg shot made JL's job so much easier for the second kill. And again, the long A players weren't really able to get into that engagement to follow through. That was one of the kind of red flags last time too.
You got people fighting camera, then you shoot them in the back, but they're not really in that spot to do it. So the streak comes to an end finally. Meaty middle of the half T sides is what we've seen in both halves.
It's JL first.
They're using Cello as weapon X once again.
He's got to be careful though. He's got the bomb. Skulls just gets the headshot. JL just kind of floating out there, denied any camera standing due to the util. Fire at his feet forces him into the crosshair. This would be a gut-wrenching one for NaVi, and it's looking easy as Fallen holds that outer B line. Rough map for Ime.
Now this one's for Wonderful. You know, how do you go into save the day mode? You can sort of sit back sometimes, but 3-on-5. Still in the midsection of the round. This is when you look for opportunities.
Still where he needs to be. That bomb's floating around on bridge at 40 seconds.
Oh, they're going to walk into this. Yeah.
He lands his shot. Yuri now down low. Still nervous about that long play. Fallen starting to take the bomb the opposite direction. Quesarado will find a completely vacant A site in a moment, so good on Fallen to keep options open for Furia.
Sir, they have this one locked up now. Free plant. Quesarado has the lead. All the clues they need. And they can let NaVi rest comfortably in some very good save positions.
Just out-rotated, so a strong call from Fallen. This T-side continues to succeed. Seven out of the 9 on the attack go the way of Furia. Blade doesn't have any more timeouts. He's got to hope Furia called their last. No EMA reaction to the death. JL can't quite believe it that he gets zoned out into the open.
He said how?
Mm-hmm. How the hell did you throw this? Cello, he's got a player locked on jail. Alexi B is known to Cello.
Did they
just
see him get into jail?
He's right here.
Yeah, but did they see him?
Yeah, they watched him cross.
I see, okay.
They saw a glimpse of Alexi get into the corner, so that's why Cello's so ready.
Oh,
that's
that
a
wall
wall.
is dead. 100 damage.
Damn, the fact that Cello gets a kill back. Leaves this round open and Fallen taking a look at this A site. Went by a smoke and nobody here to work with him. Oh, excuse me, no, they're just on top of each other. And now quite literally. Bit really trusting that smoke grenade.
It looks like they just want to wait for it, though. They don't see anybody over top of the smoke. I think they're just calling for a time to be patient. And the mid-rounding here for NaVi, it's never been late towards A main. They've in fact got no one in the site at the moment. This is just a fake, just to feed into their hope.
Damn, biting down on it again.
Okay, well, and this is time to go now for Furia, so... Whoa.
Fallen doesn't react. Fallen, he's got to turn. He just gets slammed by Bit, and they've just put their last two players into a sketchy 2v4. At least the CTs are still so far gone that there's going to be a little time to reposition. And a fresh smoke down on camera should keep JL back, but if he decides to jump through while teammates keep up pressure, there's just too many entrances here for Furia to keep their eyes on. And so NaVi have given themselves a chance to come through. Wonderful just catching the kill to Cello before he locks into the bricks. Yuri's gonna hear him just storming upwards. Wonderful goes down first. Two players out from long, can't keep his head down, and NaVi pull off the retake.
Yeah, they do. That was a site that was obviously the perfect one to take, but Fallen, it kind of felt like he knew that someone was behind him, but really wanted to get this nade out because the exec was more important. I think dying here is a weird part, because they're really ready to take a site they know only has like one person at best, but they committed to it. So they literally just lost pieces along the way that were sort of optional. I think they just focused on that site exec, and more importantly, paused for a second to catch the flank. They would have been in a much better spot, but it really felt like Fallen could hear that before he jumped, right?
And we didn't quite see it, but we saw it there on Wonderful's perspective in the screen replay. He's holding for the bricks to storage door walk up. Cello actually walks into his angle backwards holding camera. So Cello exposed himself in the post plant to the deep storage angle. Makes that retake all the easier for Wonderful to come at it. And we saw the world of pressure just kind of that Yuri got thrust into. Ooh, 24-round game, folks. We saw that back and forth affair at the tail end of the first half. We're going to get it again. And at least it's a full buy in the 23rd. NaVi's money could sustain a loss here to purchase up for the last one and fight for overtime. Funds for Furia drying up.
Could be the 2-for-1 special if Furia are not careful. I like what we've seen from Wonderful inside of mid. Even if he doesn't get a kill, he's oftentimes getting an opportunity, getting a tag, or getting away. Any of those options can work.
Also keeps Furia on their toes when the NaVi players are happy to kind of thrust themselves through smokes. We've seen JL and Wonderful both do it. Kind of chasing players down into camera, never letting you get into A site for free. NaVi have done a good job of keeping a lot of util to this 40-second mark. Furia taking their sweet time with this super heavy mid emphasis.
Oh, do they get opt actually? JL, he was just running out and swinging this. At 30 seconds, it's a very awkwardly quiet map. They know something's wrong.
But he backs up onto the incendiary, hears the approach and drops it. Oh, burning inside of the fire pit. Able to turn, soften him up, and the fire kills him. Still, these long players have not been able to get in. We've seen them clutch out rounds, but here comes that mid pressure. csgo finally able to puncture out from long. Yuri flashed on his attempt to cross. Bomb dropped in front of camera. csgo picks it up, jumps down into sight. Yuri throws himself at it, and as will Alexi. Denial for 12.
I can't with these splits, man. I'm sorry, but like Furia are just so uncoordinated with. They're always running into a smoke on main, and then when they're coming in through camera, it's just like so easily telegraphed. And I feel bad for the guys coming out camera because they're expecting someone to get shot in the back as they run out, but they're running out to their death. You had both players who were anchoring, watching forward to camera. No way for anybody else to help them. And look at the time on the clock. You can't blame them anymore, man.
No, it's established.
What I don't get either is if the camera players are forced to run through incendiaries to make that time happen, why are the other Furia players so worried about running through a smoke? Like, I get it, there's util slowing you down, but...
No, I mean, they're so far back that, like, I think this is the second time they're not even in front of the smoke. Like, they're not even making the decision to go through or not. This one would have to be watched back, I think, but it's just such a grave error to make.
Well, go all in on long, perhaps, and you find a weird setup for NaVi as well, where there's nobody inside of the site. They'll set the bomb site ablaze. Oh my god, Furia have found themselves in a post plant.
Yeah, not bad.
No defense in position to stop this. Furia just play with the tempo of the round. And we're going to get a NaVi 5v5 retake. Now, late play from Fallen, still deep over towards Canals. That lets everybody else look forward. Tech9's come out for the first 2 kills. Blinding flash for Cello, and he does a ton of damage, but it's just not quite enough. 6 health, what's left here for NaVi. Dire position, a single bullet to each of these players, they're down. With just pistols, they pop onto the bomb site. Finally, Long gets the better of it. Yuri with the triple, and we're going overtime.
Okay, they trimmed the fat. They decided to go with the full attack. No camera involved this time. You can't mess up a split if you don't use one, Connor. They decided to go all in, out of spawn, and the site is wide open. Tech9s do the rest.
Just catching NaVi so far back.
Nice!
I mean, the one thing about it is NaVi have rarely pushed baskets or put any pressure towards a main. Why not, you know?
At most, you get a bit on Fountain.
But in overtime, you know, Furia have won so many of these T rounds, obviously, to make it here. It's been a comeback for them, but overall quality has been, like, extremely low compared to NaVi's T side, so they're really going to have to step it up, I think.
Still, NaVi content to shell up.
Yeah, it's a pretty passive setup.
And of all the passive setups we've seen from them, this one's even less so anybody playing mid. Thinking maybe Furia come through with executes, but...
I guess they've had so much action in mid. They're assuming they're somewhat conditioned. They're expecting the fast play towards B as a new call. Didn't happen. Jail's not in a great position when Ebox gets taken over and they don't have control of it, so... I mean... Are they going to smoke this for Jail, or
what's he going to do? Flash out long.
They
already getting softened up.
Oh, you can't throw a nade from there.
No, Alexi doesn't have a smoke.
All right, we can just kill him then.
Yeah, it helps. Emet with the headshot, but csgo can do that too. And now Alexi behind Obelisk holds off for now. One player down, Cello with the bomb, able to clear that, chucks it over for someone else to plant, and they'll do so uncontested. That setup had a flaw, and it was once Ebox was exposed. Defense not able to hold that line. Ooh, chance offered to Wonderful. Missed opportunity And now Fallen with his op on the angles, looking to cut off that counter. Oh,
what?
double!
Where'd he come from?
Bit just slides into the crosshair, slams both Fallen and Serrato.
Oh,
and a smoke shot from Wonderful to win this.
They needed it open. Oh my gosh. That is pretty great from Bit with the F1 peak. Unfortunate situation here for Furia. They actually, yeah, it was NaVi who had the improper setup, almost illegal, dare I say, from jail. NaVi, the whole time Alexi had a smoke, right?
Incendiary, I thought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, maybe that's why. But either way, they sort of had like no right to be in that spot. You can see how tied up JL was. He pulled out his nade and then pulled out his gun again because he realized this is going to give away my position entirely.
Yep. When you see the Serrato double kill come out, that's when Alexi B's Incendiary is burning to his left. So yeah, it was fire.
And now that fast B setup is coming. It feels like NaVi have waited for it last round, and now they're going to get it.
Here comes the pounce. Change up in the timing. Wonderful blinded. Not able to stop him. Alexi's got them blind. Easy pickings. Ton of damage already done by Emat as well. Yuri's going to answer back. A little bit delayed to drop that smoke for Alexi, so he does drop to 30 points of health. Bombs on the ground. JL spam connects. And this all in from Furia denied. Just a constant threat of pressure. Fallen's gonna get stampeded by pistols. And they're all sprinting in to see who gets the defuse. Easy does it. NaVi looking to clean sweep OT.
Yeah, so I think they bet twice on this B exec, and they got a different one last round, but it still ended B. That's correct. So great read here from NaVi. Back-to-back rounds. And obviously, spans like this help out a lot.
Ima's already out.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful timing.
Yeah, Fallen's not on it this round.
Yeah, great call.
They've not even decided to pause up. He might walk back into this, but no one's going to be scoped.
Oh,
Yuri's going to see it first.
Yuri's got a knife out, of all things. Takes the gun back out, but the second wave gets another. You know, that's one of those tiny details that's like, why would you ever have a knife out holding on the bottom of the totem pole?
Yeah.
And it's just really evidence of how unexpected that was. Furia. A lapse in focus costs them.
Yuri doesn't even die.
No, I mean, he is clean with the 2 kills, but it could have just been a faster reaction had he had a weapon out.
Yeah.
Oops.
Well, round's still live, for sure. These are the 2 guys you want in a late round situation, it's proven.
They've already got a 2v4 between them. JL challenging the molly.
Both spotted. All CTs come now.
And Alexi just leans back into this corner.
That's a great spot to use when it's double main.
Yeah, you can really take your sweet time with it. They can't find you unless they try to clear back pillar. Serrato thinking about it, but not going to stop it. Clean sweep from NaVi in the first half of OT.
Yeah, they survived every test. Every test that this time ended on the other side of the map.
4 rounds on CT side in regulation for both these teams. 3-0 overtime sweep.
Yeah,
like
that's why I said that T side comeback was, I think, a little bit more flimsy than it looked numerically. Don't give NaVi time to warm up. Blade looks happier. More relaxed, less Italian.
3 map points will do that for... Oh, and you spoke too soon.
Mamma mia.
A sweep in overtime, put Anubis in the rearview mirror, and change things over to Mirage. And NaVi will try to forget about it. Three chances. Failed the first back in regulation.
to an all-in B attack from Furia. They try to flash their way out to catch Ime, and they will. First blood's there is wonderful, seemingly missing a shot. That's a good portion of map control for Furia. We'll see how quick the response is from Navi. We already see Bomb moving to the split.
Instant A split. And there's been a lot of times where Furia have left this open, especially in the first half, and it seems like they've got a good memory. But Furia don't seem too concerned about it for some reason.
Right? It's because it's maybe not that instant. JL walks out middle a little closer. That does get Fallen to kind of second guess and float around CT spawn, but
we're down to no smokes here.
K-Serato opping too.
Oh, man, they're really assuming that Furia are going to respond to this. They've threatened the split from both sides. They have no smokes on the A site, and Furia have now gotten into extremely passive spots, barely holding B. Like, they have no E-box. This is like a guaranteed plant situation, even though it's 4v5. Take in that Furia have 5 players right now. Look at their map control. They're like going back to check on A main, but they are so far away from dealing with B right now.
This is a good one from Navi to rock the boat back in time. Smoke down towards Temple, and you leave Bit in the corner, but it's not as clean as it could have been. He decides to go out for the fight. That's going to open up the flank for Skulls. JL able to catch Yuri in the corner, and Fallen still burned out from the trade. Gives away his position. Wonderful will keep that op turned behind them. Alexi is very much stuck on this site. Nice shot from Wonderful despite the dink. A fully healthed Alexi with 2 low teammates, but the op's gonna connect a second time. And K-Serato 1v3 on an op of all things to clutch out, or a Navi overtime sweep looks great. All 3 kills in the post plant from Wonderful. Navi could have made that so much cleaner, but at the end of the day, map 1 in their back pocket, and Mirage up next.
Well, there were certainly signs of Navi not playing Anubis as of recent, but going into overtime, they found themselves full of confidence that was maybe missing, I guess, in the first part of the game. There was glimmers of good signs from both teams, but Navi, they stayed strong throughout this all, and I guess they could be hyped about that one, as we just saw towards this.
Hey, you're going to get excited if it's a close game, no matter who you're playing. It doesn't matter if the Huns are in the server against you. No disrespect to the Huns, but I'm just saying.
That was disrespect.
Maybe it was a little bit, but it wasn't intentional shade. No, Furia put up a great fight, though. Good credit to them for having a really strong T side. Good mid-rounding from them overall. I mean, Navi, though, on the other hand, again, like we see these favorites. When push comes to shove, they just lock in on these like pivotal moments, including OT here.
Yeah, I mean, Navi kind of gave Furia a chance. For a large portion of the game, Alexi B was top fragging. He ends with the highest ADR. Eventually, if you give them enough time, if you let it go to overtime, someone else from Navi is going to show up.
Yeah, it was a bit of biding time on both sides, though, because it was Fallen and Alexi that were both shining uncharacteristically in order to keep their teams alive in many situations. It was a bit of a battle of the brains, also picking up their guns.
Fallen was actually, what was the term you used before we started?
Surprisingly acceptable.
Surprisingly acceptable once the op was in his hands. I mean, I can't really complain about the frags that he was finding. He tapered off towards the end of this, but he really spurred a lot of their CT and even T side efforts. So credit to him. Yeah, I mean, again, this is like eye test versus stats. Like 49 ADR looks bad, but he had some really impactful kills in this game.
Yeah, the 49 ADR, nobody's going to be able to get over that. They're going to be watching us right now and go, idiot analyst, 49 ADR, what are you talking about? He didn't miss a lot of shots. He didn't get involved as much as he could or should, but that's partially because on the CT side, what the hell were they doing? They were terrible.
Yeah, no, once again, I think you nailed it, Vu. The way that Furia like to play their CT sides, maybe too active sometimes. In my eyes, for this game, not enough activity.
Yeah, you watch a team that's great on CT side, Anubis, Liquid. What are they doing? They're constantly pushing, rotating, stacking. What was Furia doing? Sitting back in the bomb sites, they win both pistols, but that CT side, not good enough.
Well, in order for us to get here, right, it was a very even fight across the whole way. I think we'll start with looking at the final round before we got to OT, because it was a flurry of frags coming out with very limited weaponry from Furia.
I would just say that this is more or less a fairly standard sort of play when your backs are against the wall on Anubis. You don't try to overcomplicate things. When you don't have the greatest wealth of utility, you just go for the egg. Some great shots from the twin fangs of Furia and K-Serato and Yuri. And really, I think the trades just totally went their way.
Yeah, that's just an example of Furia. They have surprisingly acceptable, honestly borderline good T sides for the majority of the game. but sometimes the fragging just isn't there, and that's what we saw in overtime.
But then going into overtime, this is where NaVi said, okay, this is ours. We're taking over the game. We're doing what maybe we should have done earlier. Just throw all our confidence at them.
Overtime usually boils down to who makes the least mistakes, and I'm not going to say this is a horrible mistake that the Fury players make, but they do line up, and Bit is not going to be a guy who, if you line up in front of him, that he's going to mess things up. Look at that. Just instant 2K from him, and then Cello's just on an island.
Yeah, Cello's just got no chance there. Fallen, he had the op in hand, but even Wonderful wouldn't be hitting that shot, and then all it does is gives NaVi confidence, gives their players that were kind of struggling into that more confidence to go for these plays, and then you're just, I mean, they're just going to phone it in.
It's just a great side hold, really. Yeah, I feel like Furia, after losing around like that, something about it, like great captains can elevate you, but what great captains can also do is embolden you. And this push from NaVi on the third CT round of overtime, like, this is ridiculous. This is just a dry push. They were just walking up the whole way. They're able to find themselves in an early 3v2, and that is just a huge stamp of authority.
And that authority is something you need to see when you are supposed to be the favorites, though, right? That should have been maybe coming a bit earlier in the game?
I would say that in theory, like the macro sense of how NaVi played, looked like they felt like they were more control. They were doing more on the CT side. They were a bit more active. But sometimes that's how Anubis just boils down, that you end up in overtime, even though in most aspects you had the better game plan. I think the CT side for NaVi showed a little bit more flair. They had some change-ups, the way they fought for mid sometimes, the way they controlled the crunches from Furia. It looked good. They just couldn't get it over the line because of kind of a random Tech 9 execute onto the A bomb site. I don't know what to say.
I kind of feel like that was Furia hitting their ceiling. That was NaVi. Yeah. They didn't have their individuals show up. Ime was like 4 and 12 at some point. Wonderful wasn't hitting every op shot. Again, Alexi B top fragged for the majority of the game. And they still couldn't, they needed to bring it over the time and over the line in regulation. They couldn't do it. And then eventually NaVi's going to show up. That's the ceiling for Furia. And the ceiling's just not high enough.
But the ceiling right now for Furia hasn't been high enough for a long time. For NaVi now, you take your opponent's map pick. Is this plain sailing now? Is this okay? You've done this job first of all. Now we don't need to worry, or is there still some...
Definitely deflating for Furia, that's for sure. Because at the end of even the first half, it was a 7-4 score line, and they missed a defuse by 0.16 seconds too. So I feel like a lot of things, I think Furia probably is outside right now saying, man, we got unlucky. But it's like, no, you were really, I mean, your game plan was pretty good. You were in the driver's seat for some of this. Your own destiny was in your own hands, but coming up short in just a couple of moments, overlooking a push in a default also late in the game. Like, these are the reasons that they're not an S-tier team, or even really in my eyes an A-tier team.
I mean, how unlucky can you say Furia were getting when they win both pistols?
Yeah,
it takes a couple rounds. They trade rounds, but they convert both sides. They win the eco wars or the force buy wars on both sides. So they've got like a 4 or 5 round advantage, and then they can't close it out from there. Even when Alexi B's top fragging, it's not like he was hitting amazing shots. He was just hitting okay shots and the rest of the team was missing. Like, that's not exactly great gameplay from NaVi, and Furia still couldn't do it.
Do we still see like we're seeing the same problems from Furia? Like, we're not seeing the progression we wanted to see?
I would say that on the CT side, one thing that maybe this is a trend, but at least in this game, Natus was just that they were very much so sitting on their hands, where they just sit in a bomb site, they hope for the best, hope their hold is good enough. I would love to see more activity, and I think that when they lost Art, they probably looked to somebody like Cello to be a difference maker, but they also relegated Cello to play a lot of anchor positions too. So you can't have both. You can't have a guy who was a high-flying fragger, very aggressive, gave you information, take him off your team, add a guy who should be doing that, but then you just push him into a corner and say, hold that bomb site. It's like, it's tough. It's tough for Furia. Like, people like, I'd say a few people could just be more active. Fallen could be more active as an operator. You know, he's in the right place at the right time a lot of time, but he's not always taking that initiative. Like, come on, that's what we always dream of. 2015 Fallen, 2016 Fallen. Like, I need you close ramp. I need you to peek into ramp. I want you to get a little bit more information than an average operator. He's just kind of holding the line and hoping for the best.
Crazy thing is, he's hitting a lot of the shots. He's just not making the plays. But I think when it comes down to Furia, it's like they're so much better than they were on their T sides with Art. They're just so much better that because Fallen recognized, he did an interview, he recognized their CT sides were bad. I focused on the T side. Now we need to focus on the CT side. I'm willing to give them a bit of benefit of the doubt, but it's going to go away fast if their CT sides don't look better.
How much more time do you give them?
end of the season. I want to see something at the major. If you're 0-3 in the final stage before the playoffs, which in a way I kind of expect Fury to land there. I mean, they should come on. Fury were making the playoffs of so many consistent majors when Art was at the helm in a style that we thought was flawed.
Yeah.
Okay, and the individuals were decent then, but they almost never even had a real serious opper. Like, they still don't have a seriously like tier 1 like S tier opper by any means, and yet they're still kind of coming short, but even shorter than they did before with Art.
Well, the short stuff is not good enough when it comes to Furia, who is expected to make great heights in all of this. Next up, we're going to NaVi's pick of Mirage. It's not a particularly good map for Furia, so it looks like it could be NaVi all the way. Let's see if they get it done when we come back from the break. A lot of hype came from the win of Anubis for NaVi, but it certainly wasn't an easy one for them to take. Now the job has not been done, but they should feel maybe an extra bit of confidence like we saw in those last few rounds, because we go to Mirage, which has been their tried and tested pick for oh so long, and it's one that they can rely on even in the darkest of times. Dark like we've got outside here in Copenhagen, as the players are ready to light things up when they get into the server once again. Is this NaVi all the way though, guys? Is that what we're looking at? Is this just very clear, clean and cut, or can you not even have that confidence anymore for this team?
So Furia, in some of their recent results, have taken some teams pretty closely, but the last time they faced against NaVi, they got one round on their CT side. So NaVi dominated them. There was no contest whatsoever, and unfortunately for Furia fans out there, I do expect similar.
Yeah, I mean, the one saving grace is Furia saw this coming. Maybe they could have something really well prepared to play against NaVi, but the problem is NaVi, they were just unbeatable on this map for a long time, and even if they can't maybe best the absolute top teams in the world on Mirage anymore, if it's Furia. If Furia is not, they're not a team they should be struggling with.
They're not there. The Furia is just not there. That's what we're saying.
They're on the way.
Yeah.
They're on the way, but we've been saying that for a long time.
I don't know if we've been. Have they been on the way? I think the Skulls edition did make Furia better. I feel like the ceiling of this team is definitely higher than it was before. I feel like it's almost kind of like the Liquid syndrome right now, where Liquid don't have enough active players. I feel like that's what I'm watching with Furia on their CT sides. They need to get in people's faces a little bit more.
That's actually a great reference, because I think that might actually be one of their biggest problems. They have like one active player, and that one player can't carry the load for everyone.
And he's an anchor half the time.
Yeah, it's just... But what else are you going to do? You going to put K-Serrato on B again?
No,
I pray to God that doesn't happen.
No, that's not where you want him at all. You know, when a player of that skill, that quality, never in a million years, surely. But when it comes to NaVi, this is now where I want to see them play with that same confidence we saw from the last 4 rounds. If I don't see them come out swinging on this one, right, and take Furia down in a convincing fashion, I still have worrying concerns about them.
Because they have Anubis in their back pocket now, I do expect that Navi's individuals on especially their A crunches are going to take some individual liberties. That's what I love about Navi. You get Bit swinging from Palace whenever he feels like it, JL swinging from Ramp. You have Ema coming up Con with sometimes Alexi. And I just want them to take fights on their own terms. Yes, you want to make sure that there's some coordination with your team, that the crunch is enabled by the fact that there's pressure in other directions. But I also want to see Bit take opening duels from Palace. You know, he is such a master at just clocking people in the side of the head because he catches them off guard, because it almost feels like he shouldn't swing sometimes. It's almost like you are going through a smoke. You are doing something that should be bad Counter-Strike, but it's good because everybody there from Navi is able to support it.
Don't overcomplicate things. You saw what you could do in overtime. Do it again on Mirage.
I like what Vu's saying. I hope we see that as well. And Scorny and Lawrence, I'm sure you want to see some amazing action from these guys, so take it away on Mirage.
Yes, sir. Ready and willing. Mirage up next, and it's Navi on Mirage mode. That should instill some confidence if you're a Navi fan. Surely, Navi on Mirage.
They always pick Mirage. They're so scary on Mirage. It's the A-ramp attacks. It's the way that they peek the side of Sandwich. They peek the side of Stairs. They keep jiggling. You don't know who's going to swing next. And Furia are normally really good at that themselves, generally speaking. But no one does it better than Furia on Mirage.
Blade will be looking to fine-tune the war machine. Didn't look always so satisfied on Anubis, but I feel like when you get into overtime in a game like that, and then you sweep them, you just kind of remind them of who's boss. You know, you were in control of that game for a good amount of it. Yeah, things got sketchy, but that's Anubis. This is Navi on Mirage.
1 CT round last time. The bar is very low. Furia have moved K-Serrato allegedly off of anchoring B. We'll see if that stays the same now. He's playing Cat. Be a lot more kills coming his way.
You'd hope.
Maybe.
It's going to take a gush to the head from Alexi B.
Didn't say there'd be easy kills.
Fair. And you've got Yuri over towards the ramp, bolstered by Fallen, climbing up from Ticket. He's got that bomb confirmed to be inside of Connector. Very good kill for Yuri to grab. Secures him a position that'll definitely be a nuisance for Navi to deal with, but down goes his support. And the rotation, well, it's coming scrambling over in the form of Skulls. Heard by Alexi B, of course, and very quickly dealt with.
The bomb. They're just fighting this.
Yeah, they're going to go hunting. They even kill the guy over on ramp. So if there was anything that they were hoping to kind of work off of with Yuri, that gets siphoned out of their hands as well. In fact, everything. Everything goes badly for Furia. They thought they had an idea as to what was coming their way, and then Navi took it from them.
Yeah, I mean, the long and short of it, they're so good on these angles. They're so comfortable with all these fights. The one thing that was nice was the duel that we saw Yuri take on the ramp, with the shadow advantage and the dualies and everything like that, but he let Bit slip by all the way to triple, and they went to the top of the stairs at the exact same time, and the timings and the gaps are so small, and they're perpetually changing positions, and I think that Navi are just, I don't know, that's the one thing. They can do that without much utility involved and still be such a problem for anybody on this map.
First pistol of the series for Navi. One of the reasons that last map got so close, unable to win either one. Wonderful also has fake tattoos.
Yeah.
What is Navi guys doing?
Bonding.
Bonding. Oh, that's what it is. I don't think it really counts
told them.
unless they're real, you know? Like,
yeah.
Imagine your best friend's like, yeah, I'd love to get a fake matching tattoo with you. I'd think, are we even friends?
Yeah. I don't know. Blade told him to do it. And, you know, when he says jump, they say how high.
Sure. He just wants to push their limits, see what other goofy things they can have to do.
Like, he laughed about it afterward.
Fools. I think it's okay to have fun. This shot from Fallen, that would have been nice to just blindside the bomb. Somebody would have had to go back to grab it. Could have really slowed down this play and opened up a window for csgo, but maybe no scout shot needed. Ooh, yes, he's got the second. csgo still locked into the stairs, doing more damage to Bit. That scout behind him still unable to connect quite yet, but Fallen looking to keep his head down. I mean, they already know he's back there, right? He fired off early when they were coming up from ramp, so it's not like he has any element of surprise.
Oh,
it's very awkward.
Bit going above now.
Bomb is obviously planted over for jungle, so Emet can come back soon if he needs the help. Oh, there you go, through the wall. You'll take it. Emet tries to keep eyes on sight. You've got the pressure of the retake coming through connector. Cello kills Alexi, and Emet knows he's distracted, but he also knows where the last two are at.
Can you go all the way around?
Yeah, bomb is planted for him.
Back triple, yeah.
So he could fall back and play from connector if he wants to. Obviously, they're not going to have a kit. Very costly situation. Another player down. All 5 dead here for NaVi, but a second round regardless.
Yeah, I mean, second round is the most important part. It's expensive, but hey, that's life. Such is life. C'est la vie.
You've been working on your French.
Comme si, comme ça. It's nice last bullet MP9 kill here for csgo.
And wallbang here for Fallen, finally getting into the action.
Yeah.
Shame he wasn't able to stop the plant maybe, but...
Great round out of Emma as well. I mean, that is a 1v3 clutch, and it kind of took the CT guy peeking first before his teammates were in connector. Like, it was sort of unforced to some extent. But it wasn't the biggest error. It was just more of a great punishment out of Emma.
It's all about avoiding Cello this round if you're NaVi, and by the looks of it, should be easy. Sitting inside that B site. To be set up by Pistols. But who's setting up who with csgo looking at his shoes like that?
csgo never dies.
Garbage.
Is that
bleach?
Yummy.
And a milk jug? My favorite cocktail.
Put that in some pot noodles.
Or no, please don't. Please don't.
Delicious combo.
Smoke going down on A. If they come through it, they're going to find nobody home. Fallen even peeling away from the site to just meander around in spawn. So 0 resistance here for the NaVi 3-0 start. NaVi on Mirage.
They're a force, even if you don't see them. Nobody's seen anybody, in fact. What if nobody ever sees anybody? Oh, well. Fallen sees a Galil. And here comes the eco farmers.
Yeah, trying to catch him as the bomb's about to pop, but pistols aren't going to do too much damage, and now there's a chance for Bit to make some SMG money. Scrumptious. But the AK hangs on. It's really the only player that's got to make sure he doesn't die, because he's got Kevlar with it, and so you go forward. Cello, rifle, and armor in hand. Or Yuri, excuse me. Don't want to mix them up. Some nice
it's okay to mix up Yuri and csgo. It's their play styles.
Sure. Long-standing teammates.
Yeah, teammates.
Kind of got the same stance, same width.
The Brazilian Salamanca twins.
I kind of like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes just as deadly. We saw that 2v4 on Anubis.
Who would be Hector on this team?
I don't know. Surely Fallen's the big boss.
Yeah, his grandfather.
First gun round in, Fallen's op is still floating around towards Ticket. Expected there. NaVi up into the apartments with the bomb. So Alexi on a solo mission out middle.
Great. Look a amazing opportunity to go B. There's no cap player. Oh, and Fallen.
Right between the legs.
Yeah, right between the legs. Almost feel bad for him. But Cello's alone.
Obviously, Skulls is going to be ready for that catwalk up. Cello, good job to hold his own. Gives time to the cat player to try to get back into the action, but EMF finding a bomb site cleared out for the wonderful plants.
This is the only problem with playing cat when it's a full B attack, and Jail by himself there. Cello.
Late mid.
No footsteps heard.
Window about to get peeked here by Yuri. Oh, but he gives it a jiggle, and that's all JL needs. More damage onto Skulls. That's almost taken him out of this. Imez looking to come and kill him, and in doing so can double back to the site. It really could come down to the Quesarado apartments flank. He's been quiet all the while. Could catch Emet off. Bomb ticking quickly now. He gets found out. The spray control not quite there. Wonderful's able to kill Fallen. The op is down, and Quesarado's got to leave. Easy upgrade here for Wonderful. 4-0 start in for NaVi.
Yeah, that's well done from Wonderful. He doesn't take that fight right away. Quesarado comes up from behind him, and they'll eventually get that defused with seconds to spare. So they don't know it's going to be obviously a B attack. I don't really love that Cello is playing Jail as the solo, like being solo there when his teammate is in ladder room. If his teammate's playing Get Right and can watch the windows for him, take attention away, that I think that gets strengthened. But otherwise, it's a one and done. Yeah, you know how many times I've said that.
All the time.
Play bench, play empty pillar, you know, man pillar, smoke, play behind it, something to delay and be a bit more free. But you see, Cello gets his first kill, but then he literally cannot get another one.
I think the scary thing is I've heard you criticize him for that as the old B player for Furia. And the one that's been thrust back on it. Quesarado freed up to get aggressive. Fallen. Beautiful shot onto Alexi. Makes sure that he won't find any further positioning out middle. And it's a comfortable looking 5v3 for Furia in the 5th.
Okay.
Was JL out through smoke.
12 HP, but because there's not great guns, the man advantage coming back slightly actually matters. Bit will take the only A player out. No one in CT spawn. Bomb to get collected.
Don't 3v5 him.
I mean, Fallen's got the op, but like, if they're gonna go Palace as well, late into the round, Fallen cannot just simply sit here. So yeah, he's starting to get nervous about it. This is good. But we've got mollies. So.
We've got mollies, but we don't have a smoke. Bits managed to get into the staircase. Skulls will be able to prevent him from crossing. Fallen's got to give up that angle. Bomb able to go down uncontested. So securing the post plant, very nicely done. Furia trying to reposition around Fallen's ticket now, and it's the double cat as well. So they'll come stomping in a moment, but oh man. Still thinking maybe someone was up in Palace with that off. Instead, Cello gets traded out instantly. Nicely done from Wonderful to keep the edge in the hands of NaVi. It's that low op of JL that could get sketchy if he comes down to being the last player. No frag grenade to pop open that smoke, but also no kit for Skulls. 10-second defuse inside of this. They're going to come up, try to spray wildly. He's really just looking to add a price tag to the round. Wonderful killed, but so be it. Bomb cannot be stopped, and Skulls will even get
out of there. Skulls? I feel like running right away, he...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coulda.
Yeah.
Didn't.
Nope.
5-0. NaVi on Mirage.
So this round's a good start, obviously. 3v5. 2 opening frags, but one back in underpass. Here he gets caught off floating, and then Fallen's in a spot where that's the one position you will be 100% worried about. JL's jump spotting him from Palace. That's a moment for Fallen where maybe, you know, it's like rotate around CT early or get really out there. Maybe he expected them not to have any mollies left, but they were the ones who were on the full buy, right? It was NaVi. Nice long range dink through the smoke here from Cello. Oh, a little extra damage. 6 HP for JL.
Yeah, we saw the impact he had last round when he was on 6 health.
Powers up, eh?
See if he can turn around and do it again.
They left this open again. Bit just walking up Tetris. So much autonomy here from the T-side players. Oh, shoulder getting spotted. No punish.
Ooh, Bit. He's got a whole pack right in front of him. It looks like they're hanging on for now. Mac 10. Oh my God, he finishes it. And Fallen just cowering, lets the Fire do the work. Navi's streak of rounds to come to an end, you'd think. Damage over towards Cat, back turn to him. JL 6 health, jumps over, ignores bomb. Skulls, he didn't see that.
Okay, but if Skulls doesn't go up into ladder room, oh, he's gonna be heard. Oh, no, that's crazy. You said it. You said it, man.
No way.
The more danger he's in, the better he gets.
JL. The jump over the connector arch to not get spotted.
Okay. He left the bomb, just went right into the idea, and because he did it so quickly, Skulls had no clue he would try something like that.
Clean clutch.
That's pretty damn excellent.
1v2, 6 health.
Did Vu tell us about the 13-0?
He did say it at some point tonight.
Oh yeah.
I feel like it was last match. I can't remember. Yeah. Again, it's hard to pin Vu down. He's a bit of a loose cannon, I tell you.
He's a big guy.
Well, that's the name of their trio, actually. You know, we've had historic trios in the past on analyst desks. And
the Night Shift.
The Night Shift, the Daywalkers, and this is now known as the Big Three.
The Big Three.
Banks, Vu, Maui, the Big Three. Navi's flawless 6-round streak at the moment. And just MP9s in hand. It's not a comfortable one for Furia, just trying to get their money back online. Looks like they're going to try to charge up, but Galil's going to spam through. 35 bullets in that magazine. Good for a bunch of damage. Quesarado finally able to drop Alexi. Emet will double back to try and finish that. Wonderful has no-scoped Fallen point blank, and Emet's looking to end the round, which he'll do so. Damn near flawless for the 7-round streak.
Easy as you like. Anubis was really competitive. This one, not so much. And well, they still haven't met their quota. Last time they got one round, CT side. This is awesome from Alexi, obviously. Kind of, there's no sound to give this away. They're walking up to the smoke to get ready for the swing, but he's thinking the map's a little too quiet.
Nice, Mihai! Bro, I fucking think you.
Oh! That flick got a little too crazy.
Yeah, I feel like that one almost went to the moon.
Yeah. Staring into a kaleidoscope. I mean, can't miss opportunities like that. Not in a game like this. And right now, actually, I think they feel like they've dissuaded a B play. But to NaVi, they've created an invitation because they expect Furia to rearrange. They're right. The 1 minute time in mid-smoke as well is going to be huge because there's no one window, no one cat, no one ladder room. No one walked under. Fallen alone, but he gets a shot.
Yeah, Alexi jumping through. No second one for Fallen just yet. Knows a player's down with him and can't track that one. JL up in his scope. Quesarado slides out along the wall. JL just gives him the jiggle, but Quesarado controls the situation until Emet gets revenge for his fallen teammate up close. Good space creation from JL. You see that flood outwards. Wonderful post the op up. And Mihai's been playing fantastic. 10 kills, 4 deaths, 1 in the round. Looking for the next on the back of Market, where Yuri's making sound.
Is there an underpass walk or is that Cat from?
It's Catwalk.
Okay, yeah.
Emet careful, throwing nades out. Almost exposes himself, but he'll block out one avenue of the retake.
Oh.
Wonderful's able to capitalize on the window peek, and Bit will get blindsided from the cello, but that's really just the fadeaway, you'd think.
Look how much he did by throwing that smoke late. He had them ready in their positions to commit. After the smoke goes down, there's no time to rearrange that. And then he exposes everybody as they shoot back at him. He doesn't even have to get the kill there.
8-0. Having a lot more fun than they did back on Anubis.
Give you 8 reasons why. It's another round though with like minimal B support, but I think this one's more like conjured up by NaVi. Like they saw that an aggressive peak came in B apps and they used that against Furia, saying Furia now feel like they've done enough here. So let's just we know they have a blind spot in middle. Let's take advantage of that and let's just go keep it simple. I mean, all these rounds have been very simple. We've been watching Bit just walk up Tetris over and over again. There's been no one in CT to watch him. So there's the gaps in all the wrong spots.
How many times has Bit just been allowed to kind of jump across over Sandwich?
Yeah, and eventually, if you don't see anybody this many times,
he's going to do it again.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been rounds where Fallen was beginning with the op on ticket, but we haven't seen it over there for a couple now.
Oh, how far is he going to get? I mean, he's going to be able to just literally shoot Yuri in the back, or they can go for the safe boost as well, but Furia just have no idea what's happening. Double up in window.
Yeah, they have no eyes on mid. They catch the jungle player with a nade out. Yuri from the stairs, though, cleared out by the connector push of Ime and Bit. And Bit just hanging onto the bench is going to find a nice pocket of control. Now, bombs on the opposite side of triple. Good clear, breaking open smoke like that to keep a 4v2 advantage rolling forward. Bit's going to go for the swing with this. They're just trying to fight this straight up. I mean, they're in a 2v4, and they're just gunning the players down on their approach. Molotov on top of the staircase is going to prevent the retake for now. Frag grenade chips away at Bit ever so slightly. He's 2 kills into this round already. He'll be caught out by that forward bench play. Great flash to support it. Furia aren't going to get skunked. They will jump on top of bomb with time. It took them 9 rounds, but they'll find their first.
Okay, well, they were all over window, close in connector, and they blew up in the smoke at the right time, so created opportunities for themselves. Got a little scary when Caserado took his duel in that 4v2 with no one to trade, but outside of that, they kept material advantage. They did a good job of guising this approach as well, and the flash was perfect from Skulls to get the final kill. They say another round, another opportunity. They get just as excited as if they were in the lead. Perfect time here for Bit to take a timeout, just to make sure no momentum is gained.
Just want to remind you guys that you can make picks and win real money. It is playing on Underdog so easy. Just choose higher or lower on your favorite Counter-Strike players and you can win real cash. Our new real money fantasy partner.
Cash now.
Underdog.
Underdog.
Thank you for supporting Counter-Strike with your business. Now, back to the whooping.
Here is an underdog versus an overdog.
Okay.
Perfect example.
Talking about Navi and Furia or Wonderful and Fallen?
Yeah, maybe that's 2 in the same.
We got a couple head-to-heads unfolding.
Fallen avoids Jeopardy. That one on this angle. Wonderful in his hit the Warden in the watchtower at the top of mid. Can really take his time here because they're not mollying top mid either. This is actually quite a low utility round out of Furia. They win their first. It is kind of expensive on that last round. So Imma's coming up for the walk-in underpass. And we'll see if Fallen can actually get an opportunity to fight. And going forward might be it.
Oh, just missed it, but he'll go for the Opera instead. So
yeah, that's solid from Fallen, man. Like,
great job not to panic and try to chase the one. But
that was nice. They blew it open? Or was it the CTs who blew it open?
I'm not sure, actually. Either way, Alexi capitalizing with the Galil. Caserado crossing over to the stairs as Bit's now low. Presses the barrel up against Ime's head, and down goes the bomb. So really sucking the life out of this attack. Triple kill from Caserado.
That's why you want that guy on A.
Yes. Screw Caserado as a B anchor on Mirage.
Seriously, who thought that was a good idea?
Fallen.
And to be fair, no, it was probably Caserado, right?
Yeah,
like,
sure.
if he asked for a spot, who's going to say no?
Yeah.
And that's why it's like, in some sense, maybe just wanted something more comfortable, but he needs to be here. Playing connector is the hardest position. Even in different metas where Connector doesn't always yield the most because there's too much utility, less action that way, Connector is always going to be the hardest because Palace can always punish you. Got to be responsible for a lot of things. But if you're talking about a guy, name somebody in Brazil who has better awareness, individual awareness than Cacerado. Like, that's somebody who's going to catch window lurk timings. He's going to make sure he kills people walking through smokes. He's going to be the one to take the right peek on the right time as the Opera top mid is looking away for a second.
Let's change perspective. Thank you. Thank you, Chev. Love you, Chev. And could it have come at a better moment if you're Cacerado? Because now you're rewarded with just the pistol round. Furia going to get a third. You know, if there's any hope of continuing this series, that was it right there, put forth by Cacerado.
Yeah. There's a B lean, but it's kind of fine as long as Fallen's here with Yuri to watch the ramp. Nice shot.
I think it's hilarious how fast Alexi was trying to run by Connector.
Yeah.
Fallen's just like, nope. A little too ominous at the moment. They climb up through window. They get Cacerado. Hands busy. Yuri still stationed inside Sandwich. Now, Fallen missing a shot starting to make this a little bit weird. You've got more pistol damage coming out. This should never, ever, ever go the way of NaVi. And it won't. Cacerado maintains control of the situation despite a couple first misses. And Cello puts it down from the catwalk wall bank. So all's good. Furia able to capitalize off of the Cacerado multi-frag from the last round.
Yeah, no kidding, man. 3 straight. 3 straight. It's a little late to get into the game, maybe just because of how strong NaVi are on this map, whether it's CT or T side. Yeah, but you got to take what you can get. This is their map pick. You knew it was coming.
A nice, fully fleshed buy to finish. Bad murder hole crawl, though. That slows them down a bit. Luckily for them, there's no all-in tempo coming out of NaVi here in the final round of their T side. But Alexi will get clipped out with a grenade in hand. Cacerado's starting to feel like he's powering up, Mohan.
Yep.
13 and 7, sitting pretty.
But Yuri's the anchor again. There's no one in CT again.
Yeah, no ticket possession, nothing at all. Just Connector for them to kind of lean back on. But Bomb is still outside top middle. So luckily for Furia, they've got that going for them. Wonderful. It's a long road to go scoop it up and come back. And Emet's just going to give us back to Cello.
Yeah, so one of the situations that's avoided if you have the bomb, because you don't try to do too much. But now they do a lot. Way, way too much.
I'm surprised that they actually just don't sit comfortably on site now that Wonderful had already picked it up and was coming back.
Well, the smokes, you know, the smokes are going to come up. You start to get a little bit nervous about things that aren't even real. And this molly actually blocks everybody from getting out. If they want to smoke it, it won't do them any favors. So, Cacerado, he'll have to save the day once again.
Flank is indeed fast enough, and it looks like Wonderful could be clipped by this. Cacerado going to emerge from ramp. And sitting duck in Wonderful. JL pushed forward. He'll find nobody on ticket. There's not been anybody on ticket from the start of the round to the end. JL can hang on to it. Unlikely clutch, but one that's going to force them to swing into him, and he won't find a single frag for it. So 4 consecutive rounds from Furia in what was a blowout of a half. Suddenly there's a lifeline in a series where they already trail by 1. Still 4 rounds to tie. Furia were scrounging for a lifeline, and it came in the form of csgo. Big multi-kill moment to put him on the board and to keep that bit of momentum, all the momentum that was left to be had, taken on the 4-round streak to end the half.
It was incredible to not have to watch him zone spotting and to see what he could do from a spot where there's just like way more options. He got involved every step of the way, whether it was dealing with middle, connector itself, or even flanking the A ramp in that last round. The kills came sort of late into the half, but it's the only 4 rounds that Furia have gotten. It's largely been because of those. There's still some problems on B. Now they just need to know how to clone him. All right. Well, they don't even come up and clean this. All right, well, I know it's an A attack now.
JL just lets it fly by. Yuri also climbs up in the window. Beretta's over towards the ramp, though, turns back, and before the sight falls, that's a big pickup for Bit. Yume's gonna swing out, soften him up for Bit to do the heavy lifting. It's a double out of Bit as the pistol looks to be an obvious. Yuri would need an ace. He's got 40 seconds to pull this one out of the hat. Alexi will cover the cross on connector. And nobody could actually swing to help Alexi, and Alexi's angle is not really that great, so Yuri's been figured out. Oh, beautiful.
Raw.
Clean pickup from Ema, considering the first magazine was a little sketchy, but he'll make up for that one. 2 kills for him, 2 kills for Bit, and when both of those are your A players, that means the defense held strong.
They definitely did. And I think one small protocol is missed here when they walk up connector, and that's just look at Cat crouched while you do that. They get spotted, and I think it's a little bit of info. They still find the kill in window, which is good. So much of this still is just raw duels, obviously. It's a pistol round, it's an ace split. It's not like you're never going to be totally unprepared for that, but maybe something small that they could have done. Furia in response, no bomb plant, still a force up.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a lot of utility out.
Owned. Bit looking for more.
I don't think the old Bombus could have hit that shot, actually. So.
No, I don't think so either.
That was nice.
Flushing wonderful down into the action underneath Palace. Players trying to jump down on him, and Skulls will get there with the P250. But the bomb's still back on ramp, and now you're stuck on site. You're stuck in with them, and they're just going to pepper this. Don't you dare, Skulls. I've seen him do magical things on this bomb site. But with a P250 and 20 health and 2 players still to deal with, they walk up. Oh, they've got even sidearms out, but Alexi pushes it over the line for the 10-4 NaVi lead.
Yeah, Skulls on the A site of Mirage. You remember a clutch. That's for sure. It was kind of sad to see like $1,000 of utility gone at once right there.
Just
full
flushed.
Kit. Yeah. And maybe the one thing that Fallen's only got better at with age, just excellent utility.
Yeah, you always have that stat
Best
with
flashbangs.
flashbangs, yeah. If you want to get better at flashbangs, watch a Fallen VOD. There's that AK out on the field in Yuri. It's really the high hope of Furia in round 15. Ooh, but now they know where it's at. Element of surprise, gone.
That's the bomb. Jumped up and spotted.
Don't peek it though, JL. You know it's gonna get watched.
I think he should.
Don't peek it, JL. You know it's gonna be watched.
You know he gets bored. You know he gets bored, Connor.
Don't peek it, JL.
Just
sit here. You've got 4 teammates that just don't peek it,
The
JL.
abyss. You must stare at it.
You can hold the window, jump up, but don't peek bottom mid.
Oh, they're getting closer, making it easier for you, JL. Oh, you fool. Why would you ever do that?
He fell for it. Pistol sets it up. Good dink back from the follow-up. They're trying to follow through here onto Emed, but the cat hold goes south. Now you've got prying eyes in from connector. Emed trying to be the savior. csgo, hands on the AK, gets a man advantage up for them, but Bit will still clear Cello because the bomb's down. And that bomb being out here in the open
Fallen's gonna scoop it up and sprint.
Yo!
He can't escape.
So
NaVi
close.
just keep constant on the mid
They
pressure.
were just everywhere. I mean, so were Furia. That was a very hard position to explain, like where each player was holding. They made it complicated. They made it messy, and that's what you want to do if you have pistols. But that's totally fine for NaVi. They're kind of like a slow Furia in that sense. Like they do the same kind of messy, complicated positions and rely on good individual decisions and confusion. But Furia do it quickly. NaVi do it slowly.
I feel like Alexi needs a spa day.
Some cucumbers on the eyelids. A attack.
Bro, I am too old for this. Not having his mechanically best map, but hell, he's got teammates doing heavy lifting. Ime, 17 frags deep. What could be the final gun round for Furia?
It's an A attack canceled, but there's no one on B. And Alexi has like really good vision. He's starting to fall back now. Okay, some space has been given up. Bit will play missiles here. Back triple now.
They're able to get out ramp uncontested. Cello, ooh, gets a dink through the box. Lovely stuff. But then he kind of takes his eyes off it. That's a bunch of damage for somebody who gets dinked through a box.
Yeah.
And should be held hard.
Good luck with this one.
Wonderful's not getting into this bomb site. Furia afforded a lot of space. I feel like they were allowed to walk out for quite free.
Yeah, they, you know, I think not. I think Alexi was spotting. Oh, nice. The nade. No op save. I thought Alexi was spotting B apps, but he might not have been. But it must have been his info, even though there was no noise. That, okay, I might need some help. So they didn't know what was going on the ramp. No one actually showed themselves. Fair play here to Furia. And all the while they had K-Serrato at the top of mid. That wasn't cleaned either.
Your scout does not succeed. JL gonna pick it up instead. Honestly, if Ema and Bit weren't playing as well as they are, there's a world where Furia have more rounds. Keep Wonderful and JL down in the dumps. Maybe there's still a bit of runway here for Furia on map 2 of this series. Nothing Ema can really do to stop it. You better hope somebody connects through connector. JL not finding damage, but Ema will. Bottom middle misses its chance to strike him down.
Yuri's got to get out of there, or they have to protect him.
Alexi trying to give himself a flash to work with. JL still unable to topple any of these connector players. But again, the bomb is down, right? That one kill they do find. That drops bomb on Cat, and now he will finish off Fallen. Skulls has taken his sweet time to come at this from the A site, but Cello should catch JL scoped in. Yes, sir. Watching the wrong direction. Furia will indeed take that 6th round win.
Again, another messy situation, but it favors the T's. Offer over the Scout. Mid control being one. And yeah, it's been more of an even kill distribution for Furia. That's for sure. The top end for NaVi's looking a bit better than the top end for Furia, but Alexi's struggling a little bit. Wonderful JL.
You boost one and then you swing with 2. No boost, nade goes deep. Oof, double JL USP frag of all things. The nade's got his name on it. And Bit engulfed as he has to hide in the ladder room. Fallen's gonna take that as a ticket to run up into A site, really make sure he stays stuck in here.
Want to make sure he's nice and cooked before they eat him.
A reminder that cannibalism is illegal in most places.
But tasty, I've heard.
Not everywhere.
Uh-oh. Blade's talking. Might not bode well for Furia.
City's like, quickly, I need an idea right now. I wonder if that's something that coaches think about. You know, it's like the other guy calls attack. I don't have anything to say right now.
Yeah, true, because you don't see it coming.
The optics, you're like,
yeah.
Everyone's staring at me like they're thinking about what I'm saying. Blade's going at 100 words per minute.
How can I help? Oh, I know, fist bumps.
Yeah. You go for the Cyclone neck rub stuff.
Yeah.
That's always
sure.
I think that has a literal impact.
And then a clap
measurable
for good
impact.
measure. All right. We always praise NaVi for their conversion off of timeouts.
I mean, last day attack was intriguing. They had the first layer came out. NaVi rotated around a little bit too heavily. This time they've got at least one person on the other side of the map to sell something. Maybe they bite on it harder. It's looking like simple lamp flash scrim out the A ramp, though. Let's see if Furia find out why you want to have a ticket player at least some of the time.
Oh, stomping. Skulls thought he had way more of a grace period with that run up. Emet, gets zoned out by csgo. He has been the beacon of hope for Furia, and he will continue to be here in the 19th round of play. cello's going to find a completely vacant B bomb site. That draws Fallen all the way over. There are layers.
They're going. I guess they don't have Palace, so they're kind of worried about that. 2 T's here just to occupy some attention. They could play it as safely as they want to. This bomb's getting planted elsewhere. This is mad awkward. I mean, I don't know how this goes wrong for Furia, but okay.
Like this.
Yeah. It's still early enough that they could try to go for it, honestly.
No kit. It's going to make this one really tough, so I don't think they do.
Yeah, true. An 8th round.
An 8th round.
8th round.
An 8th round. Good. Yes, clap your hands, Launders. Celebrate. Furia with an 8th. Love that. Good on cello to keep options open. You know, it's one of those weird ones where it's like, damn, we lost Palace so quickly. Yeah, but csgo gets 2 kills. Like, do you follow through on A? It's like, you know, you're...
And they made the right decision.
In this case, they're literally writing off gains with csgo finding those openings. So it's nice that Furia play both sides of the map. A round of applause for cello, everybody.
Man, that's sort of the one new layer to the play that they wanted to try last time on A. So you don't need 5 guys to hit a site, you know? Unless things go terribly wrong, you probably lose if it comes down to the 5th guy in the first place. Sometimes they're better off doing something else. Walking up cat, sneaking into connector, underpass crawl. In this case, holding A ramp. Dressing up their finish a little different.
cello expects that one. Read like a book.
Yeah.
And now pressure on this A side again, but you are still splitting defenders 2-2. JL's going to push through on the reload. cello saw that, I'm pretty sure. Tip of the gun as he comes out as he's falling downwards. So cello looking to be the guy here in the 20th. And Bit may have pressed forward into the site, but now he's starting to peel back away towards default to try and get eyes on Khan. Hasn't been given a fight from Palace nor Ramp.
Bit has to be so incredibly sharp. He's in probably the best position for both fights, A ramp or into connector, but it's just got to be headshots.
It's not.
Oh.
Spray still. No way he's allowed to even this out. And then Alexi, of course, is going to walk onto the corpses. Triple from Bit. How they don't get him out of there. Fallen finally putting him down with the bomb now shown from Ramp. 30 seconds to this clock.
And the bomb is going, he's thinking about going back around. He's holding for the flank. No, he's going to... Oh, man, he's really running this down. I mean, we've got Yuri in the best possible position to assist with this.
He's got time. But, I mean, you got to run knife out.
I think also the CT is going to be clear that there's no one here on the A site. And
he's running with his op.
Wait. He still got it, though,
okay. Right? Oof, just another couple seconds. I thought maybe the window's going to get held, but
Wonderful actually allows him to jump over. Missed shot on that one. Alexi will connect from catwalk. Low health now for Yuri. And as he gets onto the site, he hears them running in. Easy to track Wonderful that time. Alexi silent.
Oh, nice from Yuri. He's going out left.
Oh, gets the vision onto the op. He's only on 8 points of health, so he wants to strike him down, and Alexi's got his number. 2 kills for Alexi in the 2v2, and that's the way NaVi take 12.
He had time to run with the op. He had time to get that bomb planted. They had it all calculated down to the final second. Fair enough. They got the bomb planted from a previous round. And this is Bit. I mean, they definitely missed a fair few shots towards him. Allowed for the sprays to go down. But again, he was at least in the best spot to defend against ramp and to connector at the same time.
Positionally speaking, Furia felt like they had that.
Yeah. They probably...
It's so awkward to get out of that corner when you're 2 people. Because of the box as well, you're like jumbling into each other.
You mean on default?
Inside connector.
Oh,
like
inside
to kind of take that fight together, you know, from being stuck in that corner as tight as they were.
That's true.
It is awkward. I'll give them that. I'm trying to find an out for them. But also just, you know, kill
trade.
Yeah. Just kill him.
It's Bit. He's scary. He's scary right now.
Done, yeah. I wouldn't be able to, but, you know, for your sake, Furia, because the comeback was starting to look real. 4 map and match points for NaVi in their opening game of Blast Open Lisbon. Wonderful head down. Vision over top of that smoke won't allow the catwalk to fall for free. Bomb on Yuri down beneath it. But you've got bodies stacked up inside this, and Imez got a good angle for the underpass kill. Missed shot out of Wonderful. Teammate trying to keep him alive now. Hands busy on the reload. 2 jump over for window. Catwalk player now low. Bomb drop though. Emek keeps the pressure up.
Oh, shot missed.
He's able to get past that op. Bit's gonna keep it locked in from Sandwich. Skull's caught looking the wrong way. Now suddenly Cello is in a tough spot, but he'll catch them off guard. And that's an open sight for him to run towards. However, Imez ready on ticket. I thought to pressure Cello, but he's gonna let him get that plant down.
Man, he plants for CT. It's totally covered at the moment, and he's walking out in front of this to jungle. It might be a little confusing, but Emma's going to see nothing here.
Cat player doesn't get the angle on the crossback, so Cello's able to get over towards ramp. And now Fallen found with his back turned. He kept his attention over towards Cat for so long. Cello 2 kills in, needs the ace, and it could still come through because he's got the health to do it. The bomb is awkward for him, and he's not going to find anything further than the triple. NaVi will indeed push this over the line.
Yes.
An 8-0 start to this map. We were talking 13-0. Furia shows some resilience in the face of losing second pistol and the conversions that come with it, but their opening game at Open goes well.
It does go well, but it certainly wasn't easy. NaVi will be happy with taking the win in a 2-0, but it got a little bit close for comfort, even on Mirage there, despite the hot start. We wanted to see that confidence in their play. We wanted to see that aggression come out of them. We wanted to see that dominance, and it was very much at the beginning like that.
I feel like the last round epitomizes a lot of how this game and maybe even this series went. Just close, but not close enough for Furia. Put up a great fight, great individual effort sometimes, and also pretty good awareness of how NaVi wanted to play this game. And man, I feel like this has been the story of Furia for a couple years now, but shouts out to Queserado, man. Like some of his defenses around connector really thwarted the plans and held NaVi at bay.
I mean, we got to be real here. That's exactly what we talked about before. Their CT sides generationally bad. They start
not a generational talent, just generationally bad.
They're like 7-0 down at the start. We think they're just about to get blown out, and then they go T side, and it's surprisingly not that bad.
Yeah,
it's surprisingly effective.
Surprisingly effective, much like the whole NaVi squad in the end there, though, right? It was Bid and Imma pulling it over the line in a big fashion, making up for Anubis, I think. Imma, welcome to the desk.
Salud.
How you doing?
Very good, you?
I'm good, thank you very much, my friend. Now, this series for you guys, Just give me the lowdown of what you thought after Anubis. I know you haven't played Anubis in a while. It was a bit of a crash test. Did you expect it?
To be honest, we didn't expect it.
Okay.
But when we did the preparation, we didn't expect it. But after, I think Andy checked, or maybe Flash, I'm not sure how many times they played it last month. And then they were like, oh shit, maybe they pick it.
So you weren't as ready for it as you'd like to be? Was it like a last minute getting into it?
It was a last minute, yeah.
Okay, so that was a good test though for you, right?
It was a very good test because usually we prepare and stuff like this, kind of heavy. And it was kind of on a rush, like you said. And yeah, it was a good test to have played this map because we didn't play it for 3 months or maybe more than 3 months. I think it's 4 or 5.
It's more than, it feels like a long time.
Yeah.
What's the vibe like between map conversation? Is it like, if we can beat these guys on Anubis, we can run them over on Mirage? Like what's the conversation that goes on there?
No, there is no time for something like this. We basically, between maps, we just discuss whatever we need to do on this map and small reminders what we discuss in the practice room.
Okay. Ima, how do you feel like Anubis developed for you guys? Obviously got really close, but then when it hit overtime, you guys just flipped the switch and you guys went crazy.
Look at his face.
How did you guys just go from getting kind of a bad CT side for your standards into just wiping the floor with them?
Very good question, but not for me because I hate this map.
Okay, all right then.
For me, it's like a very shit map. I don't know. I play this connector, I'm getting fucked this side, I'm getting fucked city side, and then.
Okay.
But it is what it is, and I think the switch between what we played in regulation and overtime, it was play with balls. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the third round, you guys just push B main. I mean,
yes.
That's what that was, huh?
Yeah. I mean, usually we had the call that to do it flash, and I said no flash, no mark. Let's go no mark.
That was crazy, honestly. We highlighted.
So you called the no flash and just dry because they said they were like, why are they going so dry?
I said to Valera that let's not do flash because I know that he's smoking, and I'm a big guy on T side. And I know that if you smoke insta, you don't have time to check the push.
Yeah.
And that means if you go both right side and he checks, it's clear for him.
I'm glad he made that call because one of the things I was wondering, you got a lot more consistent over 2024 and it was talked about a lot, becoming a second voice. Do you think that's helped you become like a better player when you have more input on the plays you're making?
I mean, I've said it many times that in every team that I've been, even in FaceTime, I'm speaking a lot. Like FaceTime, mid-round, end-round, and that's what I like to do, and then that's how I'm used to, let's say.
Yeah.
And then it's pretty good for me. Like before, like in the beginning of NaVi, maybe it was a bit rough because not new callouts, like new system, let's say, and then maybe it was harder for me to call, you know.
Yeah.
And then I got used to it, and then it's much easier.
Makes sense.
Do we feel like, though, there's still more for us to see from you? We keep talking about your improvements, but are you looking at yourself and thinking, okay, I can do better, I can get better, I want more?
Of course, like I said many times, it's every time how good you play or how bad you play is very much time for improvement, and you can improve everything.
Now, looking at something we heard not too long ago, right, when it came to the EPL clip that came out, I want to ask you guys still friends now? We're still good?
It was bullshit. I said it in interview after, and I can say it now, it was full bullshit. Like, we have so many rounds cheering for each other, and then there is this round that they put ECL, they put it for everyone to see it, and it's like...
Did you feel a bit thrown under the bus with that clip?
No.
No?
No, I didn't feel like... Me and Alexi were joking, like, whenever we have not small discussion, whenever we are full chilling, Alexi is asking me, do you have problems? And then I'm asking, yes, I have many problems.
Love it, love it.
Anything else from you guys?
That was my biggest question, so no, I'm glad you answered it. Glad you gave your side of the story on that one. Actually, was Alexi, who was most upset about that clip getting leaked?
I mean, Alexi didn't know.
Okay.
I think he found out pretty late.
Yeah.
But we were, how can I say it? We were very frustrated of that clip only because after that we called something. We call around, and they leaked it, which is not pretty nice. I mean, you can show these little fights, whatever, but don't
give the strats away.
Yes, don't give the strats, which is full annoying.